Chapter 226 Female Zombie? The minibuses are very fast. And after a comprehensive armor upgrade, their safety has been greatly improved. Bang bang bang. The zombies in front were being knocked away like bowling pins. And the zombies on both sides were thrown away by the high-speed minibus after rushing towards them. Ing stepped on the accelerator, grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, kept turning and accelerating, and turned the minibus into a racing car, the whining engine roaring like thunder. Boom! A zombie was shot to death by Jiang Lucier as soon as he jumped up holding a large piece of iron. Captain Jiang! Captain Jiang! Please don't leave the team without permission! Retreat immediately! Lin Yaoshan's voice came from the intercom. Jiang Lucier had no time to reply at this time. He was concentrating on searching for traces of the two mutated zombies, through his vision slowed down by his brain power. The two mutated zombies immediately withdrew into the group of corpses after one strike, waiting for an opportunity to come out for a sneak attack at any time. Jiang Lucier would not let them be submerged in the vast tide of corpses again. The spiritual bodies of these two zombies have been locked by Ran Shiyu. To Ran Shiyu, they are as dazzling as fireflies in the dark night. Ran Shiyu directly communicated mentally and informed Jiang Lucier and Ing of the position changes of the two zombies in real time. They were chasing these two zombies at this time. TSK TSK TSK. Electricity flashed across the body of the minibus, electrocuting the zombies hanging on it. Soon, the minibus had already penetrated into the group of corpses. Calm down, Shichi. We're going to treat your brother's wound soon. It's not okay for you to keep crying like this. Li Yusen comforted Wang Shichi, who was crying anxiously. While looking outside secretly, Jiang Lucier acted privately. She didn't see Jiang Lucier and the others at first. It wasn't until she looked at the group of corpses in front of her that she saw the minibus among the corpses. Zhang Hai's truck did not move forward, but fired from behind. Their truck couldn't drive around like a minibus. Even if it followed, it would be intercepted by the zombies surrounding them, which would cause chaos for Jiang Lucier and the others. So at a glance, there was only a lone minibus surrounded by zombies, and the zombies kept rushing towards the minibus. Is something going to happen? Li Yusen looked very nervous. Every time a zombie jumped on the car, she would feel her heart tightening. Elder brother! At this time, the ambulance had already arrived at the sniper team's car. As Wang Jinlang was quickly carried to the ambulance, Wang Shichi couldn't help but cry again at one glance. The brother she had just regarded as her savior was half covered in blood in a blink of an eye. His face turned pale, and his forehead was covered with large drops of sweat. Treat the wound quickly! The observer who sent Wang Jinlang up said anxiously. Li Yusen was also startled by Wang Jinlang's wound, but she was much calmer than Wang Shichi. She quickly calmed down and took out the scissors and cut off Wang Jinlang's sleeve in two strokes. Shichi, prepare to stop the bleeding and suture it, Li Yusen said. Ah? Wang Shichi was even more confused by Li Yusen's words. Is she going to suture her? What are you doing standing still? Hurry! He will lose too much blood if this continues. Li Yusen's voice became a little harsh. She gives off a very cold and cultivated feeling. And Wang Shichi has never seen her really angry. Wang Shichi was shocked for a moment when Li Yusen said something so rudely. She quickly took out the hemostatic agent and started treating Wang Jinlang's wound. As soon as the potion touched Wang Jinlang, his whole body twitched, and he let out a low growl like a trapped animal in his throat. Wang Shichi trembled while treating the wound and cried, Brother! Don't cry! Wang Jinlang squeezed out a few words. My younger sister was so well protected. It was also her first time to perform a mission. Even Li Yusen was much calmer than her. Those who have been out several times will not even blink when they see this bloody scene. Where are the two mutated zombies? Wang Jinlang asked the observer. He hated the two mutated zombies with all his heart at this moment. And he didn't know if his arm would affect him in the future. I don't know, the observer said. What about Shuring team? Wang Jinlang asked again. It was Jiang Lucier and the others who discovered the mutated zombies first and gave them a warning. However, despite being injured, Wang Jinlang did not believe that the instructions given by Jiang Lucier were correct. Two mutated zombies appear. Can just avoiding them be useful? If he hadn't shot, the entire car might have been destroyed by the mutated zombies. It looks like a pursuit, the observer said. Bullshit! Wang Jinlang roared angrily, and immediately touched the wound again. His body twitched again, and he couldn't say the rest of the words because of the severe pain. Drugs are now also strategic resources. When pharmaceutical factories have not resumed production, the value of drugs is very high, especially for analgesics. Wang Jinlang was too seriously injured, so he was given an injection. But it would take some time for the injection to take effect. Wang Jianlang was speechless and stared. Jian Lushi and the others ran to chase the zombies, because they could see them. Chasing through a horde of zombies? This is not what a sniper should do. What's more, those two mutated zombies are good at sneak attacks. If Jian Lushi and the others were also attacked, the army's losses would be huge this time. At this time, the minibus was already several hundred meters away from the army. The minibus crashed wildly and tore a gaping hole in the group of corpses. In the zombie swarm, the concept of going a few hundred meters deep is equivalent to being submerged in the zombie tide. There are dense and crazy zombies all around. If the minibus hadn't been upgraded with armor, Jian Lushi wouldn't have rushed in like this. The ferocity of this car made the soldiers behind who were preparing to come up to rescue them secretly speechless. What kind of minibus is this? This is even more awesome than their tanks. At this time, Ren Shiyu's voice suddenly sounded in Jian Lushi's mind. They're coming out! The minibus collided among the corpses. How could the two mutated zombies notice it? Only one is coming, very fast. Behind you! Following Ren Shiyu's last shout, Jian Lushi's muzzle suddenly moved sideways. His movement swift and without hesitation. The brain's powers are fully activated. And the vision slows down. Saw it. The mutated zombie just jumped up from the group of corpses, holding another iron rod in its hand. It's a female zombie. She was probably only 16 or 17 years old. And her eyes were no longer as crazy as those of ordinary zombies. Except for some blood stains on her cheeks and red eyes. She looked no different from a normal human being. She even looks beautiful. Chapter 227 Danger is approaching. The moment the female zombie jumped up, she saw Jian Lushi turning around. She looked at Jian Lushi indifferently, and looked at each other. This zombie has certain thinking ability. The moment Jian Lushi was about to pull the trigger, Ren Shiyu's voice rang out. Be careful. The second light spot has appeared. At the same moment, Starseed's voice sounded in Jian Lushi's mind. Level 2 mutated zombies detected. A small hand suddenly placed on the female zombie's shoulder. Jian Lushi only saw a pair of eyes looking at him from behind the female zombie's shoulder. Those eyes made Jian Lushi's skin numb. They were a pair of big eyes, and her pupils were not red, but purple. After being glanced at by her, Jian Lushi felt his whole body stiffen, as if an ordinary person felt when they heard the roar of a tiger. Infrasonic attack? When he was at Jinling Pier, the giant water monster Jian Lushi encountered would attack with infrasonic waves. The mutated zombie just glanced at herself. Her face was hidden behind the female zombie, and she didn't know if she opened her mouth. Very weird. The moment Jian Lushi's body went numb, the child zombie had already dragged the female zombie back into the group of corpses. Boom! The sniper rifle sprayed out a long tongue of fire, and 2 or 3 zombies simultaneously exploded into a large cloud of blood mist. Missed. Jian Lushi controlled himself and pulled the trigger. But due to the influence of the child zombie, his shot had already deviated from the position. When Wang Jianlang hit the female zombie before, he didn't hit it. I wonder if it has something to do with the child zombie. At the same time that the blood mist exploded, Jian Lushi discovered that the 2 zombies had disappeared from his sight. They are heading towards the army. Ren Shiyu suddenly shouted. The 2 mutated zombies just met Jian Lushi face to face, then bypassed him and went to the army. Due to the military's firepower and advance, although Jian Lushi rushed into the group of corpses, the pressure he faced was not too great. He was at most a vanguard. These 2 zombies bypassed him as the vanguard. Turned around and attacked again? This is absolutely not the behavior of a zombie. It can also be said that this is not the behavior that people think of zombies. Mr. Lin, be careful of zombie attacks, Jian Lushi said on the walkie-talkie, and immediately ordered, Shadow, turn around. Ran Shiyu, Jian Lushi shouted in his mind, latching on to them. That zombie just now, her light spot is very strange. Ran Shiyu frowned and said, it appears and then disappears, making it very difficult to catch at the 10 o'clock direction. Jian Lushi immediately glanced over. He first caught a glimpse of a group of zombies that seemed to be squeezed away, and then caught a glimpse of a small figure. It was a little girl who was probably no more than 10 years old. She was wearing a pre-apocalyptic dress with twin ponytails and 2 ribbon bows. She looked very cute, but she was too fast. That is definitely not a speed that a human can achieve. It is simply faster than a cheetah. It was she who just took the iron rod and seriously injured Wang Jianlang. If Jian Lushi hadn't taken action, Wang Jianlang would be a cold corpse now. And the direction she went. It's an ambulance. This child zombie obviously knew that Wang Jianlang was not dead, and that Jian Lushi who had hindered her, was pursuing her again. So she took the opportunity to come back, just to kill Wang Jianlang. Such intelligence. At this time, it was too late to go over. Jiang Lushur took a deep breath and pointed his gun at the fast-moving level 2 mutated zombie. At this time, Wang Jianlang had just been transferred into the ambulance and was undergoing treatment. In order to ensure the suturing, the ambulance slowed down and moved forward steadily, surrounded by the protection of 2 military vehicles. The location of the ambulance itself is close to the center of the convoy, except for the kind of throwing zombies. Ordinary zombies have no chance to get close and pose a threat to the ambulance. After all, they are all medical staff and have no fighting ability at all. But at this time, a small figure was running through the corpses at an extremely terrifying speed and rushing towards them. Behind the zombie was the minibus rushing back, the muzzle of the gun aimed at her in the war room, and Jiang Liushur's calm eyes behind the sniper rifle. Is he faster or is this zombie faster? Jiang Liushur seemed to have entered a state where his heartbeat had stopped at this moment. His hands were very steady, and all his attention was completely focused on the small figure that was moving rapidly among the corpses and looming. For a sniper, the chance to shoot is only a moment. Jiang Liushur had no doubt that with how terrifying this zombie was, as long as she got to the ambulance would be doomed. But those military vehicles, including ambulances, were completely unaware of this. Brother, I will stitch it up for you right away. Don't worry about fighting anymore. Wang Shiqi ignored her tears and said while treating Wang Jianlong's wound. Li Yusen prepared the medicine with a worried look in her eyes. In the cab of the ambulance, in addition to a soldier responsible for driving, there is also a machine gunner. At this time, the two of them were paying close attention to the surrounding situation. At first glance, the zombies were still very crazy, no different from before. Jiang Liushur's voice came over the intercom, asking them to pay attention to the sneak attacks of mutant zombies, and they were all on guard. But everything is normal now, and it is impossible for mutant zombies to rush into the convoy. But at this moment, the soldier driving the vehicle suddenly felt a frightening feeling. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but the machine gunner next to him suddenly said, "The Shurang team is back again. They probably didn't pursue it. It's really hard to chase mutant zombies among the corpses." However, at this moment, both of their eyes widened at the same time. A small shadow suddenly jumped up, and the entire figure was reflected through the windshield into their pupils. Although this figure was small, when they met each other's eyes, this figure instantly filled their field of vision. Wang Shiqi, who was nervous, looked up and saw the little zombie girl. The other party held a fire axe that was very large compared to her body size, and was slashing at the ambulance. This axe seemed to cut the ambulance in half. Ah! Wang Shiqi didn't know if she made a sound. She was already overwhelmed by fear. What the hell is this? The mutated zombie appeared so quickly that no one noticed except them. At this moment, Wang Shiqi had an extremely strong sense of life and death crisis. She felt that she was about to die. The brother she relied on has been seriously injured, and without protection, she will soon die in a very miserable way. The people in this car, they don't even know the danger, but they will die together. Chapter 228 The Ghostly Figure. The moment the mutated zombie jumped up, Jiang Liushur's eyes finally locked on her. There was only a brief moment. No time to think. Jiang Liushur pulled the trigger almost at the same moment he saw her. Boom! The sniper rifle spits out long tongues of fire. Brush! Having that feeling again, Jiang Liushur felt as if his eyes were blurred for a moment. The mutated zombie is gone. Bang! A large spider web appeared on the front windshield of the ambulance. The sniper bullet flew past the roof of the car, but the mutant zombie was not hit at all. After being affected by this weird thing twice in a row, Jiang Liushur moved his fingers and exhaled softly. Ordinary people would feel their muscles stiffen and weaken when faced with infrasonic attacks. Jiang Liushur felt this way now, but his eyes were still fixed on Ratchet. The mutated zombie was too fast. She might only attack Ratchet for a split second, leaving only that split second for him to shoot. Jiang Liushur also had to avoid hitting the ambulance. Once the sniper bullet hit the car, everyone in the car would be dead. Boom! The moment the ambulance's windshield was hit, the entire ambulance shook. Now not only Wang Shiqi, but also everyone else in the car screamed in horror. What happened? They all felt at the same time that they seemed to have fallen into an uncontrollable panic. Obviously I didn't hear any sound, but when I looked at the car window, I felt like the outside was crowded with zombies. There seemed to be countless zombies banging on the car windows, trying to drag them out. Jiang Liushur's mental power was relatively strong, so he was not greatly affected. But the people inside the ambulance that was the target of the attack were completely under the infrasonic attack of the little girl's zombie. The soldiers driving the ambulance witnessed with their own eyes the moment the little girl zombie attacked. And they were even more affected. He stepped on the accelerator and was about to rush to the center of the army. But the entire ambulance suddenly slid to the side and began to run wildly out of control. What did you hit? Was it the mutated zombie? Ah! Everyone in the car was screaming. Most of them are ordinary people with no fighting ability. And there are also people like Liu Yusen and Wang Shiqi who are going on a mission for the first time and have never experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse. The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. And Wang Shiqi was in a state of despair. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. What's going on? Lin Yaoshan immediately noticed this scene. The ambulance was attacked? But when this ambulance drove around like this, it not only immediately broke away from the protection of the convoy, but also might cause a collision. Attention Team 1 and Team 2. Cover the ambulance immediately. Lin Yaoshan quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order. But it was very difficult to actually cover it. Those soldiers were afraid that bullets would hit the ambulance. The ambulance only had steel plates added. But the lethality of rifle bullets was terrifying. A rat-throwing weapon. At this time, the sound of an engine buzzing came, and Lin Yaoshan saw the minibus rushing past. In the car, Jiang Lushur was standing in the war room. His gun pointed at the ambulance. Faced with the swaying ambulances, the flexibility and speed of the minibus can fully keep up. Bang bang bang. There are constant dents on the ambulance, all caused by fire axes. Wang Jinlang was fixed on the emergency bed. He only felt that one side of his body was suddenly hit. And then he found a dent in the car. The soldier driving the car was going crazy. He had already driven the car so fast. Why was the car still being attacked? Zombies kept appearing around. But the little girl zombie was not seen. At this moment, the soldier driving the car suddenly felt something next to him looking at him. He turned his head suddenly, and suddenly saw a very cute little girl's face with red-purple eyes, looking at him from the driver's seat window. Ah! Boom! There was another gunshot. The little girl zombie disappeared immediately. But the car window was cracked. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Ran Shiyu's voice rang directly in their minds. Ran Shiyu's voice suddenly cleared their minds. We are Team Shering! Retreat toward us! Ran Shiyu continued. Shering team! It's Jiang Lushur! Li Yusen was holding the handle of the car tightly. Her face turned pale. She was stunned for a moment when she heard the voice, and then shouted. The soldier driving the vehicle came to his senses and thought of the moment when the mutated zombie disappeared. Was it Team Shering who saved him? This soldier knew very well that if this continued, their entire car would be finished soon. I believe you. The soldier turned the steering wheel all the way, and the ambulance turned around and rushed towards the minibus. The distance between the two sides was not far, but at the moment of turning, there was a muffled sound. The soldier's eyes narrowed subconsciously, and he felt a stream of heat flow through his cheeks. At the same time, he also saw tongues of fire spurting out of Jiang Lushur's gun barrel. The window was shattered and his face was scratched by the glass. But he was not dead yet. This soldier is not old. He has experienced some battles, but his combat experience is not as sufficient as those of the veterans. Although he was a soldier, he had never killed anyone or experienced a life-or-death crisis before the end of the world. At this time, he knew that he would die at any time. But the soldier still held the steering wheel tightly and stabilized the direction. His mind went blank. He could only see the minibus in front of him and the sniper rifle. Whether you live or die, it all depends on the gun and the person who fired the gun. Ah! He yelled in a vented tone, pressing the accelerator to the bottom. Jiang Lushur's brain power has been activated to the maximum. That mutated zombie was so elusive that ordinary survivors would definitely die if they encountered it. A speeding ambulance could be destroyed at any time under her attack. Ran Shiyu also opened up her spiritual realm, and the spiritual body of the mutant zombie flickered in and out of sight just like herself, making it difficult to capture. I saw it! Jiang Lushur's voice suddenly sounded. This mutated zombie is very strange. But without the cover of the zombies, and only a small group of zombies, she is not truly invisible in Jiang Lushur's field of vision. If she acts, she will be caught. At the same time, Ran Shiyu's gray eyes, which had been waiting for this moment, shrank. The mental realm then shrank, and Ran Shiyu exerted all her strength to suppress the light that the little girl zombie had just flashed. The little girl zombie, who was just about to attack the driver again. Her silhouette was finally frozen for a moment after she appeared. At the same time, A dazzling lightning suddenly flashed across. And then a power grid suddenly appeared on the ambulance. Chapter 229 Breaking Through the Corpse Group. This power grid was released by Jiang Juing to protect the ambulance. At the same moment, Jiang Lucier pulled the trigger. But at this moment, Ren Shiyu suddenly snorted, and the little girl's zombie body suddenly flashed. Pity! Jiang Lucier frowned. He clearly saw a large pool of blood bursting from the little girl's zombie shoulder. However, this shot did not hit the vital part of the little girl zombie, causing her to die on the spot. Jiang Lucier's eyes immediately followed her, but she quickly disappeared into the zombies, like water droplets merging into the sea. However, the power of the sniper bullet was so terrifying that the little girl's zombie shoulder blades might have been shattered. Jiang Lucier often saw fresh human corpses on the road, which were probably zombie corpses. Zombies will kill each other. Although this little zombie girl escaped, she was seriously injured and will probably not be better off afterwards. This was the first time Jiang Lucier encountered such a weird zombie. If he didn't have a sniper rifle, it would be really scary to meet her after leaving the minibus. In the ambulance, the driver and soldier's hands and feet became stiff the moment the little girl zombie appeared again. He had caught a glimpse of the little girl zombie out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't dare to look. Not only him, but also those in the car saw it. It was a terrifying feeling, and everyone's heart seemed to be grabbed. But at this moment, warm blood sprayed onto the soldier's face through the broken car window. His body shook. The power grid was still buzzing. For this soldier and everyone in the car, this short second seemed to last a long time. The spray of blood seemed to break the strange atmosphere and brought them back to their senses instantly. The soldier suddenly turned his head and looked. The little girl zombie was gone, and the remaining glass of the car window was covered in blood. Is she hurt? At this time, Jiang Lucier's voice came through the intercom. The mutated zombie has been seriously injured and is okay for the time being. But to ensure safety, I will join the ambulance. At this time, Wang Shiqi suddenly woke up from despair. She threw herself on the glass window connected to the cab and slapped it hard. Quick! Get to them quickly! At this time, Wang Shiqi looked at the minibus that was approaching them and Jiang Lucier in the war room on the roof of the bus. She really felt extremely cordial. Before, she looked down on Jiang Lucier at all, thinking that he was incomparable to her brother because he didn't understand sniping at all. But now, it was Jiang Lucier who saved them. Wang Shiqi survived the disaster, and she was very excited. Hearing the words, "It's okay," Wang Shiqi's tears that had just been stopped could not help but flow down again after brushing them away. Just now she thought she was going to die, and everyone in the car, including her brother and Liusen, would also die. In this desperate moment, someone tells them it's okay. This feeling of surviving a disaster made Wang Shiqi cry with joy. Now she really has a deep understanding of what the end of the world is. She can die at any time. This is the end of the world. And in this apocalyptic world, even if you are under the protection of the army, you are not necessarily safe. Brother, did you hear that? We are fine. The mutant zombie was injured. Wang Shiqi turned her head and said excitedly to her brother Wang Jianlang. Wang Shiqi didn't notice that Wang Jianlang's expression was very complicated, including both happiness and shock. Such a terrifying zombie was injured by Jiang Lucier. Wang Jianlang's previous views on Jiang Lucier were similar to Wang Shiqi's. He didn't trust Jiang Lucier at all. But now it seems that it was precisely because of his distrust that he ended up like this, and almost caused everyone on the ambulance to suffer. As a soldier, failing to protect others is already derelict in his duty, and he actually harmed these people, including his sister. This is all due to his prejudice and ego. Wang Jianlang's wound is still bleeding, and the severe pain continues. But these pains could not hide the regret in his heart. Resolved? Lin Yaoshan was stunned for a moment when he heard Jiang Lucier's voice coming from the intercom. When he saw the minibus rushing towards the ambulance, he had no idea that Jiang Lucier and the others could save the ambulance. So he continued to issue orders to mobilize the army for rescue. But as soon as his order was issued, Jiang Lucier had already eliminated the danger with the help of his team. They don't even know what happened. It's so weird. Ren Shiyu gently rubbed her eyebrows and said, "What happened just now?" Jiang Lucier asked. "That mutated zombie. Her spiritual light group was very weird. I suppressed her, but she suddenly rebounded. But it shouldn't be any spiritual ability," Ren Shiyu said. Will and the like are also part of mental power. After being suppressed, the mutant zombie felt a life and death crisis. So it broke out in an instant. But a zombie also had such consciousness, which made Ren Shiyu feel a little chilled in her heart. The group of zombies is far more than what they know. There is still too much unknown.
I don't know if she will come again,
Ren Qiyu said with some worry.
Kill her if you come back this time,
Jian Zhuing said. Jian Lushar didn't speak. He felt that it would be difficult to kill this mutant zombie. After all, he cooperated with Ren Qiyu and used the ambulance as the target of the mutant zombie to lure her out. But they only seriously injured her. The ambulance quickly merged with the minibus. Seeing the people in the car holding on to life-saving straws, Wang Jialang couldn't tell how he felt.
Continue bandaging.
Li Yusen also breathed a sigh of relief. She came back to her senses and said, the situation just now was too critical. Fortunately, it was short-lived and Wang Jianlang didn't let it bleed anymore. Otherwise, excessive blood loss alone might put him in danger.
Fortunately, the mutated zombie missed the target and only wiped off the flesh. Your bones were not affected. This is a blessing among misfortunes,
another doctor in the ambulance said while disinfecting.
Thanks to Jian Lushar,
Li Yusen said. The convoys struggled through the zombies. But there was no longer the threat of mutated zombies. The most troublesome zombies, such as throwing zombies, had all retreated. The remaining zombies also slowly dispersed. In the evening, they passed by after a whole day of fierce fighting. They had completely gotten rid of the corpses and arrived near a small village. The village looked very quiet from a distance. But the army did not approach and just stopped on the country road. From here on, they will embark on this relatively remote path. This is the safe road, opened in advance by the troops, who went to the nuclear power plant. Chapter 230. Who are the refugees? The village is not large in size. There is a large grain drying field next to the rural road. This is where the army is stationed. A battalion of troops has to carry 15 days' rations. It is obviously unrealistic to carry raw meat, rice, etc. to make a fire for cooking. And in the wild, doing this is also more dangerous. Once it attracts the attention of a large group of corpses, the gain outweighs the loss. Therefore, most of the food items are compressed biscuits, and a small amount of dried meat and vegetable powder are considered good. As for sleeping, if there are hundreds of people, it is impossible to spend the night in the car. The army has put down many military tents. Because the space is limited, the tents are placed very densely, making it dark and dense. The number of military tents is very limited. When we made the emergency retreat, we didn't even have enough ammunition. How many tents could we bring out? So, the three of them were assigned to a tent, and they could squeeze in as much as they wanted. Although the houses of those villagers are habitable, it is difficult to gather them as soon as possible when unexpected situations arise. These self-built houses are far apart from each other. If they are scattered, they are more likely to be attacked by sneak attacks. The army will not consider them. The thin quilt was very hard when placed on the grain-drying field, and the air in the south of the Yangtze River was humid, making it very uncomfortable to cover the body. At night, the mosquitoes flying around made people go crazy. Wang Shiqi, Li Yusen, and an older nurse were assigned to a tent. Wang Shiqi was a little dumbfounded when she saw this small tent. So small, so hard, and so wet. How can you sleep? Originally, Wang Shiqi thought that even if they came out, they would be able to sleep in the ambulance. Although the hospital bed in the ambulance was far less comfortable than the single bed in her apartment. It was dry and tidy. She could barely sleep there if she overcame it. But I didn't expect that there would be too many wounded in a big battle during the day. Not to mention herself. Even her brother was forced to get out of the car and give up the ambulance bed to the more seriously injured wounded. In this case, how could she sleep in the ambulance? She didn't even sleep on the floor of the ambulance.
Yusen, how can we sleep here?
Wang Shiqi measured the size of the inner space of the tent, and then looked at the slightly fat middle-aged nurse. She probably took up most of the tent alone, and she and Li Yusen had to stack it up. Moreover, Wang Shiqi has a slightly plump body shape, not as slender as Li Yusen. Wang Shiqi has had claustrophobia since she was a child. She felt that she didn't have to sleep that night. But if she was outside the tent, the countless flying mosquitoes would bite her to the point of death. She really didn't expect that she would experience such a difficult environment when she went out with the army.
Stop complaining.
Li Yusen glared at Wang Shiqi.
There will be many wounded people to take care of tomorrow. We are already doing well. We don't have to go to the battlefield and bleed. Look at those wounded people who are in so much pain that they can't sleep. I don't know if they can insist on returning. Zhonghai District 1. Even if we are sleeping, our soldiers have to take turns to watch the night. It's good to have a tent to squeeze in for one night.
As Li Yusen was talking, she saw Jiang Liusher's car parked on the side of the road not far away. She pulled Wang Shiqi and said,
Let's go over there and thank Jiang Lushi. He saved your brother and us.
Thank you no matter what.
Wang Shiqi blushed a little. She had been so suspicious of Jiang Lushi before. But now she wanted to thank him. She was already thin-skinned and had a strong self-esteem. Wasn't this embarrassing to her death? She was about to dodge a few words, but was pulled by Li Yusin and walked towards the minibus. The door of the minibus opened just in time, and Wang Shiqi saw the figure sitting in the driver's seat, wearing a black leather jacket. The figure with a hot figure made Wang Shiqi's eyes go straight. She thought she had a pretty good figure, but this figure's figure looked like something from a cartoon. With her towering chest and flexible and strong waist, and the faintly visible abdominal muscle lines, there is no flaw at all. This belongs to Jiang Lushi. Driver? The driver responsible for driving is actually a woman? Li Yusin? Jiang Lushi smiled when he saw Li Yusin. He always had a good impression of Li Yusin, and Jiang Lushi said, "Come in and sit down." "Okay. Thank you. I'm talking about what happened during the day. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't be able to stand here now." Li Yusin said half of her words, but her voice became quieter in the second half. Wang Shiqi, on the other hand, looked around with a pair of eyes that were too big, and her small mouth turned into an O shape. Is this Jiang Lushi's car? That shabby minibus that looks old on the outside actually has such luxurious furnishings inside? Because 18 crystal cores were used to transform base vehicles in one go. Jiang Lushi's base vehicles are now not only replaced with first-level armor, but the internal space has also been expanded a lot, and some facilities have been added such as 2 upper and middle vehicles. The beds on the lower 3 floors, the first floor is at the same height as the ground, and the remaining 2 floors are quite spacious. The bed is 1.2 meters wide and paired with a thick duvet, which makes people feel comfortable. At this time, Jiang Zhuing was leaning on the sofa and reading a tablet like a lazy kitten. The sound sounded like he was watching anime. Ran Shi wore an apron and was in the kitchen. Working induction cookers, rice cookers, and microwave ovens all illustrate this point. The fragrant smell of rice came from the rice cooker, and the fried mutated beast meat sizzled on the induction cooker. The smell of the meat was simply mouth-watering. And on the plate next to the fried meat, there was even one. Fresh vegetables. Now in Zhonghai District 1, vegetables are an absolute luxury, because soilless cultivation bases are limited. They are mainly used to grow food. Moreover, vegetables are difficult to preserve. Even if they are placed in the refrigerator, they will quickly become stale. This is the storage space that comes with Jiang Lushi's base car can solve the problem. At this time, Ran Shi was opening the rice cooker. When she saw the crystal clear rice, Wang Shiqi's eyes widened. As a foodie, she immediately recognized that the rice eaten by Jiang Lushi's team should be Thai fragrant rice or northeastern fragrant rice of high meters. Before the end of the world, these rice dishes were more expensive, but they were the mainstream in the market. Now, most of the food supplied in Zhonghai District 1 is potatoes and sweet potatoes with a huge yield per mu. And a small amount of rice is also hybrid rice with a higher yield. Hybrid rice has a great reputation. But before the apocalypse, its promotion scope was not very large. Before the apocalypse, when materials were abundant, it did not sell well in supermarkets. The main reason was because it tasted bad. Therefore, not many people have tasted hybrid rice with the highest yield per mu. Wang Shiqi touched the compressed biscuits in her pocket. There are no plastic snacks to carry in these last days. Wang Shiqi cannot take out the rice and noodles from home and can only eat food provided by the army. Their food and shelter were completely different from Jiang Lushi's. Thinking back to the first time she met Jiang Lushi, she thought Jiang Lushi was a refugee who came to Zhonghai District 1 to escape. Now looking at Jiang Lushi's aristocratic life, I'm afraid she looks like a refugee. Chapter 231 Radiation Zone. Have you got a meal yet? Jiang Lushi asked casually. Since having Ran Shiyu, the quality of Shi Ying's team's food has been greatly improved. Speaking of which, although Ran Shiyu comes from a wealthy businessman's family, he is good at cooking. This has nothing to do with his background. It is entirely about interest and talent. This, on the other hand, my sister is a bit worse. She has a fiery temperament, and it is obvious that she is not someone who can study cooking with peace of mind. When Ran Shiyu was studying abroad, she also took care of her own meals. Have a meal? Wang Shiqi couldn't help but swallow her saliva as she watched Ran Shiyu scoop out the rice, the fragrant fried meat, and the tender green vegetable leaves. These are mutated beast meat? Although she could tell by smelling the meat, Li Yusin couldn't help but ask. Yes, Jiang Lushi said, and brought out a large pot of braised meat. This is a real big pot.
There is only one plate for frying meat. But there is a whole pot for braised meat. Wang Shiqi's eyelids jumped when she saw the big pot of braised meat. Wang Shiqi has also eaten mutated beast meat. But not much. It is 10 times the price of grain. As Wang Shiqi, who is just following her brother to get some light, how can she stew it in large pots like Jian Lushi? There are also fresh vegetables. Wang Shiqi knows how expensive they are. They are basically specially supplied to military leaders, and cannot be obtained even if they have money.
You guys are eating such a big pot. Have you finished eating?
Wang Shiqi stuttered a bit. After the apocalypse, she was proud of all the luxury brands and various jewelry before the apocalypse. Although Wang Shiqi's family was well off, she could not have as much as she wanted. Only after the apocalypse, because the prices of food stamps have been greatly reduced. Wang Shiqi can buy many luxury goods with only a few food stamps. This makes Wang Shiqi very proud. She even sometimes feels that this is one of the few benefits brought about by the end of the world. Wang Shiqi remembered that when she first met Jian Lushi, she felt uncomfortable because her luxury clothes were stained by the poor cleaning conditions in Zhonghai District 1. But look now. In front of this big pot of stewed meat, Hermes, LV, and Chanel are all scum.
Of course I can finish it. The braised pork is a bit too much. However, braised pork is easy and can be made in a large pot at a time. However, making fried meat is too time-consuming. People with superpowers eat a lot. Just eating a few plates of fried meat is too much. It's not enough to eat. So a small amount of fried meat is just used to improve the taste. And the more meat is braised, Jian Lushi said calmly. And Wang Shiqi was speechless. She asked about making too much braised meat because she felt that making a big pot would be a waste. So she should eat sparingly. But according to Jian Lushi, they just ate. You've had enough braised meat. But you still want to fry it to improve the taste? This is really irritating. You live in a car. Eat fried meat. And eat fresh vegetables. After the apocalypse, even the villa area has restricted power supply. Basically, the lights must be turned off when it gets dark. Only some military leaders provide lighting because they have to work at night. Use electricity. And these people are still using high-power appliances such as induction cookers, rice cookers, and microwave ovens. And they are using them sparingly. Look at the rice cooker. It is still in the heat preservation state. And the plug is plugged in without unplugging it. As for the charging tablet, not to mention, the working power of induction cookers and microwave ovens is about 1 kilowatt. 1 hour of operation is equivalent to 1 kilowatt hour, which is equivalent to the power of 100 energy-saving lamps lighting up at the same time. We've already eaten.
Li Yusin declined. Jian Lushi had just saved his life during the day, and now they came to thank him at night and had to eat his food. It was such a precious meal, and Li Yusin was really embarrassed. When Wang Shiqi heard this, she felt so disappointed. She actually wanted to eat something. She had been fighting and marching all day long. She had no time to eat. She had been hungry all day. Not to mention the compressed biscuits that were now restricted in supply. Even in the Zhonghai safety zone, most of what she eats is rice porridge, rice, pickles, sweet potatoes and the like. Wang Shiqi is from Jiangnan and loves to eat rice. However, the taste of rice produced by high-yield hybrid rice is really not very good. And the rice is always loose. Yes, you can't squeeze it into a ball when you grab it. But she also knew that they were here to express their gratitude. And they didn't bring any gifts or even eat. In fact, Wang Shiqi estimated that Jian Lushi didn't like what they had. And her net worth was not as high as the ones in the Zhonghai safety zone. It belongs to her brother's temporary home. And her outfit may not be as valuable as a meal. At this time, Ran Shi whispered a few words in Jian Lushi's ear. In fact, without Ran Shi's reminder, Jian Lushi could tell that Li Yusin was lying. Just look at Wang Shiqi's eyes, and he knew that she was a little girl with some vanity, but very little scheming. Jian Lushi glanced at Wang Shiqi and said with a half smile,
You can eat some more after you've eaten. You can stay and eat. You guys have a small appetite, so it's enough for you.
As Jian Lushi said that, he had already sat down at the dining table to start eating. Wang Shiqi's face was red. She felt as if Jian Lushi had seen through her little thoughts, and her face was burning. However, the temptation of delicious food made her a little unable to move forward. Who makes her a natural foodie?
That is really troublesome.
Li Yusin felt embarrassed. But Jian Lushi said,
Before the end of the world, I still owed you 20,000 yuan. Now that it's useless to pay back, I feel bad about it. You have helped me a lot.
Jian Lushi said jokingly. Li Yusin felt warm in her heart, and was a little grateful to Jian Lushi. Her help was nothing compared to Jiang Lusher saving her life during the day. However, Jiang Liusher's words relieved Li Yusin's embarrassment and embarrassment. Otherwise, both Li Yusin and Wang Shiqi felt a bit like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. It was not that they were poor, but that Jiang Lusher was extremely rich and his quality of life far exceeded that of the officers of the Chinese Navy. How could this be compared? After eating the meal, Wang Shiqi felt so happy that her tongue almost swallowed it. It has been so long since the end of the world. And I just had a good meal today. The meal I had before had no meat, no fresh vegetables, and no fruits. It was just pickles and rice and pickles. If I have to compare it, it is probably the same as the one in kimchi country before the end of the world. The food of the poor is similar, and there are instant noodles in kimchi country. But there is not even instant noodles in Zhonghai district. After eating this food for a long time, you will feel like a bird in your mouth. Even Li Yusin couldn't help but eat a little more. Although her parents could get enough food, the supply of meat was limited, especially when a large amount of mutated beast meat was purchased by the military to study evolutionary crystallization. Even more so. After eating, Jiang Zhuing yawned and went to the shower room to boil water for a bath. When she opened the door, Wang Shiqi caught a glimpse of a folding bathtub in the corner of the bathroom. There was a cylindrical electrical appliance hanging above the bathtub. That was not it. Water heater? The lights are still on. Can you take a hot shower in this car? After a day of fighting, when your whole body is sweaty and wet, you can imagine how tempting a hot bath is to a girl. But no matter how thick-skinned Wang Shiqi was, she was too embarrassed to ask to borrow the bathroom. At this moment, the intercom Jiang Lusher placed on the table rang.
This is the headquarters. This is the headquarters. I am Lin Yaoshan. Mr. Jiang. If it is convenient, please come to the headquarters. Please reply when you receive it. Over. Oh. Command?
Jiang Lusher wiped his mouth. After a day of fierce fighting, the headquarters would naturally study tomorrow's battle and give instructions.
Zhuing. Shiyu. I'm leaving first. Then, let's say goodbye too.
They came to visit Jiang Lusher. And since Jiang Lusher was about to leave, they naturally had no reason to stay. Wang Shiqi took one look at the steaming shower room and the fluffy and soft bed, and reluctantly followed Li Yusin out of the car. It would be great if I could live in this car. If any girl could marry Jiang Lusher, she would be extremely happy. The life in this car is almost as good as before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, she was too embarrassed to ask if she could stay in the car overnight. Thinking about the small tent, she really didn't know how to sleep. Along the way to the headquarters, many soldiers saw Jiang Lusher. They also knew the whole story of the battle during the day. They all respected Jiang Lusher, who injured the mutated zombies, greatly reduced the number of special zombies, and reduced the organization of ordinary zombies. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the convoy to break through smoothly, and it would cause even greater disasters. Casualties. For a moment, the soldiers who gathered around to eat compressed biscuits stood up one after another when they saw Jiang Lusher approaching, saluted Jiang Lusher, and some even gave a military salute. Such a scene made Wang Shiqi and Li Yusin, who were following Jiang Lusher, a little embarrassed. They felt that the group of soldiers were saluting, and they were also receiving the salute. By this time, Jiang Lusher had arrived at the temporary headquarters, and Li Yusin and Wang Shiqi had also returned to their camp. The so-called temporary command post was just a larger tent with several armored vehicles parked next to it. There was also a table with a map on it, and several flashlights hung up to provide lighting. Lin Yaoshan was standing in front of the map, planning the battle steps. Next to Lin Yaoshan, a woman in a white coat attracted Jiang Liusher's attention. She looks to be in her mid-30s. Quite young. She wears gold-rimmed glasses, and has a special kind of intellectual beauty.
Mr. Jiang is here.
After the daytime stopped, Lin Yaoshan became more and more polite to Jiang Lusher. Commissioner Zhang's vision was so accurate that Jiang Lusher had made great contributions.
Mr. Zhang's shot during the day was truly a stroke of genius.
Lin Yaoshan did not hesitate to praise him. Jiang Lusher said,
Mr. Lin, you are too polite. We don't need to say these digressions. If you have any tasks, just tell us. Ha ha.
Lin Yaoshan laughed loudly.
Okay. Brother Jiang is just happy. I'll call Brother Jiang here. If there is something indeed, I will tell you. Let me introduce this person first.
Lin Yaoshan pointed to the woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses beside him.
This is an expert in atomic physics, Professor Sunday. Her major is in the field of radiation science. Hello, Professor Sunday.
Jiang Lusher stepped forward to shake hands. In China's education system, It is not easy for a female professor in her 30s. There are very few women among university professors, especially professors of natural sciences. However, the field of radiation science is an exception. I don't know if the founder of the field of radiation science, Marie Curie, is a woman. There are even more female scientists in this field than male scientists.
Hello, Mr. Jiang.
Professor Sun nodded to Jiang Lushi.
We will reach the radioactive area 10 kilometers further. Qinshan nuclear power plant still has a small-scale nuclear leak. The safe radiation dose our human body can withstand is 0.1 curie. And I estimate that the radiation dose range in the Qinshan radioactive area is above 500 curies. As long as you get close, you must wear protective clothing. And the number of protective clothing is limited. So starting from tomorrow, in addition to those who can shield nuclear radiation to a certain extent, outside of tanks and armored vehicles, there are only 40 combatants who can wear protective clothing, and the rest can only guard in the camp.
Chapter 232 Abandoned Nuclear Power Plant. Qinshan Nuclear Power Plant is the first self-designed and built nuclear power plant in China. It generates 50 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity annually and is the largest nuclear power plant in China. Certainly, this is already the past. This nuclear power plant has always been the pride of China. Although China's technical level is often not as advanced as foreign countries, as a state-owned enterprise, the safety of Qinshan Nuclear Power Plant has always been impeccable, with no unplanned shutdown for more than 10 years, making it consistently at the top of the world's rankings of the safest nuclear power plants. In this regard, China has done much better than the Fukushima nuclear power plant. However, this is all history. Su Tong was wearing thick protective clothing. Through the glass, she looked up at the great building in the distance and sighed softly. Once upon a time, this nuclear power plant was the pride of Chinese scientific researchers in the field of radioactivity. But now, it has become a scar on the land of Jiangyan. Because the apocalypse broke out suddenly, all the workers at the nuclear power plant were killed and injured. The cooling water could not be circulated, and the continuously working reactors became hotter and hotter, causing the metal in the fuel rods to react with water vapor, displacing a large amount of hydrogen. Eventually, the hydrogen exploded, and the nuclear fuel gave way. Fortunately, the containment vessel of the Qinshan nuclear power plant was strong enough, and the leak was not serious. It was at least much milder than the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Su Tong arrived at the Qinshan nuclear power plant more than 10 days ago. The technicians from the nuclear power plant who came with him stopped all the reactors. However, after doing all this, something unexpected happened. An unknown monster suddenly appeared and attacked the army. A large number of soldiers died and suffered heavy casualties. This group of scientists, under the desperate protection of soldiers, moved to a residential area far away from the nuclear power plant. Now everyone is huddled in an apartment building farthest from the nuclear power plant. They have been trapped here for nearly half a month. Half a month is not long. If it is a carefree holiday, it will pass by in a blink of an eye. But now, Su Tong feels that it has passed. Same for several years. Su Tong is getting thinner day by day. She used to have a rosy complexion and maintain a good figure. But now, through the transparent cover of the protective suit, you can see her haggard and thin face, as if she has aged 10 years. Thinking about 20 days ago, when she was wearing a lab coat in the laboratory and teaching her daughter about microbiology, it felt like a lifetime ago. Her daughter is her pride. Although her family is wealthy, her daughter has been very sensible since she was a child, and she has never had to worry about her studies. She has always been a top student in school. But now, Su Tong is most worried about her daughter. Once she and her father cannot go back, will her daughter still have a foothold in the chaotic Shanghai district? Once your residence is taken back by the military, and you don't have a stable place to live, it's really an unimaginable life. In the chaotic slums, there are many people with twisted personalities in the desperate environment of the end of the world. They can do anything. If the daughter falls into their hands, Su Tong's heart trembles every time she thinks of this. She looks out of the window countless times every day, but the rescue troops are still coming. She doesn't know if the soldiers who broke through will be able to arrive without their heavy equipment. Zhonghai District 1. Convey the news to. She knew that a large-scale wave of corpses had recently broken out in the Jiangnan area.
Dinner time!
Suddenly the voice of a soldier came from the door. Su Tong retracted her thoughts and picked up a bowl.
Dad, I'm going to serve the rice while you rest,
Su Tong said to his father Su Guangqi. Su Guangqi is already over 70 years old. He had already retired a long time ago. But he has a restless temper. After retirement, He accepted a reemployment from Jialing University. Now, Su Guangqi has to follow the troops to study mutant organisms near the nuclear power plant. After investigation, if her father had listened to my advice and stayed in Zhonghai District 1, Yu Xian would not have no one to take care of her now.
Okay.
The corner of Su Guangqi's mouth moved. But in the end, he just sighed. He was a stubborn old man. But now, he can no longer be stubborn. He has been wearing a fully enclosed protective suit made of polymer materials for a long time. Because it is not breathable. His skin there were many ulcers, and the pain was unbearable. He gritted his teeth and gritted his teeth. He didn't know how many more days his old bones could survive. Maybe he would become history like this sunken nuclear power plant, and be buried forever in this land full of rays. The soldier responsible for distributing food is a young man of 18 or 19 years old, with a somewhat immature face. There are only 5 soldiers guarding here.
Uncle and Aunt, the porridge has just been cooked. It's fragrant and still warm. Come and drink the porridge.
No matter when, no matter how desperate, this young man will always say a passionate opening statement. Even if the porridge is actually extremely unpalatable. The so-called porridge is a thin paste made from compressed biscuits. A few days ago, there were some ham and sausage crumbs. Now it is completely thin and getting thinner. The water used in the porridge is tap water from the water tank before the end of the world. At least this water is not contaminated by nuclear weapons. As for the problem of bacterial growth, there is no need to consider it. Everyone queued up to receive the porridge, and the whole process was silent. No one was fighting for it or jumping in line. Su Tong received a whole bowl of soup. Through the transparent protective mask, Su Tong saw the deep-set eye sockets and thin face of the porridge-making boy. She suddenly felt that the weight of this bowl of porridge was a bit heavy.
Grandpa Su is in good health. Drink more. I will carry Grandpa Su to the basement in a moment,
the young man said with a smile. Because you cannot wear a mask when eating porridge. In order to ensure safety, you can only choose a place with the lowest radiation dose, which is the basement. The cement wall can block most of the radiation.
Su
Tong softly uttered this short syllable. Her nose was a little sore. People are always particularly fragile when they are in desperate situations. And some trivial things can make people cry. On a desolate country road, the convoy is moving forward at a constant speed. With the convoy in the middle, and the tanks on both sides, this kind of country road cannot withstand the damage of tanks. So the tanks can only walk under the roadbed. This morning when it was still dark, the convoy broke camp and set off. Wang Shiqi had dark circles on her face. Her whole body ached from sleeping that night. She fell asleep half asleep at 4 or 5 in the morning. After just a short sleep, the loudspeaker issued a gathering order for everyone to gather within 5 minutes. Pack up the tent and return to your car to set off. It was simply a reminder. Wang Shiqi finally understood why the Red Army would fall asleep while walking during the 25,000-mile-long march. She couldn't stand it for just one day. If it lasted for several months, would she go crazy? Li Yusen also looked sleepy. But they still had to cheer up. There were many wounded people to take care of. After advancing 10 kilometers, the army restationed. Further forward, there is the radiation zone. From here on, the majority of the troops will stay in place, and only a few will travel lightly and quickly to the Qinshan nuclear power plant to rescue the trapped people. Lin Yaoshan ordered the distribution of protective clothing to the combatants in a step-by-step manner. As the elite of the combat department, the Shering team naturally had to go. But the number of people was limited, and even Sun Kun and Zhang Hai were left in the camp.
Reporting to the division commander, a girl from the rescue team asked to go to the radiation area together. She said that she could take care of the wounded.
Huh? Lin Yaoshan frowned.
We don't know what dangers there are in the radiation area. The girl in the rescue team doesn't even have the ability to protect herself. What can she do? She said that she is the daughter and granddaughter of 2 scientists trapped in the radiation zone. I have tried to persuade her, but she still insists. Daughter and granddaughter?
Lin Yaoshan was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Jian Lucier, who had just received the protective clothing, said,
I know this girl. Let her follow her. Just take my car.
Some book friends questioned the eunuch Curie, saying it should be Ringen or Schiffer. In fact, Ringen is similar to Schiff. They both describe the amount of radiation, but they are not the same thing as Curie. To use a loose analogy, Schiff and Ringen are masses, and Curie is density. If you use Schiff to describe the radiation intensity near a nuclear power plant, you have to add a sievert per hour. Using Curie is more concise. After all, there is no need to worry about how many joules of radiation the human body absorbs per second with a radiation intensity of 500 curies. It was originally a rough estimate, because any more will be charged. More details will be written in the following chapter. Chapter 233 Our People. Li Yusen came to Jiang Liusher's minibus with first aid supplies and protective clothing. She was accompanied by another experienced female doctor. Li Yusen sat on the soft sofa, feeling a little uneasy, immediately leaving for the Qinshan nuclear power plant. Li Yusen was very worried about the situation of her mother and grandfather. She couldn't wait to see them. But at the same time, she was afraid of encountering the situation she was most afraid of.
Don't worry too much.
A gentle and cold voice suddenly came. Li Yusen suddenly came back to her senses, and she looked at the long-haired girl sitting quietly opposite. Ran Shiyu. She will be the main force in this rescue operation. When they had dinner together before, Li Yusen was a little curious about both Ying and Ran Shiyu. Such a beautiful and temperamental girl is in the Shering team. I wonder how she and Jiang Liusher got acquainted. Li Yusen didn't expect that her uneasiness was written on her face. She nodded.
Thank you.
Ran Shiyu glanced at Li Yusen. She sensed that Li Yusen's emotions were still very confusing. But there was no way to comfort her. She was actually a little curious about Li Yusen. During the meal, Li Yusen introduced herself and said that she was Jiang Liusher's former desk mate. I wonder what Jiang Liusher looked like before the end of the world at that time.
Hello everyone. This time I got into your car thanks to Yusen. I am Song Qianwen, the emergency doctor accompanying the team,
Song Qianwen said. After Song Qianwen learned that Li Yusen was going to go with the team, she also took the initiative to ask to go together. If those scientists have any major physical problems, they must be treated on the spot. There may also be injured people who need first aid along the way. Song Qianwen was about 27 or 28 years old. She was wearing a white coat with a military uniform underneath. Her unpainted face looked a little tired, but she had a good temperament and good looks. She was a military doctor before the end of her life. Li Yusen was both moved and worried about Song Qianwen's request to go. But if there were really serious casualties, she wouldn't be able to handle it alone. And this possibility is very high. Song Qianwen specially extended her hand to Jiang Liusher and said with a smile,
I just wanted to thank you yesterday. It's all thanks to you that so many people in our ambulance are here. I didn't do it alone. So don't be too polite.
Jiang Liusher shook Song Qianwen's hand politely. This female doctor is usually in Zhonghai District 1. This time she went out to perform such a dangerous task. She was obviously very nervous. Jiang Liusher felt her palms were cold. No one was nervous. And Jiang Liusher was also nervous. The combat team set off soon. Wang Jinlang sat in the car with his shoulders wrapped in thick gauze, looking at the departing vehicles. He was supposed to be a part of the most important rescue operation, but ended up being absent. Commissioner Chu Chongshan personally appointed him. But what did he do? Wang Jinlang took a deep breath. He was determined to stay away from these factional struggles. If his sniping level continued to improve, he could surpass Jiang Liusher. In the last days, the most important thing is strength.
Brother, let me change your dressing.
Wang Shiqi stayed in the army to take care of the wounded. She didn't sleep well last night and had to take care of so many wounded today. But she didn't dare to go to the Qinshan nuclear power plant. The apocalypse is too cruel. Even if a girl like her is protected by the army, it is completely impossible for her to enjoy herself. This is the first time in her life that Wang Shiqi is so tired. She feels that if she can take the time to squint for 5 minutes now, she is already what a happy thing.
Oh!
Wang Shiqi thought of Jiang Liusher's car again. She really dreamed about it last night. The combat team left most of the area and entered the radiation zone. From here on, all personnel have put on protective clothing. Otherwise, they will cause acute radiation sickness. According to current medical conditions, once severe acute radiation sickness is caused, the death penalty can basically be imposed. So no matter how inconvenient it is to wear protective clothing, everyone has to wear it, including Jiang Liusher and the others. After putting on the protective clothing, the breathability was immediately much worse. Jiang Liusher went to the war room with the Bai bar and sniper rifle. Jiang Zhuing also put down the tablet and sat on the passenger seat, holding her long knife in her hand. Li Yusen and Song Qianwen in the car immediately felt a fighting atmosphere. The convoy moved forward steadily, while small groups of corpses continued to appear in front. These corpses posed no threat to the convoy, but their appearance made everyone in the combat team feel a little numb. The zombies here have been exposed to radiation for a long time and have no protection. Some zombies' skin has become red and ulcerated, but they have become more aggressive. Bang! A zombie bumped into Jiang Liusher's car, and Jiang Liusher frowned. This movement was louder than the ordinary zombies I encountered before. and the sound they made when impacting was louder. Originally, mutated zombies would be born in the zombie group. In the radiation zone, zombies do not need to kill each other. They can mutate just by radiation. If all the zombie mutants here mutate due to radiation, then this place will also become a restricted area for humans. Fortunately, it has not developed to that point yet. Otherwise, they will have to pay an extremely heavy price if they want to enter.
Attention! We are approaching the Qinshan nuclear power plant soon. Team Shering, get ready.
Lin Yaoshan's voice came from the intercom. Jiang Lushir looked at Ran Shiyu, who immediately nodded. The spiritual realm opened, and Ran Shiyu began to be on guard against the spiritual monster. As the convoy gradually approached the Qinshan nuclear power plant, the number of zombies in front of it also increased significantly.
That is,
on the roof of the residential area for the family members of the Qinshan nuclear power plant. People are monitoring the place 24 hours a day. In order to guard against the mental monster, they always work in two groups to monitor each other. That mental monster still makes them feel frightened when they think about it. Fortunately, the monster's mental power coverage was limited, and under their close monitoring, it never came closer. But they were also firmly trapped. At this time, one of the soldiers held up a telescope, and he suddenly saw a line of black shadows appearing behind the black zombies at the end of the road in the distance.
He's one of ours!
The soldier suddenly became excited. These days, they have been trapped more and more desperate. And at this time, the rescue team arrived. The soldier watched nervously as he excitedly announced the news to everyone over the intercom. When they first came, they suffered heavy casualties. Although the rescue team has arrived, can they break through the siege and rescue the trapped people? This warrior has no confidence in his heart. Chapter 234 is here. In the dark basement, a bunch of orange flashlight light shines. This is an old-fashioned flashlight dug out from a residential building. The strong flashlight previously equipped by the army has run out of power. The so-called basement is actually only half underground. There was originally a small light well, but now, in order to isolate the radiation, the light well has been completely sealed. Su Guangqi sat on an old chair, panting and trying to take off his mask, because absolute sealing must be considered. The mask of the nuclear radiation protective suit is very difficult to remove.
Dad, I'll come.
Su Tong hurried up to help. In fact, even in this basement, the amount of nuclear radiation was only lower than outside, not completely absent. This made Su Tong always worried about his father's health. Nuclear radiation will kill cells. The cells killed may be useful or useless. If it kills useful cells, and even causes the breakage of DNA chains, it may also breed cancer. Nuclear radiation is a strange killer. Some people may not experience any harm after being exposed to nuclear radiation, while others may develop cancer. Every time she looked at her father's pale hair and thought about her father's body, Su Tong couldn't help but feel a sore nose. Su Guangqi finally took off his mask, panted, and said nonchalantly,
"It's just a meal. Just for a while. What are you worried about? The Chernobyl nuclear radiation zone in the Soviet Union is said to be unfit for human habitation for 20,000 years. But aren't there people who travel to Chernobyl just to see the ruins? And aren't there people who live in Chernobyl and live to be 80 or 90 years old?"
Su Guangqi spoke hard and drank half of the thin paste in the bowl, then pushed it to Su Tong.
"Dad, drink some more."
Su Tong couldn't help but said. But Su Guangqi was very stubborn. Without saying a word, he had already started to wear the mask again. Hunger is a terrible suffering. Even the thin paste that is difficult to swallow has become delicious now. Su Tong was about to persuade her father again. But at this moment, boom, the door to the basement was knocked open. Su Tong was startled and almost knocked over the bowl of porridge. She quickly held it with her hands, but saw that the person who broke into the basement was the little soldier who was usually responsible for distributing porridge. He was so excited that he almost jumped up and hit the basement roof when he ran over.
"I'm coming!"
the little warrior said incoherently.
"What's coming?"
Su Tong asked subconsciously, realizing a possibility that she didn't dare to think about.
"Our soldiers are here. They are driving armored vehicles from the factory area. Real!"
Su Tong cried with joy. The feeling of hope amid despair was the most unforgettable. The fear of death and concern for her daughter made her unable to stop crying.
"Mr. Su, I'll carry you."
The thin young soldier, carrying the equally thin old man on his back, rushed upstairs. Su Tong followed closely. When she entered the apartment door, she heard sparse gunshots. This deafening sound sounds so beautiful now. Lying at the window, Su Tong had already seen the army's vehicles against the gray background. All the steel armor was covered with a layer of smoke and dust. But this steel behemoth full of metallic texture could bring people an unprecedented sense of security. However, among all the military armored vehicles and tanks, there was an extremely strange minibus mixed in. This car attracted Su Tong's attention. In such a team, a rather fragile-looking minibus was really out of place.
This car!
Su Tong was stunned for a moment, but saw a group of gray corpses rushing toward the convoy. The zombies in these nuclear radiation areas are very terrifying. They are more powerful than ordinary zombies. Many of their skins have ulcerated, but they have grown sharp teeth and long nails. Su Tong has seen the power of their nails with her own eyes. They are enough to tear up the iron sheet. These days, they don't dare to make a sound, just for fear of attracting such terrible zombies. The security door can't stop them at all. Su Tong herself is a biology expert. Although she was short of time before, she also did preliminary research. She believes that it is not nuclear radiation that causes zombies and mutant beasts to mutate, but that nuclear radiation causes the supervirus that infects zombies and mutant beasts. Mutations? The supervirus that caused this apocalyptic outbreak is a new type of virus that has both DNA and RNA structures. Its DNA fragment length is also far longer than that of ordinary viruses. This also means that it is more prone to errors when transcribing and copying its own genetic fragments. And mutations occur, not to mention in nuclear radiation areas. The DNA structure interrupted by radiation. God knows what new species will mutate. At this moment, the machine gun on the armored vehicle fired. One shot of a 25mm howitzer is enough to blow a person into pieces. But the bodies of these zombies are extremely strong. Some of them can even jump forward after being hit by a shot. As for the broken arms and legs, there was almost no feeling. They rushed onto the roof of the armored vehicle, rushed onto the tank, and even rushed under the tracks of the tank, where they were crushed by the tracks and turned into minced flesh and bones. This scene is extremely bloody. Even Su Tong, who was used to seeing animal dissections, felt uncomfortable. Although the claws of zombies can tear through iron sheets, they are obviously powerless against the steel plates of tanks and armored vehicles. But that minibus. Su Tong was a little worried. She watched the zombies rush towards the minibus one after another, frantically clawing at the iron sheet of the minibus and hitting the glass of the minibus. The glass, which was supposed to be broken by a single blow from the zombies, was actually unscathed by the zombies' repeated attacks. Such high-strength glass surprised Su Tong.
This minibus is actually equipped with bulletproof glass?
A soldier present exclaimed. Su Tong shook his head.
This is not ordinary bulletproof glass. Even if it is bulletproof glass, if it is hit hard, it will leave cracks. But it will not break.
What kind of glass is this? Su Tong was surprised. The bulletproof glass in her impression could hardly reach this level. Compared to the few armored vehicles that set up machine guns and fired, the minibus did not fire. It just moved forward with the convoy. On the roof of the minibus, there was a metal hemisphere full of technology that was very eye-catching. As for what Suzhou this was, Hitomi didn't know. It didn't look like a radar or signal transmitter at all. Su Tong didn't know what the function of this modified minibus was. It could run rampant among the corpses and had no problems with its tires or glass. It was extremely difficult to modify it. Could it be that it was an ambulance? Or are they here to pick up scientific researchers, like them, who are in poor physical condition? Chapter 235 Reunion. Chapter 234. Jian Lucia was sitting in the war room of the base vehicle, holding an AMR sniper rifle in his hand and looking at the situation around him. The modified base vehicle has a wider view of the war room's window, but due to the obstruction of residential buildings, the view is still extremely limited. The eyes of the Shurring team rely on Ran Shiyu. At this time, Ran Shiyu was sitting on the sofa. She closed her eyes, and her brows twitched slightly. As long as they were within her spiritual realm, all the disturbances could not escape her perception. She saw groups of gray zombies fighting with orange warriors. After all, the size of the zombies here was not as large as the large tide of zombies outside. Although they were zombies that had been exposed to nuclear radiation, they still could not threaten tanks and armored vehicles. Everything seems to be going well. Well, that is. Ran Shiyu's heart moved and she said,
Brother Jiang, what's wrong?
Jian Lucia was highly concentrated at this time. When he heard Ran Shiyu calling him, his first moment was not to look at Ran Shiyu, but to aim around with an AMR sniper scope. In a life-and-death battle against an unknown opponent, a decision could be made in the blink of an eye. The result of the battle.
At 7 o'clock, about 800 meters away, there are survivors on the 7th floor of a residential building. There are about 15 or 16 people.
Oh,
Survivor!
Jiang Lusher breathed a sigh of relief. When the apocalypse comes, all the workers in the nuclear power plant will be dead, and a few survivors will also be concentrated in residential buildings. After these residents lived in residential buildings for a period of time, they should all have died long ago due to lack of food and the spread of nuclear radiation. The only people who can survive now are a group of soldiers and scientists who wore protective suits.
Shadow! Report to the headquarters.
The closer the task was to completion, the less Jiang Lusher dared to be careless. He did not dare to be distracted for a second, and was always alert to his surroundings. The use of the walkie-talkie was naturally left to Ing. Ing picked up the walkie-talkie and said indifferently,
Stone Shadow team found survivors. 800 meters away at 7 o'clock. On the top floor.
Ying's words were very concise. Lin Yaoshan, who was in the armored vehicle, suddenly thought,
Survivor!
99% of them are trapped scientists. Before, they only knew the approximate location of the trapped scientists, but it would take time to find them. Unexpectedly, the Shering team had already found them. Is it the superpower of the girl named Ran? This ability. It's really a bit abnormal. Lin Yaoshan is very aware of the role of this kind of detection ability at this stage, especially in urban combat with many buildings. It is simply priceless.
This is the command post. The target is 7 o'clock. Move forward.
Approaching the target, Lin Yaoshan became increasingly cautious, because he knew that these scientists were located in residential buildings far away from the nuclear power plant. At first, the army also avoided the most dangerous core area of the nuclear power plant. The distance of 700 meters is only a few minutes away. After closing the distance, Lin Yaoshan could already see the figure waving from the balcony of the residential building through the observation mirror of the armored vehicle. They were wearing protective clothing and waving desperately. Their excited expressions could be seen through the telescope. They are indeed trapped scientists and soldiers. Lin Yaoshan breathed a sigh of relief and finally confirmed that these scientists were safe. As long as they were received, half of the mission would be completed. The armored vehicle drove to the residential building. The door of this residential building had already been completely sealed, and there were heavy objects stacked behind it. This was the only way for the soldiers to save their lives in an environment full of radioactive zombies. Now, there are already soldiers moving debris on the other side of the door. Jiang Lusher has always stayed in the war room. So far, no extremely dangerous situations have occurred, and the zombie groups that rushed towards the convoy have been eliminated. Li Yusen was so excited that she had already seen the figures of her mother and grandpa appearing on the window, although they were wearing thick protective clothing and masks. Li Yusen recognized them at a glance. She was so worried these days. Even on the way here, she thought more than once about some terrible consequences that might occur. She found those things unbearable just thinking about them. As the debris was moved away, these survivors who had been trapped for many days finally joined the army. The moment they walk out of the door, people feel like they are seeing the light of day again. At this time, Li Yusen and Song Qian quickly got out of the car with the medical kit. After staying in the radiation zone for so long, starving, frightened, and not getting enough rest, it is estimated that these people are not in good physical condition. Not to mention the elderly scientists.
Mr. Su, let me put you down. Stand still.
The young soldier, who had always been very optimistic, carried Mr. Su out of the residential building, and someone immediately came up to help Mr. Su.
Mom! Grandpa!
At this time, Li Yusen had already rushed up from the crowd. She put down the medical kit and hugged her mother. Under the barrier of protective clothing, it was actually very difficult to complete the hug gesture. But Li Yusen still hugged her for a while before letting go. She usually has a tough personality, but at this time, she couldn't help but her eyes were red and her nose was sore. Li Yusen held the hands of Su Tong and her grandfather. When she saw Su Tong's obviously thin face and her grandfather's ulcerated skin under the mask, she finally couldn't help but shed tears. Su Tong was also in tears, and even Professor Su's eyes were moist. He didn't want his granddaughter to see him crying, but wearing a mask, he couldn't wipe his eyes and could only look away.
Yusen, why are you here?
Mr. Su seemed to want to blame, but his tone could not be harsh. Along the way, Li Yusen also experienced many dangers and suffered a lot. Su Tong couldn't stop crying when she thought about what her daughter had experienced on the road. But more than anything, there are tears of joy in the aftermath of the disaster. She once thought that she might never see her daughter again. In the last days, separation and death are very common. But when this kind of ordinary thing happens to an individual, it is a huge pain that no one can bear. When the little soldier on the side saw this scene, A simple and happy smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the little soldier suddenly made a pop sound and fell to the ground hard. Sutong exclaimed,
"Ah! Little comrade, let me take a look." He fainted due to fatigue and malnutrition. "Someone come quickly and carry him to the car."
Li Yusen ran over quickly. Li Yusen didn't have time to say a few words to her relatives before she was already busy.
"Mom! Grandpa!"
At this time, Song Qianwen also rushed over with a medical kit.
"It's okay. I'll help the two professors check their bodies." "Okay. Thank you, Sister Qianwen."
Li Yusen nodded, and she quickly caught up with the little soldier who had been carried to the car. At this time, Song Qianwen was already checking the heart rate and pulse of the two Professor Seuss.
Apart from Mr. Su's bad skin condition, there are no other problems for the time being. However, his physical strength has deteriorated a lot these days, and we will have to travel again,
Song Qianwen said, taking out a small medicine bottle from her pocket.
"This is a vitamin tablet. 2 tablets per person. Take it quickly,"
Song Qianwen said with a smile. Sutong looked at this young female doctor and felt that she was very approachable, and her words were also very gentle. She took the pills and gave 2 of them to her father first.
"Let someone move out our experimental samples first."
Professor Su was concerned about the experimental results obtained at the expense of so many talents.
"Old sir, please take your medicine first. Others will be taken care of. Don't worry,"
Song Qianwen comforted her. On the minibus, Ran Shiyu was trying her best to sense the surrounding situation. Everyone stayed here at this time, and Ran Shiyu was worried about attracting zombies. But everyone else knows this, so the team won't stay too long. After briefly checking on the survivors, they will pick them up and leave quickly. But at this moment, Ran Shiyu suddenly felt that her spiritual field seemed to be affected. Chapter 236 Mutation. What Ran Shiyu felt was like someone holding a needle and suddenly pricking her. This feeling was so subtle that she wouldn't even be aware of it if she hadn't opened up her spiritual realm. Ran Shiyu was shocked. Was it that spiritual monster? She immediately expanded her spiritual field and searched nervously within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers. However, there were only some gray spiritual groups, which were zombies wandering in the distance.
"I may have sensed that spiritual monster. Be careful."
Ran Shiyu's voice sounded in Jiang Liusher's mind.
"What?"
Jiang Liusher's heart tightened, and he immediately reported to Lin Yaoshan on the walkie-talkie. At the same time, he retreated to the base vehicle and raised his gun. Lin Yaoshan did not dare to neglect, and the order to strengthen security reached everyone's ears. Everyone feels a little nervous, especially the survivors trapped here. In the process of responding to these survivors, the armored vehicles had surrounded the residential building in a semicircle to protect it. Except for those who went to help, the other soldiers were on full alert and at the same time killed a wave of people who followed. Waves of small zombies. Ran Shiyu has been sitting in the car, and everyone from Shi Ying's team has also stayed in the car. At this time, protecting yourself is the prerequisite for maximizing combat effectiveness. The tense atmosphere spread among everyone. They clearly know the terror of the mental monster. If one of them is controlled by the mental monster, especially the tank heavy gunner, in order to prevent irreversible consequences, the teammates around them can draw their guns at any time. Kill him. This was also a military order out of desperation. All the soldiers understood this. Many people had sweat on their foreheads. They didn't know whether Ran Shiyu could protect them. Silence lasted for a long time. The entire team was silent, and people were on high alert. Li Yusen, who returned to the base vehicle, did not dare to make a sound. She actually wanted to take care of her grandfather and mother, but was afraid of disturbing Jiang Liusher at this time. Time passed minute by minute. A full quarter of an hour passed, and nothing happened.
Does it feel wrong?
This thought came to many people's minds. But Lin Yaoshan did not give the order, and no one dared to relax their vigilance. Until half an hour passed. More and more people began to wonder whether Ran Shiyu was neurotic. The mental abilities are so illusory. It feels wrong. And it's not surprising. Lin Yaoshan frowned and picked up the walkie-talkie.
"This is the headquarters. All departments should be careful not to relax their vigilance. Maintain first-level combat readiness and evacuate everyone."
We can't spend time here forever. Maybe Ran Shiyu's perception is wrong. Maybe the little girl is too nervous. I hope so. It's best to evacuate safely.
"Are you okay?"
On the base vehicle, many people wiped away cold sweat. Jiang Liusher still did not leave the war room and was always vigilant about the surroundings. Ran Shiyu also closed her eyes. The continuous exploration of the mental field was extremely draining on her physical strength.
Fortunately, It was just a false alarm. It scared me to death.
Song Qianwen was covered in sweat. She pulled at the protective suit uncomfortably. She was covered in sweat, and the airtight protective suit made it feel like a steamer inside. You can imagine the feeling.
It would be nice if it was a false alarm. We are trapped this time. But we have finally achieved some results in the research on the mutation of zombies and mutant beasts under nuclear radiation. When we go back, the laboratory conditions are sufficient, and we may be able to study more when things come. These things must be sent back to Zhonghai District No. 1.
Professor Su said. Too many people died this time. If there were no results, he would not be able to forgive himself.
That's what Professor Su said.
Song Qianwen nodded. But when she was halfway through speaking, suddenly,
whoosh!
Song Qianwen, who was originally delicate, frail and plump, suddenly looked like a female leopard half expanded. She suddenly pounced on Ran Shiyu, who was sitting on the sofa. She raised one hand, and a ray of cold light appeared in her palm. It was one needle. The needle pierced Ran Shiyu's throat. At this time, Ying was in the driver's seat. Jian Lucia was in the war room, and his sister was at the back of the car. The three of them were vigilant in three directions. But they did not expect that danger would suddenly come in the car. The opponent's target was not Jian Lucia, who was the core of Shuying's team, but actually, Ran Shiyu. Not good. Jian Lucia was extremely sensitive to his surroundings. He noticed Song Qianwen the moment she pounced on her. However, no matter how fast he reacted, he could not stop Song Qianwen. He was holding an AMR sniper rifle with the barrel still on the shooting port. How could he have had time to fire? As for Ying and Jiang Zhuing, it is even more impossible for them to arrive in time. Although Ran Shiyu is a superpower, she specializes in mental superpowers and has average physical fitness. She is only stronger than ordinary people because she ate a lot of mutated beast meat. But she is still no match for the rampaging Song Qianwen. Song Qianwen, controlled by a spiritual monster. This thought flashed through Ran Shiyu's mind. Her hands and feet were cold. Although she expected that this spiritual monster was intelligent, she did not expect that the other party was already so smart. It clearly judged that Ran Shiyu was the biggest threat. Ran Shiyu, who possesses spiritual powers, is the only opponent of this spiritual monster in the entire convoy. As long as Ran Shiyu is eliminated, no one else can even find its location. It can control anyone calmly, regardless of whether tanks or armored vehicles would become his weapons. Other people would be targets. Even Jiang Lucia was helpless in the face of this situation. On the line between life and death, Ran Shiyu exerted far more physical strength than usual. She grabbed Song Qianwen's wrist holding the needle, and blocked the silver needle from piercing her throat. Otherwise, once the silver needle penetrated the throat artery and penetrated the air, she would directly die. But just after Ran Shiyu grabbed Song Qianwen's wrist, an even more terrifying scene happened. This Song Qianwen, her originally beautiful face suddenly became twisted and ferocious. Her mouth was split from both sides, and the cavity was bright red. The tongue's place was replaced by a sharp red mouthpart. The mouthpart popped out of his mouth and pierced Ran Shiyu's forehead directly. At this time, Ran Shiyu was still on the sofa, unable to stand up or escape. The needle is just a feint. The real fatal thing is the sharp mouthparts. No one knows what will happen if this mouthpart pierces Ran Shiyu's forehead. It may even swallow the brain directly. A critical moment. Once Ran Shiyu dies, the entire convoy will suffer heavy losses. Or even the entire army will be annihilated. Time seemed to freeze in an instant. The shadow in the driver's seat had already exploded. Jiang Lucia jumped out of the war room, with the May 4th pistol drawn in his hand, and Jiang Zhuing rushed from the rear of the car, his whole body flashing with blue electricity. But that's too late. Just when the breath was about to hit Ran Shiyu, a soft body suddenly hit Ran Shiyu, and a figure hit between Ran Shiyu and Song Qianwen. It's Li Yusen. Li Yusen was extremely fragile, and had no strength to push Song Qianwen away. However, when she bumped into her, she blocked Song Qianwen and Ran Shiyu with her body. Puff! The sharp mouthpart pierced directly into Li Yusen's back. The flesh and blood body in front of this mouthpart was as fragile as butter in front of a sharp knife. It penetrated almost directly through Li Yusen's body and penetrated his lungs diagonally. Huge pain came, and Li Yusen felt like the world was spinning. But she still used all her strength to hit Song Qianwen, which also pushed Song Qianwen slightly to his side. At this moment, Jiang Zhuing had arrived. Before she could arrive, the electric current arrived first. Zitsizi! The powerful current formed a power grid, and Song Qianwen was immediately shaken open. The next moment Song Qianwen bounced away, The three-sided military thorn in Ying's hand also penetrated into Song Qianwen's body. Puff! Song Qianwen's body trembled. Her sharp mouthparts had broken off after piercing Li Yusen just now, and completely remained in Li Yusen's body. Blood spilled from the corner of Song Qianwen's mouth. But a strange smile appeared on her face. Her body gradually collapsed, while Li Yusen fell into Ran Shiyu's arms. Her protective clothing and clothes were all stained red with blood. Chapter 237 Mental Monster. Yusen! Yusen! Seeing the spreading blood, Su Tong seemed to have been drained of all her strength in an instant. Li Yusen was her spiritual support. Seeing her breath piercing her lungs, Su Tong, who majored in biology, knew very well that she was in the radiation zone. What does such a serious injury mean under today's medical conditions? Seeing that her daughter had come into contact with the god of death, and coupled with the malnutrition of the previous 10 days, Su Tong felt unable to hold on and fainted. Su Guangqi was also shaking all over and his face was pale. This was the heaviest blow to an old man who was about to be buried. Medicine! Bring me the medicine! Jiang Lucier was also panicked. He had always had a good impression of Li Yusen. Seeing his classmates dying like this, or dying in his base car, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Zhuing hurriedly went to the storage room to get medicines. There were Yunnan Biao and antibiotics. But Yunnan Biao and the like were too pale and weak in front of such a wound. Li Yusen's face was like gold paper. She opened her mouth to breathe with difficulty, because her lungs were seriously injured. Breathing was painful and difficult. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end no sound came out. She looked at her mother who had fainted, and then at Jiang Lucier. She wanted to reach out and point her finger. Jiang Lucier immediately understood what she meant. She wanted to take care of her mother by herself. She might have anticipated the possible outcome when she rushed away from Ran Shiyu. But when she saved Ran Shiyu, she was also saving her relatives. Without Ran Shiyu, her grandfather and mother might have died here. Blood transfusion! Blood transfusion first! Su Guangqi hugged Li Yusen with tears in his eyes. Such a large wound would soon lead to death without blood transfusion. But how to draw blood and transfuse blood in the radiation zone? When blood is drawn out, it will be radiated to kill a large number of blood cells. And protective clothing cannot be worn during blood transfusion and blood drawing, which is extremely dangerous for both the blood donor and the blood recipient. Take my blood. Both you Xian and I have type O blood. Su Guangqi said that he was about to take off his protective clothing, but was stopped by Ran Shiyu. Professor Su, please calm down. The situation seems to be... Ran Shiyu's life was saved by Li Yusen. She felt ashamed of Li Yusen, Su Guangqi and Su Tong. But at this moment, Ran Shiyu felt that something was wrong. She always opened her spiritual realm, and the tingling feeling of spiritual power did not disappear, but became more obvious. This means that the spiritual monster is still alive. And Ran Shiyu could feel its mental fluctuations so clearly. Not because its mental fluctuations had become stronger, but because it had become unstable, and seemed to no longer be able to hide itself perfectly. She glanced at Song Qianwen who was lying in a pool of blood, but saw that Song Qianwen's mouthparts had disappeared, and she had returned to her original appearance. Her vital signs had not completely disappeared, but her eyes were dull and empty. There seems to be no soul left. The soul is dead? The brain was killed by a spiritual monster, leaving only the physical body alive. And then this physical body became the inhabited body of the spiritual monster? Ran Shiyu thought of this. I am afraid that Song Qianwen just now was not just controlled, but was possessed by the spiritual monster. If she were just being controlled, Song Qianwen should still be Song Qianwen, and she shouldn't have such monster-like mouthparts. But now, Song Qianwen's physical body has been abandoned, and the reason is that she has changed back to her original appearance. So, Ran Shiyu suddenly looked at Li Yusen, looking at the sharp mouthpart inserted diagonally from Li Yusen's back. She was surprised to find that there seemed to be some small red lines growing around the mouthpart, connecting to Li Yusen's body like capillaries. But originally the blood that gushed out like a spring slowly stopped. What's this? Jiang Lucier also saw the scene, and his expression changed drastically. The mouthpart seemed to grow on Li Yusen's back, and it's slowly melting in. The mouthparts were like melted blood, slowly seeping into Li Yusen's body. No! This monster will probably take over Li Yusen's body. Ran Shiyu suddenly realized. I understand. This monster was aware of my existence from the beginning. It felt that there was no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation with me, with so many troops. So it quietly took over Song Qianwen's body, and wanted to get close to me through Song Qianwen. If the breath takes over my body again, it will swallow up my mental power, making it stronger
and even evolve again. It's just, the situation has changed. It failed to occupy me, but occupied Li Yusin. It has no choice but to occupy Li Yusin's body. Otherwise it will lose its host body and may die. Ran Shiyu suddenly understood the cause of the matter. She blamed herself and said, I was too careless. I believed too much in my spiritual realm. But I didn't want to be able to detect the intrusion of this spiritual monster even in the spiritual realm. It wasn't until the end that Ran Shiyu, when the mental monster was about to attack. The intention of the attack made the mental monster reveal its murderous intent. Only then did Ran Shiyu feel a sting from the brain. This meant that the mental power of the mental monster could be even more powerful than Ran Shiyu. What should I do? Jian Lucia raised his eyebrows. He looked at the mouthparts that had mostly been integrated into it. And he was worried. Pull it out? Shadow asked. Jian Lucia directly rejected it. If he pulled it out, blood would splash out again. And Li Yusin would definitely die. Not to mention the current conditions. Even in the hospital, it is very cautious to pull out the knife from the wound. There is no time. This mouthpart has almost integrated into Li Yusin's body. To be precise, this is not a mouthpart. It is just a shape transformed by the spiritual body. This thing may even be the body of the spiritual monster. Ran Shiyu said affirmatively. She felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy from this thing. Ran Shiyu, do you have anything you can do? Having run out of ideas, Jian Lucia asked Ran Shiyu. I'm asking. This spiritual monster has invaded Li Yusin's body. It should first fight for control of the body. In other words, it wants to after a battle with the main consciousness. What if it loses? Lost? How could he lose? This mental monster's mental power is many times stronger than that of ordinary people. And now Li Yusin's body has been severely injured and her spirit is blurred. Let alone Li Yusin. Even if it were me, if I were stabbed if it is seriously injured, the intensity of consciousness will be greatly reduced. And it is impossible to be the opponent of a mental monster. Ran Shiyu said, and Jian Lucia nodded. Yes, if you are directly attacked by a mental monster, you may lose, but you are fine now. What if you use your mental domain to cover Li Yusin and suppress the mental monster with all your strength? Jian Liushir's words made Ran Shiyu's eyes light up. Yes, Li Yusin was seriously injured. But this monster might not feel well now. After all, it is one with Li Yusin. Previously, the mental power of this mental monster fluctuated violently, and the inability to hide itself was proof of this. Under the circumstances, perhaps, I really have a way to suppress it. Chapter 238 Deep Hypnosis. Then, let me try. Ran Shiyu gritted his teeth and said. Jian Lucia knew Ran Shiyu's character. She never spoke full words. She said it was just a try. But she would go all out. Although Su Guangqi didn't quite understand Ran Shiyu's powers, the old man became excited when he heard that his granddaughter could still be saved. Miss Ran, as long as you saved Uxin, I will sell my life to you. Old man, Grandpa Su, Li Yusin did this to save me. I will try my best. Ran Shiyu said guiltily. She always blamed herself for her limited mental strength and her failure to detect the invasion of mental monsters in time. Shiyu, Li Yusin is not only trying to save you, but also trying to save everyone. I am also responsible for this. I failed to protect you. Jian Lucia shook his head. This kind of thing was completely beyond his expectation. Ever since he had the base vehicle, Jian Lucia had always had the illusion that as long as the vehicle was not damaged, the people in the base vehicle would be absolutely safe. But now, he understands that in this weird apocalypse, there is no absolute safety. Su Guangqi wanted to say something else. But at this moment, his old face suddenly twitched. Aye. Su Guangqi's voice seemed to be stuck directly. He grabbed the blood-stained armrest of the sofa. His body trembled, and he slowly collapsed. Su! Professor Su! Jian Lucia panicked all of a sudden. One wave after another. Li Yusin hadn't been cured yet. What happened to Professor Su? He quickly helped Professor Su up. At the same time, he also held down Professor Su's hands, and was careful to watch out for everything around him. He wondered if Professor Su was also controlled by a mental monster. Could this mental monster control others before it fully controlled Li Yusin's body? Although it seems unlikely, any danger must be eliminated at this time. Shuing, protect Shiyu, and keep her away. I don't know what happened to Professor Su. Jian Lucia was panicking at this time. What should he do if Professor Su also stuck out a mouthpart from his mouth? Is it possible to kill Professor Su? This was not only Li Yusin's grandfather, but he was also a very important scientist in Zhonghai. He had a lot of important scientific information in his hands.
Jiang Lushi would not dare to kill an old scientist easily. Su Guangqi's convulsions became more and more severe. At this time, Su Tong, who was half lying on the sofa and had fainted, suddenly opened her eyes. Her lips were pale. Her face was as golden as paper. And beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, which was similar to Su Guangqi's reaction. Oops. Oops. Jiang Lushi suddenly realized a possibility: vitamin tablets. When Su Guangqi and Su Tong were rescued, Su Tong was weak and his steps were messy, while Su Guangqi's skin had large ulcers. Although the main reason for skin ulceration is wearing protective clothing for too long, it is also related to the lack of vitamins, especially vitamin B2. The lack of vitamin B2 in the human body will affect the replenishment of skin and mucous membrane cells. The metabolism of old cells will die, and gaps in the cells will appear. Skin ulcers, mouth ulcers, gastric ulcers, etc. will occur. This is also the reason why people with oral ulcers take vitamins. In addition, lack of vitamins can also induce sepsis. Therefore, when Song Qianwen said vitamins, although Jiang Lushi felt that there was no need to be so anxious, he did not doubt it. But now it seems that what Song Qianwen said was not vitamins at all, or even though it was vitamins, but was contaminated by her in some way. Jiang Lushi was confused. Under the current medical conditions, he was in a radiation zone, and Li Yusen was in danger. How can we save Su Tong and Su Guangqi?
Manuscript, manuscript,
Su Guangqi said with a trembling voice as his face was covered with sweat. Manuscript? Jiang Lushi immediately understood that Su Guangqi was talking about his experimental diary. He had investigated many mutated creatures in the radiation zone. Although the research was later interrupted due to the existence of spiritual monsters, a lot of valuable information was left behind. However, no matter how detailed the information left behind was, it could not compare to what Su Guangqi and Su Tong were alive. As long as they were alive, it didn't matter if the manuscript was lost. But when they died, most of the value of the manuscript was lost. Could it be that this mental monster fed 2 fake vitamin tablets just to kill Su Guangqi and Su Tong so that their research results could not be brought back to Zhonghai District 1? Thinking of this, Jiang Lushi felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. The wisdom of this spiritual monster is too terrifying. At the beginning, it might have felt the presence of Ran Shiyu, but it definitely didn't know about the 2 scientists Su Tong and Su Guangqi. It should have been after it possessed Song Qianwen without her noticing that it knew from other people's conversations or Song Qianwen's memory that Li Yusen's grandfather and mother were scientists who studied nuclear radiation mutated organisms. And it itself should be a nuclear radiation mutated creature. It doesn't want its secrets to be revealed by scientists. So while killing Ran Shiyu, it also wants to destroy the scientific research results to minimize the threat to it. But it happened to do all this. The entire invasion plan was carried out step by step and deceived everyone. At this time, the military personnel had already got out of the armored vehicle, and they had learned about the accident that occurred on the base vehicle from the intercom. Lin Yaoshan got out of the car himself and came to the door of the base vehicle.
Captain Jiang, what's going on?
Lin Yaoshan asked anxiously. Both Ran Shiyu and the 2 scientists are valuable assets to Zhonghai District 1. And Ran Shiyu is the guarantee for the convoy to return to Zhonghai District 1 safely.
Don't open the door.
Jiang Lushi calmly gave the order. If the idlers were allowed to wait to get on the bus at this time, the situation would only get worse. What if there is another monster sneaking in among the crowd? Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the unexpected.
Shiyu, save Li Yusen first. The 2 Professor Su will be under the supervision of Ying for the time being. If they really mutate...
When Jiang Lushi said this, he didn't say any more. But Ying understood that the mutation into a zombie monster was irreversible at present and could only be killed. Jiang Lushi paused suddenly when he said this. He found that Ran Shiyu seemed to have shrouded her spiritual realm on Su Tong and Su Guangqi.
What are you doing? Mental suppression. Suppressing the mental activities of the 2 Professor Su to a minimum is equivalent to deep sleep. Even the autonomic nerves will be slowed down by compressing the brain stem, and thus the metabolism will be slowed down. You can understand it as hypnosis. While Ran Shiyu was speaking, Su Tong and Su Guangqi slowly calmed down from their original painful struggle, and slowly fell asleep. This is much more powerful than mental hypnosis. Jiang Lushi was secretly stunned. Mental suppression can be used in this way. It can not only suppress consciousness, but also suppress autonomic nerves. Although their metabolism slows down, it still can't save them. It just delays the onset of toxins. They may die in their sleep. But now, there's not much we can do about it. As Ran Shiyu said this, her spiritual power turned into a white light
and fell into Li Yusin's eyebrows. This spiritual power is so condensed and concentrated that Jiang Lushi, Jiang Zhuing and others can even see it with the naked eye. That white light is spiritual energy. After being thrown into this white light, Ren Xiu seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She was soaked with sweat, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. Wake up! Wake up! Jiang Lushi prayed in his heart. Chapter 239 Wake up! This is the campus of Jinling Xinyao Middle School. When the class bell rang, Li Yusin followed the crowd into the classroom blankly. The students were all wearing exquisite and straight school uniforms. It felt a bit like European and American school uniforms. After all, Xinyao Middle School is an aristocratic private school in Jinling. In order to make the school's business card more beautiful, Ming, the school has also put a lot of effort into the students' uniforms. They are exquisite in workmanship and fashionable in style. Compared with many school uniforms, they are really different. Therefore, no one has any complaints about the school's mandatory uniforms. Li Yusin sat back in her seat in confusion. She looked out the window at the corridor. The afternoon sunshine was so bright that it was a bit dazzling. Beyond the corridor was the playground. The playground was empty at this time. She could see the neatly trimmed greenery. On the lawn, football goals with white nets stand on both sides of the playground. And there are basketball hoops placed not far away. In the dormitory building in the distance, the bright windows shine like bright gems in the sunlight. Bright. All. Dream? Li Yusin was deep in thought. She turned around and saw the male classmate at the same table. He was also wearing a straight school uniform, and there were thick books stacked on the desk in front of him. However, his stationery, school bag, and shoes all appear very simple. His name is Jiang Lushi, and his family background is not very good. He attended this private middle school based on his academic performance. Because he had a full scholarship, he could cope with the expenses here. However, in this private middle school where rich people gathered, he, who came from an average family, still stood out. At this time, the sun shone down from the window, illuminating Jiang Lushi's side face. From this angle, Li Yusin could see the fine hair on his face, glowing with a faint golden color in the sun. He was wearing a crisp white shirt and flexibly turned the carbon pen in his hand. He turned the pen very beautifully. But the old man who taught mathematics obviously didn't appreciate it. Because he turned the pen in class, he was criticized by the mathematics teacher. Several pens were confiscated. But later, because of his excellent math scores, the rigid math teacher finally stopped trying to reform this student who didn't follow his rules. And he turned a blind eye to Jiang Lushi's habit of turning pens in class. At this time, in this lazy afternoon, Jiang Lushi was wearing a crisp white shirt and thinking about a math problem. There were not many math problems that could embarrass him. But Li Yusin had to admit that the way he looked at serious thinking in his school uniform was quite charming. Li Yusin inadvertently looked at Jiang Lushi's side face. Everything around him was extremely quiet. Only the rustling of the pen tip across the paper recorded the passage of time. In that bizarre dream, this young man who relied on scholarships to live on became the hero who saved her in the dream. She still remembered the scene when he drove into the group of corpses with a sniper rifle in his hand. The lone hero's back looked like Li Yusin's. It left a deep impression in her heart. And when the ambulance she was in was attacked by zombies, it was him who saved her from the clutches of the zombies with one shot and one shot. Why do you have such a dream? Why do you dream that he becomes a hero?
My name is Jiang Lushi, which means Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi will not turn around, but his regret will swallow Wu. However, my parents never thought of this Du Fu poem when they named me. They just wanted me to be a heavy stone. The rock in the middle of the river can withstand the impact of flowing water and remain unmoved. Li Yusin recalled Jiang Lushi's answer when she asked him about the meaning of his name when they first met. Jiang Lushi did not change his mind. But he did it. He was admitted to a private middle school, received a full scholarship, and took care of a younger sister after his parents died. In comparison, she had a path paved by her parents and grew up in a family with a strong scientific environment. However, she was extremely good in other subjects. When it came to mathematics and physics, she still had many questions to ask Jiang Lushi. For example, I no longer know this question. Li Yusin thought about it. She wanted to ask Jiang Lushi, but she was a little embarrassed to ask. She looked at Jiang Lushi's profile and thought of that dream again. Was that really a dream? It was too lengthy and too realistic. That, classmate Jiang Lushi. Li Yusin blushed and whispered. Jiang Lushi looked over. And suddenly, Li Yusin felt inexplicably that Jiang Lushi who was looking at her, was a little strange. His eyes were decisive and fierce. His appearance had not changed. He was still wearing a white shirt, and his appearance was still handsome. But he no longer felt like the sunny boy with excellent math scores. He was like a soldier who had experienced a bloody battle and had a special temperament.
Yusin, you must wait for me at home next Tuesday. Not only you, but also your parents must be at home and don't go anywhere. It's best if you can separate different rooms and have them in each room. Lock. If something unexpected happens, lock yourself in the door and don't go out. I will come to you. Okay? I have very important things.
Jiang Lushur suddenly said. After Li Yusin heard this, her whole body felt like she was getting an electric shock. These words. This is exactly what Jiang Lushur called her before the end of the world. Then all the experiences in the last days are not dreams. Or is he just in a dream now? Li Yusin felt it was hard to breathe. And the images in front of her were all blurred. The school was gone. The playground was gone. And it turned into a bloody battlefield. There are zombies everywhere. Panicked crowds and soldiers marching forward bravely. And the sound of gunfire is endless. Bullet! War! The smell of blood. Kill! Die! Here it is. Zhonghai District 1. Zhonghai District 1 was attacked. That wall, stronger than the Great Wall, has collapsed. A large group of corpses poured into Zhonghai District like a tide. Li Yusin was wearing a blood-stained white coat. She was a field doctor. She also held a scalpel in her hand. Sen'en's scalpel, which felt like a blood connection in her hand, as if the scalpel was part of her body, like an arm.
Dr. Li, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do the surgery. Only you can complete this surgery under the current conditions. Hurry up. Commander Sun's life depends on you.
Several soldiers said to themselves anxiously with tears in their eyes. An operation that only I can complete. Li Yusin was at a loss. She held the scalpel and cut it. In an instant, the scalpel seemed to have come to life. It wandered among the injured's muscle texture with ease. Every detail of the operation was reflected in her mind, and she suddenly realized that this was no longer the person she was before.
She is much older, and she has become an excellent military doctor. She can perform almost impossible operations in the absence of a sterile environment, including removing lesions infected by zombie viruses, etc. The operation was going on nervously, and the faces of the soldiers seemed to be slowly blurring. In Li Yusin's eyes, she only saw her own hands and the wounded on the hospital bed. However, the commander's son in the soldier's mouth has become different. His stature is much smaller, wearing red clothes, with long hair and pale face. He actually turned into a little girl. She had delicate doll-like facial features, but the corners of her mouth were strangely curved. Smiling at herself. This is the little girl zombie that attacked the ambulance. Li Yusin screamed and took a few steps back. Just then, a pair of strong hands grabbed her.
Wake up! Li Yusin. Wake up! This is all a dream! Wake up!
The voice was urgent and powerful. She turned around hard. Everything in her surroundings, including the battlefield, the operating table, and the simple room, gradually became blurred. After a while, the blurred vision slowly became clear. She saw a face, a delicate face, but with sharp eyes. The young man in a white shirt spinning a carbon pen, and the resolute man with a military-like temperament who has been on the battlefield for a long time, overlapped at this moment. He became the familiar person in front of her.
Jiang Lushur.
Li Yusin spoke with difficulty, and made a weak voice. Chapter 240 Li Yusin's changes. At the moment of waking up, Li Yusin had already remembered everything. If she took the dream seriously, would she be so addicted to it that she wouldn't be able to wake up? Li Yusin thought of vegetative patients. When she was interning in the hospital, there was a vegetative patient living in their hospital. She once stood at the door of the ward, looking through the window at the person lying inside. That man hasn't woken up in several years. Could he have been dreaming? This is not an optimistic guess. In fact, this idea makes Li Yusin feel terrible. Who knows what a man who lies motionless and relies on instruments to maintain his life is dreaming about? Maybe he had been trapped in a box, banging on it, hoping someone would let him out. Seeing that Li Yusin finally opened her eyes, Jiang Lushur breathed a sigh of relief.
Jiang Lushur.
Li Yusin called in a low voice. Jiang Lushur hurried forward and said,
I'm here. If anything happens, just tell me.
Li Yusin opened her mouth, and a weak breath blew on Jiang Lushur's ears. She said weakly,
You woke me up. Thank you.
In her dream, she kept hearing Jiang Lushur's voice.
I wasn't the one who woke you up.
Jiang Lushur was stunned and said. He looked at Ran Shiyu next to him in confusion. Because she was too tired. Ran Shiyu's face was pale, and her gray eyes looked dim. She was too mentally exhausted. Ran Shiyu shook her head slightly. It was indeed not Jiang Lushur who woke Li Yusen up. It was her spiritual power that entered Li Yusen's dream and found Jiang Lushur in her memory, and then attached to Jiang Lushur's body. After that, he kept simulating Jiang Lushur's voice in her memory, calling her deep in her spirit. But there is no need to clarify this kind of thing. Jiang Lushur saw Ran Shiyu shaking his head and stopped talking after being startled. At this time, Li Yusen remembered what happened before she fell into coma.
I feel relieved to see you are fine,
Li Yusen said with some joy. The first time she opened her eyes and saw Jiang Lushur, Li Yusen felt at ease. Jiang Lushur was fine, which meant that the monster had been killed. Thinking of the monster, Li Yusen thought of Song Qianwen again, and her nose felt sore again. That monster deserves to die. But Song Qianwen is innocent, and she is the victim.
Where are my grandpa and my mother? Are they worried about me?
Li Yusen asked quickly. However, after she finished speaking, she found that both Jiang Zhuing and Ran Shiyu were looking at her with expressions that were hesitant to speak.
Yusen, how do you feel about your body?
Jiang Lushur asked suddenly without answering her question. Li Yusen was stunned for a moment. And soon she remembered in her still groggy mind that the injured part was her back. And her chest was also pierced. But why could I still survive after being pierced through my chest? As a doctor, Li Yusen knew very well what it meant to be so seriously injured under such conditions. The lungs are injured, and the bleeding is severe. Even in peacetime when conditions for surgery are available, the chance of survival depends on luck. In this situation, how did she wake up and still be able to speak? When Li Yusen came back to her senses, she found that she couldn't even feel pain. Li Yusen didn't care that Jiang Lushur was right in front of her. She reached out and touched her chest, then struggled to sit up again. There should have been a horrible, piercing wound on her chest. But now, her clothes were still stained with blood. But the wound had stopped bleeding. Li Yusen reached out and touched the wound. She clearly felt that the wound was squirming slightly and had a faint itching feeling. Is this true? Healing? How can it be? There was no surgical suturing, no blood transfusions, no fluids, nothing, despite massive blood loss. And her wounds just started to heal on their own? There was even a ball of gauze covering her wound. Not even a bandage. What happened? Li Yusen was stunned. She quickly turned to look at Jiang Lushur and the others, but found that they were just looking at her silently. In fact, not much time has passed since Li Yusen fainted, and the convoy has just started to rush back. But after the monster got in, Jiang Lushur and the others discovered that Li Yusen's wounds began to heal quickly, especially when Li Yusen is dreaming. She heals faster. Jiang Zhuing checked and found that her wound had not only stopped bleeding, but had even grown back together. This kind of recovery speed cannot be compared to Jiang Lushur's, even though he has activated his evolutionary bloodline. What Jiang Lushur wants to know now is that Li Yusen is equivalent to merging a mental monster and erasing the mental power of the mental monster. She is now. What happened? It is impossible to say that nothing has changed. That spiritual monster has failed to devour Li Yusen. Does this count as the other way around? And Li Yusen engulfed it? In this way, maybe Li Yusen will inherit some of its abilities. Maybe Li Yusen might also have some mental abilities. Jiang Lushur could only guess. This was the first time he had seen Li Yusen in this situation. People with superpowers had mutated into superpowers in the early stages of the virus outbreak. Jiang Lushur didn't know if there were any examples of people with superpowers who became infected by zombies or mutated beasts.
Yusen, listen to me.
Jiang Lushur told Li Yusen about the mental monster trying to take over Song Qianwen's body after her body died. This process was actually quite scary. But Li Yusen just turned pale and listened silently. When she heard that Ran Shiyu had rescued her, Li Yusen looked at Ran Shiyu with a grateful look.
Do you feel any changes in your body now?
Jiang Lushur asked. Li Yusen was silent for a while, then shook her head.
No, I'm just a little dizzy, and my body is a little weak. That's it.
Jiang Lushur nodded. Li Yusen's mental power was almost swallowed up by the monster. And instead, she lost a lot of blood after being injured, regardless of dizziness or weakness. This is normal.
Do you feel like you can see something clearly? Or you can sense our emotions or something?
Ran Shiyu asked. Li Yusen sensed it for a while, then shook her head and said,
No, nothing has changed from usual times.
She was also very disappointed. She clenched her fists, but her strength did not become stronger. It seemed that everything was no different from before.
Don't be anxious. After all, you are in a special situation. Besides, even if there are no changes, it will be good to survive,
Ran Qiyu said. Jiang Lushur nodded. But when he looked at Li Yusen, he still felt that there was something different about Li Yusen. Maybe it's his illusion. Chapter 241 Confused Dreams and Reality.
Where are my grandpa and mother?
Li Yusen asked the two Professor Su again. She actually had a vague premonition that Jiang Lushur and the others' reaction just now was not quite right. Later, when Jiang Lushur told her what happened, he did not mention Su Tong and the others. They, even Jiang Zhuiying, who has always been straightforward, didn't know what to say.
Let me tell you.
Jiang Lushur breathed out gently.
Yusen.
When Li Yusen heard that they were injured, she froze as if she had been struck by lightning. How did that happen? That spiritual monster is already dead. In this end of the world, what Li Yusen is most fortunate about is that she still has relatives. No matter what happens, this is the greatest blessing. She risked everything and risked her life to protect her own relatives. But now she wakes up and is told that her most important relative is lying down?
Ran Qiyu has put them into a deep sleep,
Jiang Lushur said. But even so, no one is sure whether they can insist on returning to the safe island in Zhonghai. After learning that two important scientists had fallen, and that Li Yusen's life and death were uncertain, Lin Yaoshan and others almost went crazy with anxiety. But it was useless to be anxious. Lin Yaoshan also supported Jiang Lushur's approach. He kept people away from minibuses and continued to be vigilant. He himself stood far away, and then frequently looked in the direction of the minibus. He couldn't see anything from the car window, and he desperately wanted to know what was going on. At this time, Ying's voice came from the intercom.
Li Yusen is awake. Great. Where are the two scientists?
Lin Yaoshan asked.
Still unconscious,
Ying said. Lin Yaoshan's heart suddenly sank, and the atmosphere in the entire army became a little heavy. If something happens to the two scientists, their mission will basically be considered a failure. They are all mental monsters. Bang! Lin Yaoshan punched an armored vehicle next to him. There was a sharp pain on his fist, which made him calm down from his rage and anger.
Get ready to go,
Lin Yaoshan ordered. Hurry up and return to Zhonghai Safe Island. Maybe there is still hope. In the minibus, Li Yusen was stunned for several seconds after hearing Jiang Lushur's words. As a doctor, she knows exactly what this situation means. Hard to guard against. Who would have thought that a monster would have such intelligence? That it would use vitamin tablets to disguise itself and poison people. Even before the apocalypse, many people died every year due to poisoning. After the apocalypse, many creatures mutated, and who knows what kind of poison the monster used. Li Yusen's heart was empty, and she felt like a desperate person after drowning.
My mother and grandpa. Where are they?
Li Yusen said. She wasn't even sure if she had spoken or if her voice was conveyed. While saying this, Li Yusen struggled to stand up. As soon as she stood up, she staggered. Jiang Lushur quickly stretched out his hand to hold Li Yusen's wrist. He sighed inwardly as soon as he grabbed Li Yusen's wrist. Li Yusen's body was trembling, and her skin was cold. Jiang Lushur can completely understand Li Yusen's current mood. Professor Su Tong and Su Guangqi were lying on the other bed and the sofa. The warm and soft beds and sofas made their skin color paler. Their eyes were closed, and only their faint breathing indicated they were still alive. Li Yusen walked to the middle and knelt down, grabbing one of their hands. Can they be saved by returning to Zhonghai Safety Island? Li Yusen had a glimmer of hope in her heart. But she knew best that this glimmer of hope was so slim that it was almost zero. Get ready to go. Lin Yaoshan's order came from the intercom. No matter how small the chance of treatment is, we must work hard to fight for it.
Hurry up! Set off!
The convoy quickly left the family area of the nuclear power plant and quickly drove onto the road. The machine gun roared horribly again, and the flying bullets were just like everyone's anxious mood. Seeing the oncoming zombies, Ying silently stepped on the accelerator. Hurry back. Li Yusen turned a deaf ear to everything going on in the outside world, and she kept silently holding the hands of Su Tong and Su Guangqi. Su Tong's appearance was well maintained, but her hands were already very rough. As for Su Guangqi, his hands were like dry branches. Li Yusen remembered that this hand was once old but powerful, but now, it was hanging on the palm of her hand without any strength. Li Yusen shook it gently. The owner of this hand was breathing very weakly, and the candle of life was crumbling. However, as their relative, Li Yusen could do nothing. At this moment, Li Yusen felt that Su Guangqi's hand seemed different from usual. Plop! Plop! The sound of Su Guangqi's heartbeat seemed to be heard in Li Yusen's ears. The skin on Su Guangqi's hand seemed to have become transparent. Li Yusen saw Su Guangqi's blood vessels, his heart, and his various organs. Su Guangqi's body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of black energy, and his internal organs were penetrated by this black energy. The black energy enveloped Su Guangqi's heart, as if it was squeezing it. This situation made Li Yusen's scalp numb, and her own heart suddenly tightened. Li Yusen was stunned for a moment, and she quickly looked at Su Tong. Same phenomenon. This is... Li Yusen was stunned. She didn't know what was going on. She felt that any abnormalities in their bodies seemed to appear before her eyes. Li Yusen sensed these situations, and she knew better that both Su Guangqi and Su Tong were in a critical moment. What to do? Now how to do? This black energy seems to be swallowing up their lives. As Li Yusen became more and more anxious, suddenly, her eyes fell into a trance. Li Yusen was stunned for a moment. She realized that she seemed to be in an operating room. She was holding a scalpel, and there was an operating table in front of her. Li Yusen remembered this scene. She had seen such a scene before in her dreams. How is this going? Why did you enter this dream again? Or, he never woke up. She looked at the scalpel in her hand. The blade was very thin, sharp, and very realistic. Li Yusen stayed for a while, then looked at the officer on the operating table, and was stunned for a moment. Not the officer in the dream. Instead, it was her grandfather. Why is Grandpa lying here? Li Yusen quickly looked around and found her mother on the operating table next to her. Su Tong lay on the operating table with her eyes closed tightly. Li Yusen was at a loss. This was a closed operating room with only her mother and grandfather in it. The testing equipment next to it made a cold mechanical sound. And there was also the sound of dripping water coming from nowhere. It's so quiet. So quiet. Is this really a dream? Li Yusen didn't know. She felt very real. She reached out and shook her grandfather's hand. This feeling was also real. Li Yusen, who could no longer distinguish between a dream and reality, gradually calmed down in a daze. Now she is a doctor, holding a scalpel. The purpose of choosing this profession was to treat illnesses and save lives. Now, she wants to save her relatives. Chapter 242. Don't disturb her. Whoa! The sound of engines from vehicles, accompanied by the roars and crashes of zombies, roared all the way on the road, and the intensive gunfire never stopped. Looking at the messy rice fields that had begun to grow on both sides, and the occasional low-rise houses, Jian Lucier felt a gloomy feeling in his heart. Although the mental monster mutated due to radiation, its actions left a strong psychological shadow on everyone. With guns, cannons, superpowers, and troops in their hands, they have established a safe island in the middle of the sea. I am afraid that many people feel that although this apocalypse is cruel, it is still possible for these survivors to survive. But now, many people in this army, because of this experience, suddenly have the feeling of returning to the time when the apocalypse first broke out. Jian Lucier also clenched his fists. This kind of spiritual monster was hard to guard against. Go forward at full speed. Don't be reluctant to fight. As soon as you meet up with the people who stayed behind to guard, continue to set off immediately, and don't waste a single second. Lin Yaoshan's roar kept coming from the intercom. Jian Lucier turned to look at Li Yusen. At this moment, she was the most anxious person in his heart. But just after turning his head, Jian Lucier suddenly discovered something. He saw that Su Guangqi's eyelids seemed to move. At this time, Ren Shiyu suddenly looked over and said, "Their mental activities seem to be recovering. What's going on?" Jian Lucier was startled. Is he about to wake up? But these people, who lacked medical treatment and lacked medicine, didn't even know whether they were poisoned or what kind of poison they were poisoned. Ren Shiyu could only put them in a deep coma. In this case, how could they wake up on their own? Ren Shiyu didn't understand either. She glanced at Li Yusen and said in surprise, "She has abnormal mental energy fluctuations." Li Yusen's mental energy fluctuations were not strong. Ren Shiyu had been alert to the outside world and observing the situation. So she discovered this when she turned her attention to Li Yusen. So, after devouring the spiritual monster, Li Yusen indeed inherited some spiritual power. Speaking of this, Ren Shiyu was a little worried. Li Yusen could not control her mental power before. Could she have influenced the two professors unconsciously? But at this moment, Jian Lucier discovered that Li Yusen was holding Su Guangqi and Su Tong's hands tightly. Her eyes were slightly closed. Her face was pale, and her eyelashes were trembling slightly. From her expression, Jian Lucier could see concentration, as if she was immersed in something. Jian Lucier hesitated and said,
Don't disturb her.
Even if the mental power affects the two professors, given their physical condition, they will not wake up. But now they are showing signs of waking up. Time passed by minute. Suddenly, Li Yusin opened her eyes. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned for a moment, and then slumped down helplessly.
It turned out to be a dream. But not a dream,
Li Yusin said. She underwent a long operation in her dream to remove all the black energy. Now back in the minibus, she could no longer see the black energy from Su Guangqi and Su Tong. It's both a dream and reality. Li Yusin can't tell the difference.
Yusin.
Hearing Jiang Liusher's voice, Li Yusin suddenly came back to her senses. And then she realized that everyone was looking at her. At this time, Jiang Liusher looked at Su Guangqi and Su Tong. He was shocked to find that the pale and purple faces of these two professors actually changed back to their normal skin color. Even their haggard feeling caused by malnutrition and poor rest was gone. Their faces were rosy, and their breathing was steady. They didn't seem to be in a coma now, but they felt like they were sleeping peacefully. Jiang Juing also noticed. She said with some surprise. Li Yusin smiled slightly and said,
Let them sleep.
She looked at her mother and grandfather.
They are too tired these days.
There was an indescribable sense of relief on Li Yusin's face. She was already desperate, but she didn't expect it. Everyone lowered their voices, and Li Yusin recounted her situation.
I don't know what that dream is about,
Li Yusin said. Ran Shiyu gently held her chin, thought for a while, and said,
That should be your spiritual world. Similar to my spiritual realm. You're right,
Li Yusin suddenly realized, and then showed a smile that was both happy and embarrassed.
I just had this ability, and I don't understand any of this. According to what you described, your ability may not necessarily be used only for treatment. It is just that it is most suitable for you,
Jiang Liusher said. Li Yusin smiled.
Just treatment? Then I will be very happy.
Many people desire superpowers because they want to become stronger, not to help others. But for Li Yusin, being able to save her relatives and friends is enough. This is the same wish as her before the end of the world. She didn't want to experience the helpless despair she felt just now.
Yes.
Jiang Liusher nodded, seeing Li Yusin's happy smile. He was also sincerely happy for Li Yusin.
This ability is quite good.
Jiang Juing also nodded beside him.
Actually, it's not as magical as I said. I just feel that it can be put to use. But when it comes to actual operation, it feels very difficult and very tiring,
Li Yusin said.
This is because you have just gained your superpower. Whether it is mental or physical strength, you need to exercise and evolve,
Ran Shiyu said.
Yeah.
Li Yusin smiled slightly. People with superpowers need to eat a lot of mutated beast meat. And she still knows this. She just couldn't figure out how to train her mental power. But she could ask Ran Shiyu for advice.
Thank you.
Li Yusin suddenly straightened up, struggled to stand up, and bowed. After bowing, she almost fell down again, but was supported by Jiang Liusher. Li Yusin raised her head and looked at Jiang Liusher. Her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude.
Thank you very much.
This time, the lives of their whole family were saved by the Shirring team.
Don't save bullets for me. Machine gun fire. Speed through.
Lin Yaoshan's roar came again from the intercom. The commander's rich voice was hoarse.
I'm going. I almost forgot.
Jiang Liusher quickly picked up the walkie-talkie.
The two professors are fine.
What? Lin Yaoshan was stunned for a moment.
I said the two professors are fine,
Jiang Liusher said. Jiang Liusher is still the same tone and has not mastered the correct way to use the walkie-talkie at all. However, when he heard Jiang Liusher's voice this time, Lin Yaoshan felt that this was simply the best voice at this time. The two professors are fine. All the soldiers and survivors let out a long sigh at this time. This means that this sacrifice was not in vain, and their mission did not fail. A large number of research results, experimental samples, and manuscripts will show their value with the return of the two professors. Chapter 243 Dramatic Changes. The convoy continued to move forward, and soon arrived at the location where the large army was stationed. Wang Shiqi hurriedly greeted her. She had been busy at the station for a whole day and basically didn't even have time to sit down. On the one hand, she was eager to know how Li Yusin's family was doing. And on the other hand, she also wanted to complain to Li Yusin quickly later. Li Yusin is a kind person and will comfort her well.
What? So many things happened? So, you Xian, you have become a superpower?
Wang Shiqi was stunned. Her expression was a little complicated. This time when she left the safe island and came outside, Wang Shiqi was already frightened by the apocalypse. For the first time, She realized that her brother Wang Jianlang was not as omnipotent as she thought, and it was very difficult for her to survive on her own. Originally, Li Yusen was in a similar situation to her, but unexpectedly, Li Yusen narrowly escaped death and became a superpower. Although, this is not something that should be envied. Shichi, Li Yusen said suddenly.
Ah?
Wang Shichi suddenly came back to her senses.
Shichi, I'm thinking that I want to use this ability to make myself more useful,
Li Yusen said.
Use it? Yes.
Wang Shichi nodded. She was silent for a moment, and then said,
Yusen, you have encountered so many things today, and you still look very weak. Go and rest. It's okay. The army will stay here for a while. By the way, Shichi, how are you today?
Li Yusen asked. Wang Shichi moved her lips, then shook her head, showing a smile.
I'm fine.
Li Yusen glanced at Wang Shichi, and she felt that Wang Shichi seemed a little different from before. The cruel environment and Wang Jianlong's injury all made Wang Shichi grow up.
The mutated beast meat is stewed. Please eat more.
As soon as she returned to the car, Ren Qiyu had already brought out a pot full of fragrant mutated beast meat. Li Yusen sat at the table and watched Jiang Zhuing fill a bowl of meat and put it in front of her. She couldn't help but move her fingers as she looked at the smooth and tender meat.
Eat some vegetables, by the way.
Jiang Lusher added a handful of green vegetables to Li Yusen's bowl.
You won't be so weak after eating it.
Li Yusen looked at the meat and vegetable leaves in the bowl, and then at the group of people sitting around the car, including Zhang Hai and Sun Kun, who had just come up. Such a small carriage was packed with people, but it didn't feel crowded. Instead, it felt lively and peaceful. Li Yusen was silent for a moment, then showed a smile.
You can't eat meat for free. I would like to ask, do you need to hire a less qualified intern doctor?
As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, and her ponytail swayed accordingly. This clean and sweet expression and the natural and habitual movements made Jiang Lusher feel dazed for a moment. As if he was back in high school, Jiang Lusher was silent for a while, then nodded.
As long as it's not a high salary, you're welcome.
Ren Qiyu looked at this scene and stood up again with a smile.
I will cook 2 more dishes to celebrate.
After a while, Su Guangqi and Su Tong also woke up. The two of them were poisoned by the mental monster. And when they woke up, they were not only fine, but radiant. The lack of sleep before was made up for by deep sleep. Seeing that Li Yusen was fine, the two of them burst into tears of joy. And Li Yusen couldn't help but talk about it again.
Grandpa, Mom, I plan to stay in the Shuring team. My powers need to grow. And I think they are also willing to hire a doctor,
Li Yusen said. Su Guangqi and Su Tong looked at each other, with a look of reluctance and worry on Su Tong's face. As a survivor team, the Stone Shadow team must go out. However, Su Tong also knew that Li Yusen seemed to have a gentle temperament. But in fact, any decision she made was carefully considered. And as long as she said it, she would definitely implement it firmly. When Li Yusen joined the Shuring team, in addition to training herself, there was also the factor that Jiang Lusher was of great help to their family. How could Su Tong not know this about her beloved daughter? Amaroma?
As for safety, nothing in this world is safe or unsafe. The most important thing is that you have the power to survive. I am not as capable as my grandpa and mother, but I also want to find a way on my own and do what I can. Matter?
Li Yusen continued. Su Guangqi looked deeply at his granddaughter. He suddenly walked over and stretched out his hand to Jiang Lusher. Seeing the old man's hand that suddenly stretched out in front of him, Jiang Lusher raised his head in shock. Su Guangqi's old face, full of stubbornness, had a very serious expression.
My granddaughter, I leave it to you. You guys help each other.
Su Guangqi stretched out his hand. Jiang Lusher was stunned for a moment, and he quickly held Su Guangqi's hand. It is not easy for the old man to make such a decision. However, in this situation, Jiang Lusher felt a little weird in his heart for some reason when he heard Entrust's words.
I will,
Jiang Lusher said solemnly. At this time, Jiang Zhuing suddenly whispered,
Hey, doesn't this make the interior of the car too small?
As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Lusher struck her on the head with lightning speed, just adding to the chaos. The two scientists woke up, and the entire army became more excited. After running to see the conditions of the two scientists, Lin Yaoshan was completely relieved. Although there was no need to hurry up and rush to Zhonghai now, Lin Yaoshan still decided to set off early in order to avoid unnecessary complications. Zhonghe. The sound of gunfire could already be heard from a long distance away. Standing on the roof of the car and looking from a distance, The swarms of corpses surging on the streets in the city are like a black tide, which makes people feel scalp numb at a glance. This is an instinctive sense of threat, even for people with superpowers. The convoy walked back along the safe road. There were much fewer zombies along the way than in the city. There was coagulated blood and zombies emerging in waves along the way. After several difficult hours of breaking out, the convoy finally reached the Zhonghai District 1 area. However, at a glance, everyone felt their hearts twitching. The city wall that looked like a giant black dragon was filled with black smoke. At a glance, the ground is covered with devastation, and the corpses of zombies are piled under the city wall. What happened? Everyone felt incredible. With the firepower of Zhonghai District 1, even if the zombie tide tried their best to attack, it would be impossible for them to be attacked on the city wall. While it felt incredible, there was also a huge sense of panic. Everyone's heart suddenly felt like a huge stone. Chapter 244 in danger.
What's going on? Zhonghai will not be attacked by zombies.
Some people looked at it from a distance and couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. The convoy gradually approached Zhonghai District 1. Along the way, there were so many zombie corpses that it seemed like there was a layer on the ground. The vehicles kept running over zombie corpses, bumping from time to time. Even if you didn't look out deliberately, you would see corpses everywhere. Some penetrated by bullets, and some with mutilated limbs blown up by cannonballs. As they gradually approached the city wall, the scene on the city wall finally made people breathe a sigh of relief. On the towers, there were soldiers behind the heavy artillery and machine guns, and the walls were covered with black muzzles. The convoy arrived at the gate. The thick iron gate made of alloy steel plates was tightly closed, covered with blood, and heavily guarded by soldiers. Lin Yashan asked someone to shout a few words, and the door slowly opened. The minibus followed the convoy and drove into the gate. Jiang Lusher looked at the soldiers on both sides of the door from inside the car. What made him frown was that many of these soldiers were injured. They were lying on the ground and leaning against the wall, groaning in pain, and many of them were covered in blood. One of the injured people who was closer to them, Jiang Lusher, saw that he was holding his thigh. His face turned pale in pain, and he was sweating profusely. His thigh was penetrated directly, and the bone was visible, causing pain to anyone who looked at it. Jiang Lusher even saw many corpses covered with white cloth.
What's going on?
Li Yusen also became worried. Lin Yaoshan couldn't wait to get out of the car and called an officer to inquire about the situation. After that, Lin Yaoshan followed the officer to another place. It took a long time before Lin Yaoshan came back. During this period, soldiers and officers came over to conduct routine infection checks.
2 professors, please get out of the car. I will have someone escort you back to the safety island for a physical examination,
Lin Yaoshan said. Su Tong got out of the car, looked at the surrounding scene, and asked worriedly,
What happened? I don't know much now. But don't worry. There is no problem on the safety island. And even Zhonghai District 1 has not suffered much damage. You will not be in danger if you go and get checked,
Lin Yaoshan said.
The vehicles are ready, and other survivors who have returned from the radiation area will also be inspected. Please hurry up,
Lin Yaoshan urged. Su Tong had no choice but to nod, and helped Su Guangqi out of the car with Li Yusen.
I'll see my mother and grandpa first. I'll be back soon.
Li Yusen turned around and waved to Jiang Lusher and the others. She also had to go home to get some clothes and pack some things. Jiang Lusher nodded. While watching them get into the car, Jiang Lusher was also observing the situation in Zhonghai District 1. The once bustling streets were now in shambles, with corpses and injured everywhere. Not just soldiers, but more survivors. Zhonghai District 1 now looks like a small town where a zombie crisis has just broken out. This is inconsistent with Lin Yaoshan's statement that the loss was not big. Even if the zombies crossed over from the city wall, they would encounter soldiers first. How could they be allowed to come to the streets and kill so many survivors?
Captain Jiang, stay,
Lin Yaoshan suddenly said. Jiang Lusher was startled.
What's wrong? Oh, it's General Zhang who wants to see you.
Lin Yaoshan's expression was not very good. But it wasn't because of Jiang Lusher. Jiang Lusher estimated that the report Lin Yaoshan just heard from the officer should be very bad. In fact, Jiang Lusher wanted to ask him, but Lin Yaoshan seemed very anxious. After saying that, he said goodbye and left in a hurry, driving a minibus and following a car leading the way. Jiang Lusher kept seeing miserable scenes similar to those behind the gate along the way to the military office area where General Zhang was located. Many places looked like they had been bombed, and even houses collapsed. There are people with superpowers in Zhonghai District 1. as well as many ordinary people. These ordinary people have no ability to resist at all. On the way, Jian Lucia also heard someone discussing monsters, which made Jian Lucia wonder, could there be a monster similar to the big water monster appearing in the tide of corpses, causing such casualties? The military office area is also on the safety island, but not in the villa area. Following the car leading the way, Jian Lucia and the others soon arrived at an antique courtyard house. This place looks completely different from Zhonghai District 1, with a very quiet feeling.
This is the military commission's office,
said the soldier driving in the car.
Thank you.
Jian Lucia got out of the car and asked Ran Shi to join him. The courtyard was actually quite large. Jian Lucia and others followed the soldier to the door of an office. The door of the office was open. As soon as he arrived at the door, Jian Lucia felt a tense atmosphere rushing towards him, breaking the quiet feeling. Several officers were standing inside, listening to General Zhang's instructions. However, General Zhang, who originally gave Jian Lucia a feeling of a bold old man, now had a tense look on his face. His brows furrowed, and he looked solemn. The body naturally exudes an iron-blooded temperament, making people feel as if they are on the battlefield. It wasn't until those officers left that the young soldier saluted like a javelin.
Report to the general. The people have been brought here.
General Zhang was looking down at the table with one hand on the table. After the officers left, his face showed a tired feeling, showing a trace of his old age. Hearing the voice of the soldier's report, General Zhang raised his head and looked at Jian Lucia with a smile.
What have you brought? This is our great hero, Captain Jiang. Miss Ran, you really gave me a surprise. This is also the only good news I've heard in the past 2 days.
As soon as Lin Yashan came back, the news was quickly spread to the military commission. The safety of those scientists is a big deal for Zhonghai Safety Island.
Come in and sit down.
General Zhang also walked out from behind his desk and came to the sofa and coffee table. He also has a tea set in this office.
Would you like tea?
General Zhang asked.
I won't drink any more tea. Old General, what happened to Zhonghai?
Jian Lucia couldn't help but ask. This military commission office also gave him a feeling that a storm was coming. General Zhang put down the tea can he picked up and said,
something has indeed happened in Zhonghai. You all know that the corpse tide started to break out some time ago. The scale of this corpse tide has been getting bigger. Even if it grows bigger, it won't be able to invade the city.
Ran Shi pursed her lips and said,
of course. When we built the safety island in Zhonghai District 1, we had fully considered the threats of zombies and mutant beasts attacking the city. With our all-round firepower network covering it, it would be impossible for those monsters to attack Zhonghai from the outside.
Yes,
General Zhang is also very confident about this.
But what we didn't expect was that in the early hours of yesterday, a monster suddenly emerged from the ground in Zhonghai District. It was a giant earthworm. The small one was as thick as an adult's arm, and the big one was as big as a python. There were hundreds of them in total, causing a lot of damage. And at the same time as they raided, those corpses also launched the largest attack.
When old General Zhang said this, he paused, and then said in a very serious tone,
I don't want to say this, but I still have to say it. Zhonghai is very dangerous now. There are many more of those monsters.
Chapter 245 Request. Giant earthworms emerge from the ground and are really hard to guard against. Whether it is Zhonghai District 1 or the Safety Island, there are many green areas. The land is soft and cannot even act as a barrier. Among them, Zhonghai District 1 is located outside the Safety Island and has a large amount of farmland. So the degree of threat is naturally higher. The tide of corpses continues, attracting more and more monsters.
Now we are constantly thinking of ways. The Scientific Research Institute and the military, as well as the survivors of Zhonghai, are taking action together. If the Zhonghai Safety Island cannot hold on, the zombie tide will swallow hundreds of thousands of people in an instant.
Zhang, the old general, said, at this time, everyone has to fight for survival. The emergence of zombies has caused people to escape from the city and come to the safe zone. If they can't even defend the safe zone, where can these people go? No wonder General Zhang was so worried. After not seeing him for such a short time, Jian Lucia felt that he was several years older than he was a few days ago.
We will actively deal with these stupid monsters. They want to eat us, and they are not afraid of choking to death. I am old and have lived a long life. How can I be afraid of them?
Old General Zhang said,
with a flash in his eyes, a hint of murderous intent and rage. Then he looked at Jian Lucia and said,
Captain Jiang, I want to ask you for a favor.
Jian Lucia's expression was calm.
General, Please speak.
He knew that General Zhang didn't call him here in a hurry to explain the situation to him.
The current situation is changing every day. Previously, giant earthworms appeared near the Scientific Research Institute, shocking everyone. We are worried that there are other dangers. So we are preparing to move the Scientific Research Institute first,
General Zhang said. Transfer Research Institute? However, the Scientific Research Institute can be said to be the most important core of the entire Safety Island. The appearance of giant earthworms nearby caused an unknown amount of panic. In this way, it is normal for the military to make such a decision.
But where to transfer to?
Ran Shiyu asked.
You also know that in addition to the Zhonghai Safety Island, there are actually safety zones established in various places. We have always exchanged information and shared scientific research results with other safety zones. This time, after comprehensive consideration, we solicited the opinions of scientists. We feel that Jinling Base and Star City Base City are the most suitable. Some of the scientists will go to Star City Base City. This section of the road is quite far, so I hope that I can leave it to you to escort them.
General Zhang looked at Jian Lushur with a very solemn look.
I wonder, are you willing?
There was a trace of expectation in his eyes. The risk of this matter is very high, because it's too far from here to Star City. Star City has many nicknames. It is a core city in central China and has a long history and culture. Before the end of the world, it took 6 hours by train and 12 hours by car from Zhonghai to Star City. After the apocalypse, the 12-hour drive time meant that they had to continue on the road for many days, passing through zombie waves, and continuing to pass through many groups of zombies. In this case, if too many people are sent out, it will attract a large number of zombies. But if a small army team is sent out, the army will not be at ease. At this time, General Zhang thought of Jian Lushur, especially after hearing his performance in rescuing the two Professor Su. He immediately made up his mind. The Shuring team can handle this task. General Zhang was worried about the safety of these scientists. But Jian Lushur was not from the army, so he could not give orders to Jian Lushur. Therefore, he could only hope that Jian Lushur would agree. Jian Lushur was silent, weighing this matter in his mind. Jian Lushur respected these scientists. But if the risk exceeds his tolerance, not only will he and his team members be in danger, but these scientists will also be in danger. The current situation in Zhonghai does have great potential risks, and it is not necessarily safe for Jian Lushur to stay here. He was in China overseas, and it was impossible for him to stay away from the minibus all the time. Even if he did, he would not be able to protect himself when the sea was hit by a wave of zombies. In contrast, although the situation in Star City Base City is unknown, it is definitely safer than Zhonghai Safety Island. Otherwise the transfer would not have been carried out. Jian Lushur thought for a while, then raised his head.
I need payment in advance.
To move long distances, Jian Lushur had to complete the modification of the base vehicle first. Jian Lushur now only has one mutated zombie blood core in his hand, and nothing else. The current situation of the base vehicle is that the outer SHL is covered with first-level armor, and the internal space has been upgraded to be more habitable, with air cannons, ram angles, and a war room. But when faced with a huge group of zombies or monsters, like big water monsters, a base vehicle in the shape of a minibus is not enough. And if you switch to the mining truck state, the mining truck has too few functions.
Okay. What do you want?
General Zhang said happily. Jian Lushur might not send the scientists to Star City Base City after receiving the reward. But General Zhang has lived for so long, and has never seen any storms. He thinks that he still has some eyesight, and he will not see the wrong person.
Mutated crystal nuclei and some designated materials,
Jian Lushur said. Only the military has sufficient quantities of mutated crystal nuclei. As for metal materials, only the military has reserves of various materials. What Jian Lushur wanted most was actually the second-level mutant nuclei. But the number of second-level mutant nuclei was too few. General Zhang could only promise to apply for Jian Lushur as much as possible. When he was about to leave, General Zhang looked at Ran Shiyu.
Miss Ran, you played an extremely important role in this operation. We are very grateful. I promised to find your sister who is studying in Yuhang for you. But unfortunately, we have not had time to start the operation. But before heading to Star City in the end of the process, you will pass through Yuhang. And among the team operating with you, there is an officer who escorted the survivors from Yuhang to Zhonghai. I will ask them to help you find them.
Old General Zhang said. Ran Shiyu nodded in understanding. No one expected that such a change would occur in Zhonghai. And under this situation, Ren Shiyu was very satisfied that General Zhang could make such an arrangement for her. After coming out of the office, Jiang Lucier and the two met an old man head-on. This old man has pale hair and a cold expression. Seeing Jiang Lucier, his footsteps obviously paused, and then he quickly passed by them. Chu Chengshan. This name suddenly appeared in Jiang Lucier's mind. That person. Ren Shiyu also frowned. She sensed a very bad emotion from the old man just now. He can keep his emotions and anger intangible, and he can continue to walk his own path when he encounters his murderous enemy. Jiang Lucier shook his head. Ignore him. Now that Zhonghai is in chaos, and they are about to leave Zhonghai, there is no point in Chu Chengshan hating him. Chapter 246 Upgrade Plan. After leaving the military commission's office, Jiang Lucier and others drove back to the apartment. Blood and traces of battle were seen everywhere on the road, and it was obvious that giant earthworms were ravaging everywhere. Now the bodies have been cleaned up, but from time to time people can be seen sitting on the roadside with weapons. One of the survivors still had plasma on his head, and his expression looked a little dazed. I finally arrived at Zhonghai District 1, but after a few days of peace, I started to feel anxious again. There are indeed many people who cannot accept this kind of ups and downs. The minibus drove all the way towards the community. When it passed the coffee shop, Jiang Lucier saw the closed door and thought of Li Qinghui, his old classmate. But looking at this chaotic situation, it was not easy for him to find Li Qinghui, and it was too late. More importantly, it is actually safer for Li Qinghui to stay here than to leave with him. The road is too dangerous. Even Jiang Lucier has to be nervous and deal with everything carefully. After returning to the community, Jiang Zhuing, Ran Shiyu and Zhang Hai went up to pack their things. While Ying sat in the driver's seat, Jiang Lucier sat in the carriage and summoned Starseed in his mind. The current situation of the base vehicle is clearly displayed on Starseed's panel. Model, base vehicle, regular version. The first form looks like a minibus. The second form looks like a mining truck. Space configuration, upgraded bedroom X1, kitchen X1, bathroom X1, small living room X1, primary war room X1. Weapons and equipment, primary compressed air cannon, primary impact angle, SH, L, first grade special alloy. Total defense rating D. Compared with the minibus he had just refitted, today's minibuses have been upgraded too much. However, the mental monsters encountered in the radiation zone made Jiang Lucier feel that the current base vehicle was not enough. Jiang Lucier adjusted the evolutionary direction of the base vehicle. Jiang Lucier had seen these many times. He skipped those that he was not interested in and looked directly at the three items that he was more concerned about. Option 5. Add weapons to the base vehicle. Fuel-based flamethrower. Option 8. Add radar to the base vehicle. Option 9. Upgrade the war room. Radar. Jiang Lucier was very interested in this before. With radar and infrared scanning, he can predict many dangers. In the end of the world, this function is very useful. However, it is very expensive and requires a second-level mutant crystal core to open it. It is impossible for Jiang Lucier to obtain a set of armored vehicle radars from before the end of the world. Even now, even if the military is willing to sell it to him, the price is extremely high. Now, this secondary mutated crystal core can be dispensed with. There is a humanoid radar named Ran Shiyu in the team that can carry out precise strikes within range. So why do we need a radar? Jiang Lucier was more interested in adding weapons and upgrading the war room. The war room can only accommodate him alone now, and its function is relatively simple. It's just that upgrading the war room is too expensive. When you open the war room, you only need one crystal core, but to upgrade, you need 3. Although Jiang Lucier had previously accomplished the feat of consuming 18 crystal cores at once, that was applied to the entire vehicle, and the modified armor strength could also be shared with the second form mining truck, which was quite you remodel 2 cars at once. But the war room is only a little bigger. To upgrade it, you need 3 crystal cores and a special alloy. However, this is also very necessary for Jiang Lucier. He noticed that Jiang Zhuing was actually much stronger than before. But unlike the fact that he could exert his strongest combat effectiveness in the minibus, Jiang Zhuing was actually restrained by the minibus. She holds a long knife and releases electric current. Of course, she can't use her hands and feet in the minibus. If Jiang Zhuing can also enter the war room, then she will fight through the war room so that she will not be tied up. Although I received Zhuing, she was basically the one who silently paid for me. Jiang Lucier felt a little guilty. Before the end of the world, he had been taking care of Jiang Zhuing. But after the end of the world, it was Jiang Zhuing who supported him. Jiang Lusher did not want Jiang Zhuing to survive under his protection. Jiang Zhuing's talent was too good and should not be wasted. In this apocalyptic world, the best way to protect her is not to prevent her from being harmed, but to allow her to grow as hard as she can while ensuring her safety, and eventually become so strong that she does not need anyone's protection. Thinking of this, Jiang Lusher no longer hesitated and decided to upgrade the war room. As for the fuel-type flamethrower, the charging time of the air cannon is too long. When rushing through the corpses, the air cannon is basically useless. Under high-speed impact, there is no time to charge the air cannon. Turning on the fuel-type flamethrower also requires a first-level mutant crystal core. It's not expensive, but it consumes a lot of fuel and requires a lot of gas to start. It's also painful to use. Then, there is the modification of mining trucks. Mining trucks are not as widely used as minibuses. Jiang Lusher's positioning of mining trucks is mainly to crash. So the mining truck only needs to be hard enough, strong enough, and able to be hit. Jiang Lusher wants to upgrade mining trucks, mainly focusing on two aspects: speed and impactability. The speed of the mining truck itself is not very fast. It can even be described as relatively slow. After turning on acceleration and collision, the speed will be much faster. But compared with a super sports car like minibus, it is still far behind. Jiang Lusher wants to upgrade the acceleration function so that two cars can share this function.
They are all crystal nuclei.
Jiang Lusher started to feel pain just by planning. He hasn't opened the energy extraction chamber yet. Once it is opened, it will be equivalent to an extra crystal core black hole. After packing up, Jiang Zhuing and Ran Shi returned to the base vehicle and started cooking and resting. General Zhang Hai and Sun Kun parked the truck aside to inspect the vehicle. They will rest in the car tonight. With the threat of the giant earthworm, the apartment may not be safe. They had already heard in this community that giant earthworms were emerging from the water pipes. When you turn on the faucet, a man-eating monster emerges. Even if you don't die, it will leave a psychological shadow. Li Yusen did not come back at night. From time to time, Jiang Lusher and the others saw firelights in the direction of the city wall. The sound of guns and cannons, and the low and cruel roars of zombies. At first, the movement made people feel a little uneasy. Jiang Lusher lay on the bed and whispered,
"Don't worry. Just go to sleep."
Ran Shi blinked, gently pulled the quilt up a little, and then closed her eyes. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, just being in this minibus gives me a sense of peace of mind. Jiang Zhuing also gently pulled up the quilt. At this moment, Jiang Liusher's voice suddenly sounded in her ears.
"Jiang Zhuing, take off your headphones and don't stay up late watching anime,"
Jiang Lusher said. Jiang Zhuing suddenly felt like a little rabbit who was caught stealing food. His eyes widened suddenly, and then he stuck out his tongue.
"Okay."
This night felt a bit long. Chapter 247 Emergency Mission. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the car door. As soon as the door opened, Li Yusen stood outside wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, a very youthful peaked cap on her head, a backpack on her back, and a huge handbag.
"Good morning, Sister Uxian. Judging from the way you are dressed, you look like you are going on a trip."
Jiang Zhuing stuck her head out from the bathroom and said while biting her toothbrush.
"Isn't this bad?"
Li Yusen said with a smile. Seeing Li Yusen get into the car, Jiang Lusher, who was looking down at the map, raised his head and smiled at her. Although there was only one night, with Li Yusen's character, she must have arranged everything properly before coming here.
"Do you know about the scientist transfer?"
Jiang Lusher asked.
"Well, the scientists at the Scientific Research Institute have all been notified. The locations and times for their evacuation are different, and the evacuation methods are also different. There is still work at the Scientific Research Institute, and they cannot leave it immediately. Moreover, the safety level of the Scientific Research Institute is actually higher than outside. There will be a lot. The military is just preparing for a rainy day,"
Li Yusen said. Judging from Li Yusen's calm expression, she was obviously very confident in the safety of the Scientific Research Institute. She must have confirmed it on the spot. Otherwise she would definitely be more anxious than everyone present.
"And my grandpa and mother are anxious to sort out the experimental results and samples from this trip to the nuclear power plant. They will take action with the military later, if China's shipping cannot persist."
Li Yusen did not continue. Zhonghai couldn't hold on. This was the worst outcome. If it happened, no one knew how many people would die. However, there are tens of thousands of people in the army anyway. The scientists are firmly protected, and the survival rate can be said to be the highest among all.
General Zhang asked us to help escort the scientists to the Star City base city,
Jian Lucia said. When making this decision, Jian Lucia did not seek the opinions of other people in the team, because he knew that Jiang Zhuiying, Zhang Hai and Sun Kun would all follow his arrangements and make the decision. But Li Yusen is a new member, and she still has relatives on Zhonghai Safety Island.
If you want to stay.
Before Jian Lucia finished speaking, he saw Li Yusen nodding.
Okay. You didn't. I will perform well,
Li Yusen said, having already put down her bag. She only brought a small change of clothes, and the rest were medicines and medical tools.
Okay,
Jian Lucia said. In this way, the matter of escorting the scientists was settled. He glanced at Li Yusen, thinking about the conversation just now. Speaking of which, Li Yusen was like this before. As long as she agrees with something, she will agree immediately, making people feel that all the words she prepared to persuade her become redundant. Just after breakfast, a military jeep came to the community. An officer got out of the car and spoke in a loud voice.
Captain Jiang, please come with me and your team. We will set off this morning. So fast?
Jian Lucia was stunned for a moment. This time, they did not set off from the army's transit area, but came to one of the city gates. This place is also heavily guarded, and there are also a large number of ordinary people living here. Compared to other areas, this area has less zombies. Some ordinary people are resting, while others are taking advantage of the small tide of corpses to work overtime, to complete the repairs of the city wall, and set up roadblocks next to the green belt on the roadside. Jian Lucia also saw someone wearing a biochemical suit spraying something into the land. The land around Zhonghai Safety Island is actually very precious. But there are too many people here. In order to prevent casualties, there is no way to do this. Several military vehicles were parked at the gate of the city. When they saw a military jeep, a military truck, and a minibus driving over, the ordinary people stopped and looked at them. When they saw these cars coming today, they felt like they were taking some important action. But as soon as this minibus drove over, something seemed wrong. This minibus attracted a lot of attention as soon as it appeared, and it also attracted those who were already waiting here. A total of more than a dozen officers and soldiers were loaded on several vehicles. These officers and soldiers also looked at the minibuses, but their reasons for looking were different from those of ordinary people.
That's the Stone Shadow team. I heard my comrade say it last night. Don't underestimate this minibus. It's so awesome that a group of zombies can rush right through it. It depends on how big the zombie group is. But I also heard that the captain of the Shuring team has mechanical modification powers. And this car is the result of his superpower transformation. I also heard that if this incident hadn't happened, several brigades have already wanted to ask him to help modify their vehicles. It is said that Captain Zhang's marksmanship is very accurate. Does Hawkeye know that? He is not as good as him. Damn it. It's real or fake. The superpower is not just a marksmanship, but it's so awesome. How can we, the professionals, fool around with it?
These officers and soldiers communicated eagerly, although it only spread for one night. The power of Jian Lucia and Shi Ying's team had already reached the ears of these officers and soldiers. Of course, they are also actively asking about it. They had already learned last night that they would complete this escort mission with the Shuring team. While these officers and soldiers were discussing, a pair of eyes secretly peeked out from the crack of the car window, and then retracted. The minibus and the military truck driven by Zhang Hai and Sun Kun soon arrived at the city gate. Jian Lucia was observing the situation around the city gate when an officer ran to the car. He straightened his back like a javelin and saluted.
Captain Jiang, captain of the escort team Zhu Chongqing. I received the message the mission is to cooperate with your team to complete the escort mission, and follow your command when necessary. Okay.
Jian Lucia nodded. Zhu Chongqing said, handing over a bag.
This is the reward for your team. Thank you.
Jian Lucia took the cloth bag. When he opened it and took a look, his eyes suddenly felt a little blurry. A pack full of mutant crystal nuclei. Jian Lucia was excited and a little disappointed at the same time. The reward given by General Zhang included 21st level mutant crystal nuclei and 5 evolutionary crystals. This evolutionary crystallization was not what Jian Lucia asked for. General Zhang also spent a lot of money this time. The army had already lost a lot of money to hire Jian Lucia and Ran Shi last time. And this time, they were given more compensation than last time. Rescue and escort are very difficult. But this time it is to let Jian Lucia and the others leave Zhonghai District 1. However, General Zhang didn't know that for Jian Lucia, as long as he had a base vehicle, he didn't worry about leaving at all. In addition to the mutated crystal nuclei and evolutionary crystals, the metals Jian Lushur wanted were also moved from a car and sent box by box to the minibus.
Everything is ready, and the materials are not bad at all,
Zhu Chongqing said. Getting everything ready in one night was something Jian Lushur couldn't do on his own. But what is disappointing is that there are no secondary mutant crystal nuclei. Of course, Jian Lushur also understood that General Zhang had already said before that he could only apply as much as possible.
In order to ensure safety, it is best for the scientists to be escorted this time to stay in your team's minibus. Is that okay?
Zhu Chongqing said again.
Well, there are already a lot of people in my car, and most of them are girls, so it's not very convenient.
At this moment, two people got out of the military vehicle. Seeing these two people, Jian Liushur's unfinished words suddenly choked in his throat. Chapter 248 Leaving Zhonghai. Jian Lushur originally thought that the scientists he would arrange to come over would probably be two old people. But it turned out to be a young woman with a little girl who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old.
I'm sorry. My daughter is a little uncomfortable. The conditions on the military bus are quite difficult, so I hope I can ride in your car. If the bus is very crowded, I can just let my daughter sit in it,
the young woman said. The little girl had soft long hair, a round face, and a small pink backpack. She hid behind the young woman and kept secretly looking at Jian Lushur. Her big eyes looked like two black grapes.
I know them,
Li Yusen said softly.
The older one is a botany expert, but in the Scientific Research Institute. The little girl is more famous. She is a little prodigy,
Li Yusen said. Jian Lushur glanced at the little girl in surprise. The little girl looked timid, but she turned out to be a little genius. However, it is really inconvenient for a young mother and a little girl to be crowded together with a group of soldiers. They should have heard what Jian Lushur said just now.
No problem. You all can come up,
Jian Lushur said.
Thanks.
Seeing the female scientist getting into the car with her daughter, Zhang Hai looked out of the car window and said,
TSK. TSK. Did you see that? This is what luxury cars are for. You are the only one with a mean mouth,
Sun Quan said speechlessly. However, this minibus is indeed a luxury car that will do its job in the apocalypse. Jian Lushur met with two other scientists again. This time he had to escort a total of 3 scientists. 2 of them brought their relatives, and one was also young. It was said that his relatives mutated into zombies, so he had no family members. The team was quickly prepared, and as the door slowly opened, the scene outside suddenly came into view. The ordinary people tensed up and stood aside. There was only a wall between them and the HL outside, and they had no idea what this convoy was going to do. Watching the motorcade drive out of the gate, the eyes of these ordinary people seemed a little blank and empty. If it were them, they would definitely not dare to go out. After the convoy left, the door was immediately closed, and these ordinary people breathed a sigh of relief. In the minibus, Jian Lushur sat in the car and summoned the star seat panel. The reward he just received has not yet warmed up and will be used on the minibus immediately. The first is to upgrade the war room.
A mutated crystal core has been detected. 2 first-level mutant crystal cores are required to upgrade to the second-level war room. After the upgrade, the area of the war room will be increased, and the 360-degree shooting port will be retained. It can accommodate 2 people at the same time. Do you want to upgrade? It takes 2 mutant crystal nuclei to change from 1 person to 2 people.
Jian Lushur felt deep pain in his body. However, he also knows that this is not as simple as simply expanding the area. The anti-collision buffer and defensive armor in the war room must also be extended as the area expands. And after upgrading, the defense capabilities of the war room will also be improved.
Confirm,
Jian Lushur said in his heart. The next step is to add weapons to the minibus.
Add a weapon to the base vehicle. A fuel-type flamethrower. Fuel-type flamethrower, it consumes a lot of gasoline to start, and pure oxygen combustion produces a high temperature of 2000 degrees Celsius. Adding this weapon requires a mutant crystal core. Do you want to add this weapon? Yes,
Jian Lushur said again. One word really consumes a crystal core. Next, Jian Lushur increased the armor strength of the mining truck, which was reflected on the minibus. Important positions such as the front of the minibus were also reinforced. In the blink of an eye, Jian Lushur had only a few mutant crystal nuclei left. The base vehicle consumed the mutated crystal core like eating jelly beans, which made Jian Lushur's flesh ache.
The war room is being upgraded, and the current progress is 1%. The fuel-type flamethrower is under construction, and the current progress is 1%.
The young female scientist and her daughter were sitting on the sofa. The female scientist put on glasses and was studying something with a thick notebook and a tome, while the little girl opened her eyes. He looked at Jean Lucier with big eyes. Jean Lucier ignored her at first, but after being stared at for a long time, Jean Lucier still glanced at her. The little girl looked at Jean Lucier with her big eyes, and then asked in a low voice,
"Are these sisters all your wives?"
Jean Lucier was stunned for a moment, while Jiang Zhuing on the side laughed directly, making Jean Lucier confirm that he had not heard wrongly.
"No,"
Jean Lucier said. The little girl nodded.
"Oh."
But listening to her tone, Jean Lucier could hear a little disappointment.
"Where are you from?"
The little girl asked again.
"Xianbei,"
Jean Lucier said. The little girl immediately smiled and pulled her mother's sleeve.
"Mom, see if I guessed it right? I said this brother has a Xianbei accent. Didn't you guess wrong just now? Come on. Don't be naughty."
The female scientist smiled apologetically at Jean Lucier.
"I'm sorry. Xiaonet is just like that."
No wonder she kept staring at him. It turned out to be a bet with her mother. Jean Lucier thought.
"We are passing through Xianbei this time,"
the little girl continued. Jean Lucier was startled for a moment. He really hadn't noticed this. But thinking about it again, Xianbei is very close to Shanghai. But if you were going from Shanghai to Star City before the end of the world, you probably wouldn't have passed by Xianbei. But after the end of the world, some crowded routes cannot be passed, and it is normal to detour to Xianbei. Xianbei. Jean Lucier has not heard anything about the situation in Xianbei since the apocalypse broke out and left Xianbei. Zombies have devoured the world, except for a few base cities that light up at night. Most areas have fallen into deep darkness. The convoy continued to move forward. As the number of zombies increased, the minibuses began to accelerate and collide. An intensive gunfire also rang out. The female scientist looked up and looked outside, while the little girl kept sitting obediently on the sofa, showing no signs of fear. After satisfying her curiosity about the bet with her mother, the little girl stopped talking to Jean Lucier. In the evening, the convoy entered a small city.
"Captain Jiang, it's getting late today. It's very dangerous to drive at night. Another city ahead is still half an hour's drive away from us. Just stay here."
Zhu Changqing's voice came through the intercom.
"Okay, let's find a suitable place to camp."
Jean Lucier agreed. In fact, Xianbei was ahead. Jean Lucier still had a feeling that he wanted to visit Xianbei. But traveling at night was indeed very risky. Even his minibus would definitely not want to face the siege of corpses and the attack of mutant beasts at night. The zombies and mutated beasts at night all have amazing eyesight. Compared with him, humans suffer a lot.
"Okay."
At this time, the female scientist came over.
"Captain Jiang, I saw a lot of farmland here. I wonder if I can collect some samples. If I just stop by the roadside, there should be no danger."
If you just stop on the side of the road, there will really be no problem. It is much safer than going into the city to search for supplies. This small city was estimated to have about 1 million people before the end of the world. After the zombie wave broke out, it was hard to say whether there were more or less zombies in this city. Therefore, even if they are stationed, they will not enter the city.
"Okay,"
Jean Lucier said. The escorting scientists were relatively easy to talk to and didn't seem to be stubborn. Of course, if they made some unreasonable demands, Jean Lucier would directly refuse them. He is here to escort, not to accompany others to death. While the convoy was stationed on a high-rise building in the city, several pairs of eyes were looking at these vehicles with bright eyes. On the road, the green military vehicles looked very eye-catching. Chapter 249 Special Powers.
"Am I right? That's a military vehicle." "Right."
These figures were all staying on the roof. Behind them, painted in large letters, was the word SOS. They had heard the sound of a helicopter passing by before, but when they rushed to the top of the building like crazy and waved their hands frantically, the helicopter was already far away. Unable to control his excitement, the person who shouted attracted zombies and almost made them their food. Since then, they have taken turns to look out here almost every day. Whether it's a team of survivors or an army, they are all eager to meet people. Living people, instead of those endless hordes of zombies. They are very miserable because they are basically ordinary people. The only person with superpowers doesn't play a big role. It only helps a little bit in escaping. Of course, if it weren't for their usefulness in escaping, they wouldn't be alive now. In short, they are now mice struggling in the bottom gutter. After missing the helicopter, after a period of despair, they see hope again. The army is coming. However, when they told the news to other survivors and more than a dozen people gathered on the roof. They were so excited that they discovered that the army was stationed outside the city.
What are you doing? Why don't they enter the city?
The superhuman among the survivors also came to the top of the building. She was extremely excited when she saw this group of people at first. But slowly, she became a little stunned. That person with powers. Her name is Yin Fangfei. She is actually not very old. Only in her early 20s. But among this group of people, she is one of the best. She is also the only one who is relatively clean among this group of people. The rest of them were all unkempt. Only she managed to wash her face clean, revealing a pretty good appearance. But even so, her hair was dirty. Although she had changed into clean clothes, she still looked dirty. There was an unconcealable body odor escaping. In the apocalypse, Yin Fangfei would not dare to wear perfume for fear of attracting zombies.
Mei Yen, maybe it's getting dark now. They will definitely come tomorrow,
another female survivor said in a whisper. She was older than Yin Fangfei, and she was called very affectionately. Maybe she was too close. So Yin Fangfei frowned. It really stinks. Of course she knew this woman was trying to please her.
Tomorrow.
Yin Fangfei hesitated. She is a person with special powers. Although she is not a fighter, Yin Fangfei feels that her powers are very special. As long as she can join the army, she will definitely be taken seriously. And she won't have to live like this anymore. She really didn't want to spend more than a minute like this. But these people all wanted to wait for tomorrow.
What is that?
They saw a minibus driving out of the convoy. It's not that they didn't see this minibus, but their attention was attracted by the military vehicle. They didn't pay attention to this minibus just now. It's too risky for this car to dare to leave the military vehicle. The minibus drove in their direction, but it didn't go very far before it stopped on the side of the road. Then, Yin Fangfei saw several people getting out of the car. At first, she was just stunned because none of these people were wearing military uniforms. But then, her eyes suddenly widened. Those are all women. But they were dressed so cleanly. Their hair was soft and smooth, and there wasn't a single dirty spot on their bodies. Although the distance was not very close, Yin Fangfei could see clearly. One of the girls stretched after getting off the car. Seeing these women, Yin Fangfei's eyes widened. Is this a woman living under the protection of the military? These women have not suffered at all. They definitely don't need to be like her, living in such a stinking environment, having to worry and protect these people every day. Normally she had taken care of herself very well. But compared to those women, she looked like she crawled out of the garbage.
They are also survivors. Right. They don't look like soldiers?
Someone next to me said. Yin Fangfei looked back and saw that the survivors, especially the men, were looking at the women with very surprised eyes, as if they were real women. An extremely strange feeling emerged in her heart, making her feel irritable.
They are just parasites. They were exchanged for their bodies. They are not just abandoned,
Yin Fangfei said, having lived in this depressive life for a long time, and having missed the hope of being rescued not long ago. Yin Fangfei was already in a bad mood. The appearance of these women made her suppressed emotions explode. She is a person with special abilities, and she deserves to live a better life than these women.
Go and tidy up the sheets. If you can't just wait, make a banner to attract their attention,
Yin Fangfei said. She was still very worried. This time might be her only hope, and she didn't want to miss it. If these people weren't afraid of death, she would definitely let them find a way to seek help. On the roadside, Jiang Lushir watched the female scientist Qin Yu pick crops on the edge of the rice field under the protection of Jiang Juing and Ying. Although there are very few zombies here and no mutant beasts were seen, Qin Yu still consciously only moved around the rice fields. The other three scientists were not majoring in plants, so they stayed with the army to help set up camp.
My mother said that after the end of the world, I don't know why, it seems that the plants have also undergone some changes. Maybe it's because of the change in the environment,
Qin Xiaonan said, sitting next to the door of the minibus, dangling her calves.
Is this change good or bad?
Jiang Lushir asked. Qin Xiaonan held her cheek and thought for a while.
I don't know yet. Mom said that if we look at it according to the standards before the apocalypse, it must be bad. However, after the apocalypse, human beings' physical fitness will improve and their immunity will strengthen. So it may still be edible. As long as humans don't die, we will have to grow food in the future. Otherwise we will definitely be left with nothing. It is said that there are conditions for farming in the Star City-based city. So my mother went there,
Qin Xiaonan said.
Do you want to study botany in the future?
Li Yusen asked.
Of course not. I want to learn to fight,
Qin Xiaonan said. This little girl seems quite serious. At this time, Ren Xiyu suddenly turned around and glanced in the direction they came from.
There are zombies passing by in the direction of the camp. Let's go back,
Ren Xiyu said.
Professor Qin. Let's go!
Jian Lucia shouted. And at this time, on that tall building.
Why are they leaving? What about the banner? It's okay. Wait for tomorrow. Wait for tomorrow.
These people watched the minibus leave. They neither dared to shout nor pass through the zombies. Yin Fangfei looked at the minibus and clenched her fists. She doesn't want to live this kind of life. She wants to become more glamorous than those women. Chapter 250 Screaming late at night. I didn't feel anything during the day. But when night fell and the 5, 1, and 6 women were all staring at Jian Lucia, I felt very awkward. Originally, with the addition of Li Yusen, the bed and sofa were no longer enough. But now there are Professor Qin and his daughter. Feeling the awkward atmosphere, Jian Lucia touched his chin. The internal space of the base vehicle had just been optimized and upgraded, and it was immediately insufficient.
Squeeze it,
Jian Lucia said helplessly. Professor Qin and his daughter were assigned to a bed, and Jiang Zhuing and Ying slept in another bed respectively. Li Yusen and Ran Xiyu made concessions to each other, and finally Li Yusen slept on the sofa, while Ran Xiyu and Jiang Lucia slept on the carpet. The space inside the carriage is not large, but it is well ventilated. Even with so many people crammed in, there is no sense of oppression at all. Listening to the rustling sound of turning over, Li Yusen lay on the sofa and closed her eyes gently. It turns out that this is how they usually sleep. Li Yusen still felt a little sleepy, but she seemed used to lying to Ran Xiyu and the others. But in the last days, such conditions are already very good, having had the experience of living in a tent. Li Yusen felt that she was very happy sleeping in this car. Li Yusen looked out the window for a long time. She saw the guarding soldier in the distance, lying there motionless with a gun in hand. She almost thought that the other person was about to fall asleep. However, when the handover came, the soldier immediately stood up, got up. Jiang Liushir's car was parked at the other end of the camp, still some distance away from the soldiers. In fact, this was because Jiang Lucia relied on the defensive nature of the base vehicle and used the base vehicle as a sentry. Parked at the other end of the city. Unknowingly, Li Yusen fell asleep. This was the first night she spent with these people after joining the Shering team. But in that tall building, Yin Fangfei didn't sleep all night. She kept her eyes open and looked at where the army was stationed. This opportunity was too important to her. She absolutely couldn't miss it. Why don't the troops come? The more Yin Fangfei thought about it, the more she felt that the risk was too high just to wait. Will the army definitely come tomorrow? Even if they enter the city, they may not be noticed. Even after calming down and thinking about it, when they enter the city, there will be tall buildings on the left and right, and they will focus on the road, let alone find her. Yin Fangfei thought anxiously. She felt that this situation was very likely to happen. But walking through zombies at night? The risk is too high.
I think we should still find a way to break out.
There were more than a dozen men and women in this survivor team, and they were all woken up by Yin Fangfei in the middle of the night. But they were not actually asleep. The hope of survival was outside. So how could they sleep well? But break out.
I have calculated it in detail. In fact, the distance between us and the army is not far,
Yin Fangfei said.
The straight line distance is actually less than 1,000 meters. But zombies,
one survivor said.
There are not that many zombies.
Yin Fangfei immediately interrupted him.
There are many zombies on the streets, but not so many in the alleys. Besides, I have another way,
Yin Fangfei said, and took out a mobile phone. She found this mobile phone in this building. Fortunately, the battery is not out yet and can be turned on.
As long as we set an alarm clock on our phone that reminds us every 5 minutes, and secretly place it in the opposite direction from where we want to break out, we can attract the attention of the zombies, and continue to attract it. This way, it will be easier for us to break out. Yes,
Yin Fangfei said. These survivors glanced at each other. They were all unkempt and had not eaten enough for many days. They looked like they had sunken eye sockets, sallow complexions, and even chapped lips. Even the zombies look better than they look now. They are tortured by zombies. In this case, who has the courage to put down their mobile phones?
This phone will be destroyed by zombies as soon as it rings once,
one survivor said.
Yes, and won't the zombies in the direction where we break out also be attracted? This is actually more unsafe,
another survivor also said. Seeing these people cowering, Yin Fangfei felt very upset. If she didn't need these people to help her break out, she wouldn't bother talking nonsense to these people.
Forget about the mobile phone plan. I'm just making suggestions.
Yin Fangfei put down the mobile phone. A hint of haze flashed in her eyes. Not only are these people useless, they are also very smart. Why is she stuck with these people?
Then let's just break through. I will use my powers to protect everyone.
Yin Fangfei said.
There is no way to survive here. This area is originally a commercial building, and there are not many places to sell food. We have almost collected all the food we can collect during this period. If you want to survive, this is the only chance. As long as I am here, there will be hope.
If it really doesn't work, this is the only way. Yin Fangfei emphasized her own abilities. Although she has no fighting ability, if this group of people want to survive, they must protect her spontaneously. So although breaking out is dangerous, this group of people will be her cover. Less than 1,000 meters away, she must escape alive. She stared at these people with red eyes, seeing these people hesitating, thinking, and finally agreeing with her statement. Yin Fangfei suddenly became excited. Those people were also panicking and expecting. They felt that what Yin Fangfei said made sense. Yin Fangfei restrained her excitement and said,
"It's not too late. Let's get ready to go."
At Yin Fangfei's urging, these survivors came to the back door of the building. After gently removing the obstacles blocking the door, an iron door appeared in front of people. When they open this door, they will face countless zombies. Yin Fangfei was nervous and scared. When she got to the army, she wouldn't have to be like this now. She hasn't washed her hair for a long time, and there may be lice in her hair. It's really itching to death. Before the end of the world, when had she ever suffered this kind of sin? As a person with special powers, Yin Fangfei has even begun to look forward to her glorious life in the future. That is the life she should live. Just when Li Yusen was about to fall asleep, she suddenly opened her eyes again. At the same time, Jiang Lushur sat up suddenly from the carpet next to her. Jiang Lushur suddenly woke up from his sleep. But there was no sleepy expression on his face. It was as if he had just closed his eyes to rest his mind a second ago. His pair of dark eyes looked very bright in the faint moonlight. Almost at the same moment, Ing also turned over and sat up. And Jiang Zhuing and Ran Shiyu also woke up immediately.
There's some movement.
Jiang Lushur stood up and put on his clothes. They had already heard a shrill scream coming from a distance. Chapter 251 Who Are You? Ran Shiyu's spiritual realm immediately opened, and she began to sense what was going on.
There are survivors. Coming this way.
Ran Shiyu said with surprise in her tone. It's not surprising that there are survivors in the city. But at this time,
this movement will attract the zombies here. Let's go there.
Jiang Lushur said. Ran Shiyu nodded, and then informed Zhu Chongqing of Jiang Lushur's decision through spiritual contact, and asked Zhu Chongqing to lead the team to stay here to protect the scientists. The army camped last night, and the scientists were all sleeping in their tents. But now, they were all awakened. Professor Qin also woke up. She hugged Xiaonan and looked a little nervous.
What's going on? It's okay. Don't be nervous. Captain and the others will handle it.
Li Yusen comforted. Ing sat on the driver's seat, started and stepped on the accelerator in one go. With a woo sound, the minibus suddenly turned and then rushed towards the city. There were many abandoned cars on the road, and the city not far away was dark. Under this situation, they could only hear screams from time to time in front of them. There was a scream that disappeared as soon as it sounded. The fate of this survivor could be imagined. Professor Qin suddenly turned pale and quickly covered Xiaonan's ears. This was actually her first time leaving the safe island. And while she was engaged in plant research, she had never even seen the corpses of zombies and mutant beasts. She could maintain her composure when she encountered zombies on the road before. But now she heard the screams of survivors. Xiaonan didn't look scared before, but now she also showed a trace of panic. Soon, Jiang Lushur and others saw a group of zombies appearing in front of them. Those zombies were still running very fast in the dark, and their eyes had a slightly shiny feeling, like a pack of hungry wolves. But they posed a much stronger sense of threat than the hungry wolves. When ordinary people face these zombies, they are frightened and overwhelmed at first. In front of these zombies, there are two figures. These two people were running desperately, but the distance between them and the zombies was quickly closing. Suddenly, one of them fell down and he shouted quickly, "Help me! Help me!" However, the companion who was escaping with him continued to run forward without looking back. Soon, the minibus rushed over. "Help! Help!" The person running at the front was Yin Fangfei. When she saw the minibus approaching, she felt happy and shouted immediately, finally escaped. She still overestimated the role those survivors could play, and she almost died together. Seeing the minibus approaching, Yin Fangfei stretched out her hand. When the minibus stopped and opened the door, she rushed up immediately. Then, she said goodbye to this bad life completely. However, the car ignored Yin Fangfei's look of expectation and buzzed past her. The car rushed straight towards the zombies, and Yin Fangfei's eyes suddenly widened. What is this for? Are you looking for death? Yin Fangfei was stunned for a moment, then quickly continued running forward. She knew the army was in that direction. Although Yin Fangfei could hardly run anymore, she did not dare to stop. Her heart was full of expectations. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sound of impact came, and Yin Fangfei heard that the sound of the car was still driving, and it was getting closer and closer to her. Yin Fangfei finally turned around and took a look, with a look of astonishment on her face. How did this car come back unscathed? She looked over the minibus and saw no one standing on the road. This minibus killed all those zombies? As for that companion, he was destined to die the moment he fell. Yin Fangfei felt unbelievable. This minibus looked very cheap at first glance, so she thought that this bus was seeking death when it rushed over. However, the reality overturned her idea. Stop! Stop! Seeing the minibus getting closer and closer, Yin Fangfei quickly waved. With a creak, the minibus stopped in front of her. There was blood dripping down the front face of the minibus with no headlights on at night, and Yin Fangfei felt trembling in her heart. But as soon as the car stopped, she felt a real sense of relief. She walked to the car door, and then the car door opened. I really can't run anymore. Do you have water? Yin Fangfei has already seen it. The interior of this car is so luxurious. This is actually an RV. There are sofas, beds, and tables. It's still on the table. Is that Coke? How many bottles of drinks are there? Yin Fangfei's throat felt dry for a while. She hadn't drank clean water for a long time. She couldn't wait to get in the car, but she found a figure standing at the door, blocking her way. She was startled and raised her head. Why? Just after saying 2 words, Yin Fangfei's eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. In front of her, Jiang Lucier was standing at the car door looking at her, while Ying and the others stood beside him. Wait a minute, Jiang Lucier said. But Yin Fangfei didn't answer his question. She suddenly screamed. It's you? Keep your voice down. Jiang Zhuing shouted immediately. Yin Fangfei ignored Jiang Zhuing and looked directly at Li Yusen next to Jiang Lucier. Are you Li Yusen? Hey. You are? Li Yusen stared at Yin Fangfei and carefully identified her. Are you Yin Fangfei? Yin Fangfei looked so dirty that she didn't recognize him at first sight. Jiang Lucier was also stunned for a moment. Yin Fangfei? He had an impression of Yin Fangfei. Yin Fangfei had a high status in the class. Her family was very rich, and she was very fashionable in her clothes and wore famous brands. However, he was not familiar with Yin Fangfei at all. It's me! Yin Fangfei saw the flash of confusion and surprise on Li Yusen's face, and she felt angry in her heart. How could it be Li Yusen? Compared with Li Yusen's clean appearance, she was as dirty as if she crawled out of the sewer, and her whole body exuded a stench. Yin Fangfei was not happy at all when she met her classmates under such circumstances. I actually met you here. Jiang Lucier. Do you remember him? Li Yusen seemed a little surprised and asked in surprise. Li Yusen felt very happy to meet the survivor she knew. Jiang Lucier? Yin Fangfei thought for a while. I don't remember much. She was already unhappy, and now she is even more impatient. Li Yusen, can you get me some water? I'm dying of thirst. She was thinking about those cokes and drinks she just saw. These things were only 1 or 2 meters away from her. But Li Yusen was here telling her useless things like Jiang Lucier and small talk. However, at this time, the young man said again, Wait. Chapter 252 Asking for Blessings. Yin Fangfei was really going crazy. She wanted to drink so much. How did you get here? The young man asked next. Upon hearing the question, Yin Fangfei's eyes flashed with panic. She had actually thought about how to respond. But when she was actually asked, she still felt her heartbeat suddenly speed up. I don't know either. I've been running, Yin Fangfei said. How many companions do you have? Jiang Lucier then asked. There are 17 people in total, Yin Fangfei said. Where are the others? I don't know either. We got separated halfway. Yin Fangfei shook her head. Her palms were already covered in sweat. How could she not know? It wasn't that they were separated, but that she pointed some of them in the wrong direction on purpose. From the beginning, she never thought that everyone would come out alive. Those survivors refused to put their mobile phones away to lure away the zombies. So Yin Fangfei agreed. But she felt that those survivors really didn't have enough brains. If no one sacrificed, how could they get through the zombie swarm? Maybe everyone is lucky, thinking that the person who will die will not be them, and they can use the sacrifices of others to get out. So Yin Fangfei felt that she had done nothing wrong. It's just that she is stronger than these people and has special powers, so she can have the last laugh. In fact, Yin Fangfei doesn't know whether those people who were randomly guided by her are dead or not. You may still be alive, but if you stay among the zombies, you will die sooner or later. However, although Yin Fangfei kept telling herself that she had done nothing wrong, it was her first time to do such a thing. As for the young man in front of him, his eyes were so calm, as if he could see through himself. The woman standing behind him had gray eyes. She looked at him as if she had seen through his own heart. This made Yin Fangfei feel extremely guilty and irritable.
Who are you? Why are you asking me so many questions? I'm so scared that I can't remember clearly.
Yin Fangfei became a little angry. But as she was speaking, she suddenly froze. She felt that this man was a bit familiar. Jiang Lushi saw her confusion and said with a smile,
I am Jiang Lushi.
His presence in the class at that time was really low. However, with Yin Fangfei's out-of-the-box personality, it's quite normal not to notice him. But after all, he had been in the same class for 3 years. So Yin Fangfei would still feel familiar after looking at him a few times. Yin Fangfei suddenly showed a shocked expression. No wonder Li Yusen asked her if she still remembered Jiang Lushi. It turned out that he was also in the car. But what happened? How did they get together? Yin Fangfei knew that they lived in this car, and she kept looking at it. Back then, Li Yusen was at the level of a goddess. How many boys had a crush on her? Her popularity was so popular that even Yin Fangfei felt jealous. But what about Jiang Lushi? He is just a poor boy with a troubled sister. As a result, the goddess is now with Jiang Lushi in order to survive? And also with so many women. Yin Fangfei's eyes when she looked at Li Yusen suddenly became meaningful. She looked down on Li Yusen very much in her heart. But I didn't expect that Jiang Lushi was doing well. Maybe he was a person with superpowers. Right? But the energy fluctuations in his body are so weak. Even for a superpower user. And ordinary types of superpowers can't compare with her. Thinking of this, Yin Fangfei showed a smile.
It's such a fate. I didn't expect that the 2 people in the car are my classmates. That's easy. Take me to the army quickly.
Her heart was already filled with longing. Li Yusen was living so well just by being with Jiang Lushi and could drink coke. When she joined the army, wouldn't she be able to resume her previous life?
Wait a minute.
Jiang Lushi stretched out his hand to stop her.
You haven't answered my question yet. Jiang Lushi, what are you doing? Don't you want me to get in the car?
Yin Fangfei was stunned for a moment and forced a smile.
If you refuse to answer the question, I won't let you get in the car,
Jiang Lushi said. Yin Fangfei was completely stunned. She even smiled apologetically. Why was Jiang Lushi so stubborn? However, Jiang Lushi's expression was very cold. Ran Shiyu had just said in his mind, Yin Fangfei. She was lying. Jiang Lushi didn't have much impression of Yin Fangfei. But in these 10 seconds, he recalled some things. When Yin Fangfei was in school, she often formed groups to bully other girls. But in front of boys, she has a good reputation and is very popular. Some boys know that they can't reach her, but they still hang around her every day. Of course, these things happen before the end of the world. Regardless of Yin Fangfei's previous personality, Jiang Lushi actually had no special feelings about her. If she was really just a lucky survivor, Jiang Lushi would have brought her to the army for processing, as a logistician or something, and brought her to Star City Base City. However, in the middle of the night, a group of survivors passed through the zombie swarm. In the end, only Yin Fangfei escaped alive, and Jiang Lushi and the others also witnessed her abandoning her companions. Plus, she was lying. Of course Jiang Lushi couldn't ignore this. Yin Fangfei felt angry, and she said patiently,
The matter is more complicated. I will talk about it after I meet the army. Besides, it is not easy for me to escape alive. It's okay if you are not happy for me. Why is it like interrogating a prisoner? Jiang Lushi said nothing. Yin Fangfei finally got angry and said,
Li Yusen, are you looking at me like this? Jiang Lushi, I don't know if I offended you before, but now you are refusing to save me. But even if you want to interrogate, it is not your turn.
You come to interrogate me. I want to see the army. I want to see the leadership of the army.
Li Yusen looked at her and said nothing. She knew that Jiang Lushur would not embarrass Yin Fangfei for no reason. She was really happy when she first recognized Yin Fangfei. But now she calmed down and thought about it. Yin Fangfei's escape process was indeed weird.
Yin Fangfei, if there is nothing wrong with you, just answer directly,
Li Yusen said.
You? Okay. So this is how you treat your classmates. I would like to know what your leader said,
Yin Fangfei said forcefully. At this time, she no longer felt guilty. In her anger, she even believed herself in her current grievances.
Where are your leaders? I am,
Jiang Lushur said.
What are you? What did you say?
Yin Fangfei showed an incredulous look. Although she was not familiar with Jiang Lushur, she still knew about Jiang Lushur's life experience. He has never been a soldier. How could he be the leader of this army? Even if he is a superpower and therefore joins the army, the fact that he is riding in a minibus shows that he cannot be a leader.
Stop lying!
Jiang Lushur didn't bother to care whether she believed it or not.
You refuse to answer. But your thoughts have betrayed you. I can't let you get on the bus for someone like you. For the sake of your classmates, you are asking for more.
Lucky you. If you could escape alone like this, it must not be difficult to survive alone. Drive and go back,
Jiang Lushur said. Yin Fangfei really didn't believe it at first. But when she saw that Jiang Lushur and others were ready to drive away, she really panicked.
Wait. I am a superpower. Even if you are an army leader, don't you need a superpower? My superpower is very special and very useful,
Yin Fangfei said. Even Li Yusen is in the car. As a person with superpowers, she is certainly more qualified. She saw that the two women in the car were ordinary people. And there was a child. She must be more useful than these women. If Jiang Lushur needs her company, Yin Fangfei felt that she could bear it. Jiang Lushur would definitely not miss it when he heard that she was a person with special abilities. Even though this matter was very strange, how could the lives of ordinary people compare with hers? Bang! Just as she was thinking about it, the car door closed ruthlessly in front of Yin Fangfei's eyes. The moment the car door closed, Yin Fangfei saw Jiang Lushur standing behind the door and said coldly,
No need.
The girl holding the knife sneered and added,
I took my life for the sake of my classmates. Cherish it.
These words shocked Yin Fangfei, and she couldn't help but take a step back. If not a classmate, will Jiang Lushur kill her? How dare he? Buzz! This minibus actually drove away in front of her eyes. Chapter 253, The Threat That Follows. Yin Fangfei stood there, unable to believe it. She made up her mind, risked her life, and was ruthless before finally escaping. They don't need her? Not only are they not needed, they are not even willing to take her in. Yin Fangfei was stunned for a while. The cold night wind blew, and she suddenly started to tremble. From her teeth to her legs, Yin Fangfei's whole body was trembling. Too vicious. Jiang Lushur and Li Yusen. These two people are really too vicious. They actually refuse to save themselves. Jiang Lushur also said that she should have no problem surviving alone. How can one survive? This is letting her die. Yin Fangfei's heart was filled with hatred, and various thoughts flashed through her mind. Let them be eaten by zombies and scream in despair. Why don't they die? But in the end, Yin Fangfei still didn't move. She felt that she had lost all her strength, and her heart was filled with hatred and despair. In the last days, how could she possibly defeat Jiang Lushur, who had someone with a gun?
I didn't expect to meet my classmates here,
Li Yusen said with emotion on the minibus. She turned her head and looked in the direction where Yin Fangfei was left. After all, she was a classmate. Li Yusen still felt unbearable in her heart. But she didn't say anything.
Actually, it's normal. This place is very close to Jiangbei. It's not surprising whether she escaped here or was here originally,
Jiang Zhuing said.
But she gave me a very bad feeling.
Ren Shiyu said at this time.
I feel like her thoughts are full of desire. And she is the kind of person who does whatever it takes to achieve her goals.
Ren Shiyu's mental ability can sense a person's thoughts to a certain extent. She can also feel what the other person is thinking by looking into their eyes.
This Yin Fangfei is not a good person in her opinion. But she just told Jiang Lushur what she felt truthfully. It was Jiang Lushur's own decision whether to let Yin Fangfei get in the car or not.
Although I'm not sure what she did. At least we saw with our own eyes that she abandoned her companions. I'm not willing to rescue such a person,
Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Lushur is not a bad person. And he is not interested in Yin Fangfei's abilities. Even if Yin Fangfei's powers are really special. If this kind of woman stays by her side, she may bite him at any time. Which is no different from raising a poisonous snake.
Go back to the base first. Let everyone be more alert tonight. We will leave tomorrow morning,
Jian Lucia ordered. After dawn the next day, the team set off. When the team arrived at the location last night, only blood and some bones were left among the corpses of zombies and survivors on the ground. As for Yin Fangfei, there was no trace. The convoy did not stop and quickly passed by. Jiang Lucia didn't care about Yin Fangfei's whereabouts.
They left.
Yin Fangfei was currently in a two-story farmhouse in the distance, looking at the motorcade passing by on the road. She was not talking to herself. There were two men and a woman sitting in the living room behind her. These two men and one woman were the ones she met last night. But when Yin Fangfei thought about it carefully, she felt that it was not she who met these three people, but these three people who came to find her. The three people surrounded Jiang Lucia and the minibus and asked her many questions. After Yin Fangfei said that she knew Jiang Lucia and Li Yusen, the three people asked her to stay with them. Yin Fangfei was so desperate at that time that she immediately agreed without even thinking about where these three people came from. But after these few hours, she calmed down again. She had a suspicion that these three people were here for Jiang Lucia and the others. There were only three of them, while Jiang Lucia had an army of more than a dozen people.
Captain, the woman said that Jiang Lucia and the others have already set off,
the woman whispered. She was playing with a knife in her hand. The sharp knife was turning flexibly between her fingers, but her attention was not there at all. Put the knife on. The man she called the captain was about 35 years old. He looked very calm. He wore loose clothes, but one could tell at a glance that he had a very strong figure. He was sitting on the sofa, which made the sofa look very compact. It is estimated that his height is definitely over 1.9 meters. Such a height is rare among Chinese people.
Yes,
the man responded through his nose.
No need to call me captain. If we can't complete the important task of Commissioner Chu this time, then we won't have to go back alive. If we can complete the mission and go back,
then he won't just be called captain, he said, raising his head. His eyes were very cold. Jiang Lucia left the Zhonghai safety island. But how could Chu Chongshan just let him go and forget about the revenge of his son's murder? Chen Biao was sent by Chu Chongshan as Chu Chongshan's dedicated guard. Chen Biao received many favors from Chu Chongshan. Without Chu Chongshan, he would not have the status he has today, and he would not be alive today. It can be said that Chu Chongshan also raised him as half a son. When he learned that Chu Chongshan's only son was killed by Jiang Lucia, Chen Biao immediately wanted to kill Jiang Lucia, but Chu Chongshan stopped him. But now, Jiang Lucia has left Zhonghai safety island, and he doesn't know whether he will go back in the future. Under this situation, Chu Chongshan finally decided to use Chen Biao. Looking at Chen Biao's expression, the other man and the woman felt an inexplicable chill. Chen Biao was once active as a mercenary in Africa and South America. His skills were very terrifying. Before the end of the world, Chu Zhengshan always took him with him, never leaving his side. After the end of the world, Chen Biao awakened his superpower. If Jiang Lucia was not certain to be killed, Chu Zhengshan might not be willing to send Chen Biao out to carry out the mission. As for these two people, they are also good men under Chu Zhengshan, but compared with Chen Biao, they can only be his deputies. The two of them were also very afraid of Chen Biao. After Chen Biao led them to follow the convoy here, he did not act in a hurry. They also heard the noise last night, and when they arrived, they found Yin Fangfei. Originally, such a woman would not arouse their interest, but Yin Fangfei has been gnashing her teeth and cursing Jiang Lucia. She knows Jiang Lucia's name and knows Jiang Lucia. This is the biggest reason why she can live until now.
You?
Chen Biao suddenly looked at Yin Fangfei by the window.
You don't have to pretend like you didn't hear anything. I know you heard us talking. There are slight changes in your expression and movements, and you can't hide it from me.
Yin Fangfei was startled and turned around to look at Chen Biao, wary and panicked. This man's demeanor gave her a great sense of oppression. She really didn't dare to listen to them. At least she tried to show that she didn't listen to them. But she didn't expect this man to find out. She kept facing the window. How did this man find out?
You said you are a person with superpowers?
Chen Biao stared at Yin Fangfei's dirty face and asked,
What superpower do you have?
Chapter 254 Return to Jianbei. Being stared at by Chen Biao, the hair on Yin Fangfei's body stood up, as if she was facing a zombie. She felt that Chen Biao was much scarier than Jiang Lucia. Yin Fangfei was not convinced by Jiang Lucia. All she had was hatred. In her opinion, Jiang Lucia had some shitty luck. He climbed up from the bottom of society, gained a little power in his hands, and lorded it over others. Before the end of the world, she didn't even bother to look at people like Jiang Lushi. Such people were destined to never interact with her, no matter how good his grades are and how hard he works. In the future he will just work for someone at her level. But even after the end of the world, Yin Fangfei still felt that she was better than Jiang Lushi. She has special powers. However, she was unlucky. She was trapped as soon as she escaped to this small town. Otherwise, why would it be Jiang Lushi and Li Yusen's turn to show off in front of her? Yin Fangfei did hear the conversation between Chen Biao and the others. And she also knew why they brought her back. These people want to kill Jiang Lushi. Chen Biao had already seen that she could hear her. But he still didn't lower his volume or anything, which meant that he deliberately let himself hear it. Then he asked now, because he wanted to see if she was of any use. If not,
Jiang Lushi is too arrogant. He treated me so much. It's not surprising that he would form a deadly feud with others. This is also his own death.
Yin Fangfei thought to herself, took a deep breath, and said as calmly as possible,
My special power is that I have very sensitive hearing. I can hear even the smallest sounds from 100 meters away.
If she didn't have this power, how could Yin Fangfei be alive until now? She can hear the footsteps of zombies from a distance and avoid them. Because of this, ordinary survivors all rely on her ears. It was precisely because these people relied on her hearing and trusted what she said that Yin Fangfei successfully used them as bait to lure away the zombies. Of course, her plan was not without flaws. If the survivor who died in the end had not followed her quickly and attracted those zombies, she would not have almost died. When the survivor fell, it would have been nice if she didn't step up and step on him. How could she help him? After telling her about her superpower, Yin Fangfei's confidence seemed to be restored all of a sudden. She straightened her back and looked at Chen Biao.
Oh, it's this kind of superpower. The human hearing range is 20 to 20,000 hertz. The hearing range of bats is 1,000 to 120,000 hertz. And the elephants are 1 to 20,000 hertz. Many animals can hear many things that humans cannot hear. Infrasound and ultrasonic waves. How far can your hearing range reach?
Chen Biao asked with a faint smile. Yin Fangfei was startled and shook her head.
I don't have such test conditions. But I can indeed hear a lot of sounds that ordinary people can't hear at all. Within 100 meters, I can capture even the sound of a bird flying by. Arrive. It is indeed a special power.
Chen Biao smiled. Regarding Jiang Lushi, Chen Biao had no intention of underestimating his enemy. He had already investigated Jiang Lushi's various achievements in detail. Jiang Lushi is definitely a strong opponent. But Chen Biao firmly believes that everyone has weaknesses. As long as he observes carefully, he can find out this weakness and kill him in one fell swoop. And Yin Fangfei can indeed play a big role in this aspect. Not to mention that Yin Fangfei also knew Jiang Lushi and Li Yusen. She knew them better than them.
Then you should monitor your old classmates,
the woman said with a smile. Yin Fangfei also managed to smile, but said nothing. She did not say that she was not familiar with Jiang Lushi at all.
This.
Chen Biao motioned to the man next to him. The man immediately took out a piece of dried meat wrapped in plastic wrap from his backpack and threw it directly to Yin Fangfei.
Take it and eat it. You probably have never eaten it before. So your powers still have the potential to evolve,
Chen Biao said. It had been a long time since Yin Fangfei had eaten a full meal. As her eyes followed the piece of dried meat, her eyes felt a little dark. In fact, even when she was healthy, the pampered Yin Fangfei couldn't handle this piece of dried meat. Snapped. The dried meat fell directly to the ground. Yin Fangfei stared at the dried meat on the ground and muttered in her throat. She only hesitated for a moment, then rushed over to pick up the dried meat, hurriedly tore off the plastic wrap, and started to bite. Too delicious. Even if the mutated beast meat is made into jerky, it is still very fragrant. But the texture is dry and hard. Yin Fangfei couldn't help but think of the drinks on Jiang Liushi's minibus. That kind of drink was placed there casually. And there were several bottles. So there would probably be plenty of delicious food. After Jiang Lushi dies, she can eat those things. After what happened last night, Yin Fangfei felt that she had completely understood it. In this apocalyptic world, not only zombies eat people, but people also eat people. If they are not ruthless enough, they will not live a good life. There is no law or morality in the last days. If you want something, you can just grab it. Yin Fangfei ate hard. The woman looked at Yin Fangfei with a half smile. Compared with her, Yin Fangfei looked like a crazy woman.
Let's go. Follow them.
Chen Biao stood up and said, this small town is not far from Jianbei. Before the end of the world, it would only be a half-hour drive. However, after the end of the world, This journey has been lengthened several times.
We won't actually enter Jianbei, but we will cross it in this area of Jianbei. This distance is the shortest. Before that, we will take a detour and pass through the mountainous area. There is no way. There is a factory in Jianbei. There was a serious fire and explosion, and there was no way for vehicles to pass.
While resting on the way, Zhu Chongqing came over with a map and said. Jiang Lusher looked at the map. He was very familiar with Jianbei. He knew that the factory Zhu Chongqing was talking about was an acetylene factory. The acetylene explosion is very powerful, and it is normal for vehicles to be unable to pass after the explosion. When the apocalypse breaks out, not only will the people around you mutate into zombies, but the chain reactions caused by the virus outbreak are also one of the important causes of death, such as car accidents, house fires, and explosions. There are too many. All kinds of obstacles after the end of the world now mainly come from these things. This is also something the government cannot predict in advance.
But this mountainous area.
Jiang Lusher looked at the mountainous area marked on the map. There were many mountains around Jianbei. When he saw the mountainous area, he thought of the mutant beasts he encountered when he left Jianbei. Looking at the mountainous area circled in red pen, Jiang Lusher felt the same as the red color, and had an uncomfortable premonition.
It's better to be careful.
Jiang Lusher exhaled lightly and said, Chapter 255 Unexpected Situation. Knowing that the convoy would not enter Jianbei City, Jiang Juing and Li Yusen, who were born and raised in Jianbei City, couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Many friends and classmates have never been seen again after the apocalypse broke out. I don't know how many of them are still alive. In this apocalyptic world, it always feels like a surprise to see someone you know still alive in the world like yourself. Thinking of this, Li Yusen felt pity again. Yin Fangfei's mind was not right. Otherwise it would have been such a joy to meet her classmates alive.
Captain Jiang, we are about to enter the mountain.
Zhu Chongqing reminded him through the intercom. At the same time, Ran Shiyu also opened up her spiritual realm. Maintaining her spiritual realm was a heavy burden for Ran Shiyu. So only at this time would she use her powers. This is the same regardless of whether it is the mental system or other powers. Ordinary people cannot always maintain a state of high concentration or run at extreme speeds. Ran Shiyu, who opened her spiritual realm, immediately checked her surroundings and found nothing unusual.
Go into the mountain and pay more attention to mutant beasts,
Jiang Lusher said. The convoy entered the winding mountain road, and the dense trees on both sides gave people a ghostly feeling. All the soldiers were on alert, and even Qin Shaonan became much quieter.
The growth of many plants has changed after the end of the world. Although viruses will not infect plants, changes in animals and humans still have an impact on plants. If humans before the end of the world eat these plants now, mutated infections may also occur. Professor Qin stared out the window and observed the plants along the way. Her main research subjects are crops and vegetables, but she is also interested in other plants.
So, not only is it okay for people nowadays to eat it, but it may also be helpful?
Jiang Juing asked curiously. Professor Qin thought for a while and nodded.
You can also say that. For example, if you eat mutated animal meat, ordinary people can also strengthen their physical fitness. However, many people with superpowers cannot eat enough. How can ordinary people eat it? But plants are different, and different substances can be extracted from different plants. These substances have also changed compared with before the end of the world, and their effects are also different. For example, the well-known artemisinin is extracted from Artemisia annua. The post-apocalyptic Artemisia annua and the pre-apocalyptic Artemisia annua may have mutated into two different plants. So the ones extracted from it is artemisinin still a specific anti-malarial drug? Will it become another drug? It makes sense. If we can find a plant that is similar to mutated animal meat, it will alleviate the problem of supply difficulty of mutated animal meat.
Li Yusen said.
It's difficult. No matter it's an evolutionary crystal or something. It's essentially mutated animal meat. This is the only substance that can quickly replenish physical strength and promote evolution for people with superpowers.
Professor Qin not optimistic about this. Li Yusen shook her head gently. She was just looking forward to it. They left Zhonghai and gradually escaped from the zombie tide. But the survivors on Zhonghai's safe island had to take risks and go hunting when their reserves of mutated beast meat were used up. Jiang Lusher listened to their conversation and was also very interested in what Professor Qin said. At this time, the vehicle in front suddenly stopped.
Captain Jiang, there is a landslide ahead. It is probably caused by the previous rainfall. Fortunately, the landslide is not large in scale. We will send 2 vehicles and some soldiers to clear the road. To ensure safety, Captain Jiang and the scientists are asked to stay together.
Zhu Chongqing said. Landslide? For the safety of the scientists. Zhu Chongqing told them not to approach. But it was unknown how long it would take for those soldiers to clear the obstacles. And it was also very risky.
I'm going to go over and have a look. If you...
As soon as Jiang Lusher opened his mouth, the smart Qin Shaonan immediately said,
My mother and I will stay with you, brother, unless we get out of the car.
Along the way, Qin Shaonan has discovered that the minibus of Shering team is the safest and the most comfortable to sit in.
Okay.
Jiang Lusher nodded, and then said to Ing,
Drive over.
Another military vehicle carrying 2 scientists had already stopped. When they saw Jiang Lusher's car driving up and showing no intention of stopping, they were all a little stunned. They all heard Zhu Chongqing's words through the intercom.
Captain Jiang, we can't help with this excavation matter.
One of the scientists named Peng quickly opened the car window and said, Yes, we have engineer shovels.
The soldier next to him also said. Jiang Lusher frowned. The dozen or so escorts sent by the army this time, in addition to combat members, also have various types of soldiers, who can solve most of the problems they encounter on the way. But now it seems that these, most problems, should not include unexpected situations such as
landslides and collapses.
The engineers are digging earth with shovels, and they are so slow that they might have to stay here tonight.
I'll go take a look. Maybe I can help,
Jiang Lusher said, seeing that the minibus insisted on driving to the front. The scientist surnamed Peng said helplessly,
Captain Jiang is very nice, but he is too young. Maybe he has never seen a landslide. There are so many earth and rocks piled up. He drove over to see. I'll be dumbfounded even now. Yes.
Another scientist also nodded. They all felt that Jiang Lusher was a bit stubborn. And Professor Qin and her daughter were also in the car. The landslide site is potentially dangerous. Jiang Lusher didn't even listen to what they said and drove away before they could even dissuade him. Young and capable. Most of these people are young and frivolous. The 2 scientists could only shake their heads.
Let's get closer.
Seeing the minibus go away, the soldiers on the military vehicle felt a little confused. If a mutant beast jumped out now, it would be troublesome. So they also drove behind it from a distance. Soon, the minibus approached the location of the landslide. The area of the landslide was not large. At first glance, there was an earth yellow scar on the green hillside. A large amount of earth and rocks were piled up on the mountain road that was not open, and vehicles could not drive directly through it. A few soldiers were on guard with guns in hand, while the rest of the soldiers were trying to clear away the larger rocks with engineering shovels. Even Zhu Chongqing took action himself. His body swelled twice more than usual, and his exposed arms were full of lumpy muscles. He picked up a big stone with his bare hands, which attracted the attention of many soldiers. Of applause. This power is truly terrifying. As the captain of the escort team, Zhu Chongqing's strength is certainly not bad. However, there are too many stones in this area. Some of them seem to be about half a meter in diameter. It is too laborious to clean such stones.
Captain Jiang, why are you here?
Zhu Chongqing was startled. This cleanup work will last for a long time. None of them are geological experts. No one can guarantee that a second landslide will not occur. He has already told Jiang Lusher and the others to stay behind. Why are you still coming up? At this time, Zhu Chongqing saw the war room rising on the roof of the car, and Jiang Zhuing appeared inside, waving his hands to them and shouting.
My brother said, let you go to the side first.
Go to the side? Zhu Chongqing was stunned for a moment, and the soldiers were also stunned. Chapter 256 opened the way. We couldn't stay in this kind of place for long. So even Zhu Chongqing took the lead and raced against time to clean up the earth and rocks. Jiang Lusher issued such an order, which immediately made many soldiers feel a little difficult to understand. They themselves were not soldiers under Jiang Lusher's command, and they had only heard about Jiang Lusher's achievements. When Jiang Lusher's orders were unreasonable to them, these soldiers became somewhat resistant. The scientist surnamed Peng was even more anxious when he heard this.
Isn't this making trouble?
At this time, Zhu Chongqing, who was sweating profusely, put down the big stone he had finally picked up. He wiped his sweat, released his superpower, and said,
Then just listen to Captain Jiang.
Zhu Chongqing said so, and those soldiers had no choice but to step aside. They looked at the minibus silently, with suspicion in their hearts.
Is it possible that they are going to use minibuses to push away the earth and rocks? That's really fantastic.
Professor Peng pushed up his glasses and said,
Minibuses are crashworthy, but it would be difficult to force the earth and rocks away.
It's also impossible. Although I'm not a geology major, I can tell that the soil on this hillside is loose. A slightly louder impact will definitely cause a secondary landslide. After the second landslide, it becomes more difficult to clean up. If they can't pass here, then they can only risk taking another route with complicated roads and numerous zombies. If there are casualties as a result. Professor Peng felt that Jiang Lusher had not considered these consequences at all.
No! I have to go talk.
The more Professor Peng thought about it, the more he felt that Jiang Lusher's approach was hasty and risky. He ignored the dissuasion of the soldiers in the car and hurried over after getting off the car. At this time, Jiang Lusher stopped the minibus in front of the collapsed mountain.
Captain Jiang, you can't do this. If you hit it, it will cause a secondary landslide.
Professor Peng is not young, but his body is very strong and his spirit is very good. He can still shout with great energy when he comes here like this. Road, Jiang Lusher said.
I was not prepared for the impact. Aren't you going to hit it?
Professor Peng was stunned for a moment. He looked at the minibus up and down. Is there any other way to avoid hitting it?
Then if you don't plan to do this, Captain Jiang, just let the soldiers continue to clear the earth. It's getting later and later, and time is very tight,
Professor Peng said.
I will find a way. The speed of manually clearing earthwork is definitely not as fast as mine,
Jiang Lusher said.
What is the method? Captain Jiang, although you are the captain, you still have to tell us your method and listen to everyone's opinions,
Professor Peng said.
We'll find out after a while,
Jiang Lusher said.
Ouch!
Professor Peng was so anxious that he almost burst into flames. He could hardly accept Jiang Lusher's perfunctory attitude. The soldiers obeyed the order and stood aside. They all heard the conversation between Jiang Lusher and Professor Peng, and they were all a little unhappy when they made eye contact. Originally I thought Jiang Lusher was going to hit the rocks with his car, but now he neither hit the rocks nor moved the car, and he refused to let them continue cleaning up. What is this going to do? In the eyes of these soldiers, these earth and rocks are piled here like hills. After a while, can they still fly on their own? Jiang Lusher didn't know how to explain it to these people, so he simply didn't explain it. As for the rest of the Shering team, they have no doubts about Jiang Lusher's decision. Professor Peng waited for a while, and couldn't help it anymore.
Captain Zhu, it doesn't matter if you clean it up first. Right. He has a way, and he will use it later. What do you think?
Professor Peng couldn't understand Jiang Lusher, so he went to talk to Zhu Chongqing. Zhu Chongqing was very convinced of Jiang Lusher, and the order he received from General Zhang was to cooperate with Jiang Lusher. But listening to what Professor Peng said, it is indeed reasonable.
Professor Peng is right.
Zhu Chongqing nodded.
Let's continue cleaning up first.
With that said, Zhu Chongqing rolled up his sleeves and walked to a big stone. This boulder is as big as a car tire and cannot be lifted by ordinary people. Zhu Chongqing came to the stone and shouted loudly. As the muscles on his body bulged and his clothes were tightened, his arms locked the stone like iron pliers. Then he exerted force on his waist and violently pulled the stone. The stone hugged up. A success.
Sharp! Hey, it should have been like this a long time ago. It was a waste of 10 minutes,
Professor Peng said. And in his opinion, Jiang Lusher's team also has superpowers who should come to help. Although manpower is a little slower, the results are visible, which is better than waiting stupidly. At this moment, a shadow suddenly passed over Professor Peng's head. Professor Peng was startled and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. As soon as he shouted, the soldiers immediately looked over. When they turned their heads, they were all stunned. I saw a shining metallic luster and a high-tech mechanical arm rotating, accurately arriving in front of the largest stone. Then with a clicking sound, the 5 fingers of the mechanical arm opened to fix the stone and tighten it. And then, as if there is no force, the stone is easily lifted by the mechanical arm. Everyone present felt the urge to rub their eyes. Isn't this really a science fiction movie? Mechanical arm. They looked at the other end of the robotic arm. This robotic arm was apparently connected to the minibus. It extended from the front of the minibus and seemed to be integrated with the minibus. People were speechless. How could it still be like this? This minibus suddenly turned into a crane?
This.
Professor Peng was the most shocked. He was thinking of solutions from Jiang Lusher's perspective, and all he could think of were some violent and dangerous methods. So he was very opposed to Jiang Lusher's decision. But the current situation was beyond his wildest dreams. No matter how rich your imagination is, you would never have thought that this minibus could suddenly produce a robotic arm. Now, compared to this mechanical arm, their manual transportation method was so weak that they barely even saw it. In terms of safety, this robotic arm can be operated remotely and accurately, which is certainly safe and saves time and effort. Zhu Chongqing, who was holding the big stone, was also dumbfounded. It took him so much effort to pick up a slightly larger stone, and the mechanical arm easily picked up the stone in his hand, 3 times as big.
Captain Jiang, what are you?
Zhu Chongqing asked curiously.
This is made by my superpower, but I wasn't sure what it looked like before I made it,
Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Lushur didn't lie. After he learned about the landslide, he immediately thought of an upgrade direction for the base vehicle among the star seeds. To add a mechanical arm, there is a lot of metal in the storage space of the base vehicle, plus a mutated crystal core and 15 minutes of construction time, and the robotic arm is complete. Starseed didn't describe much about the robotic arm, so Professor Peng kept asking Jiang Lushur, but it was difficult for him to explain.
Brother, why did your car turn into an excavator?
Jiang Zhuing said suddenly. Chapter 257. This is no ordinary excavator.
Excavator?
Jiang Lushur heard Jiang Zhuing's words, and saw the sly smile on the other person's face, and shook his head speechlessly.
You girl!
Adding a robotic arm to the base vehicle is a modification that was made to the base vehicle from the very beginning, and it goes together with upgrading the mutant fuel tank. But at the beginning, I was reluctant to waste this mutant crystal core. Whatever I had in stock was used to increase the combat effectiveness of the base vehicle. As for transporting supplies, they were all moved manually. Jiang Lushur now has a lot of mutated crystal nuclei in his hands, which can be a luxury. And with the addition of a mechanical arm, it will also have many uses in the future. With the help of mechanical arms, the speed of clearing collapsed rocks is greatly increased. Large rocks are all handled by base vehicles, while small rocks are cleared by soldiers. The accompanying soldiers included many engineering mechanics, who had also driven excavators and engineering vehicles, and many of them were experts at driving excavators. But when they saw the base vehicle driven by Ying clearing the collapsed rocks, they all admired Ying's driving skills and this robotic arm. No matter how good the excavator is, it is still an excavator, and its work is still clumsy. But this robotic arm is completely different. It has 5 fingers, completely imitating the human hand, and can change any angle. In people's impression, this kind of machine can only be seen in videos introducing robots, or in science fiction movies. It is used for how can those who perform high-tech operations use high-tech robotic arms as excavators, like now. Seeing those 5 dexterous fingers grasping rocks of any size easily and accurately, the mechanical engineers present felt that this was a waste of natural resources. Especially when you see the sophisticated robotic arm grabbing a rock weighing more than 10 tons. You are even more stunned. This robotic arm is too powerful. Not to mention that this minibus doesn't look very big. How does a robotic arm maintain balance when lifting a rock weighing more than 10 tons? Isn't it afraid of tipping over?
What a miracle!
A dark and thin veteran, who looked to be in his 40s, said with admiration. The epaulets on his uniform were 2 thick crooks and a thin crook. Although he was only a soldier, his status was extraordinary. He had been a soldier for several years. A 10-year-old engineering soldier has a higher status than this soldier among ordinary officers in the army.
What a pity! What a pity! Captain John's superpower, if used before the end of the world, can really change the world's industrial structure.
The thin black veteran said regretfully. Many people were surprised when they heard it. It wouldn't be enough to change the world.
Isn't this just a higher-end excavator?
Said a young man who looked about 18 or 19 years old.
What do you know?
The thin black veteran rolled his eyes at the new recruit.
The mechanical arms of engineering machinery are extremely rare. It is very simple to make a single machine move in a direction, but to link multiple mechanical parts, especially to do this kind of multi-angle precision moving, the difficulty will be increased countless times. Do you know the 5-axis linkage machine tool? I don't know how much suffering this thing caused the Chinese government back then.
Because he mentioned his own profession. The thin black veteran seemed to recall some of the pain in his heart. And the more he talked about it, the more excited he became.
In the past, our processing machine tools were all 3-axis linkage. Even before the outbreak of the apocalypse, there were only a handful of 5-axis linkage machine tools in China, and their performance was limited. There was a huge gap compared with foreign countries. And these 5-axis linkage machine tools where there is a strict embargo abroad. The Japanese company Toshiba sold several obsolete 5-axis linkage CNC milling machines to the Soviet Union in 1983. They were used by the Soviet Union as mother machines to transform the military industry, including turning propellers for submarines. As a result, Diving, the noise of the boat was greatly reduced and could not be detected by U.S. sonar, which led to the U.S. sanctioning Toshiba and the arrest of several senior executives of Toshiba. The difficulty has increased so much from 3-axis linkage to 5-axis linkage. But the manufacturing difficulty of 5-axis linkage machine tools is much worse than that of this robotic arm. This robotic arm is a hand. With 5 fingers on each, there are as many joints as a human being. So what does a 5-axis machine tool have? It's just a drill bit. If you don't tell me, you don't know. But when you mention it, you will be shocked. Especially when it comes to the Soviet Union and the United States, the superpowers of the past. It will be different immediately. For a country's industry, the mother machine is very important and largely represents the level of a country's manufacturing industry. From this perspective, if Jiang Liusher's mechanical transformation ability can really create high-precision machinery, it is not an exaggeration to affect a country's industry. Of course, now, this robotic arm with multi-joints, 5 bionic fingers, and every finger joint is missing is being used as an excavator. Seeing large pieces of stone being grabbed by the mechanical arm, the muscles on the face of the dark and thin veteran were twitching. How could this be described as a waste of natural resources? I wonder if the older generation who fought for the Chinese industry saw this. What to think about this scene? Under the operation of the robotic arm, the landslide area was cleared in less than half an hour. The robotic arm was retracted. Jiang Liusher pressed the window and said to the team behind him, "That's it. Let's go!" Hearing Jiang Liusher's understatement and thinking about the introduction of the dark and thin veteran, the faces of the soldiers present were a little unnatural. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Liusher's mechanically modified superpower has instantly surpassed the highest level of manufacturing in the world today? What? This is too perverted. Whether he is engaged in combat or engaged in production after the order is initially stabilized in the future. Jiang Liusher's superpowers are at the level of perverts. The army advanced step by step. This mountain road was sparsely populated before the end of the world, and there were not many zombies. When the virus began to mutate, the vehicles on the road basically lost control and rushed off the cliff. Driving along the winding mountain road, you can see the broken guardrail, the thin steel that has been slightly rusted, swaying in the wind, seeming to witness the tragic moment when the apocalypse broke out. Ahead is Yi County in the north of the Yangtze River. The highway will pass through this county and cannot be bypassed. However, before the end of the world, Yi County was a small county with a population of only tens of thousands. The number of zombies will not be too many, so it should not be a big threat to us. Zhu Chongqing held the combat map and slid his fingers along the road. Yi County. Jiang Liusher was in a trance when he heard the name. This small county was once his mother's hometown. When he was a child, he lived in Yi County for a long time. Emotionally speaking, even though his mother had died many years ago, Jiang Liusher did not want to see the desolation of life in Yi County. As the army advanced along the highway, Zhu Chongqing stood in the hatch of the armored vehicle and observed the situation in Yi County with a telescope. He suddenly said, "Hey, this Yi County doesn't seem to be simple." Chapter 258 Yi County. In the telescope, the scene of blackened bloodstains and corpses everywhere as originally imagined did not appear. Instead, Zhu Chongqing saw a newly built city wall deep in Yi County and against a mountain. And the most incredible thing is that this city wall is actually made of rock. A rock city wall requires a lot of construction work. Even the survivor team of number 100 does not have the ability to build such a 5 or 6 meter high wall. There are city walls. It seems that there are many survivors living in this small Yi County. Zhu Chongqing said this, and his voice reached Jiang Liusher's ears through the intercom. Jiang Liusher was startled. From this distance, he could already see the city wall deep in the town with his naked eyes compared with the low buildings in the town. The 5 or 6 meter high city wall is really eye-catching. This is the end of the world. There is a shortage of construction machinery. Stones and building materials are not easy to find. And there is a lack of food. This city wall is indeed a huge project. It seems that Yi County has incredible superpowers, and the survivors should be better preserved and even build a simple base. This made Jiang Liusher feel a little relieved. After all, this was the place where he lived in his childhood. He didn't want this place to turn into A.H.L. Shiyu. Jiang Liusher called Ran Shiyu gently. Ran Shiyu nodded, without Jiang Liusher's instructions at all. Her perception had spread out, directly through the city wall, covering a large area behind the city wall. There are many people behind the city wall. There are about 400 to 500 people. And among them, there are 4 or 5 people with supernatural powers. 400 or 500 people. This number is indeed quite large for a small town like Yeshian, with only tens of thousands of people. Jiang Lushur told Zhu Chongqing the situation. Because the main road in the town passed through this city wall, and they would have to enter the gathering area of these survivors anyway. The armored vehicles opened the way, and a group of people rumbled towards the gathering area. At this time, within the city wall, it was a completely different scene. Boss son, the army is coming. So many people, so many guns, and armored vehicles. In this gathering area, there is a small palace. This palace was built according to the main hall of the Ming and Qing palaces. Of course, probably because of the construction level, many places look a bit awkward. But even so, it is incredible for such a palace to appear after the end of the world. The palace is surrounded by palace walls, and is even divided into a front hall and a back palace. Even outside the palace wall, there is a 10-meter wide moat. A river flowing through Yi County was led here, and filled up the moat. Army? Armored vehicles? The man known as Boss Sun was wearing a bright yellow robe, and looked to be about 40 years old. He had thick eyebrows and was tall, looking quite majestic. The average survivor team would be overjoyed when they suddenly heard that the army was here. But when Boss Sun heard that the army was coming, his heart tightened and he was worried. Damn it. How could an army come to a small place like Yi County? Are they full enough to hold on? While Boss Sun was talking, he took off his robe, changed into a smart outfit, and followed the spies who came to report the news to the city wall. Looking from a distance, 7 or 8 military vehicles were lined up. The leader is a 92-wheeled armored vehicle, with a somewhat nondescript minibus in the middle, and a heavy truck following at the end. The road in the town has not been cleaned for a long time. The row of cars driving over was filled with smoke and dust, and it looked very impressive. The middle-aged man named Sun's expression suddenly changed. There are at least dozens of people here. According to the style of the army, they are probably all armed with live ammunition. Once he has any thoughts about their base, how can he stop them? His base has a lot of food, gasoline, and diesel stored in it. Yi County was originally an agricultural county, and there was a granary here. After the apocalypse broke out, he had already taken all the food in the granary for himself. Now he was already thinking about opening up new farmland and turning Yi County into his own kingdom. But suddenly the army came. At this time, the armored vehicle had already arrived under the city wall. Zhu Chongqing obviously also saw the middle-aged man standing on the city wall. He shouted through a loudspeaker, "Open the city gate! Boss, what should I do?" The man surnamed Sun took a deep breath. His city gate looked good, but in fact it was opened as soon as it was hit by the armored vehicle, so he naturally had no resistance. The man surnamed Sun's mouth twitched as he said, "Open the door and tell me to go down quickly and hide all the food, gasoline, and so on for me." The gate opened, and Jiang Lushur rode a minibus through the city wall. Originally, behind the city wall was the place where Jiang Lushur lived when he was a child. But now, he saw that the ancestral houses left by his grandparents were gone, and replaced by it is a palace and a moat. Jiang Lushur was stunned. It was just a matter of building a city wall. But he actually built a palace? In this post-apocalyptic world, even a survivor base of 400 to 500 people would not be able to build such a palace. Right? Moreover, Jiang Lushur felt a little uncomfortable no matter what. His ancestral home was demolished. Jiang Lushur saw that around the moat of the palace were the houses of ordinary residents. Because a palace occupied a large amount of land, the houses of these ordinary residents were much narrower. Some are still brick houses, which are relatively neat, while others are completely tents, dilapidated wooden houses, and even houses made of plastic sheeting. There are slums, ordinary residential areas, and magnificent palaces. The class differentiation is so clear. Jiang Lushur has traveled to many places after this apocalypse, and has never seen such a stark contrast. "Brother, have you noticed that this palace and the city wall are a bit strange? The roots are made of large stones, and there is no cement," Jiang Zhuing said suddenly. When she said this, Jiang Lushur also noticed. It is strange indeed. The stones are cut so hugely and neatly that it is difficult to imagine that such a pile could be completed without modern machinery. Unless it was ability? Jiang Lushur thought of this possibility. If he had any special powers, it would be possible to complete the construction of such a palace. However, his palace was so magnificent. But there were still many poor people living in plastic houses that could not be protected from wind and rain. This really made Jiang Lushur feel a little uncomfortable. Along the way, he saw many hungry and skinny residents.
When they saw the army coming, some were confused, some were excited, and some were scared. Nothing happened as Jian Lucia originally thought. A group of refugees were overjoyed when they saw the army. The scene of coming up to greet you.
These people are living such a miserable life. I'm afraid many people will starve to death.
Jian Lucia naturally knew that Yi County is an agricultural county. After the end of the world, there should be a lot of food reserves here. But now it seems, people are still living miserable lives. The class gap is too serious. This is obviously caused intentionally by the rulers here. Many times, the desire for power can make people cruel. They will even deliberately create social classes in order to highlight their power. Just as Jian Lucia was thinking about this, he saw an RV driving towards the army. After the RV stopped, a tall middle-aged man walked up with a smile on his face and said warmly,
Yi County welcomes you all.
We have come a long way.
Come here. Thank you for your hard work.
Chapter 259. Who are you? The armored vehicle stopped and Zhu Chongqing jumped out.
Who are you?
Zhu Chongqing took a look at the middle-aged man in front of him. He was exuding strong energy fluctuations. He was obviously a person with special powers. And his strength was extraordinary.
Ha ha. My surname is Sun. Just call me Lao Sunday. I am the one in charge of this small Yi County. I wonder what the military masters are here for.
The man surnamed Sun handed Zhu Chongqing a cigarette and asked cautiously. Zhu Chongqing glanced at the brand of this pack of cigarettes. Hard China. In this apocalyptic world, even homemade cigarettes are extremely valuable. Let alone China. Even the leaders of the military have tried their best to quit smoking. There is really no need to smoke. Zhu Chongqing did not answer the cigarette. He had been in the army for a long time and naturally had a certain degree of vision. He could tell that the other party was worried that the army would come to snatch his property. After all, in this world without rules, those with strength have the power to control the fate of others. When you encounter a commander who has no regard for moral bottom line, there is not much difference between the army and the bandits.
I'm just passing by. I have a mission. I want to take a break and rest in this town.
Zhu Chongqing said lightly.
Ha ha. Okay. Everyone is a guest from afar. If you have any questions, just ask Mr. Sunday. I will treat you well. There is no need to entertain. We have brought dry food.
Zhu Chongqing waved his hand.
However, if Mr. Sun has gasoline and food reserves, our military is willing to use mutated animal meat to buy it. The price is negotiable.
Zhu Chongqing came to Yi County all the way and saw that the gas stations and granaries had been emptied out. Looking at the man surnamed Sun, who was well-nourished and had a shiny face, he naturally knew that the other party had a lot of inventory. When he heard about mutated animal meat, the man surnamed Sun's eyes lit up. But in the end, he waved his hand and said,
The chief is joking. Where do we still have gasoline and food now? There are hundreds of mouths in Yi County, and production has not resumed yet. I don't even have enough to eat or use.
Of course, the man surnamed Sun is greedy for mutated beast meat. But he also knows that a deal in the end of the world must be based on equal strength between the two parties. Otherwise, if the other party suddenly shoots him during the transaction, everything will be lost. There is none left.
Oh, really?
Zhu Chongqing smiled, not knowing what he was thinking now. The man surnamed Sun felt a little panicked. Jian Lucia didn't care much about all this. Although he had already seen that Boss Sun was a local emperor who plundered people's wealth and anointed people for tyranny, he would not say that he would get rid of Boss Sun and distribute food to the people. After all, this is the end of the world, and powerful people make the rules. It is not uncommon for human greed, selfishness, and cruelty to show up when moral and legal restraints are lost. Although the luxurious life of this man surnamed Sun caused many people to starve to death, in a sense, he built the city wall and also protected the people of Yi County. Otherwise, this Yi County might not be able to survive so many people. Of course, if Zhu Chongqing really has some thoughts and wants to buy and sell by force, or even openly rob the gasoline and diesel here, Jian Lucia won't mind taking a piece of the pie. This is the end of the world. No one can say that they are noble. Jian Lucia has no moral burden in robbing resources, especially the resources of this local emperor.
Turn left on the fork in front and drive into the alley. Go forward about 700 or 800 meters. When you see an intersection, turn right.
Jian Lucia said to Ying. After all, Jian Lucia still wanted to visit his mother's hometown. The ancestral home is no longer there. But after my uncle separated, he lived well in Yi County and built a 2-story small building. This small building is still there. Living in a villa in the city is something only the rich can afford. but living in a villa in the countryside of Jiangnan is quite normal. The 2 floors are relatively short. And the cost of building an ordinary small building is only 10% of that of a commercial building in the city. 1 to 1/5. When Jiang Lusher was a child, he often lived at his uncle's house. His uncle's family only had 1 daughter, so he regarded himself as half a son. His aunt cooked good food, and Jiang Lusher liked to eat it. Then, there was his cousin Su Han, who was also very kind to him. When Jiang Lusher was a child, he was thin and small. After he was bullied, it was Su Han who took Jiang Lusher back to him. Jiang Lusher had fond memories of his childhood living in his uncle's house. He still remembered that his cousin Su Han took him to the mountains to catch grasshoppers, collect chanterelles, dig monkeys, and catch fish in the water. Only later, after Jiang Lusher left Yi County, did he have less contact with his uncle's family. He only knew that his cousin Su Han was admitted to a good agricultural university. Recalling these, it really felt like a world away, so that the closer he got to his uncle's house, the harder Jiang Lusher's heart beat. He was worried about seeing a house in a mess and hearing that his uncle's family had died at the beginning of the apocalypse. Sad news. As the base vehicle drove into increasingly narrow neighborhoods, Jiang Lusher gradually became familiar with the nearby scenes. Although many places have changed, Jiang Lusher can still vaguely recall their original appearance. The streets here have turned into cheap concrete roads. With Ying's driving skills, the base car can easily travel through this narrow neighborhood. Finally, Jiang Lusher saw his uncle's home. It is a 2-story building with white walls and blue tiles, and the yard is a bit older than I remembered. But the vegetation in the yard is still fresh and does not cover the walls. It seems that someone has taken care of it. Jiang Lusher stopped the car. The door in front of him was closed tightly. The road in front of the door was still clean and tidy. It should be inhabited. Jiang Lusher opened the car door and shouted, "Uncle! Aunt! Sure too! Are you there?" Jiang Lusher was looking forward to seeing his uncle's figure appear at the door. And Jiang Juing also looked over. She was younger, and she spent most of her time with her parents when she was young, so she didn't have much memory of her uncle's family. "Uncle! Are you there?" When no one answered, Jiang Lusher shouted again. His voice was not quiet. It stands to reason that the people inside should have heard it. He glanced at Ran Shi, who nodded. "Brother Jiang, there is someone inside, and he is coming out." As soon as Ran Shi finished speaking, the door opened, and a tall, strange man appeared at the door. He was holding an iron rod in one hand. His clothes were disheveled. His face was flushed, and he had a look of impatience and anger. "Who the hell are you? You're screaming and mourning here in broad daylight." Jiang Lusher's expression suddenly changed. "Who are you?" This strange man has no supernatural power fluctuations on his body. But looking at his figure, which is similar to that of a fitness instructor, it is obvious that his skills are not bad. "Who are you asking me? I'm also asking you who you are? I live here. Who the hell is your uncle? I don't have a nephew like you. And you want to get married? Get out of here, or I'll beat you to death with a stick," the strange man said coldly, then walked back cursing and slammed the door with a bang. Seeing the door closing again, Jiang Lusher's face darkened, and he jumped out of the car. Chapter 260. I'm looking for someone. After the end of the world, the rules collapsed. Jiang Lusher didn't know if his uncle's family was still well. At this time, he was anxious. But when he met such a man occupying his uncle's house, the anger in his heart naturally burst out. Bang! Jiang Lusher kicked the door open. At this time, the strong man had just dropped the iron rod and was about to return to the house, when he suddenly heard a loud noise behind him. He turned around in disbelief and looked at Jiang Lusher. He didn't expect that there would be such a reckless person in Boss Sun's territory. As a member of Boss Sun's personal guard, he would be kicked out. "Boy, you're hacking tired of living in the entire Yi County. Boss Sun is the emperor, and he, Zhang Xiong, is also the #1 person in Yi County. No one dares to mess with him. I'll smash your head into pieces." Zhang Xiong grabbed the iron rod and hit Jiang Lusher on the head with the stick. 2 iron rods as thick as fingers were thrown out by Zhang Xiong. If it hit a person's head, the skull would definitely be shattered and the brains would be smashed out. After the apocalypse, the legal system collapses, and killing one person does not matter. Jiang Lusher's expression was cold. He took a sudden step forward, grabbed Zhang Xiong's wrist with one hand, and punched out like lightning with the other hand, hitting Zhang Xiong's shoulder directly. Pong! Jiang Lusher's punch was fast and hard. causing severe pain and numbness in Zhang Xiong's shoulder. The iron rod fell to the ground with a clang, and Zhang Xiong's arm was too weak to use any strength. Jiang Liusher's speed was so fast that Zhang Xiong couldn't react. He grabbed Zhang Xiong's completely detached arm and twisted it hard. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and Zhang Xiong let out a heart-rending scream. Ah! My hand? My hand! Zhang Xiong fell to the ground, holding his right hand and wailing in pain. His right hand was directly destroyed by Jiang Liusher. You! Zhang Xiong's voice trembled, and the severe pain prevented him from uttering a complete sentence. At the same time, he was extremely horrified. He looked at Jiang Liusher like a student. How could he be so good at it? Zhang Xiong paid attention to fitness before the end of the world, and has been practicing his fighting skills since the end of the world. He smashed the skulls of many zombies with this iron rod, and used it to kill people like chopping melons and vegetables. He never expected that today he fell directly into the hands of Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher stepped up and kicked Zhang Xiong down, then stepped on Zhang Xiong's chest, knocking him out of breath. At this time, there were sounds of footsteps, and 3 more people rushed out of the house. 2 women and 1 man. They were all dumbfounded when they saw the situation in the yard. You! Who are you? A woman asked in panic. Jiang Liusher had a sullen face, and Zhang Xiong at his feet was still wailing. Let me ask you, where is the original owner of this house? Let him go! Another man present said sternly, but he was obviously a little afraid of Jiang Liusher. I ask one last time, where is the original owner of this house? Jiang Liusher's voice was cold, and the other man couldn't take away his face. He reached behind him and pulled out a gun. But at this moment, call out! A flash of black light flashed, and a triangular military thorn was thrown out by the shadow, directly hitting the wrist of the man holding the gun. Ah! The man holding the gun screamed and dropped the pistol, his hands bleeding profusely. In just a few seconds, the 2 men with fighting ability in the room were directly defeated, while the other 2 women were just vases and no threat at all. Their faces were pale with fear, and their legs were shaking. The original owner. We don't know where the original owner is. He cleared out a batch of houses with good conditions and gave us a choice. The original owner may have gone to the slums. The city wall built in Yi County has a limited area. A palace has occupied a large area of land, and the remaining housing is naturally not enough. Powerful people live in better houses, while ordinary people live in slums. This is the rule in Yi County. This rule is normal, even if the house was robbed. But since strength determines everything, now that Jiang Liusher is back, he naturally has the ability to rewrite the rules. Slums? Jiang Liusher's face darkened. As he walked along, he naturally saw the scene in the slums. The place was messy and dirty. The so-called houses were made of plastic sheets and wooden boards. It was impossible to protect them from wind and rain. Where my elderly uncle and aunt live, they are very likely to die of illness. Jiang Liusher kicked Zhang Xiong away, strode out of the small building, jumped onto the minibus, and started the car. Zhang Xiong's face turned pale, and he almost fainted from the pain. He said intermittently to the 2 women, Quick, go and inform Boss Zhang. Kill this kid, damn! It hurts me so much. The slums in Yi County were chaotic. It was naturally not easy to find 2 people. Jiang Liusher made a rough circle and found no one at all. He drove the base car to the palace gate. If you are looking for someone, it is more reliable to let local people do it. Jiang Liusher ignored the guards at the palace entrance and drove directly in. Get off the car! Get off the car! Who are you? How dare you break into the palace? Everyone here except Boss Sun has to get off the car and walk. Are you looking for death? Seeing that Jiang Liusher's car couldn't be stopped, a guard was about to draw his gun, but the base car was too fast and had already arrived in front of the main hall. The palace is naturally much larger than the private houses, but if you use a car, it only takes a few seconds to cross the palace. The guards followed, and at the same time, Boss Sun also walked out of the main hall. When Jiang Liusher went to the slums before, Boss Sun had already received the news that one of his men had been beaten. According to the other party's description, the assailant was driving a minibus, and it was obviously Jiang Liusher. Now, the other party drove a minibus straight into his palace and didn't get out of the car until he reached the main palace gate, which made Boss Sun look extremely ugly. He has ruled Yi County for so long, and anyone who offends him has long been beheaded in public. But this Jiang Liusher, although Boss Sun didn't know what the other party's strength was, he knew that he came with the army. He did not dare to offend people from the army easily, even if Jiang Liusher was an unknown soldier in the army. The army could not offend him. Otherwise the other party might just need an excuse to rob him here.
What does this brother mean? I said before that you are a guest from far away. I think I have given you enough face. But you, the person who beat me, have now broken into my palace to do something.
What? Jiang Lusher sat in the driver's seat and said,
I want you to find 3 people.
Chapter 261 Uninvited Guest.
Find someone.
Boss Sun was very angry at this time. But because Jiang Lusher came with the army, he could only endure it.
Who are you looking for? The original owner of number 38 North Street.
Jiang Lusher said firmly. His uncle's family was naturally expelled by Boss Sun and his group. After the end of the world, the rules have collapsed, and it is almost impossible for people without strength to defend their homeland. The corner of Boss Sun's mouth twitched. This kid is so bossy when asking me to do something. Boss Sun has already guessed Jiang Lusher's identity. He should be the leader of the survivor team that cooperates with the army. He was just the captain of a survivor team, not a member of the military. And his team only had 6 or 7 people in total, which was nothing compared to him, the emperor of Yi County. But now, with the support of the army, she is so arrogant in front of him. But unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. It's really a dogfighting. Boss Sun cursed in his heart. If he hadn't been afraid of the army, he would have killed Jiang Lusher with one shot.
I will help you find someone. You can go. I'll follow.
Jiang Lusher said that he just asked Boss Sun's people to lead the way, and his uncle's family could only rest assured if he found him himself. Boss Sun waved his hand solemnly and asked the guards to take Jiang Lusher to the slums. Looking at Jiang Lusher's leaving figure, Boss Sun's eyes burst with cold murderous intent.
Boss, do you want?
A man in his 30s walked up to Boss Sun and whispered, while making a gesture of wiping his neck. Boss Sun shook his head and said,
Don't touch them. Although they are just a bunch of guys who are relying on their own strength, the army may use this as an excuse to attack us. I can't stand his tone.
At this time, in the base vehicle, Ing drove the base vehicle and said to Jiang Lusher,
Brother Jiang, that man named Sun has murderous intentions towards you. Well, I feel it.
Jiang Lusher said lightly, looking at the palace built by Boss Sun. He knew that this guy regarded himself as the emperor of Yi County. Usually, his subordinates probably treated him with respect. When they met him, of course he was angry. Jiang Lusher didn't care at all about angering the middle-aged man named Sunday. If he hadn't considered the livelihood problems of the 400 to 500 local people, he might have killed him directly. Jiang Lusher followed the guard and drove all the way to the slums. The slums in Yi County are complicated and mixed with residential areas. It is not easy to find a house in these alleys without someone to guide you. When Jiang Lusher was looking for his uncle's family, they were on the other side, in Boss Sun's palace. In this apocalyptic world, Yi County has long been without power. There is no mobile phone or TV. Apart from having fun with women, Boss Sun has no other entertainment activities. Of course, Mr. Sun couldn't live in such a big palace alone. His harem was all prepared for his concubines. There are more than a dozen concubines, with safe periods staggered to each other. Enough for Boss Sun to have fun every night. Having been angry at Jiang Lusher before, Boss Sun was looking for a woman to vent his anger. At this moment, he suddenly heard a woman's voice coming from behind.
What a luxurious palace! There are more than a dozen beauties in the harem, guards, and ministers. These last days are hell for others. But for Mr. Sun, it is heaven. Those who were emperors in ancient times were nothing more than that's it.
The unfamiliar female voice made Boss Sun stand on end. A woman suddenly appeared in his bedroom, like a ghost. This kind of person is most likely an assassin. Did the army send someone to assassinate him? An idea flashed through Boss Sun's mind, and he jumped forward in one stride. At the same time, he took out the pistol behind him.
Crack!
The rock slabs under Boss Sun's feet were all broken into small pieces. These broken pieces of rock seemed to be alive, rolling up along Boss Sun's body, and soon formed a rock armor.
Who?
Boss Sun was almost about to shoot, but at this moment, a long whip struck like black lightning. Snapped. There was an explosion, and the gun in Boss Sun's hand was whipped away.
Boss Sun, don't get excited. We are just here to talk to you.
Us? Boss Sun was shocked. This meant that there was more than one person coming from the other side. Damn it. If there was only one person, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun would still have the confidence to fight the opponent. But if there was more than one person, why would he fight? Regardless of whether the other party really has no ill intentions towards him. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun knows that it is best not to take any drastic measures at this time, and to first understand the situation clearly. He saw two people, a man and a woman, walking out of the two shadows in the room. The woman was wearing black leather clothes and holding a long whip in her hand. It was obviously this woman who had spoken and acted just now.
"Who are you, and how did you get in?"
Boss Sun asked in a deep voice. At the same time, there were rock fragments rolling towards him under his feet.
"We are considered to be members of the military, but we are not the same group as the ones you met before. As for how we got in, if we can't even enter the palace guarded by ordinary people like you, then how can we come out to do things?"
The man who spoke was the man traveling with him. He was dressed in black and had high cheekbones. He looked skinny, a bit like he was sick. He carefully looked at the rock fragments on Boss Sun's body and exclaimed,
"A power that can affect rocks? No wonder a small Yi County has such a city wall and palace. You use your own powers to coordinate with the Yi County here. Laborers build such palaces and city walls? For enjoyment? You work hard enough."
After hearing the sarcastic words of the man in black, Boss Sun's face darkened. He took a few steps back, sat down on a chair, and took a deep breath. He had calmed down a lot.
"You are from the military, and you are not the same group of people as I met before. Now you come to me in private. Could it be that you have a problem with the previous group of people and want to take revenge on them?"
Boss Sun's mind turned around and thought of the possibility that the other party came to him. But it was not an assassination. It could only be cooperation. Yi County is a small county, and there are no large-scale zombie mutants nearby. The purpose of the cooperation is most likely to target another group of people.
"This analysis really surprised me."
The woman holding the whip clapped her hands.
"It seems that you can sit in this position not only because of your strength,
but also because you have some brains. You guessed it well, but that's not entirely true. We are not targeting people from the military. Our target is just a man driving a minibus. You should have seen him." "Minibus? That guy?"
Chapter 262 Going Home. ADD2. Boss Sun was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party was going to take action against Jian Lushi. He had long disliked Jian Lushi, but he didn't expect that he would offend the people in the military. In these last days, no one in the military could afford to offend him. This kid actually dared to stir up trouble at his age. He was doomed. This is exactly what Boss Sun wants. But in order to do business, you still need to be paid. Even if he wants to kill Jian Lushi, he still wants to get the maximum benefit.
Jian Lushi is following the soldier named Zhu. If I touch them, I will anger the army. How will you protect me? And what good will I gain? The benefits will certainly be yours.
The man smiled slightly.
You can have mutated beast meat, weapons, whatever you want, and we will give you enough.
Boss Sun's eyes were shining when he heard about mutant beast meat, especially weapons. Yi County is just a small county. Boss Sun got this pistol from the local police station. He was extremely envious when he saw the army armed with live ammunition. As for mutated beast meat, of course the more the merrier. Boss Sun pondered for a while, nodded and said,
"Okay, it's a deal."
In Xiqing District, Yi County, there is a laundry. But now, the laundry has been renamed. There is a handwritten sign posted at the door, which is called Huangxiyuan. The laundry was expanded, and river water was diverted for washing. And the clothes washed belonged to women in the palace, people with supernatural powers, and members of the team. In the absence of a washing machine, clothes must be washed by hand. The workload of washing clothes for dozens of people can be imagined. The ground here is full of water and silt. Normally no one would come except the supervisors. But today 2 cars suddenly came. One car was recognized by everyone as it was the car from the palace. But the other minibus was very unfamiliar. After the guard got off the car, he immediately ran to the door of Huangxiyuan and said a few words to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper glanced at the minibus and quickly turned around and entered. As muddy water splashed, the minibus stopped at the entrance of Huangxiyuan. Jian Lushi got off the bus with Jian Zhuing and Ran Xiyu. When he walked to the door, Jian Lushi glanced at the sign of
Huangxiyuan
and sneered.
Neither fish nor fowl.
Many people in the store had already stretched out their heads to look out. The people in the minibus didn't look like they were from the palace. But if they weren't from the palace, how could they be wearing such neat clothes? And those 2 girls, their appearance and temperament are better than those of the women in the palace. It is simply incredible that such characters appear neatly in the apocalypse. At this time, the gatekeeper had already come out with 2 people. Both of these people looked a little confused, even a little panicked. Walking at the front was a young woman with a dirty face. She was whispering to another older woman.
Mom, don't worry. We didn't do anything wrong. And we have been keeping a low profile. Won't cause trouble. Can you not worry? Li Fang, who was called out last time, was finally taken to the palace and was ruined by that bastard.
The older woman kept holding the young woman's hand tightly. They were doing laundry when they were suddenly called out, which made them extremely worried. For ordinary people at the bottom like them, no one cares about their life or death. Being suddenly noticed at this time is definitely not a good thing. The young woman said she wasn't worried, but in fact she was very nervous. The man surnamed Sun used to be a local gangster. He had no job and didn't want anyone to see him. He was already very old, and he still hadn't found a wife. But who would have thought that after the end of the world, he would actually awaken his superpower and become the overlord of Yi County? The two people walked out with their heads lowered and heard the gatekeeper say,
"Bring it here."
The guard quickly came over and said,
"Thank you for your hard work." Upon hearing this man's polite tone, both of them felt their feet weaken and almost fell over. It's over. It's over. This weasel is sending New Year greetings to the rooster. He must have bad intentions. At this moment, a figure strode in, directly past the guard, and walked up to them.
"Sister Han?"
This voice was very unfamiliar. But Su Han was slightly shocked when he heard this title. Since the end of the world, she hasn't heard anyone call her name for a long time. They just call her back and forth. Su Han was both surprised and afraid. She raised her head and looked at the person. When she saw the person, she was stunned. The person in front of me looked strange at first glance, but there are very familiar shadows between his eyebrows and eyes. Su Han opened his mouth and asked tentatively,
"Are you a stone?" "It's me."
Jiang Lusher nodded. At this moment, Su Han's face was dirty, but his gentle eyes were still the same as in Jiang Lusher's childhood memory. Su Han was trembling all over. She didn't know what to say. She looked at Jiang Lusher and then saw Jiang Juing. The ant on the side was also stunned. After a while, she wiped away her tears.
"It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive."
Jiang Lusher saw that their hands and fingers were soaked white, and the skin was peeling in many places.
"Look, we found him too."
The guard came over and said with a smile.
"Get out of the way,"
Jiang Lusher said in disgust. He said to Su Han and his aunt,
"Let's go. I will take you home."
"Go home." Su Han and the others were in a daze, and her aunt suppressed her excitement and said,
"We haven't finished our work yet. No need to do it,"
Jiang Lusher said. He grabbed Su Han and his aunt and walked out of the laundry until they got on the minibus. They still felt like they were in a dream, in a fog. When they saw that the minibus was actually a luxury RV, they were even more stunned. Andy was helped to the sofa, but she didn't dare to sit down. She looked at Jiang Lusher and Jiang Juing in fear, and said,
"Why are you in Yi County? If you drive this car, you will definitely be forcibly commandeered by that person named Sunday. And Xiaoying, you are so beautiful. In this apocalypse, being pretty is not a good thing. Auntie, just sit down. We're going home right now,"
Jiang Juing said. Su Han was young after all. Although she was very excited, she still retained a trace of judgment. She had already seen that the guard was scolded by Jiang Lusher, but did not say a word. If it were normal, whoever dared to talk to the guard like this would have been beaten long ago. She had already guessed that Jiang Lusher might also be a person with superpowers. Otherwise, how could we have so many beauties, guns, and so much food? And Jiang Juing, she is also holding a weapon. This weapon is not a fire axe or a kitchen knife, but a real weapon. The cold light was shining, making people feel scalp numb just looking at it. Seeing that Su Han and his aunt looked sallow and thin, Jiang Lusher took out 2 bottles of drinks and said,
"Drink."
They had never seen this kind of drink before, even for a middle-aged man named Sun. His food and drink in the palace were not necessarily that good. Seeing Jiang Lusher take it out so casually, Su Han became more sure of his guess.
"Where's Uncle?"
Jiang Lusher asked. Seeing that both Su Han and his aunt were silent, with sad expressions on their faces, Jiang Lusher understood immediately.
"My dad turned into a zombie,"
Su Han said. In the last days, there are too many such things. Jiang Lusher's mood was also very heavy. He was silent for a while and said,
"Let's go home first." "Sure too. My home is not here,"
Auntie said. Maya discovered that the direction the minibus was driving was not a slum. As for Su Han, she glanced outside and gradually guessed something, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. When the minibus stopped in front of her uncle's house, Su Han helped her aunt get out of the car. Both of them felt that they were still dreaming.
This house has been allocated to others, Su-han said. Although she had guessed it, she still couldn't believe it. Don't worry. It's back now, Jian Lucier said, strode into the yard, and then opened the door. He believed that the middle-aged man surnamed Sun would not be so stupid. The man from before must have taken the time to get out. Returning to the uncle's house in my memory, when I opened the room, it was a complete mess. Broken furniture, playing cards scattered on the ground, cell phones dropped on the ground, scattered books, etc. It looks like a garbage dump. These guys, they knew they were going to move away, so they deliberately made it so messy. Seeing this messy scene, Jiang Zhuing was furious. But for Su-han and her aunt, they were overjoyed to be able to return to their house. Sister Han, Aunt, please live at home from now on, Jiang Lucier said. Auntie stared blankly into the room, holding Su-han's hand firmly. They actually came home. If the house is a little messy, it doesn't matter. Just tidy it up and that's it. In Yi County now, the area enclosed by walls is limited, and there are simply not enough houses to live in. A home that can shelter from wind and rain is too precious. After their uncle's death, the two of them lived a difficult life. Now that they can return to their former house, even if they just walked in, they already feel particularly happy. Su-han looked at Jian Lucier gratefully, his eyes full of disbelief. Stone him to the end. How is it done? Chapter 263. What a pity. Let's clean up the house first. Sure too. You can take a rest in the car first. When she got home, her aunt felt at a loss. Today was so unexpected for her, and she still can't believe it all. It really happened. Su-han also looked at Jian Lucier with disbelief. The similar eyebrows made her gradually connect the young man in front of her with the little boy in her memory. After the end of the world, Su-han and his aunt were also concerned about the safety of Jian Lucier's brother and sister. Su-han only knew that they should still be in college. But now looking at Jian Lucier, driving a RV and getting their house back, this completely overturned Su-han's impression and suspicion of Jian Lucier. Su-han had many questions to ask Jian Lucier, but she was also worried about another thing. Sure too. Did you come to Yi County to help that person named Sun? That person named Sun is not a good person. He was just a scoundrel with nothing to do before. You? Don't worry, Sister Han. It's not like this, Jian Lucier said. Let him help with things. The man named Sun couldn't even hide. Hearing what Jian Lucier said, Su-han became even more worried. Then how did you get them to return the house? Sure too. This guy surnamed Sun is very vicious and vicious. In fact, my mother and I don't necessarily have to go home to live there, Su-han said worriedly. After the end of the world, the cruelty of the middle-aged man named Sun has been ingrained in Su-han's heart. She is worried that Jian Lucier will suffer at the hands of the middle-aged man named Sun. Jian Lucier smiled slightly and stepped into the door. He had no intention of staying in the car and wanted to help his aunt clean up. But at this moment, Ran Shiyu suddenly gently pulled Jian Lucier's sleeve. Jian Lucier was startled. Brother Jiang? Ran Shiyu smiled, her gray eyes slowly scanning the messy room inadvertently. There seems to be something wrong with this house. Ran Shiyu said this directly in Jian Lucier's mind. She didn't say it directly. Firstly, she was worried about scaring Su-han and the others. And secondly, she was worried that there would be an ambusher in the house who would hear it. Although she checked again and again, she didn't find the ambusher at all. I feel a faint trace of murderous aura, which seems to be there but not there. A bit like my perception is wrong, Ran Shiyu said in Jian Lucier's mind. And there is no one in this room. I am opening my spiritual field and searching around. There are other residents around this house. Maybe the murderous intention came from them. Jian Lucier's expression suddenly became solemn. During their absence, the man who lived in the house before and the people sent by Boss Sun were probably there. No matter if there is any problem, be careful. Shiyu, ask Sister Han to take Auntie and get back to the car first. I won't enter this house either. I'll go around to the back door to see who is there. Trouble. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Jian Lucier also said in his mind. Ran Shiyu nodded, then looked at Su-han. Sister Han, let's get something from the car. Su-han was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Call Auntie, too. We have some clean clothes. Let's see if there is anything suitable for Auntie, Ran Shiyu said. The three of them, as well as Liu Yushin and Ning, all returned to the minibus. As soon as they entered the car, the door of the minibus was closed, and Ning also sat in the driver's seat. Excuse me. Please sit here for a moment.
Ran Shiyu smiled slightly at Su-han and her aunt. And then many flashing pictures were projected in her eyes, which looked very mysterious, making people's eyes unbearable. I couldn't help but be immersed in her eyes. The change in her eyes startled her aunt. And Su-han was also shocked. Stranger, this girl looks so weak. But she is actually a superpower. She originally thought that Ran Shiyu, Ing, and Li Yusen, the three girls following Jiang Lushi, should all be Jiang Liushi's girlfriends. This is a very common thing in the apocalypse. What's more, it would be more normal if Jiang Lushi had such a good car. Although this kind of thing is different from Su-han's impression of Jiang Lushi, Su-han still feels that this is the most likely possibility. It's just that it's hard for her to ask questions in front of these girls. But now it seems that is not the case. This girl is also a person with superpowers. The cold beauty with a hot figure just now reached the driver's seat in one leap. With extraordinary skills, Li Yusen looked like an ordinary person. But Su-han now felt that she might not be that simple either. At this time, Ran Shiyu was quickly scanning the spiritual field. She was constantly sifting through the spiritual light spots one by one. And soon, she locked onto a light spot that exuded murderous intent. That's it. Found it, Ran Shiyu said in her mind. Jiang Lushi and Jiang Zhuing had already come out of the back door at the same time as Su-han and the others went out. After hearing Ran Shiyu's words, they quietly followed Ran Shiyu's guidance and approached each other. He wanted to see what Boss Sun was planning to do. In a bungalow a few hundred meters away from Jiang Liushi's uncle's house. This bungalow looks to be quite old. And it feels like it is in disrepair. After the apocalypse, this house was also allocated. And its owner was a henchman of Boss Sun. This man was looking at the woman sitting in front of him. This woman, who was probably around 20 years old, was sitting on the sofa, holding something in her hand. And her expression seemed to be listening to something. Dog Leg was told by this woman to call her Miss Fong Fei. For Dog Leg, who had not read many books, this title really felt a bit like the rich lady in the TV series. As for this woman, she was dressed in ordinary clothes. Although her face was clean, her hair was still greasy. However, the way she looked at the Dog Legs was very arrogant and bossy. Dog Legs is waiting here, not daring to rush this woman. He only knows that this woman is a very special superpower. Suddenly, a sneer appeared on the corner of the woman's mouth. They came in. When the loser heard this, he suddenly became nervous. Then, Miss Fong Fei, are you going to take action? The order they received was to take action immediately after Jiang Lushi and the others returned to the house. Hey. They lingered at the door for a while and didn't go in. They said they wanted to get clothes. Let's wait. Yin Fangfei shook her head and said with some disgust. They still want to get in the car to get clothes or something. Yes. Wait until they come down and return to the house. Then attack again and catch them all. Guzi looked at Yin Fangfei, his eyelids twitching slightly. The order he heard was to kill the person driving the minibus. But Yin Fangfei wanted to kill him. However, he would not refute Yin Fangfei's words. It's killing people anyway. So it doesn't matter if a few more people who have nothing to do with him die. Give him another minute or two to live. It's a pity that he won't know that I killed him until he dies. It's such a pity. Yin Fangfei said coldly. Now! She felt high-spirited. Shen Biao had entrusted her with this important assassination operation. Her powers finally had a place to be used. Not to serve those useless survivors, but to use them. To prove her abilities. After this time, she will live a better life than Jiang Lushi and Li Yusen. Clean clothes, status, food, and a safe place to live were all beckoning to her. What's the pity? You couldn't show off in front of me? At this time, a joking voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Chapter 264 I was forced. Who? Yin Fangfei was startled. She jumped up from her chair as if she had been burned. What are you doing? The loser next to Yin Fangfei was also shocked. Why is this woman so crazy? Didn't you hear that? Yin Fangfei looked around in surprise. There was no one around, and the bungalow was still quiet. The two henchmen were still guarding the surroundings. It seemed like nothing was happening. Of course I didn't hear it. How can our ears be better than yours? What did you hear? The two bastards gave Yin Fangfei an unhappy look. Are you making such a fuss just to show off your superpowers? Did not hear it. Yin Fangfei's palms were sweaty. She knew very well that the voice just now was definitely not the small voice she could hear with her supernatural powers. It was too clear, as if it sounded directly in her mind, making her feel that all her secrets had been seen through. Ms. Yin, are you ready to blow up? Have you finished getting those people's clothes?
Finish your work quickly and hand in your work.
The bastard next to Yin Fangfei said impatiently.
It's not a big deal if you have a good ear. You won't speak directly about what you hear. A bomb? It turns out that what you are holding is a remote control. Remote control of bombs is indeed a good way.
That voice sounded in Yin Fangfei's mind again. Yin Fangfei was going crazy. How did the other party find her? She has unparalleled hearing. No one who comes close can escape her ears. At this time, Jian Lucier, who was hiding in the dark, had his face as sinking as water. Remote control bomb. The other party actually used this method to deal with him. For those with superpowers, if they directly attack with a sniper rifle, they will be most murderous and easily discovered because they are directly targeted. But using something like a remote control bomb, further extending the distance, and relying on Yin Fangfei's hearing ability to launch an attack, the murderous aura emitted is the weakest and almost undetectable, including Ying, Li Yusen. She and her sister did not notice it. Only Ran Shiyu felt the presence of murderous intent because her powers had already evolved once. Even Ran Shiyu is not sure. Boss Sun should have sent someone to plant this bomb. But Boss Sun definitely couldn't get the remote control bomb. Then it could only come from the military. People from the military deliberately used such murder methods that were not easy to be discovered. Obviously the other party knew about Ran Shiyu's existence and wanted to avoid Ran Shiyu. Taking everything into consideration, Jian Lucier had already guessed the identity of the other party. Chu Qingshan. It can only be him. He has collected information about Ran Shiyu. But this information is not comprehensive. It only comes from Ran Shiyu's battle at the nuclear power plant. In fact, in the battle at the nuclear power plant, Ran Shiyu did not fully demonstrate her supernatural talents. Mainly because of her mental body. The mutated monster was so weird that it actually avoided Ran Shiyu's detection. This means that the military does not have accurate information on the strength of Ran Shiyu's supernatural power. In the final analysis, there is still a lack of measurement. Not to mention the military. Not even Jian Lucier and Ran Shiyu themselves know how far this spiritual power can be exerted. The remote control bomb is indeed a very safe assassination method. But it was still discovered by Ran Shiyu in a dangerous way. In addition, he was careful enough. Even though it was just a small problem that might be an illusion. He also asked people to withdraw. Otherwise, once he left, if you enter your uncle's house, the consequences will be really disastrous. The entire Shurring team will be wiped out. Thinking of this, Jian Lucier felt not happy, but angry. He couldn't accept that his life was based on a series of flukes. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the door lock of the dilapidated bungalow was broken. A three-edged military thorn, with a cold light shot through the door, and was directly nailed to the wall. Who? The two thugs suddenly jumped up and grabbed the pistols beside them. However, at this moment, the originally dark cabin lit up with a dazzling blue light, and it was as if they were blind. Ah! The two bastards screamed. Their bodies were swept by powerful electric current. Their whole bodies twitched. Their hair stood on end, and their blood vessels bulged. The high-voltage current instantly made them lose their ability to resist. At this time, Jian Lucier appeared in front of Yin Fangfei like a ghost. Jian Lucier grabbed Yin Fangfei's soft, but somewhat dirty hand. In her hand, she held the remote control. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yin Fangfei's hand bones were directly broken by Jian Lucier. And Yin Fangfei let out a scream. Ah! Yin Fangfei fell to the ground in pain. And her originally pretty face was completely distorted in pain. Jian Lucier! You! Yin Fangfei's whole body twitched. And her face was full of despair. She couldn't figure out why Jian Lucier could find the remote control bomb without entering the door. And why he could find herself hiding in the dark. We met again. And it was you. Jian Lucier grabbed Yin Fangfei's neck with one hand and lifted her up directly. Being controlled by Jian Lucier, Yin Fangfei was completely suffocated. She struggled hard, but she was completely unable to break free from Jian Lucier's hand. This sense of fear and despair almost made her collapse. Boom! Yin Fangfei felt severe pain behind her, and she was thrown directly onto the cement floor. Jian Lucier was so strong that most of the flesh behind her was bruised. She was really scared, but she still said with luck, Jian, I was forced to do this. I have powers. I can serve you, for you. Do anything. In Yin Fangfei's impression, Jian Lucier in middle school was almost transparent, and his sense of existence was extremely low. However, Yin Fangfei was a proud white swan in middle school. She did not feel that she was inferior to Li Yusen, since Li Yusen could even compete with him, be Jian Lucier's woman by his side. So if you put down your identity
and serve Jiang Lushur well. Then this loser must have the satisfaction of conquering the goddess. These losers always like more women. When they are in school, they will want to conquer the goddesses in the same school. As long as they surrender, Jiang Lushur will probably treat himself well and let her live a good life because his poor self-esteem will be satisfied. And in the future, she will have a chance to turn over.
Would you do anything for me?
Jiang Lushur's mouth curved with a trace of amusement.
Yes, yes. As long as you tell me, I will do it. I just want to have enough to eat and a way to survive.
Yin Fangfei said intermittently. But Jiang Lushur gently pulled out the three-sided military thorn stuck in the wall. Yin Fangfei's eyelids twitched and her face turned a little pale.
I'm a bit dirty now. Please let me take a bath.
Yin Fangfei felt that she was desperate. But before she could finish speaking, Ran Shiyu appeared behind Jiang Lushur and whispered,
Brother Jiang, she is lying. You don't need to remind me. I know it.
Jiang Lushur played with the three-edged spur in his hand, his expression cold.
Killing her like this is too cheap for her.
At this moment, Jiang Zhuing snorted and said. Yin Fangfei's heart trembled when she heard this. And she suddenly saw Li Yusen at the door. Li Yusen shook her head gently. As a classmate of Yin Fangfei, she never expected that the person who planted a remote-controlled bomb at Uncle Jiang Liushur's house and detonated it with the help of supernatural powers was actually Yin Fangfei. As a classmate, she not only wanted to kill Jiang Lushur, but also wanted to kill herself.
Yusen, save me.
In Yin Fangfei's heart, Li Yusen was the last straw. She knew that Li Yusen was soft-hearted, and her eyes when she looked at Li Yusen were full of prayer. However, Li Yusen did not look at Yin Fangfei again. She had already experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, and she was no longer the innocent and simple girl. Seeing that Li Yusen didn't want to save her, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. This bitch didn't live such a comfortable life just by selling her body. This Jiang Lushur is a villain. Even if he has the strength, he will definitely die if he offends the military.
She cursed in her mind and almost said it out loud. At this time, call out. A flash of black light flashed, and the three-edged military thorn in Jiang Liushur's hand was inserted directly into Yin Fangfei's throat.
Puff!
Blood splattered, and Yin Fangfei covered her throat, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. But she still slowly fell down. Chapter 265 Awakening. The world was spinning, and Yin Fangfei fell to the cold ground. At the last moment of her life, her heart was full of resentment and unwillingness. She tried hard to look at Jiang Lushur, with a trace of final confusion in her eyes. She couldn't believe that such a middle school student Yussi, just like this, refused the service of the goddess of the same school and surrendered to the goddess of the same school under his crotch. Isn't this what those Yussi dream of? What about him? So cruel. This was Yin Fangfei's last thought. The carotid artery was broken and blood spurted all over the floor. Jiang Lushur silently wiped the blood from the triangular army thorn. After the apocalypse, he killed many people. But this was the first time he killed someone he knew before the apocalypse.
Yusen, are you feeling okay?
Jiang Lushur asked with his back to Li Yusen. Li Yusen had a closer relationship with Yin Fangfei, and Jiang Lushur was concerned about Li Yusen's feelings. Li Yusen nodded and said softly, Yeah. It is impossible to say that there is no feeling at all. Yin Fangfei's desperate and complicated eyes before she died left a deep impression on Li Yusen. However, this is the end of the world, and Yin Fangfei is already planning to kill herself. If he lets her go for so-called kindness and allows her to take revenge in the future, he would be stupid. When Li Yusen made up her mind to follow Shi Ying's team, she had already realized in her heart that she would see a lot of blood in the future, and even her hands would be directly stained with blood. If you don't have this awareness, then you will only be the one bleeding.
I'm fine. Thank you, Jiang Lushur,
Li Yusen whispered. She knew in her heart that this was no longer the student days. She and Jiang Lushur were at the same table. Now, Jiang Lushur was the captain of the Shiying team, and she was a member. In this world, the life and death of the Shiying team was very important. The extent depends on the decision made by Jiang Lushur. Li Yusen is quite grateful that he still cares about his own feelings in this situation.
Let's go to Sun's lair.
Jiang Lushur was never one to keep silent after suffering a loss. If Chu Qingshan's people were able to plant a bomb in his uncle's home, there must be a middle-aged man named Sun involved. Originally, considering the safety of Yi County, and the fact that he had no grievances with a middle-aged man named Sun, Jiang Lushur wanted to spare his life. But now, he naturally changed his mind. At this time, 1,800 meters away, 2 men and 1 woman were observing the situation of this bungalow with handheld binoculars. At a distance of 1,800 meters, it was difficult to distinguish between men and women even with a telescope. But they did not dare to get any closer. They knew how terrifying the Shirring teen was, especially as Ran Shiyu was a person with psychic powers, and her perception was very terrifying.
Something happened.
Chen Biao looked solemn.
Yan Fangfei failed. She should be dead. This.
Next to Chen Biao, the other man and woman were stunned.
Brother Biao, our layout has been very detailed. Just in case, we don't even dare to get close to the 1,800-meter range of the small villa.
Moreover, Yan Fangfei only relies on hearing, not seeing with eyes. This is the least alert observation method. And she was actually discovered? How is this possible? That's the truth. The plan failed,
Chen Biao said in a deep voice.
Then let's continue to hunt Jiang Lushi?
The man was a little reluctant.
Continue to pursue? The other side is already alert. If we take action again, it will be like moths flying into a flame. We will definitely die.
Chen Biao felt very heavy. If the task was not completed, he would definitely be punished by Chu Chongshan. But how could they continue in this situation?
Brother, that old guy Chu Chongshan must have sent people here. They are probably hiding in Yi County.
Well, we will find them.
As Jiang Lushi spoke, he had already jumped on the base vehicle. While Ran Shiyu closed her eyes and searched the surrounding area, she had previously searched the 1-kilometer range and the 1,500-meter range, but found nothing. Now, she has expanded the range to 2 kilometers away. Ran Shiyu will not extend the range of perception beyond 2 kilometers unless necessary. It would consume too much mental energy, especially such a careful search.
Brother Jiang, there are 3 superpowers in the northwest corner of Yi County. They are not weak in strength. Their location is very remote, and they are almost out of the safe zone. I think ordinary residents of Yi County will not go there, and their strength is also unreasonable. They are even better than the middle-aged people surnamed Sunday. If they are from Yi County, they should be the boss.
When Ran Shiyu spoke, she subconsciously rubbed her forehead. The continuous search put a huge load on Ran Shiyu.
Huh? They seem to have discovered my investigation,
Ran Shiyu said. People with superpowers are not vegetarians. Ran Shiyu can detect other people with superpowers. There are also people with superpowers who have keen senses and can find themselves being spied on, even if they don't know where the spying comes from. This is especially true when Ran Shiyu's mental strength declines. Be found.
They should be running away.
Ran Shiyu frowned, and blue blood vessels were exposed on his forehead. It was obvious that he was struggling.
Stop the investigation and stop persisting,
Jiang Lushi said.
Your health is important. If they want to escape, the way out in the northwest corner is the road back to the Zhonghai safety zone. There is only one road that can be driven by car. If they give up the car, they will be if they commit suicide. I will make them pay the price. Hurry up. Let's go to Sun's lair first.
As Jiang Lushi spoke, Ing already stepped on the accelerator and drove directly towards the palace in Yi County.
Buzz!
The base vehicle made a terrifying roar, jumped from the street onto the main road, and then sped along this main road. The performance of the Rival base vehicle has already reached a higher level. Yixian County was originally small, and with the rapid speed of the base vehicle, it rushed to the palace gate in the blink of an eye.
It's that kid again! Parking!
The guards of the palace were in great panic when they saw the minibus rushing towards the palace desperately. Jiang Lushi drove into the palace once before, but unlike this time, he drove the car at a speed of more than 1,500 or 60, and the palace was about to collapse when he hit it. It was too late to close the door, and a guard opened fire.
Boom, boom, boom!
Pistol bullets hit the bulletproof glass, making sporadic explosions. However, the bullets fired by this starter gun level 64 pistol were not enough to scratch the bulletproof glass that had been upgraded again.
The
2 guards were stunned. They originally wanted to kill the driver, but now they didn't even break the glass?
Buzz!
Ing stepped on the accelerator, and the base vehicle accelerated again. In such a short distance, an acceleration sprint could not respond in time.
Pong! Pong!
The 2 shock guards were knocked away by the base vehicle. The base vehicle almost flew off the road and crashed into the main gate of the palace at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The oppressive feeling of hitting a building directly was frightening. Li Yusen, who experienced it for the first time, couldn't help but cover her mouth.
Boom!
The gate collapsed immediately, and the base vehicle rushed into the palace like a wild beast. Chapter 266 A Meeting. In the harem of Yi County Palace. This is the place where Mr. Sun usually enjoys himself. There is a Sanfeng courtyard where 3 of Mr. Sun's favorite concubines live. Today, Mr. Sun is trying to have sex with Feng in the Sanfeng courtyard. Jian Lushur had offended the big boss of the army, and the military took care of him. Boss Sun was in a good mood. He drank a glass of wine, took off his pants, and was about to throw himself on the bed and enjoy it. At this moment, boom, there was a loud bang, which almost caused the middle-aged man named Sun to become impotent.
Your Majesty, what's wrong?
The 3 concubines were all shocked. This title was given to them by a middle-aged man named Sun.
It's okay. It's just a remote-controlled bomb that solved a nasty little bug.
The main hall of the palace is some distance away from the harem. The base vehicle broke through the main hall gate. The collision sound was similar to the sound of a bomb explosion to the middle-aged man surnamed Sunday. Of course, if he were a soldier, he would have heard that it was not the sound of a bomb.
Little bug? Hee hee. Is he the one driving the minibus? That blind thing offended the emperor and will only end up dead.
Although the middle-aged man surnamed Sun looks a bit like a labor camp prisoner. In this apocalyptic world, strength is everything, and looks cannot be used as food. Although the women recruited by the middle-aged man named Sun were trapped in the palace, they still had enough food and clothing. They quickly adapted to their status and began to please the middle-aged man named Sun.
Yes, this Yi County is my territory. Whoever I want to die will not be able to live.
The middle-aged man surnamed Sun laughed. Now, that group of people was dead. According to the agreement with the military people, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun seemed to have seen guns, ammunition, mutated animal meat, and other supplies waiting for him. With these things, his life will be more comfortable. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun felt that people like Qin Piao were really making a fuss out of a molehill, killing one person and setting up such a big battle. Why do you think it's to ensure success? It's really killing a chicken with a knife. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun couldn't help but touch the concubine and was about to pounce on her. At this moment, boom, the second loud noise was louder than before. The expression of the middle-aged man named Sun changed. His thing was really completely soft this time. What happened? The middle-aged man surnamed Sun looked in the direction of the sound. In front of the beauty, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun was quite calm.
It should be a secondary explosion. What the hell are these people in the military doing?
The middle-aged man named Sun was talking.
Boom!
The third explosion was right behind him. So close.
Crack!
Building materials and broken doors were scattered in all directions. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun felt a sharp pain in his back and rolled out in embarrassment. The concubine on the bed also lost her beauty, and her delicate body was trembling. She hurriedly grabbed a quilt and wrapped it around her body, looking behind the middle-aged man named Sun with an expression of disbelief.
This.
The middle-aged man surnamed Sun got up and looked at the gate of San Fengjuan. His face was ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. A minibus that looked like a metal monster had broken through the gate of San Fengjuan and stopped 10 meters away in front of him. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun glanced at Jian Lushur sitting in the passenger seat. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun was completely confused. Aren't the military people going to kill him? The time bombs are all ready, and there are 4 superpowers. It was an ambush, and he was a master. He calculated with intention and without intention. How did Jian Lushur survive? Now, Jian Lushur drove a minibus directly into his palace. Obviously, the matter had been exposed. Qin Piao and the others looked so awesome. How could they be so weak? Boss Sun jumped up, and at the same time, all the gravel under his feet rolled towards him, and his whole body was immediately covered with a layer of rock armor. Behind Boss Sun, there were several concubines. They were too frightened, but they were relieved when they saw Boss Sun wearing a rock armor. They did not know that the military was involved in the operation to kill Jian Lushur. They only thought that Boss Sun's men had failed to murder Jian Lushur. Now, with Boss Sun personally taking action, there should be no problem. They had seen many people who opposed Boss Sun being stoned to death by Boss Sun. Boss Sun's ability to control rocks is both offensive and defensive. Gravel can kill people, but at the same time, his rock armor can protect himself. The rock armor enhanced by Boss Sun's superpower can even withstand bullets. In their opinion, Boss Sun's strength is unfathomable. At this time, Jian Lushur was sitting in the passenger seat and looked at Boss Sun coldly. The ability to control rocks is rare. At this time,
Ba! Ba! Ba!
Gunfire rang out in the distance, and several guards stationed at the back door of the palace heard the sound and rushed over. They fired from a distance.
Who is breaking into the palace without permission? Looking for death. Protect the boss.
These few guards, who were still unaware of the situation, were scrambling to make meritorious deeds. As soon as they saw their men coming, the middle-aged man surnamed Sun gained some confidence. He sneered and said,
I know you are powerful, but it is a mistake for you to appear within 5 meters of me.
He waved his hand suddenly. Flying stone stunt.
Boo-hoo!
3 sharp rocks flew toward Jiang Lusher in the shape of a zigzag. The power and accuracy of his flying stone skill will be greatly reduced from 10 meters away. But within 3 meters, it is more powerful than bullets. A stone hits an ordinary person on the head, and the brain matter bursts out. Boss Sun originally wanted to break through the glass of the minibus and kill Jiang Lusher. But,
Bob bang bang!
The stone thrown by Boss Sun exploded directly on the windshield and turned into a piece of powder. Jiang Lusher was sitting in the passenger seat, motionless, looking at him with a joking look. Bulletproof glass. Boss Sun felt chilled. This minibus was actually modified with bulletproof glass. At this moment, Boss Sun suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. With a thought, the rock armor on his body became thicker, and at the same time, a heavy stone slab with a thickness of 10 centimeters rose in front of him. Such a slate cannot be penetrated even by sniper rifle bullets. At this time, Boss Sun only had 2 eyes exposed in the gaps between the stone slabs, looking at Jiang Lusher.
Damn! This kid is evil!
Boss Sun was also scared at this time. But fortunately, he had special powers, and could hide underground if he couldn't be beaten. At this moment, Boss Sun saw a dark round pipe sticking out from the front of the minibus. This is...
Boom!
There was an explosion, and terrifying air waves erupted from the round tube. The supersonic air flow instantly formed a sonic boom, and a cone-shaped water mist was blown away at a terrifying speed. The air wave passed by, and the gravel was shot away like bullets. When the air wave hit, the 10-centimeter thick stone slab in front of Boss Sun collapsed like an earthen wall washed by floods. The strong air pressure caused Boss Sun's eardrums to burst open, spurting out blood.
Pong!
Boss Sun's body flew backwards at high speed like a baseball being hit by a bat. His whole body of rock armor was shattered. All his internal organs were shattered, and all the bones in his body were broken. Boss Sun, who was wrapped in gravel, was like a toad that had been trampled to death in the sand. His blood and internal organs were mixed with the gravel, making it a blur.
Aye!
Boss Sun's eyes were blank, looking up to the sky. Blood bubbles kept coming out of his mouth, like a dead fish blowing bubbles after leaving the water. The sound continued to go away from him, and he vaguely saw the pale and trembling concubine, and saw his collapsed palace. He died like this. They are shattered into pieces when they meet each other. Why are they so strong? If he had known earlier, how could he have cooperated with Qin Piao and the others? This was Boss Sun's last thought, and he died in the rock summoned by his own power. Chapter 267, Driving Thousands of Miles. Seeing Boss Sun turn into a pile of blurred flesh and blood, the 3 concubines were already paralyzed on the ground, their faces turning pale with fear. The emperor died? The originally aloof emperor, the being they tried so hard to please, was actually killed in an instant in front of Jiang Lusher, as easy as trampling an ant to death. These women were selected into the palace very early, and had not seen much of the cruelty of the apocalypse. Suddenly they saw a good person turn into rotten flesh. In addition to the extreme fear, one of the concubines fell to the ground and vomited. The 3 guards who came to guard quickly dropped their guns, knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Facing the base vehicle, how could they dare to run? Their legs were no match for the wheels. And with that weird air cannon, they were blown to pieces with one shot.
What to do with these people?
Ing asked coldly. The 3 guards from before shot at the base vehicle and killed them directly according to Ying's wishes. Jiang Lusher said,
It is their duty to shoot, but I will not spare them lightly. I will let the residents of Yi County judge them. Anyone who is guilty will be killed.
After killing Boss Sun, Jiang Lusher decided to uproot Boss Sun's influence in Yi County. As a result, I am afraid that there will no longer be people with superpowers in Yi County, and they will all be ordinary people from now on. But in the last days, ordinary people have to rely on their own strength to survive. They cannot rely on superpowers to collect food to support them. No one owes anyone. This Yi County has city walls, food reserves, arable land, and houses. Ordinary people should be able to survive and must survive. Otherwise they will have to wait to die. At this moment, the roar of the engine came from the distance. Jiang Lusher turned around and saw an armored vehicle and 2 military vehicles approaching. Zhu Chongqing jumped off the armored vehicle.
Captain Jiang, what's going on?
Zhu Chongqing saw Ba's son, who had turned into rotten meat and mixed with stones, and could barely identify him.
Did you kill the leader of Yi County?
Well, Jiang Lusher opened the car door, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
Why?
Zhu Chongqing was a little puzzled. In his opinion, although Ba's son was not a good person, his crime was not worthy of death. After all, in this apocalypse, it is normal for powerful people to rely on their own strength to obtain more enjoyment. I am afraid there is no such thing. Which person with special abilities relies on his own abilities to benefit ordinary people?
Someone in Zhonghai wants to kill me. This guy named Sun is also involved,
Jiang Lusher said lightly, and Zhu Chongqing felt his heart sinking.
Kill Captain Jiang? Who could it be?
Zhu Chongqing suddenly thought of a person, Zhu Chongshan. Could it be that Zhu Chongshan wanted to kill Jiang Lusher? As a member of the military, Zhu Chongqing naturally knew about Zhu Chongshan and Jiang Lusher's feud and their son-killing feud. In this hopeless apocalypse, it could be said that they were sworn enemies. Jiang Lusher said,
Captain Zhu, Jiang Lusher, have always wanted revenge. I was murdered and almost died. I have to do something. Of course, since I have accepted this escort mission, I must complete it.
Captain Zhu, I hope you can wait for me in Yi County for a few days. There is land, food, and safe accommodation here. You can just take a rest. As for me, I have to go back to Zhonghai for something. Something happened, returning to Zhonghai?
Zhu Chongqing was stunned. It was 500 kilometers from Yi County to the Zhonghai safety zone. Their army walked for several days to get here, and experienced many dangers along the way. Now, Jiang Lusher wants to go back. Moreover,
the something
that Jiang Lusher mentioned was probably to settle a score with Zhu Chongshan. Zhu Chongqing wouldn't think that Jiang Lusher would go back to Zhonghai to discuss matters with Zhu Chongshan. Could he assassinate Zhu Chongshan? The Zhonghai security zone is heavily guarded. How can Jiang Lusher kill Zhu Chongshan, a senior member of Zhonghai?
Captain Jiang, you won't do anything stupid, right? The defense of Zhonghai Safety Island is beyond your imagination.
Zhu Chongqing quickly persuaded Jiang Lusher. He felt a little broken. Zhu Chongqing was not a subordinate of Zhu Chongshan. Even his immediate boss, Commissioner Zhang, had a feud with Zhu Chongshan. But this did not mean that Zhu Chongqing wanted to see Jiang Lusher assassinate Zhu Chongshan. And the possibility of Jiang Lusher's success is too small. Maybe Jiang Lusher will have an accident. Zhu Chongqing did not want such a powerful team to be lost due to internal friction among humans. However, Jiang Lusher did not respond to Zhu Chongqing's words at all. He just said,
Captain Zhu, Yi County has food, gasoline, and diesel. You can replenish some food, but don't move too much. You can take most of the gasoline and diesel and leave the rest.
Leave some for me. During the few days I leave.
If it is convenient for you, you can clean up the zombies around, help the local residents resume production, and eliminate the party members named Sunday. I will leave first.
Zhu Chongqing was speechless, and Jiang Lusher completely dismissed his words as nothing. He also wanted to persuade Jiang Lusher not to strike with eggs. But Jiang Lusher had already jumped into the base vehicle and closed the door. Zhu Chongqing opened his mouth, and finally smiled bitterly. He knew that he was powerless to stop it. Jiang Lusher returns to Zhonghai. What should he do? Are you really waiting here? Without Jiang Lusher, Zhu Chongqing would have been really unsure of himself along the way. Not to mention the combat effectiveness of the Shuring team. Ran Shiyu's detection ability alone was very important to him. Maybe, after Jiang Lusher went back and found that things were not feasible, he would change his mind and come back. Thinking of this, Zhu Chongqing felt that he had failed. As an army commander, he had to listen to Jiang Lusher and follow Jiang Lusher's temperament. Even if the other party made such a ridiculous decision for him, he had to obey. Does he still have the power of a commander? In this apocalyptic world, it is impossible for Zhu Chongqing to send the news back. He can only unilaterally accept the wireless broadcasts from major safety zones. At this time, Jiang Lusher rolled down the glass and said,
Captain Zhu, please help me take care of a mother and daughter. They live at number 38 North Street. I will be away for about 5 or 6 days.
While Jiang Lusher was speaking, Ying had already stepped on the accelerator, and the base vehicle roared away.
Shiyu, mentally search both sides of the road to find the 3 minions sent by Zhu Chongshan first.
Jiang Lusher's voice was emotionless. These 3 minions almost destroyed their team. So Jiang Lusher would not let them go.
Brother, they may be hiding.
Jiang Zhuing held a chain knife and said,
It doesn't matter. We will find them out.
Jiang Lusher said confidently. The winding mountain road leads outside Yi County. Minibuses are speeding on the winding mountain road. Jiang Lusher himself never thought that one day he would drive thousands of miles to kill a core member of the Zhonghai Security Zone Military Commission. Member! Chapter 268 Hitting the Muzzle. The assassination plan failed. And Chen Biao and the others immediately evacuated. They knew that Ran Shiyu's mental powers were very terrifying. And with Ran Shiyu's cooperation, Jiang Lusher could keep chasing them. But there was only one way back to Zhonghai. After Chen Biao and the others escaped from Yi County, they drove a long distance at full speed. Just like that, Chen Biao was still worried. He drove off the main highway and turned into a narrow mountain road. This is an off-the-beaten-path route. The road is so narrow that even in the pre-apocalypse not many vehicles would pass by. This road is used by more than a dozen villagers living in the mountains. Going deep into mountainous areas is very dangerous, because the most indispensable thing in the mountains is mutant beasts. And the movement of cars can easily lure mutant beasts out. But in order to escape safely from the Shering team, Chen Biao decided to take the risk. There was no way. Jiang Liusher's car was too fast, and Chen Biao was driving an ordinary off-road vehicle. Chen Biao slowed down the car and drove as quietly as possible on the mountain road. He didn't stop the car until he was within 2 kilometers.
Captain, what should we do now?
The female team member holding the whip asked. Chen Biao took out a cigarette and thought about it but still didn't light it. He looked cold and said in a deep voice, Wait. Jiang Lusher came to chase them. But he would only chase them a certain distance. After getting no results, no matter how angry he was, he had to give up. Ran Shiyu's mental power also consumes a lot of mental power and cannot be sustained forever. The 2 team members stopped talking. They also felt that Chen Biao's approach was the most prudent approach. Even if Jiang Lusher guessed that they might be hiding in the mountains, he would not go into the mountains to search in order to hunt them down. All we can do is wait. Chen Biao is very patient, whether he is killing people or escaping. What he lacks most is patience.
While waiting, Chen Biao was also predicting the actions of the Shering team. He estimated that with the speed of the minibus, he should be able to catch up with them in half an hour. When Jiang Lusher found out that they were missing, he would definitely chase them some distance away unwillingly. This distance can be long or short. But Chen Biao waited for a full day. They were in the dangerous mountains without making any sound. Even though it was very cold at night, they did not light a fire. They kept vigil in shifts throughout the night, and each of them slept for 2 or 3 hours. However, for survivors who are surviving in the apocalypse, they have become accustomed to such fragmented sleep. Whether in the wilderness or in the city, no one dares to sleep peacefully with monsters around them. Early the next morning, Chen Biao restarted the car.
Walk!
The failure of this assassination mission made Chen Biao further realize how difficult Jiang Lusher was. He would wait until he retreated to Zhonghai and reported to Chu Chongshan before he could think of a solution. Jiang Lusher is going to Star City Base City. As long as he still has his whereabouts, there will be other opportunities to kill such a person. It is not easy to succeed at once, but there are still times when he shows his flaws. It was impossible for Jiang Lusher to be wary of people walking by him every second. Chen Biao failed this time. But there are still many, Chen Biao, who can serve Chu Chongshan in order to kill Jiang Lusher. Chu Chongshan could not afford to waste this time. Jiang Liusher's biggest mistake was to offend Chu Chongshan. Chen Biao carefully drove back to the main road. He drove all the way and listened to the noise, but found nothing. Gradually, Chen Biao felt relieved. He must hurry up and return to Zhonghai. The other 2 team members also breathed a long sigh of relief. They came to assassinate Jiang Lusher, but were hunted down in turn. Now, it feels even more like escaping from death. As the car drove on the mountain road and gradually moved away from Yi County, their mood became more and more relaxed. This place is already very far away from Yi County, and they escaped safely. When they drove to a corner, a huge sense of life and death crisis suddenly came over the heads of Chen Biao and the others. Chen Biao looked around the corner and felt that there was a ferocious mutant beast waiting for them after the turn. This feeling made his hair stand on end. Is it a mutant beast? Chen Biao suddenly stepped on the brakes and grabbed the rifle beside him, encountering a mutant beast on a narrow road. We have no choice but to fight. He gestured to the other 2, who picked up their weapons and got out of the car quietly. Chen Biao and the other 3 are all well-trained warriors. As long as they seize the opportunity and kill the mutant beast first, There won't be much of a problem. Unless you encounter a second-level mutant beast. It will be dangerous. They cautiously approached the corner. And then Chen Biao stuck to the mountain wall and stretched out his head. At this look, Chen Biao's body froze, as if he had been struck by thunder. He only felt cold all over his body. And there was only one thought in his mind. Why is this happening? Why are they waiting here? On the other side of the curve, the minibus was parked suddenly, with the front of the car facing their direction. And in the war room on the roof, a black gun muzzle was pointed at Chen Biao. The muzzle of the gun seemed to be mocking Chen Biao. Chen Biao never expected that Jian Lushi would be waiting in such a place. After losing their traces, Jian Lushi did not search for them at all. Instead, he kept driving at high speed for a day, passed in front of them, and waited on their only road. Chen Biao thought of all the possibilities. Except this one. No one would have thought that Jian Lushi would be so crazy and drive so far. Going back to Zhonghai from this place is closer than going back to Yi County, etc. Return to Zhonghai? An incredible idea flashed through Chen Biao's mind, like a flash of lightning. Could it be that Jian Lushi planned to return to Zhonghai? Is he crazy? However, Chen Biao's thoughts stopped there. While he was thinking about this, he reacted quickly and raised the muzzle of the gun. But how could he have a chance to shoot? Boom! As a gunshot sounded, Chen Biao, who had just emerged, flew backwards, and warm blood splashed on the faces of the two people behind him. The two people behind them didn't have time to react. Gunshots? How could there be gunshots in this place? At this time, they heard a crackling sound coming from the branches of the trees above their heads. Immediately, a blue-white electric current flashed in front of their eyes. Along with this overwhelming, terrifying power grid, a young and beautiful figure gently fell from the current. You are really going to hit the muzzle of the gun yourself. The playful girl's voice seemed to come from another world. Chapter 269 Insect Nest. TSK, TSK, TSK! Electricity flowed through the whole body. Behind Chen Biao, the man and the woman with powers convulsed all over and foamed at the mouth. The surprise attack, coupled with a gap in strength, left them unable to resist at all. Boom! Boom! While their whole bodies were convulsing, they heard two more gunshots, and the blood on their chests bloomed like coquettish flowers. And then, they don't know anything anymore. Boom! The out-of-control military off-road vehicle hit the rock wall heavily. The front of the vehicle was severely deformed, and the engine was smoking. Solved! Jian Lushi sat in the passenger seat and looked at the three dead people. One of them, he had a vague impression, was the person who was with Chu Xiongxan's only son. Drive! Tonight, we will drive to Zhonghai District 1. At this time, in the Zhonghai base, in the building where the military headquarters is located, 8 military committee members sat around a large oval table. On top of this big table, there was an exquisite sand table. In the center of the sand table, an area enclosed by city walls, is the Zhonghai Safety Zone. In all directions of the Zhonghai Safety Zone, there are gray areas. These gray areas all symbolize the Sea of Corpses. And in the depths of the Sea of Corpses, there is a location marked by a red skull, which looks shocking. Snapped! A silver-haired old man, with a red skull mark on his palm, said in a deep voice, Everyone! The earthworm beasts that pose the greatest threat to our Zhonghai security zone all come from the same mother body. And this mother beast should be hiding here. This is the information that our entire reconnaissance company paid for with their lives. The silver-haired old man was wearing a straight military uniform, and his silver hair was meticulously combed. When he said this, there was a hint of sadness. Earthworm beasts were also named recently. Long before Jian Lushi left the Zhonghai Safety Zone, there had been a large-scale outbreak of earthworm beasts. They emerged from the ground and wreaked havoc in Zhonghai District 1 and Zhonghai Safety Zone, destroying houses, killing the inhabitants, causing great destruction and great panic. The military department urgently mobilized troops to encircle and suppress the earthworm beasts. Although these earthworm beasts were powerful, they were quickly beaten into rotten flesh when faced with automatic rifles. But the most terrifying thing is that this earthworm beast seems to have an endless supply. After one wave of attacks, there will be another wave of attacks every 10 days. The Zhonghai Safety Zone relies on thick city walls, anti-aircraft machine guns, artillery, and rocket vehicles. It is not afraid of attacks from the zombie tide from outside. What the Zhonghai Safety Zone fears most is attacks from within. Heavy weapons such as rocket vehicles and artillery have no way of firing into the city. Now, concrete has been urgently poured on the ground near the military headquarters building. It is not afraid of the earthworm attack. But the military headquarters building materials are limited and cannot be taken care of in other areas. The earthworm beast emerges from the ground and will attack late at night every time. Even if Zhonghai's army patrols 24 hours a day, a large number of soldiers and residents will be lost at the beginning of each attack. Several times in a row, the residents of the Zhonghai safety zone have experienced large-scale panic. Many people dare not sleep late at night and are in a state of exhaustion throughout the day, due to poor sleep and naturally weak immunity, coupled with hunger, lack of green vegetables, and many other reasons. The number of people dying of illness in the Zhonghai safety zone has also increased significantly these days. The most frightening thing is that due to the repeated attacks of the earthworm beast, many holes appeared in the underground soil of the Zhonghai safety zone, resulting in many ground collapse accidents in these days. And the main roads were cut off. If this continues, the Zhonghai safety zone will be dragged down by this earthworm beast. So these days, the Chinese Navy Ministry sent a large number of investigators to investigate the surroundings, and finally slowly figured out the origin of the earthworm beast. They discovered the mother of the earthworm beast, and found a huge cave at the location marked by the red skull. This was a natural cave, but there were traces of being dug by giant insects in the cave. The mother of the earthworm beast, the beast, should be hidden in this cave. At that time, the investigators threw the grenade into the cave. However, the structure inside the cave was very complex and winding, and the grenade explosion failed to harm the female beast at all. But that night, the earthworm beast broke out again, which seemed to be revenge from the mother beast. This gives the military a headache. It is imperative to destroy this mother earthworm nest. But in the tide of corpses, attacking this female beast's lair will inevitably involve huge sacrifices.
In my opinion, this task is best carried out by Commissioner Zhang's 3rd Legion. The 3rd Legion under Commissioner Zhang are all from the field army. There are many powerful superpowers among the special teams of the Legion, no matter how high the reward is. And if you recruit some teams of superpowers, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy this female beast's lair. This will be a great achievement in saving the entire Zhonghai.
The one who spoke was Chu Chongshan. He spoke slowly and put his hands on the table, looking like an old god.
Huh?
Commissioner Zhang frowned.
Chu Chongshan, what do you mean? Let one of my 3 armies fight the entire mission. Where is your 6th army? Stay at home and take care of your children.
Commissioner Zhang sarcastically said without mercy. He knew with his toes that carrying out this mission would inevitably pay a heavy price. For military leaders, what is the most important thing in the apocalypse? Not the military rank, but the people under his command. As for generals and colonels, if you have a battalion of soldiers, you are a battalion commander. If you have a division of soldiers, then you are a division commander. But as a division commander, if all his troops are lost during a mission, then your division commander will exist in name only. In this apocalyptic world, there are no job transfers. Who will lead his troops to you? The soldiers won't listen to you either. For example, all the people on the Naval District Committee here are supported by their soldiers, and none of them hold their positions in vain. Therefore, this mission of eradicating earthworm nests was said to be a great achievement. But in fact, it was a hot potato that no one was willing to take on. Chu Chongshan has always been at odds with Commissioner Zhang. In this military meeting, Chu Chongshan of course wanted Commissioner Zhang's people to be in the front. It would be better if they were all damaged. In this case, Commissioner Zhang would be kicked out of the military. Committee up.
Commissioner Zhang, it's meaningless for you to say this. Although I, Mr. Chu, have many soldiers. Most of them are armed police and pickets. Their job is to maintain law and order and protect the Zhonghai safety zone. You let the armed police and pickets if the people on the picket line go to charge into the battle. They will have to line up to die. How can they possibly be better than your field army?
Chu Chongshan smiled coldly and said calmly. Chapter 270 Military Order. Chu Chongshan was originally an armed policeman, and his 6th Army was mainly responsible for maintaining security on the safety island. When the earthworm beast attacked the city, the 6th Army garrisoned in the city also played a significant role. On the other hand, Commissar Zhang's soldiers are all elite field troops. Commissar Zhang's 3rd Army has the best field combat capabilities in the Zhonghai district. It makes sense for this character to be handed over to Commissar Zhang's 3rd Army. Chu Chongshan suppressed Commissioner Zhang with just one word. Commissioner Zhang frowned, but did not refute. It was naturally unrealistic for the troops stationed in the city to exchange missions with the 3rd Army.
Old Zhang, look at this.
The chairman of the military commission spoke. He was the founder and initiator of Zhonghai District 1. Although he did not have many soldiers, more than 80% of the heavy weapons, including main battle tanks, rocket vehicles, and armed helicopters, were in the hands of the chairman of the military commission. In his hands, this also established his position as the most powerful person in Zhonghai District 1.
I understand. Since the chairman has spoken, I, Zhang Tianyu, will take over this task.
Commissioner Zhang's forehead veins twitched a few times, and he made up his mind. The most dangerous task fell on his shoulders. What he faced was not an opportunity, but a huge crisis. Knowing that his brothers would suffer huge casualties, Commissioner Zhang couldn't bear it. But in these last days, sacrifice is inevitable. If all his brothers are defeated this time, he, as a member of the military committee, will also be done. But at this time, someone must stand up. Otherwise Zhonghai will be finished.
I accept this military order. I won't come back from the immortal insect nest.
At this moment, Commissioner Zhang felt a surge of passion in his heart. Although he knew that there was a hidden power competition in this mission, but he was too lazy to think about it. He felt that he was a soldier first and an official second. If the people cannot be protected well, he will be deemed as incompetent as a soldier.
Old Zhang, it's up to you,
the chairman of the military commission said solemnly.
I will transfer the tank troops to you to clear the way. But when you get near the cave, you have to rely on yourself. This cave is very deep. Even if you use a lot of it, the bomb collapses it. I'm afraid it won't be able to hurt the mother earthworm hiding deep in the cave. When the time comes, it will only provoke more revenge from the mother beast. I understand. I will risk my life today. I will charge with my troops.
All his troops are on board. So there is no point in Commissar Zhang staying on his own. It is better to rush to the front line and fight to the end. Seeing Zhang Tianyu accepting the order, Chu Shengshan's eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable pleasure. Zhang Tianyu and Chu Shengshan had always been at odds, which involved power struggles in the Chinese Navy Commission, division of interests, and many other aspects. Even when his son was killed by Jiang Lushi, Zhang Tianyu has been protecting Jiang Lushi. Not only did he cooperate with Jiang Lushi, but he also gave Jiang Liushi's team precious evolutionary crystals. Now, Chu Chengshan has long regarded Zhang Tianyu as a thorn in his side. And this earthworm beast's attack is an excellent opportunity to weaken Zhang Tianyu's power. Moreover, this is not Chu Chengshan's conspiracy at all, but Zhang Tianyu's responsibility. All I can say is that Zhang Tianyu is unlucky. During the period of martial law across the entire Zhonghai area, the army was on standby 24 hours a day. After the emergency assembly order was issued, in just 2 hours, Commissioner Zhang led his third army out of the city wall of Zhonghai District 1. Chu Shengshan stood on the roof of a tall building on the safety island, holding a telescope and watching the large number of troops fighting out, with a sneer on his lips. If only Zhang Tianyu could die together with the mother earthworm.
Chief, no one can say for sure what happened in the earthworm beast's cave. What if Zhang Tianyu returns in triumph?
Behind Chu Shengshan stood a thin man with dark skin and a saber hanging on his body, following Chu Shengshan like a shadow. If there is no danger at all in the mother insect nest, and Zhang Tianyu completes this task with a small sacrifice, it will be equivalent to letting Zhang Tianyu get a big advantage, and his reputation will inevitably rise greatly, and it will be at the peak of his power, which will make Zhang Tianyu overwhelm Chu Shengshan, making Chu Chengshan unable to lift his head. Chu Shengshan frowned and said nothing. At this time, the shadowy man spoke again.
Chief, when Zhang Tianyu left this time, he even took away all the security personnel. His villa was completely empty. With my ability,
it is not difficult to sneak in. A few weeks some time ago, our people went to the Qinshan nuclear power plant, and their subordinates asked people to bring back a little radioactive material. Just 1 milligram of it, if put into his tea set, could kill him. To be on the safe side, can we take advantage of Zhang Tianyu to leave the safety island? When?
The shadow man said no more. Chu Chengshan was silent. He seemed to be hesitating. Finally, he shook his head and said,
Zhonghai is in crisis now. If the poisoning is discovered, Zhang Tianyu's soldiers will mutiny. This is not okay. Let's put it down for now.
Although Chu Chengshan wanted to slowly eliminate dissidents and even eventually take over the power, the premise of all this was to ensure the safety of Zhonghai Base. If Zhonghai Base is gone, all his dreams of power will become delusions. At night, the entire Zhonghai security zone fell into silence. But in the distant wilderness, there was still the faint roar of artillery fire, indicating that the night was not as peaceful as it seemed. In order to prevent the attack of the earthworm beast, the entire Zhonghai military police were evenly dispersed in various places. which made the defense of the Zhonghai Safety Island weaker. In the military commission villa area, there was a small building with dim lights on. Chu Chongshan's villa is next to Zhang Tianyu's villa. They often meet each other. It can be said that they are enemies on a narrow road. But now, Zhang Tianyu's villa is empty. Chu Zhongshan sat in a semi-dark room with candles lit on the table. The power generation capacity of the Zhonghai security zone was not much to begin with. It could still supply the military leaders with daily electricity. But during wartime, all the electricity was used to prepare for war. In addition to the military commission building, even the power in the military commission villa area was cut off. Chu Zhongshan looked at Zhang Tianyu's dark little building outside the window with a cold expression on his lips. He took out a delicate metal box from the drawer, opened it, took out a crystal-clear crystal, put it in the teapot, and poured hot water into it. This crystal is an evolutionary crystal. The evolutionary crystals currently produced in the Zhonghai Safety Zone are extremely rare, because the evolutionary crystal can promote the evolution of superpowers. Once it comes out, it is an extremely scarce and valuable resource, which makes superpowers crazy for it. However, the evolution crystals are strictly controlled within the military region, and an ordinary team of survivors would not be able to get one even at a high cost. Currently, the evolutionary crystals are distributed to the most powerful superpowers in the army, and every crystal is precious. Chu Chongshan was naturally not a superpower, but he used his privileges to obtain 2 evolutionary crystals. These 2 evolutionary crystals were for his own use. Chapter 271 Infiltration. Ordinary people are no better than superpowers. Taking evolutionary crystals is simply a waste of resources. They may even explode and die because they cannot withstand the energy of the evolutionary crystals. Chu Zhongshan knows this very well, so he uses the evolutionary crystals to make tea. 1 evolution crystal is enough for him to drink for 2 months. In these 2 months, the pure energy contained in the evolutionary crystal will subtly transform his body, making him stronger and rejuvenating the originally aging cells. In fact, scientific theories have long proven that the maximum lifespan of humans may reach 150 years. However, due to various reasons including illness and body waste, premature organ failure causes most humans to die within the age of 100. The presence of evolutionary crystals can unleash the potential of the human body. According to scientists' calculations, if ordinary people take more than 20 evolutionary crystals, it is not difficult to live a life of 150 years. In this way, he is under 60 years old, but he is actually only in his prime. Losing a son in old age is one of the 3 major pains in life. But if you are in the prime of life, there is nothing you can't accept if your son dies. Now, Chu Chongshan has determined to become a hero in this apocalypse. Starting from Zhonghai, annexing Zhonghai, and then in the future with Zhonghai as the base. He will rule the world. At that time, his son will not matter. He will just be reborn. This is the end of the world. It's not so bad. Against the candlelight, Chu Zhongshan looked at the amber liquid in the cup. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lifespan. Not old. This is perhaps what attracts the most powerful people. I don't know how many ancient Chinese emperors sought immortality when they were dying. Even the wise Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty would plummet in IQ once he pursued immortality, and was deceived by a few quacks and magicians. Chief, you better go back to the bedroom. It's too dangerous to be by the window. The man who looked like a shadow walked up to Chu Zhongshan and said, Chu Zhongshan's bedroom is in the basement of this villa. The basement made of concrete is a relatively safe place, so you don't have to worry about earthworms drilling through it, and you can avoid attacks from outside the villa. Good. Chu Zhongshan carefully put away the evolutionary crystal and drank the amber liquid in the cup. Who are you? And what are you doing out of the city? Within the northwest city wall of Zhonghai District 1. The soldier responsible for guarding the gate interrogated the team that asked to enter the city. However, when he looked at the 2 female members of the team, he suddenly felt in a trance, and his eyelids became increasingly dark. Shin. As if falling asleep. We just went out to perform military tasks. Now that the task is completed, we come back to hand over the task and ask this little brother to open the door. Ren Xiyu and Li Yusen appeared at the door, with Jiang Lusher standing behind them. The 2 women joined hands to use their spiritual realm. Several soldiers responsible for guarding the northwest side door of Zhonghai suddenly became confused and completely lost their judgment. The northwest side gate of Zhonghai District 1 is located in a remote area, close to a mountainous area, and there are almost no corpses coming. The garrison is slightly smaller, but this small number is only relatively speaking. In fact,
The city wall is still full of soldiers on guard. It is also common to see patrol teams with guns and live ammunition organized in squads on the streets. However, although the guards are tight, they are targeting zombies and mutant beasts. As long as they are normal people, they will not care. Neither the superpower team nor the military team will be prohibited from entering and exiting Zhonghai District 1. In fact, the military is still encouraging the superpower team to go out and hunt mutant zombies at this time to reduce the pressure faced by Zhonghai District 1. At this time, it was normal for Jiang Lushur to return to Zhonghai District 1 as a team of superpowers. The soldiers stationed there would open the door for Jiang Lushur. But Jiang Lushur still chose this abnormal method of entry. This was just to prevent the Northwest from entering. There were people from Chuzhengshan at the garrison at the side entrance, so I just recognized them. After all, after the battle at the nuclear power plant, Shi Ying's team became famous.
Superpower team, okay.
A few soldiers opened the door. The northwest side door was just a small door. After opening, the minibus could only pass through, under the cover of night. All this was inconspicuous. However, there were still some night patrol soldiers with live ammunition on the street. They saw this scene from a distance, and did not come up to ask. It was normal for small teams to come in and out occasionally at night. The minibus drove into Zhonghai District 1. Jiang Lushur was not afraid of the base car being recognized. Originally, the base car he drove was a very common CMB model. It was not surprising that they had the same model. After the war room and the collision corner were put away, it was difficult for anyone to see the CMB. The appearance of the car is recognizable to the Stone Shadow team, especially at night. But even so, when Jiang Lushur passed by a car repair shop, he repainted the base car. Now the base car has completely changed its color, making it even less reminiscent of it. Jiang Lushur originally had a pass for Zhonghai District 1, which allowed him to drive on the roads in Zhonghai District 1. The pass was posted in front of the car. There were very few patrol soldiers who came to ask questions in the night, except for the previous gatekeepers, and it was impossible for anyone to see clearly the faces of Jiang Lushur and others in the car. Everything went very smoothly. The main reason was that Chu Chengshan never dreamed that Jiang Lushur would return to Zhonghai District 1 and assassinate a military district committee member after leaving Zhonghai District 1. This behavior is so crazy. Without expectations, there was naturally no preparedness. Jiang Lushur's minibus drove all the way to the safety island. Beyond that, there was the officer's residential area. From here on, even the pass Jiang Lushur had was not enough for his authority. However,
we are a team of superpowers cooperating with the military. We went out to perform a mission. We are back to hand over now. Please let us go.
Ren Xiyu and Li Yusen pressed down the car windows and said in sweet voices. Their voices were so captivating that the soldiers guarding the door suddenly seemed to have lost their souls and opened the door by accident.
By the way, where is Commissioner Chu's villa located, and what building is it?
Ren Xiyu asked again. The soldier guarding the gate answered in a daze.
Thanks.
Ren Xiyu smiled sweetly, closed the window again, and the minibus passed by safely. It took a while for the soldier guarding the door to react, and he had no memory of what just happened. The officer's residential area is even more heavily guarded. But with Ren Xiyu and Li Yusen here, all inquiries are meaningless. Until now, everyone who has seen Jiang Lushur's face has been suppressed by the spiritual realm and cannot remember Jiang Lushur's appearance at all.
Xiyu, open up the spiritual realm.
Jiang Lushur issued the order.
Good.
A spiritual force field with a radius of 2 kilometers can easily cover the entire officer's residential area. And the villa area located in the core area of the residential area is where the members of the military commission live. They also knew the location of Chu Chengshan clearly. Chapter 272 Steel Explosive Dragon.
Found it! Villa number 6 in the center of the community.
Ran Xiyu locked her position. The order of the villas of the military commission is also particular. The chairman of the military commission lives in villa number 1. And the other vice chairman and committee members move in sequence. The villa number is basically equal to the ranking of the military commission, and is also consistent with the ranking of the military under the jurisdiction of the military commission, corresponding to the legion number. At this time, the base vehicle was 600 meters away from villa number 6, with a small artificial lake in the middle. From this position, the villas were hidden in darkness, and nothing could be seen at all.
The villa is 3 stories high. There are a total of 20 people inside. There are 10 people in the small courtyard, all walking back and forth. They should be guard soldiers. The 2 people on the roof should be sentries. Besides, there are 8 people in the room. 5 people with powers.
Ran Shiyu's spiritual realm was swept away, and nothing could be hidden from her eyes.
The protection of the 5 superpowers is really tight. Where is Chu Chongshan?
Jiang Lushur asked. Ran Shiyu's spiritual field mainly judged the opponent's position and strength. The real face could not be seen clearly.
The remaining 3 people are not strong in spirit. 2 of them are probably housekeepers, responsible for taking care of Chu Chongshan's daily life. As for the last spirit group, although it is not strong, it is heavy and solid. It is probably Chu Chongshan himself. The location is in the basement.
Basement? Jiang Lushur frowned. The basement was protected by concrete walls, and sniper rifles were ineffective. It was the most difficult to assassinate.
Huh? Someone discovered my probing,
Ran Shiyu suddenly said. At this time, in Chu Chongshan Villa number 6, the shadowy man sitting quietly on the first floor of the villa suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, his gaze was as sharp as lightning, a pair of eyes piercing the darkness directly, looking in the direction of Ran Shiyu. Someone. He was not a spiritual person, so it was impossible for him to feel Ran Shiyu's spiritual power. However, with his powerful strength, he had extremely keen insight, and he realized that he was being spied on.
Pong!
The shadow man surged up like a wild beast, crushing the wooden floor under his feet.
What's wrong?
Next to the shadow man, there were 2 psychics, who were also stationed in Villa number 6. They did not notice Ran Shiyu's investigation.
There is an invasion. Notify the garrison in the villa area and search the surrounding area.
The garrison in the military commission villa area is the most sensitive. No one can rest assured that their sleeping place will be guarded by someone else. Therefore, the garrison in the military commission villa is not controlled by any one military commission, but is controlled by the security forces of all military commissions. Those who got up included Commissioner Zhang's guard team. But this time, Commissioner Zhang took away his own guard team during the operation against the Mother Earthworm nest.
They want to report the news. If the alarm goes off, there will be trouble,
Ran Shiyu said quickly. Jiang Lushur raised his eyebrows and said sternly,
Do it! Buzz!
Shadow stepped on the accelerator, and the base car exploded at full speed. With the acceleration performance of the base vehicle, it only takes a few seconds to reach 100 kilometers. And Jiang Lushur's location is only a few hundred meters away from Villa number 6, which only takes more than 10 seconds. The roads in the villa area are narrow, and it is completely dark due to lack of electricity and street lights. The existence of the artificial lake also allowed for a large curve here, but these did not cause any hindrance to Ying. The base car drifted into the curve, and Villa number 6 was right in front of him. At this moment, the piercing alarm sounded in the villa area.
Who? Parking!
As soon as the garrison took action, they appeared with automatic rifles and issued warnings. However, Ying's accelerator has been stepped on to the bottom, and there is no way to listen.
Ta-ta-ta-ta!
Gunshots rang out, and the muzzles of more than a dozen automatic rifles sprayed out dazzling fiery snakes in the dark night. The bullets hit the base vehicle, shooting out brilliant sparks. The fully evolved first-level armor simply ignored these bullets. Bang bang bang. The windshield was cracked, but Shadow ignored it.
Activate the second form,
Jiang Lushur shouted sharply. At this moment, the base vehicle continued to grow taller and wider. The originally loud but slightly high-pitched roar of the engine suddenly became dull, but became as deafening as muffled thunder. The second form of the base vehicle is activated. The mining truck weighing 160 tons looks like a steel Tyrannosaurus running in the dark night. The roadbed in the villa area was completely crushed, and the flower beds were crushed into dirt by huge tires weighing 2 to 3 tons. This steel Tyrannosaurus just rushed towards Villa number 6. Duh. Rifle bullets poured down again. But the front face of the mining truck had already been equipped with a first-class armored steel plate. When these bullets hit the thick steel plate, it was no different from scratching an itch. At this moment, Ran Shiyu suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis.
9 o'clock direction. Directly on the side, there is a sneak attack.
The sneak attack specifically called out by Ran Shiyu was naturally extraordinary. Jiang Zhuing has taken action immediately. The speed of lightning is inherently fast and cannot be compared with bullets. Moreover, when Jiang Lushur attacks, he has to turn the muzzle of his gun and pull the trigger. It is already too late. In comparison, Jiang Zhuing, who can shoot in 360-degree directions in an instant, it is the fastest attack of Shuring team.
Tisk!
Dazzling blue lightning penetrated the night. A figure squatting next to the flower bed, holding an RPG rocket launcher twitched, and the rocket launcher rolled directly to the ground. Time was too fast. From the time Jiang Lushur launched his attack to the time he rushed to the door of Villa number 6. Less than 20 seconds passed. The garrison army had no time to make any more counterattacks. At this time, the mining truck was already far away from Villa number 6. It was too close. Heavy weapons did not dare to be used at all. And the garrison used rat weapons. Chu Zhongshan reacted very quickly. He got up from the bed and put on his clothes. At this moment, boom! There was a loud noise. And the door of the villa was knocked away. The flying door rotated and penetrated directly into the second floor of the villa. A large piece of glass shattered.
Who? Zhang Tianyu.
Chu Zhongshan was shocked and angry. The first thing he thought of was Zhang Tianyu. He and Zhang Tianyu had almost openly opposed each other. This time Zhang Tianyu went on an expedition to the insect nest, and most of his men's power was greatly damaged. Will he stay behind before leaving? A backup plan to take you on the road? Chu Zhongshan felt that Zhang Tianyu was unlikely to have such courage. So who else could it be? As soon as Chu Zhongshan opened the iron door of the basement, he saw rubble, broken furniture, and walls that had completely collapsed on the ground. A person with superpowers rolled in and rushed in.
Chief, don't go out.
Chu Zhongshan was thrown directly back onto the bed. He was so dizzy and furious from the impact.
Who is it? Truck. A huge truck crashed into the villa. The small half of the villa was collapsed.
Chapter 273 Meet again. Truck? How could a big truck break into this military commission residential area? Besides, no matter how big a truck is, it can't possibly collapse half of a small villa. Right? Chu Zhongshan's heart was filled with anger. He pushed away the guard with supernatural powers, who threw him back, and strode towards the basement door. However, when he pushed open the basement door again and came to the underground window, he was shocked. In the dim moonlight, he finally saw what his guard had described as the huge truck. A super truck that is almost as tall and as wide as a 3-story villa. He crashed into the villa, and half of the house collapsed directly, as if it had been hit by the main gun of a Type 99 tank. At the same time, he saw the electric light flashing in the truck cab, and the guard who rushed up with guns was directly paralyzed by the electric shock and fell to the ground on the spot. Jiang Lushur. The thought suddenly flashed through Chu Zhongshan's mind. The person with lightning powers was Jiang Zhuing. As for this mining truck, the officer who witnessed his son being killed had also described it. Jiang Lushur has returned to Zhonghai. Chu Zhongshan was completely shocked. He actually went to the Central Naval Commission area by himself? Chu Zhongshan felt a chill in his back, and he immediately hid in the basement. And the very next moment, crack! In a room on the first floor of the small villa, the glass shattered, and Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing jumped into the room. Ying stayed behind in the mining truck to provide support, and Ran Shiyu was in the mining truck to take charge of the investigation. All information could be transmitted to Jiang Lushur's mind immediately.
There are 2 people approaching in the corridor outside the door.
Ran Shiyu's voice sounded in Jiang Lushur's mind, and Jiang Lushur immediately raised the AMR sniper rifle in his hand. Jiang Lushur completely used the sniper rifle as a pistol. In close combat, there is no need for a scope at all.
Bang!
The door opened with a bang. At the same time, the AMR sniper rifle in Jiang Lushur's hand sprayed out a dazzling fire snake. A ferocious man just rushed in. He was holding a steel shield, and the shield was hit solidly by this gun. The specially made the bulletproof shield was directly penetrated by the sniper bullet, and the big man's body fell over. While the big man turned out, a ghost-like black figure appeared in the room. This man had dark skin and seemed to blend into the dark environment. He held a long knife and slashed at Jiang Lushur's neck. This black shadow is the shadow man next to Chu Zhongshan. He is Chu Zhongshan's personal guard. He usually stays close to Chu Zhongshan. His mission is to protect Chu Zhongshan. Among all Chu Zhongshan's subordinates, he is the strongest. The long sword struck Jiang Lushur silently and swiftly. However, at this moment, a pale electric light suddenly lit up. The dazzling light made people unable to open their eyes, as if a bolt of lightning flashed directly in front of their eyes. The shadow man immediately retreated, and his figure emerged from the shadows. He was dressed all in black, as if he had blended in with the shadow. The exposed skin and face had a pale feeling as if they had not seen the sun for a long time. The moment he was seen clearly, the shadow man's figure flashed and disappeared into the shadows. He is a killer in the darkness and has performed many shady tasks for Chu Zhongshan.
Still want to hide?
Jiang Zhuing sneered and thrust the long knife into the ground. Grid. Hey! The terrifying current immediately completely surrounded her and Jiang Lushur, and radiated rapidly towards the surroundings. After his strength increased, Jiang Zhuing's electric current could be released more than 10 meters away, in such a narrow environment inside the villa. This distance is equivalent to full coverage. At the same time, Jiang Liusher's brain opened and his vision slowed down. Found it. The Shadow Man moved very fast in the darkness. But no matter how fast he moved, it would be stiff due to the influence of the electric current. He was not directly electrocuted, and was already extremely physically strong. The moment he froze, Jiang Liusher's eyes had locked onto him. Boom! Even those with superpowers, who are not electrocuted to death, immediately cannot withstand sniper bullets. After being hit by a sniper bullet at close range, the Shadow Man flew backwards, and his body was almost broken at the waist. Under the combined attack of Jiang Liusher and Jiang Zhuing, the Shadow Man had no resistance at all. It was completely impossible for him to kill Jiang Liusher.
There are still a few people ahead,
Ran Shiyu continued. In Ran Shiyu's spiritual realm, the positions of these people are controlled by Jiang Liusher, and they can't stop Jiang Liusher at all.
Chu Chongshan, are you like a shrunken turtle, hiding and waiting to die?
Jiang Liusher had quickly approached the basement. The security door in the basement was very thick. Chu Shongshan was hiding in the basement with a very ugly expression. He was a dignified military commissar, living in the core of Zhonghai's security zone under heavy protection. But he was killed by a team of survivors. Moreover, only 2 people came in from the other side, and they actually drove straight in, as if they were in a deserted place. Chu Shongshan looked at his side, and there were several superpowers guarding him. The Shadow Man was sent out, and these superpowers thought that Jiang Liusher and the others would be dealt with. The Shadow Man is already the strongest among them. But I didn't expect that the Shadow Man was killed just after he met Jiang Liusher and the others. The strength of this survivor team is simply terrifying.
Go and stop him,
Chu Shongshan said, and the muscles on his face were twitching uncontrollably. If he was under the protection of the army at this time, no matter how powerful Jiang Liusher was, he would not be able to make any trouble. However, Jiang Liusher directly killed him at his residence. With Ran Shiyu's scanning and the joint cooperation of Jiang Liusher and Jiang Zhuing, the remaining superpowers were only delayed for a few seconds. Bang bang bang. After several intermittent gunshots, the entire villa suddenly fell into silence. Chu Chongshan listened to the movement outside the door. The only sound on his walkie-talkie was the sizzling sound of electricity. Clatter. Duh. In the darkness, crisp footsteps gradually approached the basement door. Listening to this sound, Chu Zhongshan felt that his heartbeat seemed to be pulled by the sound, beating one by one, almost at the same frequency as the footsteps. This high-ranking official of Zhonghai Security Zone felt some sweat dripping from his palms. No matter how many storms he has seen, Chu Zhongshan has never been so close to death like this at any time. And the one who pushed him to this point was just a survivor. Chu Zhongshan was sitting on the boss's chair. He watched the lock cylinder being opened with a shot. And then, the door was kicked open. The figure that made the sound of urging footsteps came to Chu Shongshan.
Chu Chongshan, we meet again!
Chapter 274 How Do You Leave? Chu Shongshan sat on a chair, staring at Jiang Liusher who walked in. His face turned earth-colored. He really didn't expect that, as a member of the military commission of the Zhonghai Security Zone, he would be killed by a survivor at his home. There were more than a dozen guards, but they couldn't even defeat 2 of them. This Jiang Liusher is terrifying both in terms of courage and skill. In Chu Chongshan's decades of experience, he had never seen anyone as bold as Jiang Liusher. But Chu Chongshan is worthy of being a powerful boss. At this time, he can still suppress his anger and fear and say calmly,
"This is someone, Chu, who really underestimated you. You are so brave that you could sneak into my home and fall into your hands. I have nothing to say. But you came to the Zhonghai Security Zone and assassinated a member of the military commission. Do you think you can still walk out alive?"
Chu Chongshan said. Chu Shongshan speculated that Jiang Liusher sneaked in as a survivor team. But it was easy to get in. But what about getting out? The sound of gunfire here may have attracted the guards. At this moment, Ran Shiyu's voice rang in Jiang Liusher's mind.
"Brother Jiang, there are many people approaching."
Jiang Liusher glanced at Chu Chongshan, who had completely calmed down.
"If you kill me, you and your team will be buried with me. How about we negotiate a deal?"
Jiang Liusher smiled when he heard Chu Chongshan talk about the conditions with him in despair. He pulled a chair over and sat in front of Chu Chongshan. He stared at Chu Chongshan and said,
"Oh, are you going to buy your own life? Only you."
Bang! Before Chu Chongshan finished speaking, Jiang Liusher suddenly jumped up and kicked him hard. With a scream, Chu Chongshan and the boss chair fell heavily to the ground. This time, Chu Shongshan was really dizzy from the fall, and the kick to his abdomen felt as if he had been hit head-on by a truck. Chu Shongshan is almost 60 years old. If he hadn't used his power for personal gain and drank the water soaked in the evolutionary crystal, Jiang Liusher's kick would have killed half of his life. But even so, the feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Chu Shongshan struggled to get up, opened his mouth and coughed a few times, and then spit out the sour water.
2 times and 3 times. He attacked me, and this time he found someone to use a time bomb against me. Your life is to give up all your wealth, and I will take your life.
Jiang Liusher walked up to Chu Shongshan, said coldly. Chu Shongshan saw Jiang Liusher's feet staying in front of him. He coughed and raised his head. However, as soon as he raised his head, he saw Jiang Liusher reach out his hand, grab his collar, and then lift him up. Got up. Seeing Chu Shongshan's pale face, Jiang Liusher said expressionlessly,
Commissioner Chu, you are in such a mess.
Chu Shongshan's eyes widened.
Little bastard, ah!
He received a heavy punch in the mouth. The skin on the corner of his mouth was broken. Stars were popping out of Chu Shongshan's eyes, and the taste of blood was in his mouth. He swallowed all the rest of his insults. Jiang Liusher looked at him coldly and disgustedly.
You can try being mean again.
Seeing Jiang Liusher's eyes, Chu Shongshan finally couldn't help but tremble in his heart. His status was nothing to Jiang Liusher. At this time, Jiang Zhuing had already opened all the cabinets in the basement and rummaged through them. An evolutionary crystal, 5 first-level mutant crystal nuclei, some mutant beast meat, a pistol, and a lot of bullets. These were stuffed into a bag by Jiang Zhuing. Seeing this scene, Chu Shongshan's flesh ached so much that his heart clenched. Although there were not many evolutionary crystals and mutant crystal nuclei, he had accumulated them. Although Chu Shongshan holds a high and powerful position in the army, his struggle for power and gain consumes a lot of money. These are all his personal belongings.
Why are you so poor?
Jiang Zhuing glared at Chu Shongshan speechlessly. After listening to Jiang Zhuing's words, Chu Shongshan almost vomited blood.
Brother Jiang.
Ren Shiyu's voice sounded again.
Here we come.
Jiang Liusher replied. In the darkness, a dozen military vehicles and many running guards quickly came to the villa area of Zhonghai's security zone. They quickly surrounded Chu Shongshan's villa, and the huge explosions and gunshots came from here. But now, the villa is dark and there is silence inside. 2 members of the military commission who lived nearby also hurried over.
Stop!
A member of the military commission asked the army to stop 100 meters away.
How is Commissioner Chu?
They asked.
It's inside. I don't know the specific situation.
A guard captain replied immediately. Another member of the military commission frowned at the guard captain and said angrily,
How did you do things when something like this happened?
The guard captain was also in pain. He didn't even know what happened. As soon as he realized something had happened, he called all the soldiers responsible for guarding the gate and asked him. But no one could explain clearly. All I know now is that a car is driving in. But what about the car? At this moment, with a bang, a huge black shadow rushed out of the villa. The committee member no longer bothered to question the guard captain. This sound attracted everyone's attention. Buzz! This huge shadow stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the shadow. This is
Minibus? This car looks familiar. Isn't this Jiang Liusher's car?
Many people in the army have heard of Jiang Liusher's minibus, and some have seen it. It can be said that just a minibus has no special features. It is too common. But the war room on the roof that looks like a flying saucer is impossible to imitate.
It turns out it's him.
The member of the military commission's expression changed. This committee member knew that Jiang Liusher killed Chu Shongshan's son, and that Chu Shongshan had sent a picket team to feel sorry for Jiang Liusher. There was a deep feud between the two parties. But Jiang Liusher, didn't he escort the scientists to the Star City base city? How would it appear here? Seeing the big hole in the villa was even more unbelievable. How did you do that? At this time, Chu Shongshan's figure appeared in the war room. He was tied up and his face was pressed against the firing port of the war room. In full view of the public, Chu Shongshan's miserable appearance was not only seen by the 2 members of the military commission, but also fell into the eyes of so many soldiers. Chu Shongshan even recognized at a glance that one of the members of the military commission was having a power struggle with him. At this time, Jiang Liusher's voice sounded.
Chu Shongshan sent people to kill me. He is my only target. Let us go!
Chapter 275 Digging Your Own Grave. Jiang Liusher only heard his voice, but not his person. They only saw Chu Shongshan.
What to do? Commissioner Chu is in their hands.
The guard captain didn't know what to do. In this case, he couldn't force it. He is a subordinate of Chu Chongshan. If something happens to Chu Chongshan, whether it is because of his status or his responsibility, he will be able to drink a pot of it. But compared to these, saving Chu Zhengshan is of course more important. Without Chu Chongshan, the guard captain would have no backer. Will such an important position he is currently responsible for be left to him?
Team Shering. Jiang Lushi. What are you going to do? Release Commissioner Chu immediately to avoid making a big mistake.
The guard captain shouted. In the dark night, Jiang Liushi's sneer was very clear.
Let go. Then I'm not asking for death. You are digging your own grave now.
The guard captain shouted. He looked at the two military commission members next to him. And one of them also said,
Jiang Lushi, you are playing with fire. Release Commissioner Chu quickly, before it's too late.
Jiang Lushi was indifferent. Chu Zhengshan was in his hands. Although there were gunshots all around, he could not do anything to him at all. How could Jiang Lushi not think about how to sneak into the Zhonghai safe zone, attack Chu Zhengshan for hundreds of miles, and escape unscathed?
In such a dangerous period, I went through the zombie tide to the Star City base city with a mission to escort 3 scientists, and Chu Zhengshan sent people to assassinate me and used a time bomb.
Jiang Lushi said loudly.
If this were not the case, why would I take such a big risk and come back halfway? Everything today is caused by Chu Chongshan himself.
After hearing Jiang Liushi's words, Chu Chongshan's eyes widened. When Jiang Lushi said this, he was tantamount to saying that in order to avenge himself, he even targeted 3 scientists. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Lushi said these words, Chu Chongshan felt that the eyes around him were a little different. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't speak clearly after being punched just now. When Jiang Lushi mentioned scientists, the 2 members of the military commission exchanged glances, and they both saw solemnity in each other's eyes. 3 scientists were traveling with Jiang Lushi. Now that Jiang Lushi has returned to the Zhonghai safety zone, where are those scientists? The military is now unable to contact Zhu Chongqing at all, and they have no idea what the situation is. 3 scientists are extremely valuable assets to the military. These 3 scientists were in Jiang Liushi's hands, and they did not dare to do anything to Jiang Lushi. Chu Chengshan's heart sank. He had nothing to fear from Jiang Lushi. At this time, an off-road vehicle drove over. Everyone present would recognize the license plate of such a military off-road vehicle. This is the car of Chairman Fang of the Zhonghai Security Zone. The military commission. After hearing the noise, Chairman Fang had already rushed over. And on the way, someone had already reported the situation through the intercom. The car door opened and Chairman Fang got out with a dark face. At a glance, he saw the minibus and Chu Chongshan's face that was almost squeezed out of the window of the war room. Chairman Fang is well aware of Chu Chongshan's character and some small tricks. He could guess what Chu Chongshan did without even thinking. Chairman Fang looked at the minibus and was a little stunned. How brave. Crossed the tide of corpses and returned to Zhonghai. Just to kill people. Chairman Fang knew a lot about Jiang Lushi. General Zhang recommended him to escort the scientists, and Chairman Fang nodded in agreement. Chairman Fang actually admires Jiang Lushi and Shering team. As the chairman of the military committee, Chairman Fang is actually very disgusted with the power struggle at this moment. But people can control their own behavior, but they cannot influence other people's thoughts. Chairman Fang is in the middle of the game, and has to deal with these crisscross relationships. He had pretended not to have seen Chu Chongshan's previous actions against General Zhang to line his own pockets. But this time, it was Chu Chongshan who reaped the consequences.
Shadow! Drive!
Jiang Lushi suddenly ordered. Following Jiang Liushi's order, Ing suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Buzz! The stationary minibus suddenly started to move, making an engine sound like a super sports car. The minibus swerved sharply and rushed directly towards the exit of the community. And this direction is exactly where the chairman of the military commission, 2 members, and the guard captain are located. When he saw the minibus rushing towards him with its dazzling headlights on, the guard captain looked horrified. It was so crazy.
Quick! Stop them!
The guard captain shouted. But this minibus is rushing towards me at full speed. How can I stop it? Of course you can use guns and cannons. But Chu Chongshan's head is blocked on the window of the war room.
Let them go!
Chairman Fang shouted.
There are 3 more scientists in his hands.
As Chairman Fang said, the minibus had already rushed to the front. Chairman Fang's people, including the military commissar, also waved their hands and asked the people he brought to step aside to make way for the minibus. Buzz! seeing the minibus rushing directly in front of him. The guard captain was dumbfounded. A team of survivors sneaked into the core area of the Zhonghai security zone, captured a senior official, and left in a swaggering manner surrounded by so many people. Looking at the minibus rushing towards the gate, Chairman Fong had a very complicated expression. Concern for the safety of scientists is only one aspect. On the other hand, it was because Chu Chongshan was so dangerous. You shouldn't stay any longer. Everyone present knew very well that after letting Jiang Lushur go today, they would never see that member Chu again. As the minibus quickly approached the gate of the community, Chu Chongshan's face turned as pale as death. I was actually given up. He has always been scheming against others. But he didn't expect that in the end, he would die because of this. At that moment, Chairman Fong did nothing, and the other committee members said nothing from beginning to end. They also wished they could die. Chu Zhongshan felt as if all his strength had been lost. He had spent his whole life, but he did not expect to lose face as if he was parading in the street. And he died in the expectation of these people. A long lifespan, the peak of power, controlling the life and death of others. These have nothing to do with him.
Don't be too busy looking back at your life there. Stand still. You have to be used as a pass to get out of the Zhonghai safe zone.
Jiang Liushur's voice came from behind. Chu Zhongshan swayed, opened his mouth, and spurted out another mouthful of blood. What he hates most in his life is that he didn't risk everything and kill Jiang Lushur earlier. It was Jiang Lushur who ruined everything for him. Chapter 276. It's not that cheap. The minibus roared all the way and rushed out of the Zhonghai safety zone. It only took Jiang Lushur a short time from rushing into the villa in Chu Zhongshan to rushing out of the community. When those people were hesitant just now, he directly ordered to rush out without giving them too much room to think. After leaving the community, Ran Shiyu immediately expanded her spiritual field to the maximum.
A large number of people are coming from the 10 o'clock and 3 o'clock directions.
Ran Shiyu's voice kept ringing in Jiang Liushur's mind. The people who came just now were the closest military commissars, generals, and their guards who lived in other villas. These people, they and Chu Chongshan are not monolithic. But Chu Chongshan has been in business for many years, and he also has guards and pickets. When those people come over, the minibus may get stuck in the quagmire. Therefore, Jiang Liushur's strategy is to be quick. From the time they receive the news to the time they arrive to intercept, Jiang Lushur had already seized the gap and rushed out through the gap before they could form an encirclement.
Who?
The guards at the gate were already in a daze as soon as they saw the vehicle approaching. When they came to their senses, the minibus had passed through the gate and left Zhonghai District 1. Sneak in and escape intact. This night is destined to be a shock to many people. In just a few minutes, the power structure of the China Maritime Safety Zone will be redistributed. After leaving the Zhonghai Safety Zone, the minibus drove a certain distance and then stopped on a street. This street looked empty at this time. The glass doors of the shops on both sides were broken. There were dried blood stains, bones, and debris scattered everywhere. But at this time, there were almost no zombies visible on this street. The minibus suddenly stopped here, and Chu Zhongshan looked at the street in front of him with a deathly expression.
Come out!
The car door opened and Chu Zhongshan was dragged out of the car by Jiang Lushur.
If you want to kill or cut into pieces, hurry up,
Chu Chongshan said in a bachelor's manner. He was afraid of death, but he didn't want to bow his head in front of Jiang Lushur.
You want to use a time bomb to kill me, my sister, my teammates, and then simply die? It's not that cheap,
Jiang Lushur said. Chu Zhongshan's hands were tied. Jiang Lushur just looked at him coldly, then turned around and got into the minibus.
What are you doing?
Chu Chongshan was stunned for a moment when he saw the door of the minibus closed and looked at Jiang Lushur behind the door. Chu Zhongshan suddenly had a very scary premonition. At this moment, a sharp car horn suddenly sounded. This sound appeared on this dead street, and it was particularly harsh. After the sound sounded, there seemed to be silence for a second or two. Immediately afterwards, Chu Zhongshan heard a voice.
Ho ho!
It was like a low roar from the throat of a wild beast, making Chu Zhongshan feel a chill almost instinctively. He slowly turned around, and from the corner of the street, several zombies rushed out. These zombies are all dirty and covered in plasma. Although their faces are still human, their blood-red eyes, ferocious and twisted expressions, and extremely agile and crazy movements are all terrifying. Seeing Chu Chongshan, the eyes of these zombies burst out with a kind of creepy desire. Seeing these zombies running towards him, Chu Chongshan's inner fear was finally detonated. He rushed to the minibus like crazy, pressed his fearful face against the door, and stared at the indifferent Jiang Lusher behind the door.
Kill me! You kill me! No! No!
With a swipe, he was pulled away from the car door, and then a smear of blood spattered on the glass.
Let's go!
Jiang Lusher withdrew his gaze and said, Yi County. Zhu Chongqing, who was waiting here, has been feeling uneasy in his heart. He knew that Jiang Lusher returned to Zhonghai to settle the score with Chu Chongshan. But the Zhonghai security zone was guarded by troops, and Chu Chongshan lived in the core area. Jiang Lusher's return would be like hitting a stone with an egg. But Zhu Chongqing had no other choice but to wait. He is here now, still quite a distance from the Star City base city, without Jiang Lusher and his team. Zhu Chongqing does not dare to move forward. Some veterans, they already have some complaints, since they couldn't leave and didn't know Jiang Lusher's situation. They all felt that Jiang Lusher was too impulsive and completely ignored the overall situation. Professor Qin and her daughter were fine, but the two professors also looked a little sad after learning about the situation. Zhu Chongqing turns on the radio every day and pays attention to the situation in the Zhonghai safety zone. He is worried that he may hear news that Jiang Lusher's team has been arrested or killed. He also heard news about the insect nest on the radio, and knew that his boss, General Zhang, personally led the army to destroy it. Zhu Chongqing has been following General Zhang for a long time. General Zhang is so old and going to such a dangerous place as the insect nest. His old enemy Chu Chongshan must have stumbled in it. After hearing the news, Zhu Chongqing also hoped that Jiang Lusher could kill Chu Chongshan. But he also knew that it was too difficult. I hope Jiang Lusher will give up when he sees that there is nothing he can do.
Today's news is that in the battle against the zombie wave in the Zhonghai safety zone, General Chu Chongshan, a member of the military committee of the Zhonghai safety zone, died heroically.
On the radio, the broadcast sounded again. Zhu Chongqing didn't hear the rest of the words clearly. When he heard the words, heroic sacrifice, he stood up suddenly.
Holy shit!
Several veterans, who were inspecting and repairing vehicles, were startled by Zhu Chongqing's sudden movement.
What's wrong, Captain?
Someone looked at the radio in front of him and asked quickly.
Did something happen?
Zhu Chongqing looked at the radio blankly, stayed for 2 seconds before shouting,
It's Jiang Lusher!
The hearts of everyone present suddenly sank. Sure enough, it has something to do with Jiang Lusher and the others.
How's it going?
A soldier asked anxiously. Zhu Chongqing slapped his thigh.
He killed Chu Chongshan!
These veterans, who originally had bitter expressions on their faces, were a little unable to react when they heard this. But then, their faces showed extremely shocked looks. Jiang Lusher, Shuring team, killed Chu Chongshan? They all knew who Chu Chongshan was. How did Jiang Lusher do it?
Holy crap! Zhu
Chongqing simply didn't know what to say. He imagined various worst outcomes, but he never thought that Jiang Lusher would succeed.
With this announcement on the radio, Jiang Lusher will definitely not be held accountable openly. He should be back soon. When he returns to Yi County, I will definitely ask him.
As for Chu Chongshan,
he died well.
Chapter 277 Trouble. What kind of chain reactions Chu Chongshan's death will bring are beyond the scope of Jiang Lusher's consideration. Naturally, General Zhang and the others will solve them. He was sitting in the minibus, which was returning along the original route. From Chu Chongshan's basement, Jiang Lusher found an evolutionary crystal. After discussion, he decided to give this evolutionary crystal to Jiang Zhuing for use. Her discharge ability, as an energy-based ability, is difficult to evolve and improve. Jiang Zhuing is often in a fighting state and eats a lot of mutated beast meat every day, but he has never made any big progress. Jiang Lusher felt that just mutated beast meat would not be of much help to Jiang Zhuing's evolution. The mutated beast meat Jiang Zhuing ate every day only had enough energy to sustain her consumption. The energy crystals extracted from a large amount of mutated beast meat can provide Jiang Zhuing with enough energy. Unfortunately, only one was found from Chu Chongshan. It is foreseeable that in the future, evolutionary crystals will become as hard currency as mutant nuclei. Jiang Lusher couldn't wait to open the energy extraction chamber. But Jiang Lusher hasn't had the chance to obtain the secondary mutant crystal nuclei needed to open the energy extraction chamber. At this time, Jiang Zhuing had already taken the evolutionary crystal.
Do you feel anything?
Jiang Lusher asked. Li Yusing glanced at Jiang Zhuing, and then said,
The energy of evolutionary crystallization needs to be absorbed slowly. There is a process.
As she said that, she smiled slightly and said,
You are too hasty.
Jiang Lusher touched his nose and said,
As for the mutated crystal core, I have use for this. So I will keep it. I will take out the mutated beast meat of equal value and divide it equally among you.
Now everyone in the car, except Ying, all have the need to evolve. Naturally, the more mutated beast meat, the better. So no one has any objection to Jiang Liusher's distribution.
Ying, speed up,
Jiang Liusher said. Ying nodded, and the minibus suddenly roared like a wild beast, speeding along the road. Yi County is not far ahead.
Wait, there seems to be something wrong ahead,
Ran Shiyu suddenly said. Immediately afterwards, her spiritual realm was completely opened, extending to the limit of 2 kilometers. Ran Shiyu's face turned pale.
What's wrong?
Jiang Liusher asked.
There is a wave of corpses heading towards Yi County,
Ran Shiyu said. Jiang Liusher stood up suddenly.
What about the scale?
There is a wall in Yi County, but there are not enough weapons and ammunition. Most of the people are just ordinary people. The ordinary zombies can block it. But the zombie tide. And now there are scientists in Yi County, as well as his aunt and sister Han, all living there.
It's not very big.
Jiang Liusher just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Ran Shiyu say.
But there is a very powerful light spot. I don't know if it is a mutated zombie or a mutated beast. The zombie tide is centered on it.
Suddenly, Jiang Liusher's expression changed again. If it is a mutant zombie, then the zombie tide led by a mutant zombie is simply a primitive and barbaric army. Sure, Ying's team had seen the power of this zombie tide before, and it was simply not something that Yi County's defense force could stop. Even if the city is not destroyed, many people will die.
Hurry up and catch up,
Jiang Liusher said quickly. The minibus, which was already accelerating, suddenly erupted with a louder roar and sped forward. The dark group of zombies quickly entered Jiang Liusher and the others' field of vision.
There are people ahead,
Ran Shiyu said suddenly. She sensed that there were several light spots in front of these corpses. These light spots represent human beings.
Is there anyone there?
Jiang Liusher looked over quickly. Directly in front of the group of corpses, 2 cars were driving crazily. Both vehicles were modified off-road vehicles. While driving at high speed, their exhaust pipes spewed billowing black smoke. A figure emerged from the sunroof of one of the cars. He raised his gun and glanced at the group of corpses behind him. His scalp was numb from the dense zombies. Immediately afterwards, he fired 2 shots. But these 2 shots were not even tickling the zombies. He saw a zombie rushing at the front fall down. But it was like a drop of water in a torrent, being submerged in an instant. At this time, a roar came from inside the car.
Li Jun, don't waste your hacking bullets. We only have so many bullets. So every shot is 1 less shot. Damn it. I didn't know.
Li Jun roared in response. This team of survivors looked at the group of corpses behind them. Feeling gloomy in their hearts, they went out to collect food. It was going smoothly at first. But who knew that such a group of zombies suddenly rushed out? They had already lost 1 car and several companions. With the remaining 2 cars, there was no other way except running wildly.
Yi County is ahead.
Now they only hope that with the help of Yi County's environment, they can get rid of these corpses. As a native of Jianbei, Li Jun knew something about Yi County. He had also dealt with Boss Sunday. Li Jun didn't know how much he envied Boss Sun for being able to build such walls and palaces. With the walls of Yi County, they might be able to stop this zombie horde. At this moment, the survivor who got out of the skylight suddenly said, "Hey!" Beyond the group of corpses, he saw a car. A car. Minibus? Is this minibus chasing a group of zombies? Li Jun blinked, almost thinking that he had seen it wrong. The speed of this car was very fast, and it quickly arrived behind the group of corpses.
This is asking for death.
Li Jun was stunned. When the car saw the corpses, it didn't quickly avoid it, but it ended up coming to die? It's a pity that if this idiot with a bad brain is directly in front of him, he can still attract the firepower of the zombie group.
But even a minibus can't handle a wave of zombies. Let's go! Let's go!
Li Jun said, getting ready to get back into the car. At this moment, he saw the minibus accelerate suddenly, and then rush directly into the zombie group.
What the HL? You're just an idiot?
Li Jun's eyes widened. Boom, boom, boom. Like a bowling ball, the minibus crashed into the zombie group, knocking over a dozen zombies away immediately. This minibus was like a sharp cone among the zombies, constantly rushing in. Those zombies jumped on the minibus and were knocked away. Li Jun was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. He originally thought that the bus would collapse like tofu as soon as it came into contact with the zombie swarm. But he didn't expect that this minibus would be so powerful. Among the zombies, this minibus is invincible. At this time, in the war room, Jian Lusher also saw 2 cars in front of him, and a gunman, who came out of the sunroof. However, he only glanced at the team, and then turned his attention to the zombies. The powerful light spot that Ran Shiyu mentioned is hidden among the zombies. Chapter 278 Call by the Way.
These groups of corpses should be caused by these survivors,
Jian Juing said, and judging from the direction they fled, it was Yi County. They probably knew that there was such a gathering area for survivors in Yi County.
I know,
Jian Lusher said. He didn't have time to pay attention to these survivors yet. Whoosh! A black shadow suddenly jumped up from the group of corpses and rushed towards Jian Lusher. Jian Lusher immediately activated his brain power, and everything within his field of vision slowed down. Boom! As long tongues of fire spurted out. The zombie that had just jumped up from the group of corpses to sneak up on him shot his head. Li Jun saw the war room on the roof of the car. Before he could express his surprise, he saw the tongue of fire and the exploded zombie.
Damn it! Sniper rifle!
Li Jun saw it hotly. He only had a Type 95 machine gun in his hand, and it didn't have many bullets, so he was reluctant to use it. There was originally a machine gun in the team, but it was destroyed along with the last car. Li Jun was originally a college student, and his marksmanship was only learned after the end of the world. He did not understand those things in the army.
Did you see that sniper rifle? If I had that sniper rifle, I would have killed that monster among the zombies.
Li Jun looked at the sniper rifle with envy, imagining his combat effectiveness if he got that machine gun. What an improvement it will get. Bang bang bang. Every time the sniper rifle fires, it will kill a zombie. Soon, the minibus has forced its way into the center of the group of corpses. On the highway, these hundreds of running zombies were like a black torrent, and the minibus seemed to be submerged in this torrent. But not only did it not sink, but it kept rushing forward.
Roar!
At this moment, a huge roar suddenly broke out among the corpses. This roar makes people feel trembling all over. When Jian Lusher heard this roar, his heart trembled. Immediately afterwards, he saw a group of zombies being squeezed away, and a mutant beast rushed out from them. This mutant beast is as big as a small car. Its blood-red eyes exude cruelty and anger, and the hair on its body is like steel needles. This is a mutant bear. There should be no bears near Jianbei. This mutant bear may have escaped from the zoo after the apocalypse. It is estimated to be more than 5 times larger than its original size. It gives people an extremely oppressive feeling. Fear. As soon as this mutant bear appeared, it ran straight towards the minibus. The running sound of a bear is like a herd of elephants running wildly.
That mutated beast has appeared.
Not only Li Jun, but now everyone in the surviving team is paying attention to this minibus that suddenly appeared. As soon as this mutant beast appeared, it turned one of their cars, including the car and its people, into a discus. That scene made Li Jun and the others feel heartbroken. They usually try to hunt mutant beasts when they see them, but the attack power of this mutant beast is too terrifying. There is also a strength gap between the mutant beasts. This mutant beast is definitely the one with outstanding combat power. Now it was enraged and rushed towards the minibus. Everyone felt that the minibus was doomed. Boom boom boom. The mutated bear rushed towards the minibus at an extremely terrifying speed. Jian Lusher aimed at the mutant bear and pulled the trigger. Boom! Bullets roared out. The mutated bear turned its head while running and was shot in the shoulder. The terrifying sniper bullet directly tore a large piece of its flesh and blood, and the blood dyed the fur red. And the mutant bear roared angrily. Danger sensor! Jian Lusher frowned. Mutated beasts and mutated zombies are actually very sensitive to danger, just like human superpowers. In nature, many creatures already have this ability, and after the end of the world, their sensitivity in this regard has also been amplified. This mutated bear dodged the headshot from the sniper rifle because of its sense of danger. After being hit, the mutant bear's huge body just paused for a moment, and then rushed forward at an even more violent speed. Roar! It suddenly stood up, and immediately, Li Yusen and others in the car felt that the light in front of them was completely blocked.
Oh my god!
Li Yusen's eyes widened in shock. This bear. She had seen very few mutant beasts, and this was the first mutant beast she had come into close contact with. And this face-to-face feeling was really terrifying. In fact, even Jian Lusher was stunned for a moment. The mutated bear's body stood even larger, taller than a minibus. Its ferocious bear head looked directly at Jian Lusher in the war room. The group of survivors were even more stunned. When the mutant bear attacked them before, no one had even stood up, and it was already terrifying to them. Unexpectedly, when it stood up, it was in its true attack form. The mutated bear waved its huge paw and swatted towards the war room. Its exposed nails were sharp blades. Boom! The mutated bear's paw slapped the war room hard. Li Jun suddenly felt a chill on his back. This was too cruel. The gunman inside must have been beaten to a pulp. And the sniper rifle was probably destroyed as well. But at this moment, an extremely dazzling electric current suddenly lit up on the huge mutant bear. These electric currents were like silver-white snakes swimming on the mutant bear's body. The mutated bear's body suddenly stiffened, and a smell of burnt fur could be heard. Immediately afterwards, there was an explosion, and the mutant bear's generous back swelled up like a balloon. And then, flesh and blood splashed. The huge body of the mutated bear was also thrown away and hit a group of zombies. What's going on? A bomb? Li Jun was stunned. At this time, he was even more surprised to find that the top of the minibus, which looked like a flying saucer, was unscathed. At this time, the mutant bear was still roaring. He withstood the frontal bombardment from the air cannon and was still alive. Jiang Lusher quickly stretched out the barrel of the gun from the war room, pointed it at the mutant bear that was struggling to get up, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Boom! With the sound of a gunshot, the mutant bear's wide mouth suddenly opened. Its body shook for a moment, and then fell heavily to the ground. Boom! When the mutant bear's huge body fell to the ground, the survivors seemed to feel the ground shake. At this time, the minibus had already arrived next to the mutant bear. The surrounding zombies have gathered around, seeming to have submerged the minibus and the mutated bear.
Send it directly to the storage space.
Jiang Lusher directly used automatic absorption to collect the mutated bear's body. During this time, the number of people in the team increased, and the mutant beast meat was a little tight. This mutant bear was caught along the way. At this time, his eyes turned to the two survivor vehicles in front. Chapter 279. Are you on good terms? These survivors, they were completely stunned, facing these corpses and the mutated bear. They had no time to escape. But the minibus took the initiative to attack and provoke, and finally won. Boom! The minibus accelerated and rushed out from the group of corpses.
Ho ho ho!
The group of corpses followed the minibus in a frantic pursuit. Seeing these corpses seemed to be stimulated, and their speed became faster. The survivors were startled at first, and then their scalps felt numb when they looked at the rapidly approaching corpses.
Heck! Why is this minibus coming towards us?
A survivor yelled. The minibus, carrying a huge group of corpses, came straight towards their direction. These survivors wanted to use Yi County to help them get rid of zombies and mutant beasts. And Jiang Lusher and the others' destination was also Yi County. The two survivors' vehicles quickly stepped on the accelerator and accelerated like crazy. However, they watched helplessly as the minibus got closer and closer from behind, and finally passed them.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
The survivors were shouting. Human psychology is sometimes like this. If someone is running behind you when you are running for your life, you will be a little calmer. But if you are surpassed and become the last, you will immediately panic. Their combat effectiveness is not as good as this minibus, and their defensive capabilities are not as good as this minibus. There are no zombies in minibuses, but they are very afraid of them. They stepped on the accelerator furiously, but still couldn't catch up with the minibus. After running wildly for a few minutes, the corpses behind were gradually left behind. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jun looked at the minibus in front and suddenly thought of something.
Are they going to Yi County?
This direction can only go to Yexian County. If you want to go to Jiangbei, you should take another road directly instead of going around in such a circle.
If they want to go to Yi County, we can go together,
Li Jun said excitedly. In fact, it is not very far from Yi County. It is not very important whether they are on the same road or different roads. But this group of survivors, and their minibuses, are too strong, and Li Jun deliberately traps them.
Wait! Wait!
Li Jun reached out to the steering wheel and honked the horn wildly.
Wait!
At the same time, Li Jun kept shouting. At this time, the minibus finally stopped.
Keep honking the horn. It's really noisy. What are they going to do?
Jiang Zhuing said unhappily. Their main purpose is to solve troubles, not to save these survivors. So they just get the benefit of the doubt. They are already lucky if they get the chance. So why are they chasing after them like this? The sound of the trumpet was harsh to the ear, and it might even attract the zombies that had been thrown away. Seeing the minibus stop, Li Jun felt excited and quickly urged the survivor who was driving to speed up and catch up. Before the car stopped, Li Jun quickly got out of the car.
What do you want to do? Want to fight?
Jiang Zhuing opened the car window a crack and asked coldly with a frown. As he spoke, A small silver-white electric current flashed in Jiang Zhuing's eyes. After taking an evolutionary crystal, Jiang Zhuing is now about to break through to the level 2 superpower. Her temperament has also changed a lot. When she shows murderous intent, just being close to her will make her. It causes a tingling sensation on one's skin, makes one's hair stand on end, and makes one feel uncomfortable. Li Jun felt this way at this time. He immediately thought of the electric grid covering the entire mutated bear. If it were placed on a human body, it would be able to electrocute a living person in an instant.
It's so choking.
Li Jun was startled. He was quite surprised when he saw Jiang Zhuing for the first time. But he didn't expect this beauty to have such a bad temper.
Don't get me wrong. Beauty. I definitely didn't mean that.
Li Jun quickly smiled and said cautiously,
We mainly want to thank you.
Grateful? No one honks the horn to thank you. Jiang Zhuing rolled his eyes speechlessly and said,
Is that so? I understand. Goodbye.
Seeing Jiang Zhuing about to close the window, Li Jun quickly said,
One more thing. Excuse me. Are you going to Yi County?
Jiang Zhuing became even more impatient. Where are they going? What does it have to do with these people?
Actually, it's like this. We are also going to Yexian County. I am familiar with Yexian County and can give you a guide and introduce you.
Li Jun said. He had never heard of this minibus before, so he probably wasn't a survivor team from around here. If there were such an awesome minibus and such a powerful survivor team in this area, he should have heard about it long ago. After Jiang Lusher repainted the minibus, he removed the license plate. So Li Jun looked at the car and guessed that this team of survivors was not operating in the Jiangbei area. Seeing that Jiang Zhuing still looked completely uninterested, Li Jun was also a little speechless. These survivors really had their tails raised to the sky. Although they had some strength, they were arrogant.
Beauty. Yi County is not a simple place. A kingdom was established there. City walls were built. And palaces were built. I know the emperor there,
Li Jun said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhuing couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the other person's confident and a little proud look, Jiang Zhuing couldn't help but ask,
Why? Do you have a good relationship? Of course,
Li Jun said, patting his chest. In fact, he is not familiar with Boss Sun at all. They just know each other. But when he can show his self-worth in front of these survivors, it is normal to brag a little bit. At this moment, another window opened, revealing a figure. He was holding a sniper rifle that exuded a cold luster, and was wearing a casual black sweatshirt, looking very casual. The moment this man appeared, Li Jun first paid attention to his sniper rifle, and then looked at his face. This shooter is so cool. He actually uses a sniper rifle. However, the moment he saw the gunman's face clearly, Li Jun froze. How could it be him? Jiang Lusher was speechless, and Jiang Zhuing had a bit of a bad temper. When he saw such a pretentious braggart, he wanted to play a prank on him. In fact, from Jiang Lusher's point of view, there was nothing to say to these survivors. Jiang Lusher opened the car window and was about to say a few words to send this man away, but was stunned when he saw him clearly. This person looks familiar? At this time, Li Jun's eyes widened. He pointed at Jiang Lusher in disbelief and said,
Aren't you Jiang Lusher?
Jiang Lusher after the apocalypse is almost the same as before the apocalypse. His hair is trimmed. His face is clean. He is wearing very new and clean clothes. And he is sitting in such a safe car. Even Li Jun felt like he was dreaming about the end of the world, seeing an acquaintance at first glance. And this acquaintance is no different from before the apocalypse. This feeling really makes people doubt the reality. Jiang Lusher was startled again. Did he really know him? He thought for a moment and asked,
Who are you?
Chapter 280. What can you come up with? Jiang Lusher's reaction made Li Jun's expression stiffen. He actually forgot about himself? Or are you pretending not to know yourself? But soon, Li Jun reacted. Jiang Lusher did not change much, but he himself changed a lot. After the end of the world, it can be said that Li Jun spent a very difficult period of time, hiding in garbage dumps like rats, eating stinky food, and barely surviving. There was a big scar on his face, which was scratched by a mutated beast, and he almost lost one eye due to it. In addition, he was now dirty and smelled of not taking a shower for a long time. So it was normal for former acquaintances to not recognize him.
You're doing pretty well.
Li Jun felt sour. At this time, Jiang Zhuing next to him asked,
Brother, do you know him?
Elder brother? Is this powerful and beautiful girl Jiang Liusher's sister? Li Jun was immediately even more shocked. A person with superpowers like Jiang Zhuing must be one of the best in a team of survivors. Jiang Lushur was her brother. So how could that be different? At this time, Li Jun had already seen the situation inside the car through the gap in the car window. Luxurious RV. With food and drinks on the table inside the house. Moreover, he also saw the figures of 3 other beauties. One of the... Is that Li Yusen? Li Jun estimated that Li Yusen didn't remember him at all. Because at that time, he wanted to get acquainted with this famous beauty. But the beauty was very arrogant and ignored him at all. But now, she was in the same car with Jiang Lushur? This luxury RV is fully defensive. There are several beauties living in it. Except for Jiang Lushur. A man. Li Jun's eyes almost popped out of his head. He knew that after the end of the world, some powerful people, such as Boss Sun in Yi County, lived a luxurious life with many women and lorded it over others. Li Jun is extremely envious of this kind of person. But he is just an ordinary survivor struggling to survive at the bottom. And he is simply not enough. But now, he saw an acquaintance living such a life. At this time, Jiang Lushur finally recognized Li Jun.
Are you Li Jun?
Jiang Lushur asked. Li Jun nodded quickly.
That's right.
He was envious and jealous of Jiang Lushur. But Jiang Lushur was far beyond him. And he didn't dare to be careless about Jiang Lushur's attitude. He knows that after the end of the world, many people are different from before. Either they have experienced too much, or their original dark sides have been released. Who knows whether the losers in the past will become very arrogant now, because they have strength. In Li Jun's view, Jiang Lushur owned an RV and collected so many beauties. Especially Li Yusen. He was probably the kind of person who was extremely ambitious and even mentally distorted.
Oh!
Jiang Lushur's expression was calm. When he was remodeling the base vehicle before the end of the world, he asked Li Jun to pay back the money. But Li Jun hung up the phone. This matter is nothing to Jiang Lushur. But Jiang Lushur will not be very enthusiastic about this kind of person.
I was really nothing back then. I'm sorry. Brother Jiang. I hope Brother Jiang can give me a chance to make it up to you.
Li Jun said proactively. Jiang Lushur glanced at him and asked.
Compensation? I don't need it now. What can you come up with? Aren't you going to Yi County? I am familiar with the Emperor of Yi County and can introduce you. Otherwise, ordinary survivors will not be allowed in.
Li Jun said. Jiang Lushur showed a playful smile. And then Jiang Zhuing next to him asked.
The Emperor you are talking about. Is his surname Sun?
Li Jun was stunned. Do they know? At this time, Jiang Lushur continued.
He is already dead.
Died? Li Jun's first reaction was a little disbelief. But he looked at Jiang Lushur. Did he kill him? Li Jun only knew that Boss Sun was very powerful, and that the city walls could resist zombies. Jiang Lushur drove a minibus and killed Boss Sun? But looking at Jiang Lushur's expression, it doesn't look like he's bragging.
Actually, I'm not very familiar with him,
Li Jun said bravely, then glanced at the girls in the car, and suddenly said,
Brother Jiang, my shooting skills are good. Leave me here. I can do odd jobs, do some dirty work, and you can also shoot?
These girls, except for Jiang Zhuing, are probably just flower vases and can only warm the bed. As a former classmate of his, if he actively begs to be his partner, Jiang Lushur will probably agree out of a sense of accomplishment. Li Jun looked at the environment in the car. Even if Jiang Lushur's broth came out, it would be much better than his usual days. The other survivors also gathered around.
We drove behind, and we would never disturb Brother John's life,
Li Jun said.
Marksmanship?
Jiang Lushur smiled and shook his head. At this time, Ing opened the driver's window and stretched out an 81 bar. Boom! A road sign in the distance shattered. Then, she moved her gun sideways and heard another sound. A zombie that had just emerged from the grass suddenly had its head blooming. The survivors immediately shut their mouths. And Li Jun was also stunned. So amazing. This kind of marksmanship is much better than theirs.
We are not flower vases. Nor are we arrogant and stupid idiots.
Ren Shiyu's voice suddenly sounded in Li Jun's mind. Li Jun was startled by these words. Isn't this what he is thinking in his heart? Psychic superpower? This? Who are the people in this team?
Yes, Yan. You better not come,
Jiang Lushur said. Li Jun's whole body felt cold. He felt that his biggest chance to make a comeback in his life had slipped away before his eyes. The city wall of Yi County was soon in sight. Xu Changqing and others watched on the wall every day. The situation of Jiang Lushur and the others was not mentioned on the radio. When Xu Changqing first heard the news, he was filled with shock. But later, when the news spread throughout the team, some soldiers said with distressed faces,
the news just didn't mention Captain Jiang and others. Maybe because they thought it would have a bad impact. But based on the security situation in the safe zone,
Jiang Captain and the others may not be able to come out intact after killing Chu Zhongshan.
This possibility is not impossible. But all these worries were put to rest the moment the minibus appeared on the road. The familiar minibus sped along and soon arrived at the city gate. Chu Chongqing looked surprised and shouted quickly,
"Open the door."
when they saw the minibus driving into the city gate and Jiang Lushi and others getting off the bus. The soldiers felt unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have dared to imagine that such a thing would actually happen. These soldiers only serve those who are capable. Jiang Liushi's ability shown before was very powerful. But for these soldiers, it has not really shocked them. As soldiers in the Zhonghai safety zone, they have strong confidence in the security force of the safety zone. A military committee member is a powerful person for them, and they are trembling with fear every time they meet. But such a security force and such a person were killed by Jiang Lushi and returned unscathed. I have to accept it.
Captain Jiang, you're back.
Chu Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief. And the way he looked at Jiang Lushi was somewhat different. Mindless anger is called impulsiveness. But Jiang Liushi's successful return is decisive and ruthless. In the last days, such people must not be messed with.
Be prepared. There may be some zombies approaching,
Jiang Lushi said. After killing the mutant bear, even if the remaining zombies approach Yi County, there will be no problem. Chapter 281 Star City. When Jiang Lushi came to the
palace,
the place had changed. In the square, many survivors are gathering here, learning how to use guns and how to fight under the guidance of two soldiers and Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. After Boss Sun and his henchmen were eliminated, Yi County's security force was affected. However, the city wall is still there, and there are still so many people. If we work together, we can continue to survive. Yi County is still a granary. The large amount of materials accumulated by Boss Sun and the reserved fields can be used as survival resources.
Sure too. We heard that you need diesel. Boss Sun has some in his warehouse. You can take it.
As soon as Su Han heard the news that Jiang Lushi and the others were back, he rushed over to greet them. Diesel fuel? Jiang Lushi did need it. He used the mining truck form several times, and each time he used it, he consumed a lot of diesel. However, the survivors in Yi County also needed diesel to generate electricity, and Jiang Lushi only took part of it to fill up the fuel tank.
We will leave for the Star City base city soon. Sister Han, you and your aunt should come with me,
Jiang Lushi said. The Star City base city is similar to the Zhonghai security zone. It is large in scale and has troops stationed there, so it is relatively safer. Su Han showed a trace of hesitation and said apologetically,
I have already discussed this matter with my mother. We have always lived in Yi County. When we were bullied by Boss Sun, the neighbors helped each other. Those who have come through. Now that Boss Sun is dead, everyone has to rely on their own strength. And we also want to stay here and contribute. Besides, when I arrived at the base city of Star City, I was not familiar with the place. Here, everyone knows each other and is relatively friendly,
Su Han said. In fact, both Su Han and her mother knew that Jiang Lushi was powerful, much stronger than Boss Sun, and they were just ordinary people. If they really wanted to work with Jiang Lushi, there would be too little they could do to help.
Sister Han. Okay, sure too. You don't need to say anything. We will take care of ourselves. You are so capable. You should be able to come back to Yi County to see us in the future. So it doesn't matter.
Su Han interrupted Jiang Lushi. Seeing Su Han's determination, Jiang Lushi had no choice but to give up his plan to take them away. In the square, these Yi County survivors really gave people a new look. Without Boss Sun, they were all freed from depression and were actively seeking survival.
The 3 professors also taught us how to grow rice. The yield per mu is higher, which is completely enough to supply our lives,
Su Han said gratefully.
Jiang Lushi knew that Professor Qin was a botanist, but he did not expect that the other 2 professors were also engaged in agriculture, which was a bit surprising.
When they arrive at the Star City base city, they should be able to achieve quite a lot,
Jiang Lushi said. In the apocalypse, food and resources are the most important. No wonder Jiang Lushi mentioned these 3 scientists. And the soldiers in the Zhonghai security zone did not dare to act rashly. Jiang Lushi stayed in Yi County for a few more days, and then the convoy set off again, heading to the Star City base city. Star City is an important central city in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River, and one of the largest industrial and commercial cities in the central and southern regions. Before the end of the world, Jian Lucier had never been to Star City. He was originally very interested in several historical sites in Star City, but it was a pity that he went there this time. It is already a base city that has been devastated by the apocalypse. From the moment the convoy entered Star City, what entered Jian Lucier's field of vision were abandoned buildings on both sides, overturned, exploded and burned vehicles on the streets, and a putrid smell permeated the air.
Every city I pass through is like this. It's really H.L.
Li Yusen said with emotion.
On a global scale, it would be the end of the world,
Jian Lucier said. He had seen a movie before, where zombies appeared in a city and then spread all over the world. At that time, he felt that this was impossible and that he underestimated the power of the country. But when a virus crisis breaks out all over the world at the same time, it is like a tsunami coming and no force can stop it.
Star City Base City is in the northern area of Star City. It will take us a day to get there from here. Let's go as far as we can today, and then find a place to rest for the night.
Zhu Chongqing's voice came from the intercom. Traveling in the city will not go very fast, and it will take a day, which is a relatively optimistic estimate.
No problem.
Jian Lucier had no objection. However, not long after, Zhu Chongqing's voice sounded again.
Captain Jiang, there are troops ahead. Army?
Didn't you say that the Star City base city is still far away? So we met the army so soon? Jian Lucier boarded the war room to check the situation. After taking mutated beast meat for a long time, Jian Lucier's eyesight was much better than that of ordinary people. He saw a blockade in the distance. Several cars were blocked, and no one could be seen on them.
There are probably close to 30 people hiding in the building next to them,
Ren Shiyu said immediately. Hiding in a building to avoid zombies is a normal thing to do. At this time, a flag stretched out from one of the windows and waved a few times.
Captain Jiang, they sent us a signal and asked who we were,
Zhu Chongqing said.
Respond to them. Good.
Jian Lucier saw a flag sticking out from the roof of a military off-road vehicle, which also waved a few times. He couldn't understand these flags, but they were just for exchanging information between the two parties.
They let us pass,
Zhu Chongqing said. As the convoy gradually approached the blockade, Jian Lucier felt a little strange. Their people were still hiding and motionless, showing no intention of coming down to help them drive the car away.
We are still on our way. Please move the roadblocks quickly,
Zhu Chongqing shouted. At this time, a voice came from a window.
You are coming from the Zhonghai safety zone to escort scientists. Right. Now that you know it, please hurry up,
Zhu Chongqing said. Before the Zhonghai security zone moved the scientists to the Star City base city, they reached a consensus with the Star City base city through radio broadcasts. When they just raised the flag, he also reported his own unit, and the other party speculated that their identity and mission were normal.
I have been waiting for you for a long time. From now on, scientists will be handed over to us for protection. Please cooperate,
the other party said. Leave the scientists to them? After hearing this, Jian Lucier, who had been staring at the window, confirmed the weird feeling in his heart. At this time, there was a buzz sound, and two military trucks rushed out of the alley on the side, blocking directly behind Jian Lucier's convoy. Block in front and cut back. There is indeed something wrong with this army. Chapter 282 Blind Shooting. Seeing this scene, Zhu Chongqing was stunned for a moment, and immediately said on the intercom,
Everyone is on alert. Which army are you from Star City Base City? And whose order are you following? The order I received is that the scientists must be escorted to Star City Base City. Before that, I will not hand them over to anyone,
Zhu Chongqing said.
The order we received is for you to transfer the scientists to us,
the man said coldly.
These people are not from Shanghai Base City,
Ren Shiyu suddenly said. She has been sensing the person speaking, and she can be sure that these people are not from the army in the base city. Jian Lucier immediately informed Zhu Chongqing of Ren Shiyu's judgment. Zhu Chongqing was shocked. The army that appeared in Star City was not from the Star City base city?
I need to ask for permission first. Anyway, we will not leave Star City. You don't need to block us like this. It will affect the mood of the scientists,
Zhu Chongqing said.
Ha ha. Ask for instructions? Let's not talk about how you ask for instructions. You don't need to ask for instructions at all. When you come to Star City, you must obey our orders.
A man in his 30s was wearing a military uniform and a leather jacket. The next-year-old man was standing at the window watching the motorcade and said coldly at the same time. As a member of the military, he knew very well that the current communication methods were paralyzed. Even the two bases had to communicate and exchange information through broadcasts. This convoy from the Zhonghai security zone appeared here, and was completely isolated and helpless. These people were not fooled at all. Zhu Chongqing's face darkened, knowing that the other party had already broken up with each other.
Force a breakthrough.
Zhu Chongqing gritted his teeth and said, after the order was given. The military off-road vehicle suddenly increased its power and turned sharply. At the same time, the muzzle of the military vehicle poked out from the window and aimed at the two military vehicles blocking the back. The other party did not expect the team's reaction to be so decisive. Of course, he did not know that there was a psychic in the team who could sense his emotional changes. Bang, bang, bang. The military off-road vehicle drove straight towards the two military vehicles. At this time, the man in leather also gave the order.
Shoot! Hit their tires!
Suddenly, intensive gunshots rang out, and Zhu Chongqing was so angry that his veins bulged. These people actually dared to shoot. You know, there were scientists in the car.
Keep rushing,
Jiang Lushur said on the intercom. At the same time, he said to the shadow,
let's keep driving forward.
The minibus was originally behind the military off-road vehicle. But now, when the military off-road vehicle turned around and rushed towards the road, the minibus suddenly roared its engine and rushed between the two military off-road vehicles. Originally, this minibus was the most inconspicuous in the eyes of these people. This kind of vehicle was mostly used as a daily life vehicle. But now, this car suddenly rushed up with guns and bullets? The leather-clad man was stunned for a moment. He had seen people seeking death before, but it was really rare for someone to seek death so eagerly.
Just in time. Blow out the tires on this car,
the man in leather ordered. Bang, bang, bang. The minibus was a big one. At such a close distance, it was like a standing target. Several bullets immediately hit the tires of the minibus. While driving at high speed, a tire suddenly blew out, which was very dangerous for the vehicle. The man in leather seemed to have seen the scene when the car rushed into a nearby shop or directly hit a wall. However, the tires of minibuses are already upgraded bulletproof tires. The bullet hit the tire and had no impact on the minibus. The man in leather didn't react for a while. He watched the minibus continue to rush forward. He still didn't know what happened. At this moment, a long barrel protruded from the strange flying saucer on the roof of the car. Suddenly, a strong sense of life and death crisis enveloped the leather-clad man. The hairs all over his body stood up, and he rolled sideways almost instinctively. Boom! A stream of warm liquid splashed on his face. A large number of glass fragments were also scattered on the ground. Plop! The leather-clad man watched helplessly as the head of a soldier who had just stood not far behind him exploded completely. His headless body was beaten to the corner of the room and hit the wall heavily. The fresh blood almost covered half of the room. The walls were stained red and splashed everywhere. Damn it! The leather-clad man felt like his scalp was exploding. The window he was in was made of reflective mercury glass. The outside could be seen from the inside, but the inside could not be seen from the outside. During the conversation, he only opened a gap to prevent himself from being exposed to the other party's gun. But the gunman in the minibus, his bullets seemed to have eyes, and they were aimed directly at him. The man in the leather jacket was very sure that the shot fired by the gunman from the minibus was going to be in his own head. He dodged? Ran Shiyu said.
Yeah.
Jiang Lushur responded in his mind, feeling a little regretful. That man is the commander of this group of soldiers. Killing him will save a lot of trouble. However, that man is also a person with supernatural powers. And he also has a very strong sense of danger. Bang, bang, bang. The other people hiding behind the window were not as lucky as the leather-coated man. They were not supernatural beings, and did not have that sense of danger. The minibus continued to move forward despite the shooting, while Jiang Lushur pulled the trigger again and again. The broken glass was mixed with blood, and these people died without knowing how they died. The leather-coated man's eyes were red, and he quickly ordered,
everyone get away from the window and take cover. Damn it! Does this person have clairvoyance?
The man in leather yelled angrily, after they heard the news that the Zhonghai security zone was escorting scientists. They had been squatting nearby. Originally, he thought that the convoy should have arrived a few days ago. But it turned out that the convoy did not appear until today. Although it's far from Zhonghai to Star City, it doesn't take that long. This guy must have traveled all the way here, after squatting in this convoy. The man in leather originally thought that he would wait and see, and that this mission would be easy to catch. But he didn't expect that such a terrifying gunman suddenly appeared in the minibus. However, as his soldiers all took cover, the gunman's terrifying marksmanship lost its effect, and the man in leather clothes quickly calmed down. Although this man's marksmanship was terrifying, It was because he caught them off guard just now. Now that he was prepared, it was not so scary. They set up roadblocks with 2 or 3 times the number of people as this convoy. They were all well-trained soldiers. And they also had several scientists as constraints. They were no match for their own. Chapter 283 Stand Still. Seeing that the minibus was blocked in the shop, the man in leather clothes spat and said happily,
"Let's see how he can continue to be arrogant."
The minibus was in the small shop, and he could do whatever he wanted with it. On the one hand, the man in leather clothes ordered some people to deal with a military off-road vehicle carrying the scientists. And on the other hand, he asked several people to tie the grenades into a bundle.
"If you don't surrender, I will throw the grenade into the store. No matter how strong your car is. Can it withstand the explosion? Besides, this building is not very strong. Even if the explosion doesn't kill you, it doesn't feel like being buried alive." "Right," the man in leather clothes said coldly. Now the distance between them and the minibus is actually very close. The man in leather only needs to raise his voice a little, and what he says can be clearly transmitted to the minibus.
"If you surrender, you can still save your life,"
the man in leather said. But if the people in the minibus continue to resist, the man in leather would have no choice but to abandon the minibus and order an attack.
"Brother Jiang, some people have gone to surround Captain Zhu and the others."
"Renshi, you said?"
"How many people are left here?"
Jiang Lusher asked. 6 people,
Renshi replied.
"He wants to break it up." "That's a good idea." "Shadow."
Jiang Lusher had already summoned the Star Seeds panel, and the base vehicle switched from the first form to the second form. Boom! As the field of vision suddenly increased, the base vehicle changed from the appearance of a minibus to a mining truck. There is no specific standard for store heights, but they are generally above 2.8 meters. The store height of this store should be around 4 meters, which is relatively high. However, the height of the mining truck is 6.5 meters. The width is 7.7 meters. And the length is 12.5 meters. Rise. This store simply can't fit such a giant. The store is almost filled with mining truck tires alone. Crunch. The leather-clad man, who was confident of winning, suddenly heard a strange sound. Then, he felt the ground and walls begin to shake. The paintings hanging on the walls were shaking. And the chandelier overhead was also shaking.
"What's wrong?"
The man in leather didn't know what happened. He didn't hear the sound of the minibus trying to exit. Click. 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 The sound of something breaking came from all directions, giving these confused soldiers a hint of something bad. At this time, a hint of panic appeared in the leather-clad man's heart.
"Quick! Get out of here!"
the man in leather shouted. At this moment, the clicking sound suddenly amplified and became denser. Boom! The leather-coated man and the others watched helplessly as the wall in front of them sunk in a little, and then suddenly exploded. And among the broken cement blocks and bricks, a dazzling bright yellow suddenly appeared. "What is this?" The man in leather clothes looked up, so shocked that he couldn't believe his eyes. This damn thing is actually a car. He felt so insignificant in front of this car. Where did this car come from? Where was the minibus? The man in leather clothes didn't care anymore. After the car appeared, a large number of bricks were falling continuously. This car tore up the whole house. There were 2 soldiers upstairs. They felt the vibration under their feet. But they never expected that the next second, the ground under their feet would be forcibly pushed up and begin to shatter into pieces. A car appeared from under their feet. This is simply unimaginable. Boom, boom, boom. The huge noise made people outside look dumbfounded. The soldiers who were about to surround Zhu Chongqing and the others were approaching, and they watched helplessly as the building seemed to be inflated, with the walls and glass being crushed to pieces. The giant mining truck appeared in their sight. Buzz! The mining truck roars, and the collision function is turned on. Shadow drove the mining truck and backed away suddenly. Those 2 vehicles were both medium-sized off-road vehicles. The fronts of the 2 vehicles were squeezed into the door of the store, and they were firmly stuck there, making it difficult for the minibus to escape quickly even if it crashed backwards. But in front of mining trucks, these 2 vehicles are simply no different from toy cars. The huge tires directly ran over the 2 cars. They were like paper, and were crushed into discus. Boom! The Big Mac squeezed out of the house, then turned around and faced the vehicle that blocked Zhu Chongqing and the others. Seeing this scene, the people in the car and the soldiers approaching from behind felt their scalps explode. They all looked too weak in front of this big guy. Jiang Lusher didn't give them any time to react. Just as he used the intercom to ask Zhu Chongqing and Zhang Hai to step aside, the mining truck roared and ran towards them. Acceleration function. The speed of the mining truck increased instantly. And just as the two vehicles were about to reverse, they were already hit. After being hit by a mining truck, the two trucks seemed helpless. Their vehicle slid out and fell heavily to the ground. At this time, Jiang Liusher's gun muzzle also stretched out from the window. And at the same time, there was a dazzling electric light. In Ran Shiyu's spiritual realm, the positions of the soldiers who were about to surround them were nowhere to be seen. Impact, electric current, and bullets. Those soldiers can't even run away.
It's really scary.
Even people like Xu Chongqing were stunned. They were originally the party being ambushed. But now, the situation is completely reversed. The people who came to ambush them were beaten and fled. At this time, a figure secretly appeared at the back door of the store. The leather-coated man's head was covered with blood. The shop had been turned into ruins. The house was crumbling and completely hollow inside. He was almost crushed to death inside. The others were either crushed to death or squeezed to death by mining trucks. Some of them may still be alive. But now, he can't control these men. The leather-clad man relied on the strong physical fitness of the superpower to not only survive, but also have the ability to escape. However, just as he was about to slip away, a cold and indifferent female voice suddenly sounded in his mind.
Stand still. Otherwise, unless you can run several kilometers away in a few seconds, you will definitely die in these few seconds.
The female voice had a pleasant tone, but the words she spoke sent chills all over the leather-clad man. He already felt that a vague life and death crisis was locked on him. This female voice should be the psychic, and the gunman will aim at him at any time and pull the trigger. The leather-clad man has lived so long and struggled in the apocalypse. This is the first time he has had such an experience. He couldn't even see the enemy's face. He was hiding in a back alley, but he could only stand there dumbfounded, not daring to move a step, waiting for the enemy to come and deal with him. Frustrated. Chapter 284. It's still coming to your door. The soldiers ran and died, and soon it became quiet outside.
Come here.
The female voice sounded in the leather-clad man's mind again. There was a trace of anger on the face of the leather-coated man, and he was told to stand still. He had already done so, but he still had to be sent to the door? He looked around. There was no way that car could enter this alley.
This alley is only a few dozen meters long. If we can't get in, we can knock down the wall.
The female voice said again. Goosebumps suddenly appeared on the leather-coated man's body. Damn it. This person with psychic abilities can still perceive his own thoughts.
Give you 3 seconds.
The man in the leather jacket was sweating on his forehead, and his palms were also covered in sweat. Jiang Liusher had already parked the mining truck in the middle of the road. He stared at the hiding place of the leather-clad man. 3 seconds later, the leather-clad man slowly walked out of the alley, seeing the whole picture of this mining truck. The man in leather clothes was even more shocked. Ordinary people can hardly see this kind of car, let alone see it appearing on such city streets. One car completely fills the street. Compared with it, even the 2- and 3-story buildings on the roadside look minuscule. The other vehicles in front of it look like toy cars. Even if you stand in front of this Big Mac with a machine gun on your shoulder, you will feel like stabbing an elephant with a toothpick. The man in leather finally saw the gunman in the car, a young man about 20 years old. The previous situation has shown that this Big Mac was transformed from the previous minibus. But this kind of thing is too weird, and the man in leather still can't believe it. But now, he was absolutely certain.
What the HL? Transformers?
The leather-clad man thought. He guessed that this must have something to do with superpowers. After the end of the world, there are all kinds of superpowers. Although it was the first time he saw this superpower, there was nothing the man in leather could not accept. The leather-coated man held a pistol. He threw the pistol to the ground on his own initiative and said,
I actually have no grudges against you. I'm just following orders. You don't have to kill me. Right. Whose order are you taking?
Jiang Liusher asked.
Commander He's.
The leather-clad man replied bachelorly. He saw several women sitting in the car. One of them was a girl with gray eyes. She had a mysterious aura. As soon as the man in leather clothes saw her, he felt that he was being monitored by her. This is the psychic. With her here, there was no point in the leather-clad man lying.
Commander He?
Xu Chongqing frowned. There were actually not many connections between the Star City base city and the Shanghai security zone. Xu Chongqing had no idea who the senior military officials here were.
The current Star City base city is completely different from the beginning, due to disputes over interests and power. The army has been fragmented and each has divided its territory. Commander He, who I am following, is one of them,
said the man in leather. Xu Chongqing was immediately shocked. Such a thing happened in Star City Base City? Jiang Lusher was also stunned for a moment. But he didn't think it was surprising. There is also a power struggle in the Zhonghai security zone. But it is not as serious as the Star City Base City. With the consequences of direct division, Star City Base City did not mention these changes in the broadcast. As a result, they escorted the scientists over without knowing anything. They did not expect such a situation to occur.
Then why did you kidnap the scientists?
Jiang Lusher asked.
Commander Yi's force is actually a relatively weak force. Although the Shanghai Base City has been split, the Base City is still the richest force. They guard the already built Base City, have food and people. We kidnapped scientists in exchange for supplies. In fact, there should be many people who are interested in scientists. If you enter the city from other entrances, you will meet people from other forces,
the man in leather said as he walked forward. A few steps. Zhu Chongqing didn't know what to say. He thought he had finally reached his destination safely. But he didn't expect that this destination was full of traps.
Ha ha. You don't have to evade the important and change the subject.
Jiang Lusher suddenly sneered and said,
What are you going to do to us when you kidnap scientists? Your murderous intention was clearly felt before. And even now, you don't intend to just surrender without mercy. Do you?
When Jiang Lusher said this, the man in leather suddenly changed his expression. He let out a loud roar. And his body suddenly jumped out like a cheetah, making it difficult to catch him. The direction he rushed towards was the car Zhu Chongqing and the others were in. In that car, Professor Qin and his daughter were sitting. And he had already set his sights on Professor Qin's daughter Qin Nan. That is just a little girl of about 10 years old. As long as she is caught, she can threaten these people. When he answered Jiang Lusher and Zhu Chongqing just now, he had already observed it. Using information to trade and make Jiang Lusher promise not to kill him is the weakest struggle and has no meaning at all. The man in leather had encountered this kind of thing several times. And at such times, he always killed the other person after getting what he wanted. He would even laugh at the opponent's stupidity before killing him. Is it not stupid to place one's life on someone else's momentary weakness? At the same time, his clothes were opened, revealing a large number of grenades tied to his body. With these grenades and the hostages, this is my hope for survival. The man in leather suddenly showed his superpower. His speed was as fast as lightning. And Zhu Chongqing and others had not yet reacted. At the critical moment of life and death, he fully unleashed all his strength. And success or failure occurred in an instant. At this time, Jiang Lusher had already raised the barrel of the gun. His vision slowed down. And his increased agility made his hands extremely flexible. So he could shoot instantly without aiming. The leather-clad man would never have thought that in addition to his good marksmanship, Jiang Lusher also had brain powers. Not only that, he also enhanced his agility and activated his blood evolution bloodline. Most people only have one superpower. Even if the man in leather has a rich imagination, he would never have thought that one person could have so many abilities. And when so many abilities are superimposed together and turned into a single action of pulling the trigger, it is unimaginable how fast and accurate the shot comes. The man in leather wouldn't have thought that Jiang Lusher would still dare to shoot with so many grenades strapped to his body. Boom! The man in leather clothes was running wildly, as if he was suddenly hit by a speeding car. His body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, unbearable severe pain came like a tide.
Ah!
The leather-clad man let out a hoarse scream. He looked down and saw that his legs were completely gone from the thighs down. As for the thigh, it was a mess of blood and flesh. And it was too horrible to look at. Chapter 285 Star City Base City.
My legs!
The leather-clad man's face was extremely pale. The severe pain and the shock of witnessing the loss of his legs made him on the verge of mental collapse. At this time, Zhu Chongqing and others, as well as Professor Qin and his daughter, they reacted and looked at the leather-clad man on the ground with frightened expressions. Even if he didn't successfully kidnap him just now, as long as he gets close, Jiang Lusher and the others will still be put off. And Jiang Lusher stopped the leather-clad man in a flash of lightning. His marksmanship was simply superb.
Ah!
The man in leather clothes was still screaming. If he hadn't been a superpower, an ordinary person would have fainted from the unimaginable pain if his legs were broken alive. He tremblingly reached out to the grenade tied to his body. Under such severe pain, it would be more satisfying to detonate the grenade. Moreover, at such a close distance, there might be a chance to drag someone to be buried with him.
Ah!
The leather-clad man's palm was stepped on by a foot, completely ending his idea of detonating the grenade. Jiang Lusher looked at him condescendingly and asked coldly,
Where is your commander Yi?
the leather-clad man screamed. While John Lucier said calmly,
"There will still be some time between now and when you go into shock due to excessive blood loss. Please think carefully."
The leather-coated man was convulsing with pain, and the severe pain even made him lose the ability to think.
"It's nearby. In a resort. How many people are there?"
John Lucier asked again.
"Tens of thousands of people."
The leather-clad man's voice was trembling. John Lucier raised his feet, turned around and said to Zhu Chongqing and others who had just gotten off the car,
"I'll leave him to you to deal with it."
Zhu Chongqing winked at a soldier, and the soldier immediately took out his dagger and walked over.
"Brother Jiang, what should we do now?"
Zhu Chongqing unknowingly changed his name for John Lucier. A major change occurred in the Star City base city, and Zhu Chongqing was obviously a little worried. The overall strength shown by John Lucier, his vehicle, and the Shuriing team made Zhu Chongqing firm in his thoughts. Acting together with the Stone Shadow team, these scientists and their escort team can ensure maximum safety. Zhu Chongqing was still worried about something happening on the road. John Lucier glanced at him, then at the scientists in the car, but said nothing.
"These people hijack scientists in order to ask for money from Star City Base City. Star City Base City and Zhonghai Security Zone communicated with each other. They are also regular military forces,"
Zhu Chongqing said.
"Then let's go to Star City Base City first."
John Lucier nodded. The regular military force is good, but under the current circumstances, they must be severely damaged and have no time to take care of themselves. Right? John Lucier thought in his mind, but didn't say anything. He escorted the scientists over, and Star City Base City still had remuneration to pay him. John Lucier would not do anything that was a waste of time.
Moreover, the mutiny occurred, which made the escort mission extra difficult. It is only reasonable that the reward should be increased.
John Lucier thought to himself. Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, and several soldiers went to clean up the battlefield, except for those who were pressed under the large cement boards and bricks, as well as the soldiers who escaped. They got back all the guns and ammunition, and even the grenades on the leather-clad man were removed. These things can also be exchanged for some supplies. Zhu Chongqing took the initiative to say that they didn't want any of this. This ambush was basically solved by John Lucier's team alone. They didn't help in any way. So how could they have the nerve to ask for supplies? The mining truck drove to the back, switched into a minibus, and drove over again. When Zhu Chongqing and others saw the minibus that had turned back, they couldn't help but look at it in surprise. They were curious about how John Lucier's power could achieve this. But it was related to John Lucier's own power. Since he had avoided these people, Zhu Chongqing and others would not bother themselves by asking.
"Let's go!"
Zhu Chongqing said. Scientists were frightened a lot because of today's unexpected events. This is already the suburb of Star City, not too far from the base city of Star City. But for safety reasons, they need to bypass the city center and go to the base city along the suburbs, under the detection of Ran Shiyu's spiritual field. There were no other accidents in the next 4 hours' journey except for the increasing number of zombies. The zombie swarm can also be avoided in advance by relying on Ran Shiyu's detection. Although the route they traveled was on the outskirts of the city, it was still a provincial capital city, so the number of zombies still increased significantly. If these zombies get entangled, there will be a lot of danger, even for John Lucier and the others. Not to mention Zhu Chongqing and the others. Even after their military off-road vehicles were modified and reinforced, they could not survive being surrounded by zombies.
"Star City Base City is ahead!"
Zhu Chongqing's excited voice came. From a distance, John Lucier had seen a wide river and a bridge across the river. Star City Base City is surrounded by rivers on both sides, and there is also a long bridge on the other side. However, the long bridge has collapsed, with only a few pillars and half of the bridge deck remaining. The bridge across the river also looks very deserted.
"This bridge will be lit up with colorful lights at night before the end of the world, and will be reflected on the river. It will be colorful, and there will be light boats rowing on the river. It is very beautiful."
Li Yusin looked at the bridge and said suddenly,
"Have you been here before?"
John Lucier asked in surprise. He had never heard Li Yusin mention it before on the road.
"No. I just saw it on TV and had some impressions,"
Li Yusin said. "But even if you have only seen it on TV, seeing such a desolate scene now will still make people feel emotional." The convoy gradually approached the bridge. There were communities and shopping malls on the riverside. But at this time, there were no people in sight. Not even zombies. And weeds were already growing wildly in the flower beds. The water in the river was a little turbid and gray, but the surface of the river seemed very calm. However, After seeing the big water monster in Jinling, Jiang Lusher and others would not really believe that the river was peaceful.
I don't know what's going on in the city of Shanghai base.
As soon as Jiang Lusher and others got on the bridge, more than a dozen vehicles drove out from the other side of the road. Most of these vehicles were modified and were very fast. There was a lot of blood on the car body, plus large and small dents and scratches. The marks looked very iron-blooded. These vehicles arrived behind Jiang Lusher's motorcade in a flash. Jiang Lusher looked back and saw that these vehicles should be survivors living in the Star City base city.
I'll go. Minibus?
On one of those vehicles, a survivor glanced at the butt of the minibus in surprise and shouted. Chapter 286 Hug the Thigh. These survivors have been living in the Star City base city for a long time, and Jiang Lusher's convoy is very familiar at first glance. The two military off-road vehicles and the military truck were at the front, with only the minibus behind. Although they saw military vehicles, these people all knew the military in Star City base city, so this was obviously not the case. A team composed of some exiled soldiers and ordinary survivors?
Are you new here?
A survivor showed a look of interest on his face. He stepped on the accelerator and accelerated violently. The off-road vehicle with iron bars on all the windows quickly approached. Minibus. After arriving at the driver's seat of the minibus, a bald survivor in the passenger seat knocked hard on the iron fence twice.
Hey!
The window glass of this minibus is actually coated glass, so the inside cannot be seen from the outside. After knocking several times and pressing the horn again, the window finally opened.
Where did you come from? What happened along the way?
Seeing the movement, the bald survivor immediately asked loudly, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly got stuck. After the car window was lowered, what appeared was an extremely beautiful face, with black hair and white skin, a small and straight nose, and a cold temperament. She turned her head and glanced at the off-road vehicle following her.
F***CK!
The bald survivor reacted greatly. His eyes widened, and then he yelled,
Beauty? The driver is actually a woman.
Other survivors on the off-road vehicle immediately pressed themselves against the windows. Scrambling to see, Ying's appearance was set by Jiang Lusher. He came from the Star Seed and was originally perfect, with no flaws in his skin or facial features. Such a beauty would turn heads before the apocalypse, let alone after the apocalypse. However, facing these people, Ying had no reaction at all to her, except for Jiang Lusher. The others were useless beings that could be eliminated at any time. At this time, another car window also opened, and Jiang Zhuing appeared in the window.
What is the ghost's name? Are you singing about tears behind bars?
Suddenly being yelled at, these survivors immediately looked over. Another youthful beauty. Are there so many beauties on this minibus?
Don't get me wrong. Beauty, we think you are new here, so we want to ask you about the situation outside.
The bald survivor said with a smile.
Beauty, you have just arrived in Star City. If you don't know anything, you can ask us.
Another survivor said, still playing with a sharp knife in his hand.
In this Star City, we can be considered the best.
The team of survivors. Call me brother. We will protect you.
Each of them was holding a gun, and their bodies were all made of hard muscles. On two of the cars, there were mutated beast corpses still dripping blood tied to them. These two mutant beasts are very large, weighing 6 to 7 tons. It would be difficult for an ordinary team of survivors to hunt down one of them, but they came back with 2 mutant beasts. However, Jiang Zhuing just glanced at him casually, with a look of disdain on his face.
That's it?
Jiang Zhuing's reaction stunned the survivors. Then, they looked at each other and couldn't help laughing.
Oh, you don't like beautiful women?
The bald survivor asked loudly. Jiang Zhuing didn't bother to pay attention to him. And at this time, the motorcade had already crossed the bridge. Star City base city built a high city wall on the riverside. There is a 10-meter wide deep trench inside the city wall, with a large number of steel bars inserted in it. After this deep trench, there is a higher city wall, separated by a section. There is a bunker in the distance, and the muzzle of the black muzzle machine gun is facing the bridge and the river. To deal with zombies, you only need to guard the bridge, and the city wall should be used to prevent monsters in the river. However, if it is really a water monster of the level of Jinling Port, this kind of city wall is just a decoration. While Jiang Lusher was thinking, the motorcade had already arrived in front of the city gate. Different from the Zhonghai security zone, Star City base city has only one city gate, which is heavily guarded. There is also a steel barricade on the city gate, which is about 1 meter high, with spikes up to 10 centimeters inside and outside. If a vehicle forcibly breaks through the barrier, the consequences will be very tragic.
I wonder if it was added after the mutiny.
Zhang Hai sat in the driver's seat of the military truck and said to San Kui next to him. In front of the city gate, there were also some ordinary survivors undergoing quarantine. As soon as Jiang Lushur and his convoy arrived, soldiers with guns ordered them to stop.
TSK. TSK. Why did you stop? Are you not allowed in?
Those survivors just now also followed. The bald survivor was a little unhappy when Jiang Juing rolled his eyes in front of his companions and spoke in a weird manner.
Hey, brother Zhang. Lo.
The bald man smiled and greeted a guarding soldier. The soldier obviously knew these survivors and said a few words to them casually. At this time, an officer came out of the city gate. The bald man's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly took out a cigarette.
Hello. Captain Li.
Captain Li is a small officer guarding the city gate. He has the most contact with these survivors, and his location is also very important. However, Captain Li walked directly to one of the military off-road vehicles without even looking at him. Then, a man got out of the vehicle.
The bald man looked at them and said a few words. And then Captain Li saluted the man with a military salute, his back straight.
Hurry up and raise the roadblock and ask Captain Zhu and the others to come in,
Captain Li said. The bald man was stunned for a moment. This must not be an exiled soldier. Otherwise Captain Li would not recognize him. He felt a little bored.
No wonder the beautiful woman doesn't like us. It turns out she clung to the officer's lap.
At this time, Captain Zhu and Captain Li came over together. The door of the minibus also opened immediately. A very young man got off the minibus. Captain Zhu stood up straight and saluted.
Brother Jiang.
Immediately afterwards, 2 more beauties got out of the car. These 2 beauties are new faces again.
This is Brother Jiang I just told you. And these 2. This is Miss Ran Shiyu. And this is Miss Li Yusen.
Zhu Chongqing introduced. Captain Li looked at Jiang Lushur with some surprise. He had just heard Zhu Chongqing say that it was all thanks to Jiang Lushur and his team that he could arrive safely this time. However, he did not expect that this team would be so prosperous and prosperous. Moreover, Jiang Lushur was not like some superpowers. He exuded a dangerous aura. He was huge and had bulging muscles. He looked exactly like a college student.
Nice to meet you.
Captain Li also saluted quickly. The bald man and others were stunned to see this damn guy with so many beauties. Moreover, the 2 officers were polite to him. Especially Captain Zhu, who was extremely respectful. His status was not low. In the apocalypse, with status and beautiful women, this is the dream life. From the perspective of the bald man, this is simply the ultimate life he expected. He is so envious of this man. At this time, Jiang Juing also got out of the car. Captain Zhu said,
This is Miss Jiang Juing.
Jiang Juing glanced in the direction of the man in front of him, rolled his eyes, and reached out to hold Jiang Lushur.
She is Brother Zhang's biological sister.
Captain Zhu introduced attentively.
I wipe it.
The bald man suddenly felt as if he had been slapped twice in the face. It wasn't the officer's thigh she was hugging. On the contrary, the officer had to please her. Chapter 287 You can try. After Captain Li, who was in charge of guarding the city gate, confirmed the identities of Jiang Lushur and the others, he went to report to his superiors. Soon, a white off-road vehicle drove out of the city. After the off-road vehicle stopped, a woman in military uniform stepped out of the driver's seat. She was wearing leather boots. Her hair was tied back casually. Her facial features were very three-dimensional, and her wheat-colored complexion looked very wild and beautiful. This woman in military uniform strode over with a windy walk and full of aura. Following her was another officer.
Why is Colonel Xia here?
Captain Song said in surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chongqing felt that Colonel Xia seemed a little unusual.
Who is she?
Captain Song whispered.
In our Star City base city, there are currently 3 most powerful generals. Colonel Xia is the granddaughter of one of them. Is it General Xia Yongfeng?
Zhu Chongqing's expression suddenly became solemn. Xia Yongfeng is considered the big brother of the military region in Star City, and his rank and status are similar to General Zhang. When he was young, he also participated in the battle in the south, and was very prestigious and powerful in Star City. In fact, even at Zhu Chongqing's level, he couldn't tell more details. But he had heard General Zhang mention Xia Yongfeng's name. General Zhang's evaluation of Xia Yongfeng was that he was not easy to mess with. Zhu Chongqing was deeply impressed by the person who made General Zhang feel that he was not easy to mess with. Xia Yongfeng's granddaughter is naturally no ordinary person.
Hello, I'm Xia Sun.
Colonel Xia came over and gave a military salute and said in a cold voice. Before Zhu Chongqing could say anything, Xia Sun's eyes had already swept towards the crowd. Her gaze swept across Jiang Liusher's face, and she paused briefly when she saw Ran Shiyu and the others.
Who are the scientists escorting this time?
Xia Sun asked. Professor Qin and others quickly said.
We are. Thank you for your hard work. Our research institute here is not as good as China's shipping. We mainly focus on resuming production. I will send you there first. Your lives will be properly arranged,
Xia Sun said.
This Colonel Xia is here specifically to pick up scientists.
Zhu Chongqing understood. Compared with Xia Sun, they were just ordinary soldiers. Of course, Xia Sun didn't come to welcome them.
Captain Song.
Xia Sun turned to Captain Song and said,
These people arranged for them to undergo quarantine. I'm leaving first.
This Xia Sun was very fiery, coming and going like the wind.
Everyone, come with me,
Captain Song said. Jiang Liusher frowned and said,
What does this mean?
Seeing Jiang Liusher's gloomy face, Captain Song was still a little confused.
That's what Colonel Xia just said. I heard what she said. Let's escort the scientists over and just go for quarantine and be done with it,
Jiang Liusher said.
Not polite,
Jiang Zhuing said unhappily. The female soldier didn't say a word to them from the moment she walked over to turning around to leave. She also asked Captain Song to
take these people for quarantine.
In front of them, she encountered such a cold face as soon as she entered the city all the way. Face. How could Jiang Zhuing endure it with his temper? Zhu Chongqing's heart thumped, and he secretly cried out. Xia Sun's attitude was indeed cold, but Zhu Chongqing didn't care at all considering her identity. With Xia Yongfeng's power, Xia Sun is like a princess in Star City Base City, so naturally she doesn't have to be enthusiastic about big-headed soldiers like them. But people like Jiang Liusher are not easy to provoke. Xia Sun's steps immediately stopped. She turned around, her face still as ice-cold as ice.
Are you a team of survivors participating in the escort? That's right.
Zhang Hai sipped his teeth and said carelessly.
Isn't this obvious? Is it possible that we are here for sightseeing?
Xia Sun said expressionlessly.
It is your duty to escort. And my duty is to receive these scientists. Not to be polite to you. Receive? Did I tell you to leave it to you?
Jiang Liusher was also angry. When General Zhang asked him to escort, he had to use the word please, but it became his responsibility here. The survivor team has no affiliation with the military. So what responsibility does it have?
What do you mean? Be careful what you say,
the officer behind Xia Sun said immediately. Xia Sun raised his eyebrows. She was in the Star City Base City. Although her military rank was not high, there were a few people who dared to speak to her like this. In front of the military, the survivor team did not dare to speak out loud. As a result, these survivors acted strangely and cruelly in front of her.
Oh, no. What if I have to take him away?
Xia Sun said lightly.
You can try,
Jiang Liusher said. There are hundreds of soldiers, countless heavy artillery, and machine guns at the gate of the city. But if there is a fight, they will definitely use a deadly weapon. As a member of the military commission, Chu Chongshan and Jiang Liusher could go deep into the Zhonghai security zone and behead him. Let alone this woman.
Arrogant!
When the officer saw Jiang Liusher being so arrogant and openly threatening him under heavy guard, he immediately reached out and touched his waist. However, as soon as he reached up, his expression changed.
Are you looking for this?
Jiang Liusher said playfully, holding a pistol in his hand. The officer's expression changed drastically. What Jiang Liusher was holding was his gun. But when his gun was taken away from him, he didn't feel anything at all. This officer was extremely angry. Xia Sun was also a little surprised, but her expression was still very calm. It was impossible for such a small team of survivors to survive in front of the military.
Do you know the consequences of what you do?
The officer said angrily. In front of Colonel Xia, he had lost such a big face. How could he not be angry? Zhu Chongqing would break out in cold sweat if a fight really broke out. He gritted his teeth and silently gestured to the soldiers. Immediately, Xia Sun saw these people move and form a small encirclement. These soldiers actually chose to act with this team of survivors? At this moment, Professor Qin's daughter Qin Nan suddenly broke away and ran to Jiang Zhuing's side. Her little head poked out from behind her and said firmly,
I won't leave with you.
Xia Sun was stunned. The little girl suddenly came and disrupted all her thoughts. This is taking the initiative to take these survivors hostage. If we really want to fight, what can we do? Xia Sun glanced at Jiang Liusher. Is this the reason why the survivor is so confident? During the escort journey, these scientists developed a sense of trust in these escort teams, so they would not cooperate with their work.
I apologize for what I just said. Please let the scientists follow me,
Xiaosun said. Chapter 288 I don't care about you.
After you have completed your physical examination, someone will be responsible for arranging your food and accommodation, and someone will also contact you about future matters,
Xiaosun said. However, after Xiaosun finished speaking, Jiang Lusher still stood there firmly, motionless, and had no intention of handing over Qin Nannan. Xiaosun frowned.
I have already apologized.
Jiang Zhuing glanced at the officer. The officer was about to vomit blood. He was already very humiliated when his gun was taken away from him. But since Xiaosun apologized, what else could he say? The officer gritted his teeth and said bravely,
I was impulsive just now. Don't mind. Ha.
Jiang Lusher smiled lightly.
My gun?
The officer said restrainedly. If he doesn't get his gun back, he will really become a laughing stock. Jiang Lusher didn't intend to get too serious with these people. He threw the pistol back to the officer and said calmly,
Don't be impulsive next time.
The officer caught the pistol, and all kinds of emotions were rushing through his heart. But on the surface, he still couldn't say a word. When was it the turn of a survivor to teach him a lesson?
Sister Zhuing.
Qin Nannan still pulled Jiang Zhuing's clothes with some reluctance. She and Jiang Zhuing often watched anime together along the way. In the apocalypse, such entertainment is extremely precious. Qin Nannan is still a child after all. Jiang Zhuing touched her hair and said,
It's okay. Let them tell you our address when the time comes. And you can just come and play every day.
Xiaosun frowned slightly. These scientists who can develop agricultural cultivation are very important to Star City Bay City. Although they have food in stock, they can't just sit back and eat. Moreover, during the turmoil, a lot of food was stolen by the separatist armies. Many intellectuals engaged in scientific research have very stubborn tempers and do not obey orders. They must treat others with courtesy. If Qin Nannan really wanted to play with these survivors, she wouldn't be able to stop him. After walking a certain distance, the officer was still resentful in his heart and felt ashamed at the same time. His face was burning.
These survivors, after completing an escort mission, their tails are raised to the sky. They don't know how much they weigh. I also asked Colonel Xia to apologize to them,
Xiaosun said calmly.
After the end of the world, anyone with superpowers will appear. It's just a villain who succeeds. So why bother with him?
She has seen a lot of people like Jiang Lusher. After gaining some strength, he becomes extremely arrogant, acting like a big brother and playing with women. There are too many people like him. The officer nodded with deep understanding. With Xiaosun's status, he really couldn't argue with such a person. After Xiaosun and the others left, Captain Song looked a little uncomfortable when he looked at Jiang Lusher and others.
Come this way,
Captain Song said in a completely businesslike tone. Zhu Chongqing saw the change in Captain Song's attitude and sighed inwardly.
Brother Jiang, we must have offended that woman just now. But judging from her attitude, she doesn't necessarily take this matter to heart. But her followers and some subordinates may give us some shoes to wear. Zhu Chongqing whispered to Jiang Lusher.
You still don't know the origin of that woman. She is the granddaughter of a general in this Bay City.
Zhu Chongqing said.
Granddaughter?
Jiang Lusher just nodded. He could tell that this woman probably had a good background. But he didn't expect that she was the general's granddaughter. Zhu Chongqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. He would kill the general's only son without fail. The general's granddaughter really had no deterrent effect on Jiang Lusher.
We'll enter the city soon. Let's see what's going on first,
Zhu Chongqing said.
They will never go back to the Zhonghai safety zone. This Bay City may be their foothold in the future. However, they were intercepted and killed when they were still one step away from the Bay City. The situation in the Bay City was not optimistic. The quarantine station in Star City Bay City is located in a huge shop next to the city gate. It is surrounded by steel-welded protective fences. People conduct inspections through the guardrails. There are 5 or 6 soldiers with live ammunition standing next to them. Once someone is arrested, signs of infection were found, and he was shot dead on the spot. Not only the survivors who have arrived with difficulty from other places, but also the team of survivors who have just returned to the Bay City must also be inspected. Jiang Lusher looked at 2 other groups of survivors here. They also brought a lot of loot. The huge mutated beasts were bloody. It had a great visual impact when viewed up close, like facing a prehistoric monster. And these survivors also give people the feeling of having experienced hundreds of battles.
I feel that the survivors here are much stronger than those in Zhonghai.
Zhu Chongqing also noticed it, and sighed in a low voice. These soldiers have good eyesight, so they can naturally see that all of these survivors have been through many battles. And even ordinary people exude a very dangerous aura. The bodies of these survivors are all very strong. The exposed arms and legs are full of muscles, and old scars can be seen everywhere. They are all from the life and death battles. Jiang Lusher nodded, and then turned his attention to the mutant beasts. There seem to be a lot of mutant beasts around Star City Base City. Such large mutant beasts are not so common in the Zhonghai Safety Zone. Jiang Lusher didn't know much about Star City. He only knew that there was a famous mountain here and a national forest park. 300 kilometers away, there was an even larger, nationally famous forest park. In this way, there will naturally be more wild animals. If there are many mutant beasts, we might be able to hunt down second-level mutant beasts here. And there may even be crystal cores of second-level mutant beasts for sale on the market, Jiang Lusher thought. Originally, he agreed to escort scientists to Star City just because he had a base vehicle and could go anywhere in the end of the world. But now, he is somewhat interested in Star City Base City. The military forces are divided. There should be a mixed bag of fish and dragons here. And an undercurrent is surging. Maybe someone is actually selling the second-level mutated crystal core. You guys go to this area to check. I have to watch the city gate, so I'll leave first, Captain Song said lukewarmly. This quarantine station was divided into several areas, and Captain Song just took them to an area at random, which was no different from other survivors. Seeing such a large number of people walking in, the quarantine station suddenly seemed crowded, and many survivors who were undergoing inspection couldn't help but look over. Xu Chongqing and his group of foreign soldiers are already very eye-catching, and beauties like Ran Shiyu are even more eye-catching. Some survivors, who seemed to be difficult to offend, were looking at them with interest. If such a large group of soldiers were not nearby, they would probably have made some jokes. Chapter 289. Do you dare to fight? The bald man from before was also in the quarantine station. They were frightened at first, but they didn't expect to meet Jiang Lusher and the others so soon. You thought you were so awesome, but it turned out to be the same as them? This quarantine station is prepared for ordinary people and ordinary survivors. The army will not conduct inspections here at all. Thinking of Jiang Zhuing's and others' expressions as if they were looking at idiots before, the bald man became extremely angry. What was even more irritating was that he thought that these people were of high status. So he gave up. Hack! Show off in front of me! The bald man was furious. Boy, do you dare to have a fight later? The bald man asked with a grin. The rest of the survivors, who originally saw a group of soldiers present, just watched and said nothing. But now they saw that some people were provoking and seemed to have a grudge against these people. They all looked like they were just watching the fun and not taking it too seriously. There are also people who know the team of bald men. Isn't this someone from Peng Fei's team? Peng Fei is the boss of the bald man. When survivors meet him, they all respectfully call him Brother Peng. Hearing a lazy voice calling him by his name, the bald man immediately looked over. The speaker was a boy of 16 or 17 who had just gotten off a car and was leaning against the car watching the scene with interest. If it were any other kid, the bald man would have slapped him in the face just to show off in front of the boss. But when he saw this young man, the bald man had no temper at all, and even felt a chill. Damn it. Why didn't you notice he was here before? Peng Fei, I didn't expect that someone would dare to offend you if you are so arrogant. It looks like you are still a newcomer. Right. This is incredible. This is challenging the authority of an old team like yours. The young man continued. Behind the group of bald men, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance stood there alone, frowning and said, My subordinates are just playing with themselves. It's just a trivial matter. Xiao Luqi, don't talk so eccentrically. This Xiao Luqi is a member of the new team that has just emerged. There is a competitive relationship between the survivor teams. His words are clearly mocking Peng Fei's team. Even the newcomers, who have just arrived in the base city, cannot suppress them. Peng Fei couldn't help hearing it. But after all, we are in the city, so don't overdo it. Peng Fei said this to the bald man. The bald man chuckled. Don't worry, boss. At most I'll use up his hands and feet. As for which foot it is, I don't know for sure. It might be the third leg. Seeing Jiang Lusher bringing so many beauties, the bald man became extremely jealous. If he was destroyed, would those beauties still be able to follow him? At this time Jiang Lusher spoke. Are you done talking nonsense? These people really treated him like a piece of cake. He didn't even say anything. But these people had already figured out the outcome of the battle for him. So you dare to join the fight? The rules of the Bay City are personal grudges. One-on-one.
No life is lost, the bald man said, with a fierce light shining in his eyes. His superpowers are not very strong, but he has killed a lot of people under his command. Jian Lucier looks like a pretty boy, and the energy fluctuations emanating from his body are not strong. I don't know what is so powerful about him. Maybe is there any special ability? This special ability is most useful to the military, but it is of little use in one-on-one battles. This boy has been being held up by others, and surrounded by beautiful women. He probably doesn't know how much he weighs. He must be stupid enough to agree as soon as he is aroused, and refuses to lose face in front of beautiful women, trampling this kind of person under his feet. The bald man felt like he was beating up the second generation of rich people before the end of the world, and beat him directly to make him doubt his life. Having a halo is useless. When your foot steps on your face, you will know to beg for mercy. The so-called no life is lost is just a rule set by the military to symbolically restrain these survivors. But for these survivors, they have too many ways to destroy their opponents when their lives are at stake. Some endings are much worse than death. The bald man is already gearing up. Jian Lucier glanced at him coldly, his expression of disdain undisguised. Who do you think you are? You are worthy of me one-on-one, Jian Lucier said, looked at Peng Fei and said, with him, I can still fight a dozen. Peng Fei opened his eyes. He actually stepped on his head. The young man was also stunned for a moment. Now, the fun has escalated. Originally, he just took the opportunity to tease and ridicule Peng Fei. But he didn't expect that this newcomer would actually turn his finger on Peng Fei. Peng Fei's team is an old team in the Bay City, although its strength is not particularly advanced. Peng Fei himself can be regarded as an old team, although there are always people who have ideas about his team. People with this kind of thinking they were all waiting and watching, but they didn't really make a move, because they still had concerns about Peng Fei. It was the first time that someone pointed at my nose and stepped on my face like this. If Peng Fei cannot establish his authority this time, his life will be difficult in the future. Those who are thoughtful will immediately be ready to take action. Ha ha ha. Peng Fei smiled sinisterly, furious inside. This new guy simply doesn't know how to live or die. Boy, if you are so crazy, you will not live long, Peng Fei said word by word. Damn, you're looking for death. The bald man was publicly humiliated by Jian Lucier, and all his anger suddenly burst out. He punched it, and his fist was covered with a thick layer of scales, and the edges of the scales were full of spikes. The howling wind rushed directly to Jian Lucier's face. If this punch were real, the bridge of the nose would probably be broken, and even the face and skull would be shattered. An ordinary person would be killed on the spot with just one punch. At the same time, the bald man's other hand shook, and a dagger in his sleeve fell into his palm. One knife kills this kid. Zhu Chongqing's expression suddenly changed. Be careful! However, facing the bald man's surprise attack, Jian Lucier just snorted coldly. He turned sideways, dodging his fist as if he had seen the bald man's movements in advance. Death! The bald man's eyes flashed. However, at this moment, the black shadow in Jian Lucier's hand flashed, and the cold muzzle of the gun was aimed at the bald man's right hand amid the lightning and flint. Boom! The fire flashed. Just for a moment. Ah! The bald man's scream suddenly sounded. The blood mist exploded, and with a bang, a blood-stained dagger fell into the pool of blood. The bald man's right hand was directly beaten off. This bald man wanted to destroy his every move. So how could Jian Lucier be so gentle? In his mental field of vision, the little movements of the bald man were completely in slow motion, and he could see them clearly. You still have another leg. Right, Jian Lucier said. The bald man was already shaking in severe pain. He didn't see how Jian Lucier took out the gun, or how he fired without aiming. From the moment he was attacked to the time he was shot, it happened in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, Jian Lucier raised his gun again. No! The bald man's pupils shrank violently. Boom! How could Jian Lucier listen to the bald man's screams? He had already pulled the trigger. Chapter 290 The Real Instant Kill. Too fast. Many survivors did not react. 1 second he was waiting to watch the fun, and then the gunfire rang out. The two gunshots came so suddenly that the survivors' subconscious nerves were tense. They all involuntarily jumped up and reached for their weapons. Peng Tian also shouted loudly and grabbed the bald man. After the gunshot, the bald man trembled all over, let out a shrill scream, and fell to the ground, twitching as he fell. His thigh was beaten to pieces with a May 4th pistol at close range and was completely damaged. His hands and feet were all maimed. Even if the bald man survived, he would still be a useless cripple. Ah! My legs!
The bald man screamed, his heart filled with despair. As for Peng Fei, he couldn't let the bald man completely dodge the shot. Seeing the miserable condition of the bald man, Peng Fei became extremely angry. He looked at Jiang Liushi coldly and said,
Boy, you are cruel enough.
Jiang Liushi's shot was originally aimed at the bald man's third leg. Some survivors also noticed this, and suddenly felt a chill between their legs.
So fast!
Zhu Chongqing secretly exclaimed. He had only seen Jiang Liushi's marksmanship during sniping. But he didn't know that Jiang Liushi's gun-drawing skills were so good. The fastest shooter in the world before the apocalypse. It only takes 0.02 seconds from drawing a gun to shooting. And the human visual residual is 0.1 seconds. In other words, such a gun-drawing skill is so fast that one person is shot without seeing the other person. Actions. This is a real flash sale. There are also masters in the army who are proficient in the art of drawing guns. And their speed is much faster than ordinary gunmen. Zhu Chongqing couldn't estimate the time from when Jiang Liushi drew his gun to shooting. He could only judge that it was fast. Very fast. Compared with some masters in the army, it is even better. This is incredible. If Jiang Liushi had special powers in marksmanship, Zhu Chongqing would still be able to accept it. But Jiang Liushi's special powers were clearly mechanical modifications.
I changed my mind. If you don't regret coming into this world today, Peng Tian, will lose.
Peng Tian's eyes were full of murderous intent. Originally, he didn't care about Jiang Liushi at all. But he didn't expect that less than a minute after he said those words, he would be slapped in the face. Jiang Liushi looked at Peng Tian indifferently and said,
Stop talking nonsense. You are next. Come up.
Jiang Liushi stood still. But as if greeting a dog, he contemptuously asked Peng Tian to make the first move. For a boss like Peng Tian, this was like throwing his face to the ground and trampling on it.
I'll drive you crazy.
Peng Tian suddenly let out a low roar in his throat. And then his clothes stretched up, and the buttons flew off one by one, revealing his bronze muscles, which were covered with various scars. In this fiercely competitive environment, Peng Fei can still secure his position as the leader of a team. He is not an ordinary character like a bald man. Peng Fei's superpower was revealed, and his pupils turned yellow-green, flashing with a cold beast-like light. At the same time, one after another, about a foot long, stretched out from his body. Spikes. Seeing a person with spikes growing out of his body is quite a visual shock. Li Yusen frowned when she saw it. She had seen too few supernatural beings fight. Peng Fei's fists and arms were all covered with spikes. His arms were already very thick, and now they were even thicker than an adult's thigh. Call. Peng Fei rushed forward, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Jiang Liushi's head. Those sharp spikes can definitely pierce Jiang Liushi's eyeballs. If an ordinary person is caught by him, his whole head will become riddled with holes in an instant. The spikes on Peng Fei's body can be used both offensively and defensively. If he gets close to others, they will retreat. But he can repel them. Peng Fei was very fast. He wanted to destroy Jiang Liushi's shooting ability immediately, and then slowly torture him. Facing Peng Fei, Jiang Liushi was not afraid at all. Peng Fei's speed was so fast that in his mind's field of vision, it was also in slow motion. As for the body's reaction speed, Jiang Liushi's blood evolved bloodline, which was enough for his body to react at the same time as he saw it. With his agility improved, Jiang Liushi dodged Peng Fei's violent attacks. The speed of Peng Fei is very terrifying. His whole body is like an iron-spiked ball rolling back and forth crazily. He will be injured if he touches it, and he will die if he touches it. Everything around him that he touched was instantly torn and pierced. Even some of the survivors who were relatively close moved back because of Peng Fei's crazy attack, for fear of being harmed. But what surprised these people was that Jiang Liushi even dodged under Peng Fei's crazy attack. Isn't he good at drawing guns? Why are your feet so agile? It's understandable that people who are good at marksmanship have quick reactions. But this dodge is too flexible. Peng Fei fought for a long time, not to mention killing Jiang Liushi. He didn't even touch the corner of Jiang Liushi's clothes. It felt as if Jiang Liushi had predicted all the angles of his attacks and dodged in advance. When his attacks hit the spot, it seemed as if they hit the empty space that Jiang Liushi had just left. It's so uncomfortable to fight like this with all your energy wasted.
Let's see how you can hide,
Peng Fei roared, and the spikes on his hands suddenly extended again. This spike is about half a meter long. Several of the same spikes extended from Peng Fei's body. There was also a strange smell permeating his body. When Zhu Chongqing and others smelled it, they immediately felt a little dizzy, and quickly covered their mouths and noses. Many animals and insects have odor glands in their bodies. The odor secreted by the odor glands, like that of a skunk, is not only extremely stinky, but also has a paralyzing effect. This Peng Fei has the same ability as skunk. The smell emitted from his body through the sweat glands is not exactly smelly, but it can also numb people. These people who were not too close all felt their heads swelled. Not to mention Jian Lushi, who was the first to bear the brunt. And in this kind of battle, even a moment of confusion can be fatal. However, when Peng Fei took the opportunity to punch Jian Lushi dodged as if nothing was wrong. Suddenly a hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the spike on Peng Fei's fist from the side. He pointed at Peng Fei with a sharp thorn and pulled the trigger. Boom! Gunshots rang out and blood splattered. Jian Lushi looked calm. He still grabbed the spike and pulled the trigger continuously. Bang bang bang. Jian Lushi's eyes didn't even blink. This series of thunderous gunshots made the survivors present unable to relax. And it wasn't until after several shots were fired that Jian Lushi kicked Peng Fei in the air. And Peng Fei landed heavily. The sharp thorn had fallen off and remained on Jian Lushi's hand. He glanced at the spike, threw it to the ground, and said, "You are too weak. Blood evolves bloodline. How can you care about the smell?" Chapter 291 Overestimating One's Own Capabilities. Peng Fei was covered in blood and was twitching in severe pain. His whole body was like a beaten blood bag. Jian Lushi avoided all his vital points and focused on his limbs. But after being shot so many times, his limbs were basically completely disabled. What was the difference between death and death? When they said they wanted to abolish Jian Lushi, they said it in front of Jian Lushi. How could Jian Lushi be so soft on someone who always said he wanted to abolish someone? He has seen that the survivors here are more vicious than those in the Zhonghai safety zone. This Star City-based city is divided by warlords, and the survivor team survives in the cracks. In order to compete for resources, ruthlessness is necessary. If you are weak, others will step on you. The reason why the bald man provoked them today was because Jian Lushi and his group were newcomers. Jian Lushi used all his methods to scare these old teams, so that no one would want to mess with them when they saw them. If you want to provoke someone, you must first weigh your weight. Otherwise, Peng Fei's miserable situation will be the end. The way some survivors looked at Jian Lushi suddenly changed. This young man looked like a college student and was not as fierce as them. He didn't expect that he would actually use his hands. He was so ruthless and didn't even blink when he did it. It was no different from crushing a bedbug. Peng Fei is an old man after all. But he fell into the hands of a newcomer who just arrived today. Xu Changqing was beside him. He had been holding his breath until now. And finally he breathed out. So fierce. As he watched, he felt out of breath. If he were to take Peng Fei's place, cannot imagine. But at this time, Jian Lushi did not put down his gun. He moved the muzzle of his gun and pointed it at the young man. "You are next," Jian Lushi said. This young man was originally looking at Peng Fei with gloating. But unexpectedly, Jian Lushi suddenly pointed his finger at him. The young man's eyes suddenly widened. He pointed to his nose and asked with an exaggerated expression, "You mean me? You can't understand human language?" Jian Lushi asked. This young man had just stirred up trouble and used Jian Lushi as a target to anger Peng Fei. How could Jian Lushi forget him? Seeing Jian Lushi's declaration of war against the boy, the survivors were also shocked. This newcomer is so crazy. When this young man just got up, he was already very crazy. Unexpectedly, he met someone who could compete with him. At this time, a girl next to the boy snorted coldly and said, "You are overestimating your abilities." This girl is in her early 20s, looks very pure, and sticks closely to the boy. Hearing Jian Lushi's words to provoke his lover, the girl immediately started to ridicule him. After all, Peng Fei is just a washed-up survivor captain. But this boy is a truly ruthless character. Usually when the young man frowned slightly, she was so frightened that she didn't even dare to express her anger. "Want to fight me? After beating Peng Fei, do you think you are invincible?" The young man smiled exaggeratedly. "You use a gun, and they are both empty-handed. Do you really think you are powerful?" Jian Lushi's spear skills were extremely powerful. The survivors who were watching had nothing to do with themselves and were just watching the fun. So they only noticed Jian Lushi's spear skills and did not consider whether to use weapons or not. But even if Jian Lushi uses weapons, there is no problem. If you want to use them, you can use them too. Peng Fei and the bald man didn't use it. First, they didn't have time to react. And second, they knew that their marksmanship was not as good as their supernatural powers. But some people who knew this young man looked at Jiang Lushur and suddenly became a little gloating about his misfortune.
The only thing you're good at is your marksmanship. Right. If you want to play with me just because of your marksmanship, you're really looking for death,
the young man said. He twisted his neck, and a layer of metal-like skin immediately appeared on his face. Luster. Skin variation? Then what?
Hack! What are you doing here?
A shout suddenly came from the door. The young man looked at the door. A hint of fear suddenly flashed in his expression. Jiang Lushur also looked over, and a young man in his 20s strode in. He was wearing a leather jacket over a military uniform, and he looked very sharp.
Brother, this man's mutant energy fluctuations are so strong,
Jiang Juiying said. Not only Jiang Juiying, but also the other superpowers in the team, especially Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, seemed a little wary of this soldier. The survivors in this quarantine station all knew this soldier, and all of them felt a little uncomfortable. Jiang Lushur raised his eyebrows. Such a strong deterrent? None of these survivors had fuel-efficient lamps. They felt like evil wolves, watching others coldly. Once the old, weak, sick and disabled appeared, they would immediately pounce on them and eat them. But after this soldier appeared, these people suddenly restrained themselves a lot. The soldier looked at the bald man and Peng Fei lying on the ground, and then at Jiang Lushur standing there with a gun. His eyes widened.
What are you doing? We're going to fight outside.
Jiang Lushur frowned. This person yelled at him as soon as he arrived without asking about the situation. It was Peng Fei and his group who provoked and made the first move.
You're just watching.
The soldier turned around and yelled at the soldier in charge of the quarantine station. At this time, Captain Song hurriedly came in again.
Captain Zhang, are you back so early today?
Seeing Captain Song, Captain Zhang's expression softened a little.
Today, we encountered those rebels outside, which caused a bit of trouble,
Captain Zhang said. Rebels? It should be those armies that split off.
Resources are scarce now, and zombies and mutant beasts are becoming more and more troublesome. If they can't find resources, they want to attack us,
Captain Zhang said. Seeing that the soldier surnamed Zhang had ignored them, the young man smiled coldly at Jiang Lushur, stretched out his hand and scratched his neck, and whispered,
"See you another day."
Jiang Lushur's expression was cold, and he didn't take the young man's threat too seriously. If the other party didn't threaten him, Jiang Lushur wouldn't just let him go. At this time, Captain Zhang suddenly looked towards Jiang Lushur and others, and asked,
"Have you met someone who is worthy of Qing?"
Jiang Lushur was stunned for a moment before he realized that this person was talking about Commander He, the same group of people who had previously intercepted them and tried to kidnap the scientist.
"Come here and tell me the situation,"
Captain Zhang said to Zhu Changqing. He was obviously not very fond of survivors like Jiang Lushur, and Zhu Changqing was a soldier. But after Zhu Changqing heard what he said, he frowned. He is not the leader of the group leader in this chapter, and he will not buy this kind of commanding tone. But whether to say it or not depends on Jiang Lushur's intention. So Zhu Changqing didn't say anything, but turned his head and looked at Jiang Lushur. Chapter 292. Sorry, I don't know you. Zhu Changqing's reaction caught Captain Zhang's eyes and stunned him. This escort captain of Zhonghai Safety Zone actually listened to a survivor? The look on Captain Zhang's face suddenly became a little dissatisfied. Jiang Lushur glanced at him and did not answer his question directly, but asked,
"Who are you?" "I am the commander of the armored regiment, Zhang Hongyu."
"Commander of the armored regiment? Do not know. In fact, let alone the commander of the armored regiment." He didn't even know the general from Star City Base City. But a group leader casually questioned him.
"I was entrusted by General Zhang, a member of the military commission of the Zhonghai Security Zone, to escort the scientists. Are you responsible for handling this matter in your Star City?"
Jiang Lushur asked. Zhang Hongyue's eyes darkened. He has also heard about this matter. Of course, it is not his turn to deal with this kind of thing. He just heard what Captain Song said. So he asked. But even if he wasn't the one connecting, there would be no problem if he asked. Captain Song on the side looked at Jiang Lushur and was completely speechless. I don't know what kind of character Jiang Lushur is in Zhonghai Security Zone, but this is the base city of Star City. Jiang Lushur had been honest with Xia Sun before, so Xia Sun didn't care about it. But this chapter's leader is a powder keg that will explode at the slightest moment. Some survivors who are difficult to offend, such as the young man just now, will not easily offend Zhang Hongyu.
"I don't care about escorting scientists, but you should report the information about the rebels to me. It is my duty to fight against these rebels,"
Zhang Hongyu said, in full view of the public. He could not accept that he was being one survivor refused.
The rebels are right under your nose. And they almost kidnapped scientists who came all the way from the Zhonghai security zone. If it weren't for us, the scientists would have been kidnapped long ago,
Sun Quan said rudely.
It's within your scope of responsibilities. Why don't you show up?
Zhang Hai said even more strangely. This man spoke in a matter-of-fact manner, and it looked like he was used to being awesome. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan only listened to Jian Lushi and didn't buy into this captain at all. Jian Lushi also looked at Zhang Hongyu indifferently. After such a thing happened, Zhang Hongyu still had the nerve to talk about his responsibilities? Zhang Hongyu choked immediately, and his face darkened instantly. This survivor speaks with no politeness. When he said this, he was basically slapping him in front of his face.
You didn't arrive on time. Besides, it's your responsibility to escort before entering the Star City base city.
Captain Song said a few words on the side, but Zhang Hongyu glared at him and stopped him. Zhang Hongyu took a deep look at Jian Lushi and said,
I am also responsible for the security of the base city. Next time you cause trouble, don't let me catch you again.
During the physical examination, several female soldiers in charge of the examination were a little afraid of Jian Lushi. They had just witnessed the scene where Jian Lushi beat Peng Fei to the ground. They knew that this seemingly harmless young man was also a murderer, the Lord of Winks. Jian Lushi felt a little funny in his heart when he felt that the female soldier, who was checking whether there were any wounds on her body, was trembling slightly when her hands touched his skin.
I didn't expect you to become a villain, brother,
Jiang Zhuing said teasingly. When Ran Xiyu heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little funny.
The situation in Star City Base City is so complicated. It doesn't even feel like a base city anymore,
Li Yusen said with some worry.
When we agreed with them to transfer scientists, Star City did not inform us that they had a split in the army.
Zhu Chongqing said dissatisfied.
It's nothing. Just be careful,
Jian Lushi said. No matter how chaotic the Star City base city is, basic order must be maintained. Otherwise, everything will be in chaos. How can we resist other military forces? Now that there is no government and the military is relatively independent, it is normal for some people to have the idea of separatist rule. For example, if Chu Shengshan of Zhonghai Safety Zone continues to develop, he may embark on a path of splitting, or turn Zhonghai Safety Zone into his personal territory.
This is the only way.
Zhu Chongqing nodded. If he cannot return to the Zhonghai Safety Zone, he will have to establish himself in this Star City base city. The residence assigned to Jian Lushi and the others by Star City base city was satisfactory to them. It was an independent small building in the gathering area of the survivor team. Driving is not prohibited in the city, and Jian Lushi is quite satisfied with this. In this way, he has an extra layer of safety when he goes out. As soon as he arrived at the residence, Ing went in to check it out, while the girls started tidying up the room and packing things. They had been running around for so many days and needed a good rest. Jian Lushi originally thought that based on the attitude of Star City base city, it would take several days for someone to come to him, or even ask him to take the initiative to come to him. Unexpectedly, someone came early the next morning. Ran Xiyu, who was having breakfast, raised her head and said,
Someone is coming. There are 7 people in total. The leaders have energy fluctuations.
When these people arrived, Jian Lushi had already returned to the base vehicle. His base car is parked at the door of the small building, making the connection almost seamless. 2 military tanks arrived outside their small building one after another and stopped. Seeing these 2 Type 95 tanks, Jian Lushi raised his eyebrows slightly. Did the armored regiment come to retaliate so quickly? But even if it was a chariot, Jian Lushi was not afraid. At such a close distance, whether it is an air cannon or a sniper rifle, these 2 tanks can be destroyed directly. Jian Lushi already had experience fighting against this kind of light tank. When the car door opened, it was a woman in military uniform who jumped out. This woman has a very strong aura and a wild beauty, which is quite eye-catching. It was actually the Xia Sun from yesterday. Xia Sun got out of the car with a depressed expression. Originally, she had an attitude of being too lazy to argue with people like Jian Lushi. For these post-apocalyptic survivors who looked like nouveau riche, arguing with them would be a way to lower themselves. But after returning to the headquarters, when questioning several scientists, her grandfather, General Xia Yongfeng, was extremely angry after hearing that the scientists were almost kidnapped. After learning that it was these survivors who interrogated the prisoners at that time, Xia Yongfeng assigned Xia Sun and asked her to cooperate with the escort team. Working with survivors? Xia Sun doesn't have the slightest fondness for free and undisciplined survivors. As for what the scientists said about how powerful these survivors were in fighting, Xia Sun was only skeptical. Among the survivors, there are many people with extremely strong combat effectiveness. But Xia Sun is confident that the supernatural warriors she leads and the regular army are already powerful combatants, and do not need the cooperation of the survivors at all. Chapter 293 Why Don't You Go to Heaven?
Do we really want to cooperate with these survivors?
Zhang Hongyu also came. He just had a conflict with this team of survivors yesterday. And as a result, he had to come to discuss cooperation with them today. He felt aggrieved no matter what he thought. But Xia Yongfeng had to obey Xia Yongfeng's orders. Zhang Hongyu was originally just an ordinary soldier. After the end of the world, he was single-handedly promoted by Xia Yongfeng. He is Xia Yongfeng's direct descendant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a big reputation in this base city. It just so happened that this new team didn't know how good it was. So they didn't like him. Now Xia Yongfeng also named him and Xia Sun to talk to this team and understand the situation. According to Zhang Hongyue's idea, what's there to talk about with such a thorny head? Take him directly to the headquarters and give him a scare. What can't he say? Xia Sun frowned slightly and said,
These survivors are indeed free and loose. They don't understand discipline at all. And they can't obey orders. It will be very troublesome to put them into the team if they follow the command. It's better to ask them about their situation first. You don't have to go with them. After explaining the risks, it would be best if they can take the initiative to refuse,
Xia Sun said. If she rejected these survivors, Xia Yongfeng would probably be angry with his granddaughter for not listening to him.
This is easy to handle,
Zhang Hongyu sneered. It's not easy to get those survivors not to participate. As soon as they say they want to fight the regular army, half of their courage will be gone. In the base city, there are many awesome groups of survivors. But Zhang Hongyu doesn't like them very much. No matter how powerful he is, he still has to give in front of tanks and artillery. Those zombies came like an overwhelming force. And they were so dense that they made you feel weak even before they got there. However, in the face of modern weapons, they still did not destroy the Star City base city. Isn't that good? Zhang Hongyu and Xia Sun were talking in low voices as they walked. But at this moment, the window of the minibus next to them suddenly opened, and Jian Liusher's face appeared behind the window. Both of them paused immediately. They could not see what was going on inside the car from outside. And they would not have thought that early in the morning, these survivors would go to the car and sit in the car without staying at home. In addition, with their vigilance, they did not find anyone in the car. Zhang Hongyue's face darkened.
Why are you hiding?
Their conversation just now must have been heard by these people.
Who is hiding? If you don't say bad things about people behind their backs, how can you be afraid of people hiding from them? You do have discipline. But your discipline is gossiping about people behind their backs?
Jiang Zhuing said with a straightforward smile. Xia Sun's face suddenly froze. She was a little embarrassed, and gossiping about others was something she thought she didn't bother to do. But what Jiang Zhuing said was true. Being hit in front of someone. Xia Sun didn't know what to say for a moment. When the two of them were talking, 5 or 6 people were listening. Xia Sun has never encountered such an embarrassing thing in his life. Zhang Hongyue's eyes were gloomy. At this time, Xia Sun looked at Jian Liusher, with a hint of embarrassment on his cold face.
We are here. No comment,
Jian Liusher said. Xia Sun choked immediately, and her face turned red. She had already lowered her figure. But Jian Liusher didn't give him any face at all. In this base city, Xia Sun, as the granddaughter of Xia Yongfeng, has a status like a princess. There are too many people pursuing her and flattering her. But from the beginning, Jian Liusher was very rude to her. Jian Liusher didn't know her identity at all. So she couldn't take the initiative to reveal her identity. It was too cheap to do that. And Xia Sun really couldn't say it. She held it in for a long time and said,
I can pay you. Remuneration?
Jian Liusher smiled coldly. He didn't look down on ordinary remuneration at all.
Since you have said that we are not regular troops, it means that you are very aware of the combat effectiveness of regular troops and the weapons they possess. We defeated these regular troops, and you did not contribute at all. Now you want information?
Jian Liusher said.
Didn't I say I'd give you a reward? Are you talking about this because you want the lion to open his mouth?
Zhang Hongyu said coldly.
Weapons, ammunition, mutated beast meat. What do you want?
Zhang Hongyu asked.
Not interested,
Jian Liusher said calmly.
If it is a second-level mutant crystal nucleus, I will cooperate with you.
Zhang Hongyue's eyes suddenly widened. Secondary mutated crystal nucleus? There are not many second-level mutant beasts in the first place. And the chance of getting a mutant crystal core after being killed is even less. Star City Base City itself is also studying evolutionary crystals, and they have technology exchanges with the Zhonghai Security Zone. These mutated crystal nuclei are also very important to their base city itself. Other armies that split off. They are eyeing the base city, in addition to valuing the base city's own defense facilities, weapons and ammunition, and food storage. It is the crystallization of evolution. As superpowers continue to evolve, mutated beast meat can no longer keep up with consumption, and the crystallization of evolution will soon become what superpowers crave. As soon as Jiang Lushur opened his mouth, he wanted a second-level mutant crystal core.
You still owe me some reward, which I don't need, and it will all be counted in this second-level mutant crystal core. In addition, I also need the right to distribute the spoils,
Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Lushur's words made Xia Sun's beautiful eyes widen. He was just a team of survivors. Not only did he want to be rewarded with a second-level mutant crystal core, he also wanted to get the right to distribute the spoils. Who did he think he was? Why not go to heaven?
You are just a small team of survivors. How great do you think you are? In front of the regular army, you are nothing. You ask for the right to distribute the spoils. You are simply daydreaming,
Zhang Hongyu said with a sneer. And Xia Sun was also very angry.
Oh, just daydream. If you don't want to cooperate, forget it. Just leave without sending him away,
Jiang Lushur answered very bachelorly. With many warlords dividing the area, Star City Base City's control over this area is obviously far inferior to that of Zhonghai Safety Island. Jiang Lushur doesn't care about the military headquarters of Zhonghai Safety Island, let alone Star City. Xia Sun was stunned when he heard this answer. This person was too crazy.
Now that we've talked about it, Grandpa won't blame me anymore. Captain Zhang, let's go!
Xia Sun deliberately said that although she felt that Jiang Lushur was not worthy of cooperation at all, she still wanted to fulfill her grandfather's instructions as much as possible. So in her words, she named her identity intentionally or unintentionally.
Grandpa won't blame me.
Kane, the team leader with a little bit of insight, guessed it implicitly. She believed that since Jiang Lushur could severely defeat a warlord's army, he still had this insight. As a high-ranking member of the Star City Military Department granddaughter, I am here to invite you in person. Not only are you flattered, but you should also be aware of it. She originally expected that Jiang Lushur would be able to relax his tone a little, and that she would be able to make concessions along the way. Everyone would give in and have a better attitude, and cooperation would be achieved. Unexpectedly, when she looked at Jiang Lushur with a little hope, she saw the car window getting higher and higher, directly blocking Jiang Lushur's face. Snapped! The car window is closed directly. With this kind of opaque car window, the outside can be seen from the inside, but the inside cannot be seen from the outside. Xia Sun looks at the car window, but can only see her own reflection. She can see that on the reflection, I was almost speechless with anger. After all this, what else could she say?
I've never seen such an ignorant person,
Xia Sun said angrily.
I said it a long time ago. These survivors are all trash that can't be put on the wall. What else will they do in our Star City besides making trouble? The same goes for the old chief. How can you expect these people, these survivors, to think that they have some ability? He is the savior. Miss, let's go and ignore them. There are many thorny survivors in Star City. With a personality like his, it won't take long for him to start fighting with these survivors. Then let those thorny heads take care of him. Even if he is more powerful, he will not be able to withstand the large number of local survivors. And it will not take long for him to become honest,
Zhang Hongyu said, took a gloating look, turned around and left. Chapter 294, Star Sea Changes.
They left, and we just rejected them.
Li Yusen looked at the rear window in the base car and said,
Let's go! Cooperating with them may not bring any benefits. At the critical moment, we may be sold by them.
Jiang Lushur was half lying on the sofa, leaning back very comfortably. Jiang Lushur had no sense of trust in the military, which was a complete stranger in Star City. Especially the man and woman who came now made Jiang Lushur stay away from the Star City military. Of course, it is not impossible to cooperate, if enough benefits are provided. He is still willing to cooperate. Jiang Lushur was talking. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sat upright on the sofa.
Huh? Brother Jiang? What's wrong?
Jiang Lushur's actions made everyone in the car startled. Jiang Lushur didn't answer and walked directly towards Ying. Just now, Xingzhong conveyed a special message in his mind. Starseed detected special energy source fluctuations. Previously, After Jian Lucier killed the mutant beast, the star seed would detect the energy fluctuations of the mutant core in the mutant beast's body and give the grade of the mutant core. Jian Lucier obtained the mutant wild boar's crystal core for the first time, which was the star seed reminder. But this time Starseed's reminder was extraordinary. The most incredible thing is the distance indicated. This distance is really too far. It is more than 100 kilometers northeast of Star City. A distance of 1 to 200 kilometers. So far away. The star seed was actually detected. This means that this energy fluctuation is very special.
Brother Jiang, what message did Starseed send?
As the steward of the base vehicle, Ing also knew the prompt from Xingzhong just now. But the main content of the prompt was directly told to Jian Lucier. After all, Jian Lucier was the owner of the base vehicle.
It is a special energy wave source. With it, the base vehicle may evolve 3 times.
Jian Lucier's eyes flashed with excitement. 3 evolutions. The second evolution of the base vehicle, with the addition of a mining truck, a behemoth weighing 160 tons, greatly increased the base vehicle's combat capabilities. If there are 3 more evolutions, what can be chosen for the 3 evolutions? Jian Lucier was looking forward to it.
A special energy source and 3 evolutions 200 kilometers away. Shall we drive there now?
Shadow asked.
Don't worry. Let's go inquire about the situation. First, see where it is nearly 200 kilometers northeast of Star City. If it's too dangerous, we have to consider it carefully and make a plan.
This apocalypse is too terrifying. Since the last time he saw the huge tentacle monster that sank the river ship in the river, Jian Lucier has also gained a clear understanding of the dangers of this world. He is strong, but not too strong. Invincible. It is not difficult to get information in Star City, because the military supervision is weaker and the black market is rampant. Most businesses are not controlled by the military. Supervision is weak and survivors frequently cause trouble, which is why soldiers like Zhang Hongyu hate survivors. Jian Lucier quickly drove the base vehicle to a crowded market in Star City and found a person who specialized in information trading. With only a pound of food, Jian Lucier got detailed information about the place he wanted to explore, and even a simple map. After getting this information, Jian Lucier was a little surprised. The place Starseed explored was not a wilderness where mutant beasts were rampant as Jian Lucier originally thought, but a city called Fallen City. The division of power in Star City is so severe, and the survivors are so powerful that the Dark Forces have even established a city alongside Star City. The name Fallen City was also named by these Dark Forces. From the name of this city, we can see the situation in the city. In Star City, no matter how weak the government supervision is, there are still basic laws. Although the military will hardly care about the fights between survivors, if civilians are really massacred on a large scale, the military will definitely come forward. But in the Fallen City, even such a weak law does not exist. It is a city without rules. If there are any rules, it is that strength is respected. People with strength can control the life and death of others at will. Human trafficking, torture, and rape are a paradise for sin.
No wonder the military is so eager to eliminate the forces of warlord separatism. Dark forces have built cities. If this continues, the military may even be slowly replaced by dark forces,
Li Yusin said with some surprise. If not, the military probably wouldn't have offered to cooperate with Jian Lucier and the others.
It's indeed a bit scary. According to me, the Star City military can't control the situation at all. Even if they launch a war now, I'm afraid they won't be able to destroy these warlords,
Jian Lucier said while looking at the map of Fallen City he had just received. After the end of the world, morality has declined, and the dark side of human nature has been completely aroused. However, even if Jian Lucier saw evil in the past, it was only on a small scale. He had never gathered on such a large scale as in Fallen City, which was a bit heartbreaking.
This Fallen City is not simple. According to the intelligence, the most influential people in the Fallen City are not the warlords, but a pair of survivors. This pair of men and women are ridiculously powerful. The man is called Dark Star, and the woman is called Blood Cloud. Dark Star and Blood Cloud are extremely mysterious. They participated in the early construction of Fallen City. They are figures that the military is extremely afraid of and even unwilling to mention. After the establishment of the Fallen City, many survivors of Star City chose to go to the Fallen City. After all, it is the paradise of sin. They can completely release the dark side in their hearts, and they are more unscrupulous than Star City. Are we going to Fallen City? Go. I'm very curious as to why the strange energy source detected by Star Seed is in a city. Could it be that there is some powerful mutant beast hidden in this city?
The existence of the fallen city is fair and above board. Not only that, the road from Star City to the fallen city has been opened, and a team of survivors with good strength can cover the distance of more than 100 kilometers. Therefore, there are even teams of survivors that travel back and forth between Star City and Fallen City. At this time, in the Star City military district, there was a single-family villa. Xia Sun was like an angry kitten, counting how Jiang Lushi didn't know how to lift up and how big a lion he was. Xia Yongfeng listened silently, but when he saw his granddaughter being so angry, he smiled.
Grandpa, why are you laughing? He asked us for a second-level mutant crystal core and the right to distribute the spoils. You are still laughing. Don't you think his request is overestimating his ability?
Xia Yongfeng said.
These survivors have been in power for a long time and will always be a little arrogant. However, they do have real abilities. But this time Sooner said it right. This young man named Jiang is indeed too arrogant. He wants something too outrageous.
Xia Yongfeng proposed to cooperate with the Shering team. On the one hand, it was because the old guy named Zhang from Monghai was sent. He thought that this team should have some skills. On the other hand, He Tianhu's men were very cunning, and their army had never searched everywhere in such a complicated situation. In this case, the only ones who have recently come into contact with He Tianhu's men and obtained some information are the Shering team.
Suitor, don't worry. This Shering team has offended He Tianhu. I don't know who He Tianhu is yet. How could he suffer a loss? He Tianhu has many informants in Star City. As long as Shering team goes out, He Tianhu will know. He will definitely take the initiative to kill Jiang Lushi. Are you a survivor team? The daily consumption of mutated beast meat is not a small amount. They always have to go out to hunt. But with Tianhu here, the Shering team is afraid that it will be difficult to move forward. They will soon give in because they can't leave the city and take the initiative to come to us for cooperation. Well, let's just leave him alone for a while and let him understand his position.
Xia Yongfeng said this, and Xia Sun finally seemed to feel a little calmer. She clenched her fists and said,
When that annoying guy named Jiang comes to find us, I will give him a good scolding.
Xia Sun imagined such a scene and felt relieved just thinking about it. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a messenger suddenly knocked on the door.
Report to the commander. The commander asked me to pay attention to the whereabouts of the Shering team before. Now it is confirmed that they have left Star City and are heading to the northeast. They seem to be going to the Fallen City.
When the messenger said something, Xia Yongfeng was stunned. What? To the Fallen City? Chapter 295 Fallen City.
What are they doing in Fallen City?
Xia Yongfeng frowned. Xia Sun snorted coldly and said,
Sure enough. I read it right. Survivors are like this. As long as they have some strength, they want to do whatever they want. Those scientists were deceived by them, so they kept saying good things about them. They advocate that maybe they have Stockholm Syndrome.
When he thought of all the rumors about the Fallen City, Xia Sun's face showed a look of disdain and disgust.
They may have heard some news and really thought that Fallen City was a paradise.
Xia Yongfeng was also a little disappointed. Most of the survivors went to Fallen City to satisfy their own evil. However, if Fallen City was really that easy to mess with, it wouldn't be known as a dark and bloody place. On the road from Star City to Fallen City, Jiang Liushi's minibus was followed by a repainted off-road vehicle, and the two vehicles were speeding on the road. Groups of zombies appeared on the road from time to time, but before they could pounce madly on them, two cars had already rushed past them. Occasionally, one or two would pounce on the car, and there would only be a muffled bang sound. Even near the Zhonghai safety zone, Jiang Lushi and the others had never encountered such a smooth road. There are almost no vehicles in the way, and not many obstacles are visible on the road. Hundreds of kilometers of roads have been cleared, and this road will definitely not be cleared by the Star City safety zone. Driving at high speed on such a road, a distance of hundreds of kilometers would not take too long.
Brother Jiang, why are we going to Fallen City?
Ren Shiyu asked doubtfully. Regarding this question, Jiang Lushi really didn't know how to answer it. He couldn't say it was related to Star Seed.
Well,
just as Jiang Lushi was about to say a few words, Ren Shiyu continued,
I'm just curious, but it's up to you, Brother Jiang. But in Fallen City, I wonder if there is a chance to buy some medicines,
Li Yusin said, while escorting the scientists. Many of the emergency medicines Li Yusin carried were consumed. Their stay in Star City was short. Li Yusin inquired and found out that most of the medicines were in the hands of the military, and based on their relationship with the military, still don't have to think about it. As for the Fallen City, There are no laws, and the rules are chaotic. Finding medicines is probably much easier than in Star City. Jian Lucia nodded. In addition to medicines, they also have some weapons and ammunition. They can also sell them under suitable circumstances. The price may be higher than in Star City. As for Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, who were following behind in off-road vehicles, they also had purchasing needs. After traveling all the way to Star City, except for Jiang Liushir's minibus, which not only showed no signs of wear and tear, but also had new functions added. The rest of the buses were already covered in bruises due to repeated collisions and poor road conditions. After driving for a while, in the distance, a tall wall appeared. Behind the black wall are buildings. The original appearance of the fallen city was a little-known town. Now, outside the town, it is surrounded by walls on all sides. And inside is the fallen city. There were many zombies surrounding the wall. After the vehicles gradually approached, Jian Lucia and others discovered that the wall was not painted black. It turned black because too much plasma had coagulated on it. The two corpses were still hung on the city wall by iron chains. The lower half of their bodies had disappeared, leaving only half of their bodies hanging on the city wall. Looking at the zombies constantly jumping below and the height they jumped, people immediately felt a chilling feeling. These zombies jumped up, just enough to grab their lower bodies. In this way, the whereabouts of their lower bodies are self-explanatory.
This is probably the punishment from the fallen city.
The careless Jiang Juing frowned. This punishment was so cruel that the victim would not die even after 1 or 2 blows. Machine guns and turrets were mounted on the city gate, and the dark hole faced directly below. As Jiang Lucia and the others approached, the heavy city gate made a click sound and suddenly slowly rose.
Huh? Is it open now?
In places like Star City Bay City, you have to be questioned and have your body checked before entering the city gate. Unexpectedly, the gate of Fallen City actually opened directly. As the city gate opened and the vehicle approached, the movement also attracted the zombies, who were still trying to reach the corpse. These zombies, covered in plasma and with red eyes, immediately turned their heads and looked over. Then, they roared like beasts from their throats and ran over wildly.
Buzz!
The two cars accelerated suddenly and rushed into the city gate one after the other. Bang! The city gate was quickly closed before the zombies rushed in.
No inspection? Aren't they afraid that infected people will come in?
Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan said as they drove to the minibus. Survivors, who are bitten or scratched by zombies, are called infected before they become zombies. Such people are killed immediately after being discovered, because the risk of sudden mutation in the crowd is too great, and it is very likely that cause a chain reaction. This fallen city doesn't seem to worry about this.
I don't know. Maybe they have some way to deal with it,
Jian Lucia said. As soon as he entered the gate of the fallen city, Starseed immediately informed that he had detected the special energy. Jian Lucia looked at the street behind the city gate and the surrounding buildings that seemed not much different from other cities, and suddenly felt a tight feeling in his heart. Starseed's reminder completely confirmed that the special energy was in this fallen city.
First time here? Do you want a map guide?
A guard came up and asked. Jian Lucia took a look and saw that this guard was carrying a machine gun. His rock-like body clearly showed his identity as a superpower. He exuded a cold-blooded aura, and he probably killed many people.
Brother, how do you know it's our first time here?
Zhang Hai asked. The guard grinned, and his expression when he smiled looked more ferocious than when he didn't smile.
People who enter the city usually go straight to the amusement park. Who would park here? If you park here, you will either cause trouble or be a child. You what kind? What is the playground?
Jian Lucia asked, seeing that the guard just glanced at him without saying anything. Jian Lucia said calmly,
Here's a map guide. 5 pounds of mutated beast meat.
The guard said. In the past, Jian Lucia only needed 1 pound of mutated beast meat to buy a surrounding map. But such a small town map actually cost 5 kilograms of mutated beast meat. Seeing Jian Lucia frowning, the guard said leisurely,
After playing in the fallen city for a few days, you will know what 5 pounds of mutated beast meat is. It's absolutely worth it. Shadow.
Jian Lucia turned around and said. Soon, Ying took out a piece of mutated beast meat. Seeing Ying's appearance, the guard's eyes lit up. But he didn't say anything. After taking the mutated beast meat, he handed a pamphlet to Jian Lucia. Originally, Jian Lucia thought that the 5 kilograms of meat would be exchanged for just 1 page. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a substantial book. When he opened it, he saw pictures and texts.
Playground.
Jian Lucia quickly turned to the introduction to the amusement park. Chapter 296 The World in Darkness. With the word, amusement park. At first glance, I thought it was a pre-apocalyptic amusement park. However, the amusement park mentioned in this brochure has nothing to do with any amusement park. It is simply a place where the ugliest aspects of human nature are released. Here, as long as you have mutant beast meat, mutant crystal nuclei, and strength, you can satisfy any desire without rules or restrictions. Before the end of the world, Jiang Lusher had heard of some very dark things. But those things were far away from most ordinary people. But in the playground, these things were all put on the table. To enter the amusement park, you have to pay 50 pounds of mutated beast meat as a ticket. The average survivor team will hesitate when they hear this number. Let alone ordinary people. Just relying on the daily ticket money is a huge amount of income. Jiang Lusher felt that this fallen city might be richer than the Bay City. That special energy came from somewhere in the fallen city. As the most prosperous area of the fallen city, Jiang Lusher thought he could look for it there.
After paying the ticket, you can go anywhere inside. But there are some places where you need to pay for consumption. Of course, I don't think you need those purchases,
the guard who collected the ticket said, and looked behind Jiang Lusher. A few girls glanced at each other, with a look in their eyes that you understand. Jiang Lusher didn't want to talk nonsense with the guard. He took Jiang Juing and others into the fallen city. Once he entered the fallen city and saw the scene in front of him, Jiang Lusher deeply felt what sin and corruption were. He saw dozens of people surrounding a wooden high platform. There was a row of sturdy wooden shelves on the high platform. On each shelf, a woman was tied up with a few pitiful strips of cloth wrapped around her body. The blockbusters are on display, ready to be insulted and admired. From time to time, onlookers come on stage. As long as they pay a little bit of mutated animal meat, they can do whatever they want to these female slaves. Leather whips, bamboo sticks, and iron clamps are all props that can be used, so that these female slaves have already his whole body was covered in bruises and scars.
This is a place for people with superpowers to vent their stress,
the guard introduced with a smile.
Fighting outside all year round, with their heads stuck to their waistbands. The pressure on people with superpowers is very great. As long as they pay for the mutated beast meat, they can deal with these female slaves can do anything, including punching, kicking, biting, raping, urinating, and torture to death. Of course, the prices vary greatly depending on the degree.
While the guard was talking, he noticed that Jiang Lusher was frowning, and the woman behind him felt very uncomfortable. She subconsciously pressed the weapon on her waist. Then the guard coughed dryly and said,
"Not everyone likes it."
In this way, more superpowers still prefer clean and beautiful slaves, and virgins can be purchased in many female slave markets.
The guard said and blinked. Jiang Lusher was silent. The world has been falling into the apocalypse for a long time. Without rules, how dark will human nature be? You will know this just by looking at the terrorists in the Middle East before the end of the world. There are various videos of torture and murder, rape of girls, etc. Not to mention terrorists. Even in peaceful countries, the dark web is also popular before the end of the world. Know how to access it. People on the dark web can easily buy all kinds of videos of girls being raped, abused, and killed. As for buying and selling drugs, guns, etc., that is even more commonplace. Although the dark web exists, it has been suppressed by Interpol after all. Now that there is no Interpol, it has become even more severe. Walking all the way to the amusement park, Jiang Lusher saw more bloody scenes. He saw specialized corpse collection slaves disposing of corpses on the street. I saw a huge iron cage with living zombies inside. The iron bars of the cage were covered with dark brown blood stains, making people wonder if someone had thrown living people in and let the zombies eat them. Jiang Lusher also saw a burly man holding a rein in his hand. The other end of the rein was not a cat or dog, but a living woman. This woman had snow-white skin and no hair on her body. She had a collar around her neck and was crawling on all fours like a dog. These scenes are very uncomfortable to watch. Perhaps there were not that many perverts and evil people in the fallen city, but humans are social animals and will be affected by the surrounding environment. Even if a good person is thrown into such an environment, the dark side in his heart will slowly be magnified. When he can watch the evil happening in front of him and enjoy it easily, he will have an unexplainable thought. I'll give it a try. Just once, and I can live with my conscience. But once, then a second time, and a third time. I finally became completely addicted, enjoyed it, and even slowly became cruel, perverted, and had a twisted personality. This is just like in peaceful times. Even children know that drugs should not be touched. But there are always people who will risk their lives to try them. And eventually their families will be ruined. Among them, there are even business elites, idol stars, and successful people from all walks of life. All this finally led to the formation of the fallen city.
This city is really disgusting.
Jiang Juing couldn't help but said.
I read an article, a memoir written by a soldier during World War II. He said that killing people in war can become addictive.
Li Yusen sighed softly. She was kind-hearted by nature, especially in such a situation.
At this moment, Jiang Lusher suddenly stopped and turned his gaze to the side of the road, where there was a building surrounded by blue stone walls. This stone wall was very grand, more than 10 meters high, completely blocking Jiang Lusher's view. But when Jiang Lusher saw this building, he couldn't take his eyes away. He vaguely felt that the energy source detected by Star Seed came from this stone wall.
Oh! Are you interested in the gladiatorial arena?
The guard noticed Jiang Lusher's gaze.
Arena? Well, this is the most important amusement place in the amusement park. The tickets earned from the arena every day are an unimaginable wealth. Have you ever heard of the ancient Roman Colosseum? The arena you saw is almost the same as the ancient Roman Colosseum.
The guard showed off his meager historical knowledge.
The ancient Roman Colosseum was filled with gladiator slaves. Fighting. There are gladiators fighting wild beasts. It's similar here, but the fighting is more intense and bloody. There are also people fighting against wild beasts here, but most of the wild beasts are mutated beasts. There are also people fighting against zombies, and those are living zombies. Powerful zombies captured from the outside, raised in captivity, and then starved for 10 days before being released. There are a lot of excitements in the arena that you can't imagine. Of course, if you can win, there will be generous bonuses. How about it? Are you interested in taking a look?
Chapter 297. I want you to pay back the money.
You can just take a look.
Jiang Lusher wanted to know what kind of alien energy was hidden in this arena. Jiang Lusher took Jiang Juing, Li Yusen, Ran Shiyu and aimed to the arena. This combination suddenly attracted the attention of many people. Although there were many female slaves in the fallen city, it was not easy to find truly beautiful girls. Therefore the young and beautiful girl naturally attracts attention. Just when Jiang Lusher walked into the arena, Ran Shiyu suddenly stopped and said,
Brother Jiang, someone is spying on us secretly.
Ran Shiyu's voice sounded directly in Jiang Lusher's mind.
Oh!
Jiang Lusher was startled. There were many people around looking at them. But being singled out by Ran Shiyu was naturally different.
The other party is following us. I don't know who it is.
I know. Jiang Lusher didn't find it strange. When he came to Star City Base City, he had already fought against the local warlords. It was normal for him to be secretly observed.
Keep an eye on them. If they want to do anything, we'll strike first.
The fallen city is not large in area, and the base vehicle is parked at the gate of the city. As long as Jiang Lusher makes a thought, the base vehicle can rush in automatically in a short time. He is not very worried. Outside the gate of the arena, all kinds of people gathered. The largest number of them were male slaves and female slaves. Generally speaking, the survivors in the fallen city have pretty good fortunes. The female slaves they raise are often given enough food to ensure that they can withstand the torture. As for the male slaves, it is often miserable. Each of them is as skinny as a stick. Like a drug addict, he falls down when the wind blows. When Jiang Lusher walked into the fallen city, he saw two male slaves with dull expressions dragging a broken body out of the arena. In this arena, the ground has turned dark red due to the frequent spills of blood. You can smell a faint fishy smell when walking on it. The guard stopped here. He would not enter the arena. Jiang Lusher gave the other party some food as payment for his hard work.
Thank you, boss.
The guard was very happy after receiving the food.
If there is anything you don't understand in the arena, boss, in addition to reading the manual, you can also find some local snakes. These people can do anything.
The arena in the fallen city has an oval layout. In the center of the arena, there is a granite-paved arena. The arena is very large and surrounded by a circle of iron fences, which makes the entire arena look like a huge cage. At this time, the gladiators participating in the fight walked out of the two entrances of the cage. Jiang Lusher could tell at a glance that the opponent was a person with superpowers. But the energy fluctuations in his body were very weak. He naturally looked down upon this kind of strength. And opposite the gladiator, the person he was fighting with was clearly zombies. A total of 10 zombies were released. These zombies had scarlet eyes, ragged clothes, and each of them smelled of blood and stench. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the gladiator. Jiang Lusher only looked at this scene for a few times, and then stopped looking at it. In his opinion, the strength of this superpower was nothing more than this. At this moment, he saw a group of people coming towards him. The leader was an extraordinary man, and beside him was a wretched fat man. This fat man had his hair parted in the middle, and his face was shiny. He looked like he was living in the apocalypse. Very nice. Jiang Lusher looked surprised when he saw the fat man. This fat man is an ordinary person. He doesn't have any superpower fluctuations. In a place like the fallen city that eats people without spitting out their bones, it would be great if ordinary people don't become slaves. If you want to have a full meal, you have to hang out with this fat man. Same. That's pretty rare. However, this was not actually the reason why Jiang Lusher was surprised. The main reason was that he actually knew this fat man. His name was Ma Hao. When Jiang Lusher was studying at Jiangbei University, this fat man was a loan shark. Jiang Lusher got the star seed, and the end of the world is coming. Jiang Lusher urgently needs a car to be refitted by the star seed. Because of his average family background, Jiang Lusher cannot afford a car, so he can only rent it. But even if he pays for the rental car, plus the purchase of metal materials, Jiang Lusher couldn't afford these. So he borrowed a loan shark from Fatty Ma. This fat man has a kind face, but he is not a good person, especially when he encounters female students borrowing money. He will keep some of their nude photos as blackmail. He collects these nude photos and shares them with his friends. As for whether some female students were struggling to repay the money and did some physical things to pay for it, Jiang Lusher was not sure, but he thought it was not uncommon. Later, when the apocalypse came, Jiang Lusher certainly didn't have to worry about paying back the money. He never expected that he would meet this fat man here, and he seemed to be doing well. This guy couldn't have started his old business in Fallen City. When Jiang Lusher had these thoughts, Ma Hao also saw Jiang Lusher. The fat man originally just glanced at Jiang Lusher and didn't pay much attention. His eyes stayed more on the beautiful woman next to Jiang Lusher. But after watching for a while, he suddenly realized something and focused his eyes on Jiang Lusher again. It's you? This fat man is the best person in Jiangbei University. He has a wide range of contacts, and his ability to recognize people is certainly not bad. Are you Jiang Lusher? Brother, who is this fat guy? Jiang Juing asked in disgust. The fat man's leering eyes made her feel very uncomfortable. It's a loan shark I knew before. Jiang Lusher directly revealed the fat man's identity. Loan sharking sounded disgraceful, and Jiang Juing's impression of the fat man suddenly worsened. Sure enough, it's you. And you're here? What a coincidence. The fat man glanced at the beautiful woman next to Jiang Lusher. You're so promising. You brought so many girls out. And you lived a good life. Speaking of which, I lent you, you haven't paid me back the money yet. Collecting debts is what Fatty is most passionate about. Fatty's mind is like a living ledger. He will never forget a dime of anyone who borrowed his money. Unexpectedly, after the end of the world, he would meet someone who lent him money. He thought that all these people were dead. 20,000 yuan. Interest rate is compounded. Now it has quadrupled. Ma Hao smiled and rubbed his hands, looking at Jiang Lusher as if he were looking at a fat sheep. Jiang Lusher was probably worth a lot now that he was in such a mixed situation. Ma Hao's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at him. Repay the money? Jiang Lusher smiled. You want me to pay you back 80,000? Okay. I will go to the bank to get it to you tomorrow. After the apocalypse, all the banks were destroyed, and a lot of cash was scattered in the bank counters, just like waste paper. And naturally no one took it out. Okay. Jiang Lusher. Are you being so arrogant? Ma Hao didn't expect Jiang Lusher to talk to him like this, without giving away any face. His face also fell slightly, and he snorted coldly. I lent you banknotes. Yes, but that was before the end of the world. And now you still want to return me a pile of waste paper? In this fallen city, I, Prince Ma, cannot step on anyone. Ma Hao hangs out on the street. His nickname is Ma Wanya, and he often talks about, let you know how many eyes Ma Wanya has. Chapter 298. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Ma Hao, what's going on? While Ma Hao was talking to Jiang Lusher, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing walked up. He was wearing a black fur coat, military trousers, military boots, and a belt around his waist. The curved saber gives people an extremely sharp feeling. Commander Yuan, it's a small matter. A small matter? I met someone I knew before and owed me a debt. Seeing this middle-aged man approaching, Ma Hao immediately smiled with a flattering look on his face. Obligated? Commander Yuan just glanced at Jiang Lusher and paid no attention.
as a very influential warlord on the outskirts of Star City. Commander Yuan was aloof and controlled the life and death of thousands of people. He didn't care about the little people around him. After Ma Hao apologized to Commander Yuan and sent him away, he turned to Jiang Lushi and said in a conspiratorial tone, "Boy, I, Prince Ma, also have a lot of informants in the fallen city. Don't play tricks on me. At this time tomorrow, prepare 500 kilograms of mutated beast meat for me, and our account will be written off." When Ma Hao said this, he glanced at the girls around Jiang Lushi with a squinting look. In Ma Hao's opinion, these girls might have was bought. Jiang Lushi should have some wealth, but for such a large amount of mutated beast meat, he believed that Jiang Lushi would probably not be able to take it out, or would be reluctant to take it out. "Hey, Jiang Lushi, have you awakened your superpowers? But in this fallen city, the water depth is so deep that it scares you to death. Your superpowers may not be enough to see. It would be wiser to hand over mutated beast meat honestly." After Ma Hao finished speaking, he followed Commander Yuan diligently and sat down with him. The position where they sat was also very close to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi could hear their conversation clearly. He quickly understood what kind of person Ma Hao was from Ma Hao's words. He is the local snake that the guard mentioned before. In this fallen city, he specializes in running errands for big shots, inquiring about information, buying and selling slaves, etc. In the fallen city, there are many brothels, casinos, and slave markets, and some local snakes are needed to act as pimps, hosts, and the like. And these people generally have very limited strength. Some of them are superpowers who can fight against the five scum, or they are ordinary people like Ma Hao. Snakes have their own ways, and rats have their own ways. Although ordinary people are far less powerful than those with superpowers, those with superpowers may not be willing to do everything personally. In the fallen city, ordinary people who are doing well in life may also have their own power. For example, this Ma Hao, who is very versatile, relied on his little brains and his ability to flatter, got into the hands of a warlord, and became the warlord's right-hand man. He figured out the warlord's preferences, and through various means, he found many female slaves who were very satisfied with him, as well as various exciting gadgets. In this way, it would be much easier for him to get the new position of the warlord and continue to grow bigger step by step. Jiang Lushi didn't have the slightest fondness for Ma Hao. When he was in school, he had harmed countless female students. Now he was the bastard of these warlords. He must have done all the bad things. Send him mutated animal meat? How is that possible? Jiang Lushi didn't care at all about such a small person. But what Ma Hao said next made Jiang Lushi frown and feel a surge of anger in his heart. Ma Hao was a certain distance away from Jiang Lushi. Once he lowered his voice, he couldn't hear it at all. However, Jiang Lushi had evolved his blood circulation system and brain, and his hearing was much more developed than ordinary people. Not to mention Ran Shiyu, a long-range radar. Their words. How could Jiang Lushi not hear it? Commander Yuan, what do you think of those 4 girls just now? Ma Hao had a mean smile on his face. The 4 girls he mentioned were naturally referring to the 4 girls around Jiang Lushi. This guy owes me a debt, and I'm scared to death. He avoids me everywhere for fear of being chased by me. I think he may not be able to pay it back. When the time comes, I can let him pay off the debt with a few girls around him. How about I donate these girls to Commander Yuan? Oh! Commander Yuan's brows moved, but there was no obvious joy on his face. But Ma Hao knew that Commander Yuan was interested. But he was of high status, and could not show his emotions or anger. Otherwise he would lose his worth. In this apocalyptic world, female slaves are everywhere. But girls who are truly beautiful, clean, and in good spirits are hard to find. If these top-quality products were obtained and given to several warlord commanders in batches, Ma Hao is sure that he would get countless benefits. What do you mean? He will listen to you? Commander Yuan asked. Hee. Of course he will listen. Commander Yuan, don't worry. Ma Hao, can still control this kind of kid. Ma Hao knew that Jiang Lushi might have some minor powers. But so what? In this fallen city, there shouldn't be too many people with terrifying powers. And there were quite a few people with powers under his command. This fat man is so annoying. Ran Shiyu also heard the fat man's conversation, and was extremely angry. She was a slave girl, who was imprisoned before. If it weren't for Jiang Lushi, she would have died long ago. Because of this, she felt particularly angry at Ma Hao's words. At this moment,
Ran Shiyu saw another group of people in military uniforms walking over. This group of people was led by a man who was walking like a tiger and wearing a black coat. There was a hole the size of a bean on his cheek, which was left by a gunshot wound. Seeing this man approaching, Ma Hao stood up with a smile on his face.
Commander He, you are here too. It seems that today's finale battle in the Fallen Arena is extremely exciting. Has Commander He placed a bet?
The man with the gunshot wound on his face is named He Tianhu. He is also a warlord around Star City. His power is even slightly higher than that of Commander Yuan.
Commander He?
Jian Lucia raised his eyebrows. When he first came to Star City, he was robbed by a warlord's force. He caught a robber and threatened the other person to reveal the name of the boss behind him, which was Commander He. The surname He is not a common surname in China, and the number of warlords around Star City is also limited. Therefore, there is a very high possibility that this Commander He is the Commander He who originally assigned his subordinates to rob him.
Brother Jiang, there are two people approaching Commander He. By coincidence, these two people are the same two people who were secretly watching us before.
At that time, Jian Lucia and others felt that they were being watched as soon as they entered the arena. If the people under Commander He had set up spies in Star City, it would not be surprising if they learned about him in Star City, including his appearance and whereabouts. Then it would be normal for him to be stared at by Commander He's people after he came to Fallen City. But now these two people who were staring at him were walking towards Commander He. Naturally, they wanted to inform him. Got it. They didn't know about Ran Shi's existence, so they naturally didn't expect that their stalking would have been discovered long ago.
This Star City military is probably rotten from within.
After this incident, Jian Lucia became even more disappointed with Star City's military. The original warlord-separated situation in Star City was a reflection of the military's incompetence. Not to mention that the military was now infiltrated by major warlords, with the temptation of profit, food, mutated beast meat, beautiful women, coupled with the destruction of rules and laws. It is normal for people from the military to secretly surrender. This is probably one of the reasons why the Star City warlords are enjoying themselves until now. The warlords know immediately what Fawn does, including the scientists sent by Jian Lucia. What prestige does this Star City have? Chapter 299 Razor.
Commander He, these are the odds of this final battle. Take a look. Do you want to take a gamble?
Fatima took out a form with a series of names listed on it. Gambling is also a major source of income for the gladiatorial arena, and in order to attract wealthy warlords to place bets, people like Fatima are needed to attract customers. He Tianhu took the form and glanced at it casually.
Razor, look, who should I beat?
The thunder snake that He Tianhu was talking about was a thin man with bandages on both hands and a half-man Hai Miao knife in his arms. He was clearly standing in front of the public, but for some reason, he seemed to be hiding in the shadows, giving people a cold and strange feeling.
Razor? Is he Razor?
Fatima, who had been leaning towards He Tianhu, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Thunder Snake is a fierce general under He Tianhu. Not only does he have terrifying strength, he is also extremely cruel and never leaves anyone alive. It is said that he once single-handedly killed 7 in and 7 out of a large group of corpses. The whole body was covered with zombie blood and mincemeat. In this case, even a few wounds on the body might be infected by the second evolved virus. However, Razor came back unscathed.
The people on this list are not interesting,
Razor said calmly.
If Commander He wants to suppress them, why not let me play? And you can suppress me.
Razor's words were a bit arrogant, but no one thought he was overestimating his capabilities. Fatima said with a wry smile.
Brother Razor, please stop making fun of the younger ones. If Boss Razor comes on the stage, how can anyone dare to come up and play with him?
Then we won't pay big compensation.
In this Fallen City gladiatorial arena, the casualty rate of gladiators is extremely high. After a battle, it is not uncommon for one person to die and the other to be injured. In this case, big warlords tend to cherish the power of their subordinates, and masters will not be set up. After all, if you are a master, others will also be a master. If they are all masters, no one can afford it.
Ha ha ha.
He Tianhu laughed. This kind of character of Razor is very suitable to him. He is dominating on the outskirts of Star City, and this kind of momentum is what he wants. He was about to make some casual bets. At this moment, a little man with an unattractive appearance came to He Tianhu. He whispered a few words in He Tianhu's ear. Such a small voice could even be heard by Fatima, who was close at hand. Unclear.
Oh, That boy is actually in the arena of this fallen city? It's really hard to find a place where you can't find anything. And it takes no effort at all to get here.
A trace of cruelty flashed across He Tianhu's eyes. When had He Tianhu ever suffered such a big loss? If you want to gain a foothold in Star City, you must not only be strong, but also ruthless. Anyone who offends you will be repaid tenfold. Only in this way, others will not dare to touch you. Otherwise, everyone will think you are easy to bully and will bite you. Sooner or later it will be eaten clean. Jiang Lushi has destroyed his prestige. So he will kill Jiang Lushi to sacrifice the flag and hang Jiang Lushi's body on the city wall for public display. It's him. He Tianhu threw away the roster in his hand and stood up. Ma Hao was shocked and didn't know what happened.
Yes, that's him.
He Tianhu stood up. The spy who was originally following Jiang Lushi no longer cared about hiding his identity. He directly stretched out his finger and pointed at Jiang Lushi.
What does the commander plan to do? What should I do? Of course I'll kill him. Of course. I won't let him die so happily.
He Tianhu smiled grimly. Killing people is nothing. This is a fallen city. The rule here is that the strong decides everything, including the life and death of others. At this time, Jiang Lushi also stood up. He came to this arena to look for the source of alien energy. The energy source has not been found yet. No matter how he met He Tianhu first, he was by no means a person who was assassinated and still swallowed his anger. This person hated him. I have wanted to take revenge for a long time. If He Tianhu doesn't come to him, he will come to kill him. As Jiang Lushi stood up, Jiang Zhuing,
Li Yusen and others also stood up.
Crack!
The long sword in Jiang Zhuing's hand was unsheathed, and the chains clattered.
There's a fight? Ha ha! It's so fun!
Most of those who dared to come to this dark arena were desperados. Seeing this situation, many of them even got excited. They recognized that one of the parties in the fight was none other than He Tianhu, nicknamed the Tiger of Star City. He was accompanied by his powerful general, the terrifyingly powerful Thunder Snake. When there are people like this fighting, it will be much better than the three-legged cat kung fu in the ring. Of course, this premise also requires that the opponent is good. But when people looked at He Tianhu's opponents, they didn't recognize any of them.
Who is that person? Why do you look like a student? A student brings 4 girls. Do you still need to beat me?
People were talking one after another. But at this time, Ma Hao was still in a daze. What's going on? Jiang Lushi has a grudge against He Tianhu? If Jiang Lushi and He Tianhu had a fight, it would be like throwing an egg against a stone. I still have a debt that I won't get back. 500 kilograms of mutated animal meat. The key is those 4 delicate beauties. He couldn't bear to enjoy such a beautiful woman, and wanted to donate it to the big bosses of all parties. But once He Tianhu intervenes, everything will be lost. Ma Hao's men are much weaker than Razor. How dare he ask He Tianhu for someone? There is no doubt that those girls are taking advantage of He Tianhu. And Ma Hao's heart bleeds when he thinks of this.
Commander, leave the man to me, and let Adjutant Zhang and the others deal with the women,
Razor said lightly, not taking Jiang Lushi seriously at all. Although the team they sent out before was destroyed, the strength of that team was much worse than that of him. Razor.
Ha ha. Brother Lei, you take too much care of me, my little brother, so I will do my part.
Adjutant Zhang is a short, fat, bald man who can deal with several delicate beauties, which is something he could only wish for.
I'll do it first.
Adjutant Zhang licked his lips. With a lustful light in his little eyes, he spotted Ying in a smart outfit and rushed over. He clenched his fist into a claw and clawed at Ying's chest. Ying's figure is quite hot, and Adjutant Zhang has long been envious of him. However, just when his dirty trick was about to succeed, he felt a flash of blue light in front of his eyes. TSK. The brilliant blue current formed a network of light and completely enveloped Adjutant Zhang. Adjutant Zhang's body trembled violently, and he let out a shrill scream. However, the scream only lasted for a second and then stopped abruptly. A black 3-edged military thorn was inserted into Adjutant Zhang's throat, and blood flowed out. Squirt wildly. Chapter 300 Razor.
Puff!
The 3-edged military thorn was pulled out, and Ying's face did not change his expression. He kicked Adjutant Zhang in the belly. His body flew backwards, which just happened to allow the column of blood he spattered to avoid Ying.
Puffy!
Adjutant Zhang, who had not yet become obese for a short period of time, rolled down the stands like a ball, causing waves of exclamations.
Crack! Crack!
Ying was wearing a black outfit, holding a blood-stained triangular thorn in her hand. Blood dripped from the triangular thorn drop by drop. In this dark arena, she was like a deadly mandala flower. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. There were many people with superpowers present. They looked at Ing. Their mouths were slightly open, and they couldn't close them for a long time. They were so surprised because they didn't feel superpowers in Ing. Fluctuation. Originally they thought that this shadow was just an ordinary person. And with her hot figure, she was probably a raised plaything. But she was so cruel. Many people had heard of that adjutant Zhang. If he could serve as an adjutant beside the Star City Tiger, he would naturally not be a loser. But now, he was killed like a pig.
Kill them all!
Jian Lucier said coldly. And this voice fell on everyone's ears, making people feel chilled. Thunder Snake was furious.
Boy, who do you think you are? And you want to kill me? I will tell you today. Who is the real king of HL who kills you?
Razor jumped up and drew a long whip from behind. This whip of Razor has iron thorns at the tip. This is Razor's famous weapon. This whip is quenched with poison. If the whip hits a person, the result will be bruises and fractures. Even if it is just a little bit, will also die due to poisoning. The reason why this whip has so many spikes is to maximize the chance of scratching people's skin.
Snapped.
The long whip was swung, and it was more than 3 meters long. A weapon that is 1 inch long, 1 inch strong, and more than 3 meters long is absolutely terrifying. And the key is that the whip is soft. Once it is swung, there will be no trace at all. When the whip comes, you can block it with your sword. But the whip is the tip will also change direction due to the blade and continue to draw towards you. There is no way to avoid it. This is also the reason why Razor chose the whip as its attack method. Its biggest feature is that it is difficult to avoid. And as long as you can't avoid it, you're dead. Therefore, few people around Star City have the confidence to collide with Razor head-on. Even those whose combat power exceeds Razor do not dare to provoke Razor easily. Razor's attack was extremely fast, and the long whip formed a whip shadow around his body, layered on top of each other, making it difficult to see clearly. It's hard to see clearly, and even harder to hide. The people watching around them all retreated far away. The bullets did not scare them so much, but Razor's whip did. This weapon. Jian Lucier had already made a guess when he saw that the whip was blue, shimmering like green copper, and had a faint fishy smell. Poison, in the apocalypse, is a very rare murderous substance. After all, most chemical laboratories have been abandoned, and few ordinary people can make poison.
Today is the end of you,
Razor shouted sharply.
Call out!
The long whip rolled toward Jian Lucier like the wind, striking dozens of whip shadows, which made people scared. The reason why Razor has the word thunder in its name is because his attacks are as fast and violent as thunder and lightning. People thought that Jian Lucier would only distance himself and launch long-range attacks when faced with this situation. But unexpectedly, Jian Lucier actually advanced instead of retreating when faced with this whip shadow. With one quick step, he rushed into the shadow of the whip. People were shocked. This was seeking death. It is already more difficult to dodge attacks, let alone such a soft whip that has no trace. Just when people thought that Jian Lucier might have been struck by a soft whip and directly poisoned to death, a scene that shocked them happened. They only saw that the river rocks were like fish swimming in the water, swimming upstream in the ocean of whip shadows. There seemed to be no gaps between the whips, but Jian Lucier moved around and dodged them all. His speed was so fast that it had formed an afterimage, making it difficult to see clearly.
What's going on?
A superpower user, who was also somewhat famous in the fallen city, said in horror. In his opinion, Whip Shadow, who had no room to dodge at all, couldn't touch Jian Lucier,
taking advantage of every opportunity. Really trying to find opportunities. Razor's attacks are too fast. In our view, they are connected together. But after all, Razor's attacks are still whipped one after another. In fact, there is a precedence. As long as you can grasp it accurately, can burst into the shadow of the whip.
Someone else said in the crowd. He didn't see through Jian Lucier's movements. He just guessed them. This guessing is easy to make. But really think about it. Who has such fast speed and such quick reaction? Who can clearly see and calculate the trajectory of each whip? You can't make mistakes in every step of this. Once you get caught a little bit, you will definitely die. Terrible body skills. Many people just watched the battle and felt their palms were sweating. But at this time, the one who was more anxious was Razor. He was full of confidence from the beginning. But his murderous intention was painful. By this time, his forehead was covered with sweat. Seeing Jian Lucier retreating again and again, He had no choice but to retreat with Jiang Lushi. He wants to distance himself from Jiang Lushi. Once he fights head-on, he has no confidence at all. But how could Jiang Lushi give Razor this chance? How can his speed be matched by Razor? His body was like lightning, and he continued to advance. To others, the whip shadow was extremely dangerous. But to Jiang Lushi, it was nothing at all. After the evolution of the brain domain, Jiang Lushi's mental reaction speed is extremely fast. All whip trajectories appear to him to be very slow. The powerful computing power of the brain domain also allows Jiang Lushi to instantly calculate the safest dodge direction. Making the smallest movement is also the most effective dodge. Jiang Lushi had already evolved speed in the biological laboratory. And with his small dodge movements, even if his speed couldn't keep up with the whip, he could still handle the whip shadow with ease. If we use the terminology of martial arts novels, Jiang Lushi's current body skills are extremely subtle. Whoosh! Jiang Lushi broke through the final barrier and appeared half a meter in front of Razor. At this distance, for an expert, the attack is faster than a gun. This is not to say that the shooting speed of an expert is faster than a bullet. But because of the mechanical structure of the gun, it takes time to pull the trigger, fire the firing pin, and reset the spring when shooting. During this time, whether an expert or an ordinary person uses the gun, all fixed and will not change. For some top-level superpowers, they can prejudge the shooting direction and dodge by observing the movements of the gun trigger and sleeve. But when faced with close-range attacks from masters, they cannot dodge at all. Razor felt a huge life and death crisis. At the critical moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a cloud of green smoke from his throat. Poisonous fog. Razor's special ability is to use poison. This is also the origin of the snake in Razor's nickname. Spraying poisonous mist from the mouth is Razor's trump card. This poisonous mist is the condensed essence of all the essence in Razor's body. As long as it gets a little bit, it will kill you immediately. However, the moment Razor opened his mouth, Jiang Lushi had already taken action. His speed was too fast. Too fast for human reaction. Whoosh! A black three-edged military thorn pierced into the poisonous mist. This three-edged military thorn came out of his hand and pierced directly into Razor's open mouth. A stab pierced the throat. At the same time, Jiang Lushi pulled away and flew back. Although the poisonous mist was sprayed out, it could not keep up with Jiang Lushi's speed. In just the blink of an eye, Jiang Lushi went from throwing the triangular spear to withdrawing and flying back, all in one go. It was only then that the poisonous mist slowly dissipated. But Razor's whole body was twitching. His eyes turned white, and the three-edged thorns had emerged from the back of his head, and blood and brains were flowing. His body immediately went limp. Died. Everyone watching the battle had their Adam's apples twitching violently. Razor was definitely the #1 figure around Star City. With his unpredictable poisonous attacks, he had killed many masters. Many people were extremely afraid of Razor, just afraid of being poisoned. But this kind of Razor was killed by Jiang Lushi in a few seconds. Who is this Jiang Lushi? This is too terrible. At this time, the superpowers who were watching the battle in the dark arena all felt a deep fear of Jiang Lushi. However, these people just decided to stay away. The one who was really most afraid was Ma Hao. At this time, Ma Hao's face was completely blue. After watching the battle just now, the flesh on his body could not help but tremble. Is this still a human being? Thunder Snake is right. He is the king of hell who is asking for his life. But he actually went to ask the king of hell for a debt? He is impatient.